Chapter 1. The soul returns to the late Ming Dynasty. Beneath a cerulean sky, with clouds drifting lazily and azure waves caressing the soft, delicate sands, surrounded by lush palm trees and invigorating air, it is evident that this place is a scenic wonder. In the bustling port, masts of sailboats stand tall, marking this as a vibrant hub of trade. Boss! On the deck of one of the ships, a group of men surrounded a bare-chested young man, calling out incessantly. Liu Shaokong was lost in a beautiful dream, frolicking with a lovely female colleague, dining together, and about to share an intimate moment, when suddenly, the incessant shouting jolted him awake. The enchanting colleague vanished, and he slowly opened his eyes to find himself encircled by men clad in bizarre attire. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Boss, you're finally awake. You scared us to death." A portly man leaned in, his breath so foul that Liu nearly lost consciousness. "Boss." Liu Shaokong scrutinized his surroundings, realizing he was aboard a ship steeped in ancient ambience. Observing the attire and hairstyles of those around him, he chuckled. "Gentlemen, please do not jest. Your props are remarkably lifelike, and your performances far exceed the quality of other domestic productions." Liu Shaokong assumed he had stumbled upon a film crew or a quirky reality show. "Doctor, come quickly. The boss is talking nonsense." The rotund man quickly stepped aside as a frail, wrinkled elder extended a claw-like hand toward Liu Shaokong. Liu hastily swatted the hand away. "Do not touch me. Who on earth are you? There should be limits to your jokes." The old doctor looked taken aback and then asked, "What is your name?" "Liu Shaokong." The old man nodded. "You still remember your name, so the blow to your head cannot be too severe. Just rest for a while." As Liu was about to respond, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his head, accompanied by an influx of memories that were not his own. Chongqing, Luxiang, Taiwan, Woku, Shiba Ji, Zhangzhilong, the Dutch and Portuguese, the red-haired devils, pirates. Names and images of oddly dressed figures flickered before him as he took a closer look at those surrounding him. "Abiao?" The stout man who had shouted the loudest responded eagerly. "Boss, you recognize me?" Liu then turned to his slender youth. "Afe, boss, it's me." As Liu Shaokong matched these familiar faces with the newly surfaced memories, understanding dawned upon him. He had traversed time. As he pieced together the names, places, and eras in his mind, the realization crystallized. The Ming Dynasty, during the late Chongqing era, and the original owner of this body was a pirate. The revelation left Liu in shock, his head spinning, and he fainted once more. "Boss." 2 days later, Liu Shaokong found himself lying on the beach, a furrowed brow and a heavy heart, sighing deeply, feeling utterly out of place in his surroundings. He could scarcely believe the identity he now bore, as though he were caught in a dream, yet the sensations from his body insisted that everything was achingly real. "Heavens! I merely saved a life, and instead of perishing myself, you thrust me back several hundred years into the late Ming Dynasty. How amusing! Thank goodness, I still have an older brother and sister. I suppose I could consider this a sacrifice for the company, and the compensation as filial piety towards my parents." Tears streamed down his face as he reflected on his parents, who were not far away, while he had chosen to wander, only to find himself in a different time and space. Memories of his family surged forth, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. Liu Shaokong, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, 27 years old, had traveled to Sri Lanka with his company. On his first day, while at sea, he encountered a violent storm. In an attempt to rescue a female colleague who had fallen overboard, he was swept away by the waves and awoke to find himself a part of the time-traveling legions, inhabiting a body that bore his name yet belonged to a mere 20-year-old pirate. Indeed, a pirate, and not just any pirate, but the leader of a band of rogues. Despite the youth of this body, its original owner was not to be underestimated. His adoptive father, Liu Xiang, was one of the notorious pirates of the late Ming Dynasty. He was affiliated with the infamous Shiba Ji pirate group, led by the legendary Southeast Asian pirate king, Zhangzhilong. Zhangzhilong is he? A prominent figure in the late Ming Dynasty, a national hero of the Huaxia people, and the father of Zheng Chenggong. Born to a humble bureaucratic family in Fujian, Zhangzhilong followed his uncle to Macau for trade during his youth. Proving to be astute and capable, he took over the maritime business, traversing to Japan and Korea. He was eventually taken under the wing of the pirate Li Dan, who adopted him as a son, allowing Zheng to inherit a portion of his fleet and trade. He married a Japanese woman, and their firstborn was none other than the national hero Zheng Qinggong. Following Li Dan's death, Zheng Zhilong, after navigating a series of power struggles, rose to prominence and allied himself with the 18 pirate leaders, collectively known as Shiba Ji, becoming a formidable pirate king in the east. At the height of his power, he commanded a fleet of thousands and thousands of men, dominating the seas. Not even the waning Ming Dynasty nor the Western maritime powers of Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands could contend with him. However, at some point, Zheng Zhilong made a fateful decision to accept the Ming Dynasty's amnesty. In a bid to enhance his standing, he ruthlessly turned against his former allies, shedding their blood to pave his path to power. The Shiba Ji pirates comprised both noble and nefarious characters. The Ming Dynasty enforced a maritime ban, prohibiting private trade at sea. Consequently, those engaged in such enterprises often had ties to criminal syndicates, vying for profit through rivalry and plunder. Rarely did these pirates venture ashore to pillage. The risks were too great, and their primary focus was on smuggling. The Ming sought to eradicate these pirates due to their defiance of the ban and the burgeoning scale of their operations, leading to rampant illicit maritime trade. With the naval power of the Ming weakened in its later years, they resorted to employing Zheng Zhilong to quell piracy as a means to control their rivals and monopolize the lucrative trade routes. Zheng Zhilong, with his might and the support of the Ming Navy, could swiftly recover even after defeats. In contrast, Liu Xiang, the last banner of the Shiba Ji, became a comprador for the Portuguese and Spanish, facilitating the smuggling of Chinese goods. The rivalry between the Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch for dominance in the East led to fierce conflicts, with both sides suffering losses over the years. Zheng Zhilong, with the backing of the Ming, could rebound quickly, while Liu Xiang, even in victory, faced devastating losses. Ultimately, he was betrayed by the Dutch in a final confrontation near Xiamen, choosing to take his own life rather than face capture. As Liu Shaokong, the adopted son of Liu Xiang, narrowly escaped during the conflict with Zheng's faction, he was a mere boy yet displayed remarkable valor and cunning in battle, eventually being elected as the new leader of the remnants, adopting the formidable name Fei Sha Bang, Flying Shark Gang. The Fei Sha Bang roamed the South Seas, avenging their fallen comrades, accepting employment from the Portuguese to target Dutch and Zheng shipping vessels. Why they come to Sri Lanka? 3 months prior, they had been contracted by the Portuguese and engaged in a fierce battle with the Dutch East India Company in Malacca, leading to a Portuguese defeat and the loss of their base. The Fei Sha Bang had no choice but to retreat to Colombo in Sri Lanka alongside the Portuguese fleet. At this time, the region was not yet known as Sri Lanka. The Ming referred to it as Ceylon, predominantly inhabited by the Sinhalese, who practiced Buddhism. The Sanskrit term means land of the lion, hence the moniker Lion Kingdom. The original owner of this body had set sail 10 days prior to raid a Dutch merchant ship, only to meet his demise when struck on the head by a cannon. This is quite a challenging start, Liu Shaokong mused. He found himself in the midst of a pirate's tale, feeling increasingly apprehensive. Without a base at sea and facing formidable foes, Zheng Zhilong's later actions, while disdainful, mirrored the rise of a protagonist in a thrilling novel, as if divine fortune guided his endeavors. At present, the Zheng family's power was unprecedented, looming like a mountain before him. Survival was imperative, for he was acutely aware that it was the 14th year of Chongzhen, and the Ming Dynasty had merely 3 years left before its fall. Should he fail to seize this opportunity, once the Qing established their foothold, achieving any semblance of success would become exceedingly arduous. To comprehend the situation, one must acknowledge that Zheng Qinggong inherited the majority of the Zheng family's wealth and influence, and his abilities were indeed of a protagonist caliber, yet he was ultimately powerless to alter his fate, culminating in his retreat to Taiwan. Liu Shukang's foremost thought was to strengthen and establish his own power, recognizing that having individuals armed with weapons is paramount. As for whether to support the southern Ming, he had already formed an internal conclusion. The hearts of the people had long since abandoned the Ming Dynasty, and the weight of accumulated woes rendered any revival impossible. The dynasty's fate had reached its terminus. Consider the Qing Dynasty, an outsider with a population of less than 1 million and a standing army of under 100,000, yet within a mere decade, it dismantled a 300-year-old dynasty with ruthless efficiency. Such was the decree of heaven. Thus one must rely on oneself. Regarding another fleeting thought, he extinguished it resolutely. He would never allow himself to adopt the Q hairstyle. The Qing dynasty's rigid adherence to its own rule had plunged China into centuries of decline. For his own sake and the future of China, he could not simply drift along with the tide, but must instead navigate the waves to carve out a new world. Otherwise, his presence in this era would hold no significance. But how shall we develop? Liu Shaokong pondered while reclining on the beach, contemplating the path ahead. Currently, the Feisha gang boasted merely 800 remnants, 5 warships, and over 200 firearms. Insufficient strength indeed. Remaining in Ceylon was not a viable option, as its distance from China hindered recruitment and growth. Yet, returning with such meager resources would yield little. Overcoming the Zheng family's stronghold was an insurmountable challenge. We must return, without a doubt, but not in this manner. We must be sufficiently armed and then seek a foothold, leveraging my knowledge of the timeline to seize the initiative. With his spirits lifted, Liu Shaokong resolved to embrace his circumstances. What of being a pirate? He aspired to be an idealistic one. Burying futile thoughts, he acknowledged that returning to his former world was impossible. Since he had arrived, even in the face of ultimate failure, he would strive to make his mark in this world. With this determination, he called out to the distance, Abayo, summoned deputy leader, and the advisors. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 2. Planning. Soon, all the cadres of the Feisha gang gathered on the beach. Among them were deputy leader Meng Haijiao, a taciturn man nearing 40. Known for his stoic demeanor and singular eye, he excelled in navigating warships and artillery, a master of aquatic skills within the gang. There was also the portly Chunabayo, nicknamed Rolling Meat, skilled in combat and serving as a personal bodyguard. Gao Fei, adept with firearms and daggers. Also a personal protector. Wang Dehai, the artillery leader. Zhao Xiao, the infantry leader. Liu Fei and Liu Bao, the clan uncles and ship captains, alongside advisor Li Mingzhi, gunpowder expert Cheng Lei, shipwright Shen Ling, blacksmith Chunin, and the elderly physician Qin Zhong. Upon seeing everyone assembled, Liu Shaokong adjusted his mindset, stepping into his role. Esteemed colleagues, after careful contemplation over the past few days, I have resolved to return home to seek a foothold. Aligning with the foreigners yields no future. Advisor Li Mingzhi, fanning himself with a bamboo fan, nodded in agreement. The leader speaks truth. The foreigners have faced repeated defeats in the South Seas, losing their strongholds one after another, indicating a decline in their national strength. Meanwhile, the red-haired people are on the rise. This place is indeed not suitable for prolonged stay. Liu Shaokong cast a surprised glance at the advisor. Though he bore a shifty countenance, his intellect was sharp. Portugal was absorbed by Spain in the last century and had only recently regained independence, having been reduced to a shadow of its former maritime power under Spanish oppression. Fortunately, the newly ascendant Dutch were limited in territory and population, with a weak army. Otherwise, they might have dominated the world long ago. Why was Liu Shaokong so well informed? In his previous life, he had merely been a team leader at an anime company, yet he was a fervent youth and a military enthusiast. His greatest aspiration during school had been to join the Navy, but his abilities did not permit it. He often frequented military forums, engaging in spirited debates with fellow enthusiasts, thus amassing a wealth of historical and military knowledge. What are your thoughts? Liu Shaokong inquired of the others. Deputy leader Meng Haijiao rumbled, wherever the leader decides to go, I, Meng, shall follow without a moment's hesitation. Having been saved by Liu Shaokong once, Meng Haijiao was unwaveringly loyal, ready to face death without complaint. Chunabayo slapped his belly. The deputy leader speaks truly. Wherever the leader chooses, we shall follow. The others echoed their support, leaving Liu Shaokong feeling somewhat solitary. Very well, since that is the case, I shall outline our next steps. Liu Shaokong paused. We will stabilize for a year, construct ships, procure gunpowder, firearms, and cannons without hesitance. After a year, we shall proceed to Taiwan to establish a stronghold. Leader, Taiwan is the domain of the red-haired people and is perilously close to the Zheng family. Can we truly secure a foothold there? Li Mingzhi raised an objection. Lu Shaokong replied, "We do not intend to engage them directly. Rather, we seek to establish a settlement in Taitung, where the indigenous population is sparse. Moreover, the red-haired population is fewer than 1,000, and the Zheng family shipping routes are concentrated in the strait, leaving Taitung largely unmonitored. It is a vast land with few people, making it easy to find a place to reside. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places can often be the safest. The Zheng family will never suspect we are right beneath their noses. Additionally, there is Uncle Guohuai on the island, who can provide mutual support. Guohuai, one of the notorious leaders of the 18 pirates, is known for his benevolent nature and aversion to conflict. His fleet primarily engages in trade, marking him as a quintessential good-natured individual. When Zheng Zhilong and other sworn brothers fell out, he chose to remain neutral and retreated into obscurity, currently residing in Taiwan. However, one should not underestimate him. Lu Shaokong is well aware that Guohuai once led a peasant uprising in Taiwan, rallying a force of 6,000 to besiege the Dutch. Although the revolt was ultimately quashed, he undoubtedly commands considerable respect as a prominent figure. Moreover, he shares a cordial relationship with Lu Xiang and has provided substantial support to Lu Shaokong. Li Mingzhi pondered for a moment, then eloquently remarked, "Though this method is perilous, it is indeed feasible." Excellent. Uncle Shun, is it feasible to replicate the Dutch warships? Shun Ling, hailing from a family of shipbuilders whose ancestors once constructed treasure ships for Zhenghe, has built numerous warships for Lu Xiang. Not an issue. The Dutch warships are smaller than the Defu ships, albeit slightly more complex internally. However, we currently lack the necessary shipbuilding materials. The Dutch warships are considered a rarity among Western powers. Their very essence is steeped in commercialism, with vessels primarily designed for trade. For instance, Lu Shaokong's fleet includes a captured Dutch flight, characterized by its bulbous hull and spherical stern, also known as the Big Belly ship. It boasts a significant cargo capacity and can be operated by as few as 10 men without artillery. These ships dominate the Western maritime domain due to their low construction costs and swift speeds, lacking armaments and serving purely as merchant vessels, thus facilitating lower freight rates and earning the Dutch the reputation of maritime carriers. In Asia, such ships are typically armed with 10 cannons, making them particularly favored by pirates for their abundant cargo and ease of capture. Even the Dutch main battleships are armed with no more than 60 cannons, while their British counterparts of the same era feature 3 decks and 100 cannons. Nevertheless, fortune favored the Dutch in the 17th century, as several renowned commanders emerged, wielding these 3-masted sailing warships to dominate the seas without opposition. Establishing themselves as maritime hegemons, of course, this is also linked to the absence of deep water ports in the Netherlands. While they could construct large battleships, they lacked the means to launch them into the sea. In Asia, the Dutch East India Company primarily conducts operations, with their main battleships stationed at home to guard against the English, French, Spanish, and other powers. Thus, Lu Shaokong and his fellow pirates harbor no fear of Dutch warships. As the Ming Dynasty's Defu ships surpass them in size, the Dutch warships may possess sturdiness, maneuverability, speed, and formidable artillery. Yet Lu Shaokong refers to a type of galleon resembling Captain Jack Sparrow's notorious Black Pearl from the well-known film Pirates of the Caribbean. It features 3 masts, a raised stern, and a lowered bow, sailing swiftly while accommodating over 20 cannons. A mid-sized armed merchant ship that balances firepower and speed. The choice to construct a galleon is strategic, as this vessel type would dominate maritime design for the next 2 centuries until steam battleships emerged. Recently, Lu Shaokong and his crew had the fortune of raiding such a ship, which had become separated from its fleet during a storm and suffered a broken mast, allowing them to seize an opportunity. Even so, the Facia gang incurred significant losses, with over 10 men perishing, including their leader. I will find a way to procure the shipbuilding materials. You all should prepare and gather manpower to assist the deputy leader, aiming to construct 3 vessels within a year. Shun Ling confidently replied, "Rest assured, boss, provided we have adequate materials, I can construct 4 vessels for you." Subsequently, he made his way to the port, assessing the Dutch warship they had captured, which would serve as the prototype for Shunling's replication. Two masts were damaged, and several holes have been punctured in the hull, currently undergoing repairs. The fleet also comprises 2 large belly ships. A bird ship modeled after the Ming Dynasty's galleon design, a Defu ship, and a galleon modified from a Portuguese carrack. The carrack, a vessel shape that was popular in the previous century, resembles the letter U and boasts a high deck to effectively avoid boarding battles. However, its tall stature makes it susceptible to capsizing in rough seas, rendering it increasingly obsolete as it is gradually replaced by galleons. Liu Shaokong further inspected the armaments, discovering a total of 60 cannons, including 6 24-pounders, 20 18-pounders, and the remainder being 9-pound falconets. Initially, there were some large tribute cannons, but Liu Shaokong's predecessor discarded them, as they could not breach the hulls of Western warships. Muskets included 10 matchlocks and 100 flintlocks, of which 30 were milled guns. Additionally, there were 50 recently captured flintlock rifles and 20 flintlock pistols, totaling 150 flintlock long guns and 50 short guns. The large-caliber artillery was acquired from the Portuguese and Spaniards, with the majority being the flintlock rear-loading cannons, which differ fundamentally from the future rear breech designs. The rear breech features interchangeable subcannons, while the main cannon has a fixed barrel. After firing a subcannon, it can be promptly replaced, allowing for rapid firing and preloaded ammunition without concerns of overloading. The downside is that the connection between the subcannon and main cannon is not airtight, resulting in shorter range and diminished firepower. The milled gun, a matchlock imitation from the Ming Dynasty, is longer and possesses a larger caliber than standard matchlocks, yielding greater power but also increased weight and recoil. At this juncture, the West has gradually phased out matchlocks, ushering in an era dominated by flintlocks, prompting Liu Shaokong to decisively abandon these obsolete firearms. Furthermore, there are 20 barrels of gunpowder, along with various lead and cannonballs. The treasure consists of recently acquired spoils, including 1,000 Dutch guilders and some Spanish gold coins, alongside ceramics, silk, spices, ivory, and predominantly silver, amounting to a staggering 100,000 taels, evidently originating from Japan in the 17th century. Although Japan was closed off to the world, it uniquely permitted Dutch trade, primarily importing raw silk, spices, and gemstones while exporting an abundance of silver, making it the world's largest silver exporter of the time. With records indicating that the Dutch annually transported nearly 1,800,000 taels from Japan. Indeed, the adage rings true. Gold belts are earned through bloodshed and fire, Liu Shaokong used. It is no wonder that so many have turned to piracy. This merely reflects the bounty of a single raid. Yet the risks accompany the opportunities, for encountering formidable foes may lead to disastrous outcomes. Chapter 3. The Carronade. Uncle Bao, please arrange for these items to be exchanged with merchants for silver coins and gold. Liu Shaokong instructed the middle-aged man overseeing the valuables, known as Liu Bao. He and Liu Fa share familial ties with Liu Xiang and have watched Liu Shaokong grow, maintaining a close relationship while managing the financial affairs of the Feisha gang. The wealth of the Feisha gang is unlikely to be limited to these spoils. One must consider that Liu Xiang has dominated the seas for over 20 years, amassing considerable wealth, much of which was utilized to recruit troops in opposition to Jiangyin. Although ultimately unsuccessful, a portion remains, as pirates cannot carry their treasures into battle, necessitating concealment on a deserted island for future needs. Liu Shaokong withdrew a pouch of silver coins and, accompanied by Chun A. Biao and Gao Fei, made his way to the Portuguese governor's office. Governor Menezes welcomed Liu Shaokong and his companions into the reception hall, offering fruits and coffee. "Liu, I hear you have sustained injuries. How is your health faring?" Menezes inquired politely, for the Feisha gang had become valuable allies, especially following Portugal's recent defeat in Malacca, with fewer than 300 troops stationed in Colombo and only 10 warships at their disposal. The Dutch have established a stronghold in Ceylon, merely 200 kilometers away, raising concerns that they may pursue their advantage. Previously, they could seek assistance from Spain, but Portugal had only recently declared independence. Leaving relations strained, it would be a miracle if they did not exacerbate the situation, let alone provide military aid. Thus, the 800 members of the Feisha gang, though not highly formidable, are considered invaluable. It is but a minor injury. I have come today to request the governor's assistance with a matter. Lu Xiaokong placed a small pouch of silver coins on the table, saying, "A token of my appreciation. I hope the governor will accept it." Having spent his youth alongside Lu Xiong, even serving as a trainee sailor on a Portuguese warship, Lu Xiaokong is fluent in Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch, given his previous life. He also possesses a solid command of English, marking him as a member of the elite. Upon noticing the sizable pouch, Menezes' face lit up with delight. "Ha ha, Lu, you are far too gracious. Please do not hesitate to express your needs. I will do my utmost to assist you," Lu Xiaokong replied. "A few days ago, we engaged the Dutch in battle and suffered considerable losses that we wish to replenish our fleet. Finances are not an issue." Upon hearing this, Menezes' expression darkened. "Lu, I fear this matter may be somewhat challenging. Not only you, but I too struggle to procure several warships." Lu Xiaokong understood that Portugal's resources were rapidly declining, leaving them unable to construct new warships. They could only resort to modifying outdated carracks, a situation that was quite dire. Even if they were willing to sell, it would be of little use. Such comments were merely a probe and a setup for further discussion. "Well, if that is the case, we shall depart from Colombo in search of a new stronghold. We cannot afford to squander our strength here." Menezes immediately became anxious. "Lu, the Dutch may well attack this place. You cannot leave. How about this? Aside from the warships, I will do everything in my power to supply the rest." Lu Xiaokong pondered for a moment, realizing that it was not an impossible task. "We require gunpowder, firearms, cannons, shipwrights, and timber. Since purchasing these materials is unfeasible, we must resort to crafting them ourselves. Colombo, once a significant stronghold for the Spanish and Portuguese in the Indian Ocean, also served as a vital supply station for voyages across the Pacific. It has operated for over a century, housing a modest gunpowder factory, an armaments facility, and a shipyard. Though not grand in scale, it was nonetheless well equipped." Mendez, eager to retain Lu Xiaokong's collaboration, readily agreed, albeit with a caveat: it cannot be gratis, and the price would be half at most. The Western powers, seeking to maximize their profits, sold firearms and artillery at exorbitant prices, and even at half price, there was still a profit to be made. "Naturally, I will cover the full wages of the shipwrights. The more, the merrier. Additionally, I need to visit the cannon workshop to commission some specialized artillery." "No problem." Lu Xiaokong promptly entered into a contract with Mendez, ordering 200 flintlock rifles, 100 pistols, and 40 cannons, along with sufficient timber to construct 5 large vessels, promptly spending 80% of the sea's silver. The rapid expenditure of silver felt disconcerting, akin to water flowing away. This simply would not do. A strategy to generate income was imperative. The silver had barely warmed in his hands before it was nearly depleted, which was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, he decided to first address the artillery concerns by visiting the cannon factory. Armed with Mendez's authorization, he arrived at the outskirts where the cannon workshop was located. The overseer scrutinized the document before leading Lu Xiaokong and his companions into a workshop. Upon arrival, they were met with a blast of scorching air that momentarily took their breath away. "Zhang, this Captain Lu wishes to commission cannons. I leave it in your capable hands," the overseer remarked disdainfully before departing. "Damn it, who does he think he is? I would love to give him a punch." Chinabayo fumed, ready to lash out. Gao Fei gritted his teeth, a glint of cold fury flickering in his eyes as he twirled a throwing knife in his hand. Lu Xiaokong understood that these Westerners inherently looked down upon Easterners. They were somewhat more respectful towards the Chinese, given the immense nation backing them, but they would undoubtedly treat individuals from other regions as inferiors. There would be opportunities to teach them a lesson in the future. For now, he needed to focus on business. The trio's presence piqued the attention of the artisans within the workshop, who looked upon them with surprise. People from the Ming Dynasty, Lu Xiaokong was equally astonished to encounter compatriots in this foreign land. "Are you also from there?" Upon hearing the familiar language, the four smiled broadly. Nothing could bring more joy than encountering fellow countrymen in a distant land. "Zhang Dali, may I inquire your name?" "Young sir, Lu Xiaokong," he replied. Zhang Dali rubbed his hands together and poured a bowl of water for Lu Xiaokong. Apologizing for the humble surroundings, Lu Xiaokong waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that there was no need for formalities among compatriots. By the way, how did you all end up here? Zhang Dali explained with a smile. We are making a living in Macau, utilizing our ancestral skills in cannon making. The Florentine people, they're offering high wages, so we decided to join them. Portuguese cannons have been quite popular in the East, especially during the pirate conflicts of Europe, where demand for artillery exceeded supply. The current situation is no different, with wars erupting everywhere. Thus, the Portuguese are recruiting cannon makers in the East to address their manpower shortages. Lu Xiaokong refrained from further inquiries, producing a sheet of paper adorned with a sketch of cannon. Having a background in caricature, he was quite adept at drawing. Could you esteemed masters craft the cannon depicted here? Ideally, it should be made of cast iron and formed in one piece. Zhang Dali stared at the drawing in a daze. The cannon's design was not particularly complex. In fact, it was rather straightforward, albeit with an unconventional appearance. The cannon Lu Xiaokong had illustrated was a design that had yet to emerge in this era, the carronade. The carronade did not boast any advanced manufacturing techniques. Even an average cannon maker could forge one. Its significance lay primarily in its distinct shape, which diverged greatly from the then popular cannon designs, shorter in barrel length, wider in bore, and robust in construction. It exuded an impression of bulkiness and clumsiness. However, Lu Xiaokong recognized that this type of artillery would become a crucial component of the future sail battleship's firepower. As the craftsmanship of sail battleships matured, especially among larger vessels, their structures became increasingly compact, allowing them to endure numerous cannon shots while remaining operational. Prior to the advent of rifled cannons, the range of artillery across various nations was relatively similar, failing to achieve significant distances. Even if they could fire far, accuracy was not guaranteed. Consequently, the typical engagement distance for sail battleships was generally under 500 meters. As battles progressed, the distance between opposing forces would diminish, sometimes resulting in face-to-face confrontations, where rapid fire rates and larger calibers determined superiority. The carronade was conceived precisely for such encounters, emphasizing bore size over range, its maximum effective range being merely 600 to 700 meters. It relied entirely on its caliber to dominate the battlefield. Furthermore, due to its short barrel and cast iron construction, it was significantly lighter, approximately one-third lighter than comparable cannons, resulting in reduced recoil. Compact in size, it occupied minimal space, thus serving as one of the primary artillery pieces aboard ships prior to the introduction of rifled cannons. Chapter 4. Imitating new vessel. Zhang Dali was not taken aback by Lu Xiaokong's cannon purchase. Having spent numerous years in Macau, he could readily discern the identities of the three young men. Their fierce gazes and robust physiques, sun-kissed from years at sea, coupled with firearms strapped at their waists, indicated their status. Lu, if I may speak candidly, I fear this cannon may not even measure up to the Florentine standards. What purpose do you intend for it? Lu Xiaokong smiled faintly. You need not concern yourselves with that. It will certainly prove useful. According to the foreign classification, it should be a 24-pounder, and I require at least 30 of them. Additionally, please add an extra layer of hooping to the cannon's rear. With that, he produced 20 Spanish silver coins, handing them to Zhang Dali. This is unnecessary. We have already received payment from the Florentines. Lu, please keep your money, Lu Xiaokong insisted, pressing the coins into Zhang Dali's hands. We are all far from home. It is not easy for any of us. Take it. It is not a large sum, and I insist you accept it. Despite Zhang Dali's attempt to decline, Chinabayo interjected. Just take it and focus on crafting our cannons. Zhang Dali, realizing the futility of resisting, reluctantly accepted the coins. Rest assured, Lu, within a year, these cannons will be completed to your satisfaction. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Dali, Lu Xiaokong took his leave. Currently, the casting of iron cannons utilized a clay mold technique, which was exceedingly time-consuming. It would be considered rapid if Zhang Dali and his team completed the casting within a year. Lu Xiaokong possessed knowledge of superior casting methods. Yet without a stable base or raw materials, he had no choice but to spend money to procure them. Mendez proved efficient. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Xiaokong observed a procession of wagons arriving. The first batch delivered gunpowder, flintlock rifles, and a shipwright that, I apologize, Captain Liu. Most shipwrights in the city are currently engaged in other projects, and only this one remains. The Portuguese officer hastily explained, noting Liu Xiaokong's darkening expression. Liu Xiaokong was well aware that the Portuguese shipwrights were reluctant to construct vessels for them. As for the individual before him, he appeared inebriated, reeking of alcohol and donned disheveled attire. Hardly the appearance of a skilled shipwright. Are you trying to fool me? Can this drunkard even build a ship? It would likely capsize at that moment. The disheveled drunkard, glaring with bloodshot eyes and slurring his words, declared, "Who do you think you're looking down on? This shipwright's name is Peter, and the king vessel was crafted by my hands. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Shinabayo was ready to strike, interpreting the drunkard's loud outburst. Though he could not comprehend the words, he knew they were far from kind. "Abayo, hold your horses." Liu Xiaokong recognized that the individual was speaking English and was aware of the significance of the surname Peter. The Peter family, a renowned lineage of shipbuilders from England, had produced many of the principal warships of the 17th century. "Peter, what relation are you to him?" The drunkard was taken aback, astonished that this Eastern man could speak English and was familiar with their family. "He's my cousin." Liu Xiaokong's eyes brightened. If the drunkard spoke truthfully, he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. "That I will keep this individual, but the timber must be delivered promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile." The Portuguese officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recognizing that these Easterners were not to be trifled with. "Rest assured, Captain Liu, I will personally see to it that the timber is procured." After seeing the man off, Liu Xiaokong instructed Meng Haijiao to collect the goods, and then asked Gao Fei to take Peter for a wash at sea to sober him up. He then retreated to his tent to sketch designs on a blank sheet of paper. An hour later, Gao Fei returned with Peter, who was now clean and, in his 40s, appeared fearful as he regarded Liu Xiaokong, having realized the identities of his captors. "Captain, I was inebriated and spoke utter nonsense. I cannot build ships. I implore you to let me go." Liu Xiaokong sneered coldly. "It is too late. You will either construct the ships, or I will have you cast in the sea to feed the sharks." Peter, terrified, collapsed to the floor, pleading for mercy. Liu Xiaokong cast a glance at Peter, producing a small pouch of silver coins and spilling its contents onto the table, alongside a bottle of rum. "Rest assured, I shall compensate you for your labor, and you may indulge in rum without hindering the shipbuilding progress. Should the vessel be constructed to perfection, your wages shall be doubled." Peter's eyes sparkled at the sight of the coins and rum. Yet a shadow of concern crossed his face as he inquired, "You want to kill me once the ship is finished, will you? A mere drunkard is hardly worth our effort to eliminate." "You have 1 minute to decide," Liu Xiaokong replied. Peter quickly rose, realizing he had no choice. "I will build the ship." Liu Xiaokong gestured for Peter to sit across from him and handed him a drawing of a warship. "Your task is to bring this to fruition. Compared to the Junwang, it should be quite simple." As Peter examined the drawing, he was immediately captivated by the ship's unique design, which featured both a three-dimensional and cross-sectional view. Revealing its structure with clarity, is it a frigate or perhaps something akin to a battleship? Might the hull be a tad too long? Liu Xiaokong recognized Peter's expertise and reassured him, "You need not concern yourself with those details. I simply wish to know if you can construct it." After a prolonged scrutiny, Peter glanced at the silver coins and rum on the table and finally declared, "I can build it, provided there is sufficient timber." The vessel depicted was reminiscent of the classic fast-sailing destroyers from the American Revolutionary War of the 18th century, known as the USS Constitution, commissioned at the end of the 18th century. It had participated in over 40 battles, boasting an almost flawless record in one-on-one confrontations and managing to evade larger warships thanks to its precise targeting, which focused on hunting frigates armed with fewer than 60 cannons. Its innovative design amalgamated the advantages of contemporary warships, allowing it to outrun lighter frigates and evade battleships due to its superior speed, with the potential to be fitted with 60 cannons, effectively transforming it into a pocket battleship. The United States has preserved the Constitution to this day as a symbol of their resistance against British rule and their victory in independence. With a length of 62 meters, a beam of 13.5 meters, and a draft of 7 meters, These specifications should be relatively straightforward for you. Peter was astounded by the information, promptly picking up a ruler and graphite pencil to begin calculations, muttering, "Isn't the displacement too great? Will it be able to sail swiftly?" "What's the matter?" Liu Shaokong inquired. Peter responded, "According to my calculations, this ship's displacement is excessively large, even surpassing that of the sovereignty we constructed. I doubt it will be quick. Speed can only be determined through testing. You will reside here from now on. Calculate the necessary timber and dimensions for each component, and then commence construction." Peter found himself unable to argue. Had he been in England, he would have derided the design, acknowledging its beauty yet deeming it impractical. "While I respect your expertise as a designer, I must assert that the timber required for this warship could easily construct a 70-gun, 3-deck battleship. I already have the blueprints in my mind." Liu Shaokong noted Peter's integrity. A 70-gun ship was considered a major warship in this era, categorized among the second-tier battleships. Yet such a vessel did not align with the current strategic positioning of the Flying Shark Gang. In the east, they primarily faced fast, small vessels. While battleships were imposing, the enemy was not foolish enough to engage them directly, and the battleship speed would render it ineffective in pursuit. Construction of such a ship could only be considered once a secure base was established. Not at present. Chapter 5. A wager. Peter, would you care to engage in a wager? This warship will surpass the speed of a 4th or 5th-rate frigate. Liu Shaokong's eyes glimmered as he spoke. Peter nearly laughed out loud, but quickly realized he was on someone else's turf. "That's impossible. With my 20-plus years of shipbuilding experience, I can confidently say this ship will not achieve such speed." 100 gold coins. Peter's eyes widened. Then he shook his head. "I have no money and no need for money. Should you win, you may leave with your pay upon completion of the ship. If you lose," Liu Shaokong said meaningfully, "you will work for me for 5 years, with a salary 5 times what you earn in England." Liu Shaokong was in dire need of various talents, and according to the memories of his predecessor, Shen Ling, while he could manage simple vessels, constructing complex warships would likely be beyond his capabilities. Although he had yet to ascertain Peter's true skill level, his confident demeanor suggested he was not mistaken, prompting Liu Shaokong to recruit him to fill this gap in expertise. "Are you serious?" Peter found it hard to resist the allure of money that we can draft the contract. Without further hesitation, Peter agreed. He was in dire financial straits after a drunken mishap had led to the destruction of a partially completed warship, resulting in his imprisonment by the military. Thankfully, his powerful family had extricated him, but at the cost of expelling him from the family. Cast out, he wandered aimlessly, even resorting to working as a carpenter, until a friend introduced him to the Portuguese for ship modifications. However, his drinking problem had persisted, leading to his dismissal, rendering him destitute. Before him lay a golden opportunity, and with unwavering confidence in his expertise, he could not let this chance slip away. Liu Shaokong produced 2 sheets of paper, drafting a wager in English, with both parties signing and sealing the agreement. "Remember, you are permitted to drink, but only after work is done. Do not let it interfere with your duties. The governor here will not support a drunkard." "Rest assured, I shall be mindful," Peter replied. "Furthermore, should you dare employ any foul play aboard my ship, I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world." That a chill ran down Peter's spine. "I swear to God, I will construct a vessel superior to the blueprints." "Excellent. Let us anticipate the moment this warship is launched." After discussing additional details, Peter departed to calculate the ship's dimensions and required materials. Once he bid farewell to Peter, Liu Shaokong sought out Meng Haijiao to discuss the training regimen for their subordinates. According to his predecessor's recollections, the pirates exhibited a lack of discipline. Their naval combat skills were adequate, but their land combat abilities were woefully insufficient. Although they fought fiercely and fearlessly, they lacked organization, rendering them no match for a regular army. "Old Meng, we must prepare to fight back. We will encounter formidable foes. These men are akin to herded sheep. Their combat effectiveness pales in comparison to regular troops that I have decided to commence training tomorrow, particularly focusing on land combat, ensuring they can operate ships and fire cannons at sea and engage with armies on land. Even besiege cities." Meng Haijiao nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct, leader. Our land combat skills are indeed lacking. But how shall we conduct the training? We will begin with the most rudimentary formations. Gather the leaders of each squad, and I will instruct you on how to train them. Formational training can enhance soldiers' obedience and discipline, especially in this era of muskets, where orderly ranks are key to victory. When the squad leaders arrived, Liu Shaokong began imparting military formation training methods and commands, providing whistles for them to use and directing their troops. 3 days later, on a deserted beach, 800 gang members were divided into 8 groups, practicing their formations under command. Liu Shaokong, accompanied by Chen Abiao and Gao Fei, patrolled the ranks, wielding a wooden stick. Any soldier displaying improper form would receive a swift reminder. From the initial chaos of laughter and disorder, they gradually achieved a semblance of uniformity in their movements. Though they could not yet compare to modern armies, their progress was evident to the naked eye. Xiaohu, pull your backside in a bit, Liu Shaokong admonished, delivering a sharp tap with the stick. As the commander of foot combat, he was expected to set an example for the others, and thus received special attention. Zhao Xiaohu nearly cried out, quickly straightening his posture, a look of grievance on his face. The surrounding men struggled to contain their laughter, and a few who faltered in their movements were met with another round of chaos from Biao and Gao Fei. At noon, Lu Bao arrived with several cooks, bringing rice balls and a fish for each person, along with a piece of pork and a large bucket of seaweed soup. After a grueling morning of training, the accustomed pirate crew grumbled about the exercise, deeming it useless. Yet they dared not voice their complaints against Liu Shaokong's authority. However, upon seeing the delicious meal laid out before them, all their grievances evaporated, replaced by gratitude. The leader is truly generous. In this era, a morsel of meat was a rare treat, reserved for festive occasions, and conditions in the military were even more dismal. They could hardly guarantee a meal, often subsisting on boiled vegetables. Shaokong, while I don't oppose your endeavors, our resources are dwindling. Lu Bao expressed his concern regarding Liu Shaokong's extravagant expenditures. He had envisioned cozying up with several chests of gleaming silver. Yet he found them nearly depleted before he could even warm them. The disparity was palpable, though fortunately, the plundered goods had found eager buyers, replenishing some funds. Uncle Bao, wealth is merely a transient possession. Our focus must be on strengthening our capabilities. Otherwise, even with a fortune of 1 million, we would still be unable to withstand formidable enemies. While this was true, the everyday expenses were considerable. They consumed over 1,000 pounds of grain daily. They could catch fish and meat themselves, but sustaining such a diet of pork will become untenable in a matter of days. Liu Shaokong has indeed been pondering ways to amass wealth, with the quickest method appearing to be robbery. However, they possess little knowledge of the nearby waters and the prevailing power dynamics, and the merchants in this vicinity operate under the banner of the Portuguese, making such actions unfeasible. The Dutch return to their homeland only once every few months, which is simply too long to wait. Uncle Bao, please hold on for a few days. I shall devise a solution promptly. Liu Shaokong dismissed Lu Bao, his mind racing with thoughts on how to quickly generate income. A distinguished time traveler and a prominent figure in various military forms, how could he possibly be stymied by financial constraints? What essential skills do time travelers possess? Liu Shaokong began to search his mind for possibilities. Sugar. Currently, the West has mastered the large-scale production of granulated sugar, while colonizers are developing plantations in the Americas for sugarcane and sugar beets, which they are exporting worldwide. This avenue could be dismissed. Salt. The method of salt production emerged during the Qing Dynasty. It could be attempted, yet would rely solely on a price advantage through quantity, which is not feasible at the moment. Glass. The West has already invented it, with widespread application awaiting the Industrial Revolution. Cement. This material could indeed be produced, but would become a strategic resource for the future, thus not to be sold to others. Even gunpowder is already available in the West, not to mention soap. Upon contemplating soap, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Liu Shaokong. While soap does exist in this era, Western soap carries a strong odor, and although Huaxia has pig pancreas and medicinal soaps, these are either difficult to produce or prohibitively expensive, presenting significant drawbacks. Liu Shaokong tapped his head, searching for ways and materials to create a superior soap, yet remained at a loss. Surely, he wouldn't want to bring shame upon the time travelers. Suddenly, he spotted Biaozi approaching with a coconut, presumably for himself. Given the scarcity of beverages in this era, the taste of a coconut, chilled with cool water, is rather delightful and serves as a refreshing drink. The coconut seemed to spark an idea in Lu Xiaokong's mind. Aha, this could be it. Chapter 6. The Art of Soap Making in This Era. There is no standardized method for soap production. Each household possesses its own unique formula, and the process remains experimental. The Western world utilizes olive oil, palm oil, rapeseed oil, and even peanut oil, while some employ animal fats such as tallow and lard. The production predominantly occurs in small workshops, employing straightforward techniques. Nevertheless, such products are highly sought after, commanding exorbitant prices, thus rendering them luxury items in ordinary households. Lu Xiaokong and his companions often interacted with Westerners and had encountered various soaps, which come in myriad colors and shapes, most bearing the raw scent of their ingredients. Some soaps are infused with fragrances, yet at this time, these fragrances are not cheap. They're luxury items accessible primarily to royalty or affluent individuals. However, certain raw materials possess inherent fragrances, such as coconut oil. In modern times, coconut oil is a prized commodity, abundant in vitamins, possessing antioxidant properties that promote beauty, delay skin aging, nourish hair, assist in weight loss, calm the mind, and alleviate fatigue, making it highly sought after by women. Moreover, coconut oil exhibits anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, suitable for treating small wounds and inflammation. Crucially, coconut oil can be utilized to produce soap and, if crafted properly, can retain its delightful coconut scent, rendering the soap a guaranteed bestseller. Despite the backwardness of this era, women's purchasing power remains substantial, especially among royal families and the daughters of noble lineages. Presently, Westerners have yet to recognize the value of coconut oil. Palm trees attract their interest more, as the fruits can be pressed for oil, yielding a high extraction rate suitable as cooking oil. Each year, vast quantities of palm oil are shipped back to Europe or sold to Japan. Biao, summon Gao Fei, gather 50 men, and go collect coconuts for me. I have grand plans. Though Chinabayo was puzzled, he complied with the order, joining Gao Fei to gather coconuts. Lu Xiaokong entrusted the training to Meng Haijiao and summoned another clan uncle, Lu Fa. This uncle is a jack of all trades, possessing a variety of skills useful for subsistence in the lower strata of society, and is highly adept at practical tasks. Uncle Fa, do you know how to extract oil? Lu Fa, a sprightly 50-year-old with graying hair, replied, Extract oil. That is quite simple. What oil does the master wish to extract? Lu Xiaokong handed Lu Fa the pre-peeled coconut meat, stating, This material, crush it, dry it, and then extract the oil. Coconut oil? Lu Fa was somewhat taken aback that I've never done coconut oil extraction, but in my hometown, some healers dry coconut meat to use as medicinal material. However, extracting the oil should not be too difficult. Lu Xiaokong replied, I intend to create something exceptional with coconut oil. If successful, we will have an additional lucrative business. Uncle Fa, please find a carpenter to construct a set of oil extraction equipment, and select a few trustworthy assistants. Once the equipment is ready, we shall convene to discuss further. Lu Fa did not ask further questions. He simply followed the master's instructions. Lu Xiaokong then dispatched others to collect shells and seek various tools. 3 days later, the first batch of crushed coconut meat had been sun-dried and prepared. Lu Xiaokong immediately joined Lu Fa in using the newly crafted small wooden oil press. This technique represents one of the oldest oil extraction methods in Huaxia, employing heavy weights to gradually press the crushed coconut meat until thoroughly extracted. The resulting coconut oil was filtered through multiple layers of gauze to eliminate impurities, ultimately yielding a clear, water-like coconut oil. This process, known as cold pressing, requires no chemical additives and no heating, preserving the natural integrity of the oil. Lu Xiaokong gazed at the coconut oil in the copper basin, the faint scent of coconut wafting in the air, filling him with satisfaction. This first step was successfully accomplished. Subsequently, Lu Fa constructed a simple earthen kiln, placing the collected shells inside to calcine them, aiming to produce quicklime. This process would take approximately 2 hours. During this time, Lu Xiaokong and Lu Bao began preparing the alkali solution. The alkali solution is quite simple to create. One burns potassium-rich wheat straw to produce ash, which is then mixed with water in a ratio of about 1:2. To ensure the soap's color remains pristine, the ash mixture was repeatedly filtered, yielding a final product free of impurities. Once the shells were calcined, they were crushed in a stone mortar to produce a sufficient amount of quicklime powder, which was then combined with water to create slaked lime water, allowing it to settle. The clear slaked lime water was mixed with the ash solution, resulting in a potassium hydroxide solution, given the varying environments and materials. Liu Xiaokong prepared 10 different ratios of the potassium hydroxide solution. The same was done for the coconut oil, which was placed into 10 identical containers, each receiving a portion of the potassium hydroxide solution, followed by saturated salt water, and stirred until a thick consistency was achieved. Finally, the mixture was poured into molds and left to dry for 3 days. Master, could this be the soap of the Westerners? Liu Fa finally comprehended what Liu Xiaokong was creating. Indeed, it was soap, and of a superior quality compared to theirs. Liu Xiaokong confidently remarked, the Westerners must be missing a crucial step in their process, resulting in their defective soap. Wonderful. In the future, we too can use this for bathing, Liu Fa exclaimed with excitement, as he frequently engaged in trade and understood that soap was a luxury item beyond the reach of ordinary people. Liu Xiaokong smiled, stating, this is the finest soap, intended for the elite. However, we can experiment with producing other types of soap. After the soap has dried, it requires further exposure to complete the saponification process, which takes a month to finish. Liu Xiaokong recognized that the soap-making endeavor was not overly complex and decided to proceed with mass production. One variant would be the premium coconut soap, while the other, made from readily available materials, could be sourced from a palm oil factory operated by the Portuguese in Colombo. Thus, Liu Xiaokong constructed a soap workshop within the camp, selecting 20 reliable subordinates, ensuring that the recipe remained confidential. 2 months later, the finished soap emerged successfully, crafted with the optimal proportions to produce potassium soap. The coconut soap gleamed white as jade, adorned on both sides with simple floral engravings, exuding a subtle coconut fragrance. That it was elegantly packaged in boxes made of fragrant teak, elevating the product's prestige. The palm oil soap was also of high quality, rivaling the finest soaps from the West, and would undoubtedly thrive in the market. The initial batch comprised 500 coconut soaps and 2,000 palm oil soaps, entrusted to Liu Bao and Li Mingzhi, both adept in commerce, to determine the pricing. Colombo, being a trading hub in the Indian Ocean, faced no shortage of potential buyers, with the Mughal Empire across the waters and various Arab nations nearby. Merely 3 days later, all the soaps were sold out. Particularly the coconut soap, which was marketed under the auspices of the Ming Dynasty, promising beauty-enhancing and anti-aging benefits. Although this was somewhat exaggerated, the local merchants were not easily deceived after sampling the products. They praised them profusely, leading to a flurry of orders, even drawing the attention of Portuguese and other Western traders eager to purchase. This first batch of soap netted Liu Xiaokong over 500 silver coins. Akin to a successful heist, Liu Xiaokong promptly expanded production, as they were situated in a tropical region where coconuts and palm trees were abundant. Liu Fa and his comrades were busily engaged in the endeavor. Chapter 7. Medicinal ointments. With soap production now scaled up, quickly monopolizing the market around Colombo, the Facia gang established a stable source of income, prompting Liu Xiaokong to redirect his focus towards training and shipbuilding. Peter had already drafted the blueprints and requested 20 carpenters and 50 laborers from Liu Xiaokong to begin laying the keel. The keel was constructed from Indian ironwood, a robust material ideal for shipbuilding. Shunling had commenced the imitation of galleon ships, making significant progress. The Portuguese had stockpiled ample shipbuilding timber in Colombo, and should there be a shortfall, Liu Xiaokong could easily procure materials from other merchants. One day, upon returning from a fishing expedition, the old physician Qin Zhong approached him. Boss, our medicinal supplies are running low in the future. We cannot avoid conflicts with the Zheng family and the foreigners. We need to stockpile some. Liu Xiaokong was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked such a crucial matter. Qin Zhong's words rang true. As he aimed for dominance, the ensuing battles would inevitably result in injuries among his subordinates. Thus, the availability of medicinal supplies and treatment methods was paramount, capable of saving many soldiers' lives and enabling them to return to the battlefield as seasoned fighters. In ancient times, due to the lack of effective sterilization techniques and specific remedies, soldiers' wounds were prone to infection. Even a minor injury could be fatal, resulting in a high mortality rate. Fortunately, in Huaxia, there existed thousands of years of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine, allowing injured soldiers to utilize wound-healing ointments. Albeit with a complex array of ingredients that were not inexpensive, the Feisha gang resorted to using powdered hemostatic herbs as substitutes. Qin Lao, what herbal ingredients do you require? I can send someone to procure them. Qin Zhong shook his head. There are none here. Ours are all sourced from home. Lu Xiaokong was momentarily dumbfounded. Traditional Chinese medicine was a term unique to Huaxia, while other countries had their own herbal remedies. They lacked systematic research, especially among the less developed civilization of Ceylon, which was also in opposition to the Portuguese. Where could one find such supplies? As for the Portuguese, their medical practices were even more rudimentary, still influenced by medieval methods, employing scalding hot oil for wound disinfection, followed by cauterizing wounds with heated irons. They also had various other methods, such as cleaning wounds with strong spirits and administering them as anesthetics. Though such spirits were prohibitively expensive for ordinary soldiers. Additionally, there were ointments made from a mixture of turpentine and egg whites. While suturing instruments and hemostatic clamps had been introduced, they had not yet seen widespread application, leaving treatment methods quite primitive. Lu Xiaokong rapidly rummaged through his memories of past knowledge and ultimately identified some alternative solutions. Qin Lao, we currently lack herbal remedies, but how about we use cuttlefish bone as a substitute? It is also beneficial for healing. Qin Zhong smiled. You are quite knowledgeable. Boss that I came here to suggest we catch more cuttlefish at sea for their bones to make medicine. Cuttlefish bone, also known as hai piao xie, is an excellent hemostatic herb, and the dried bones ground into powder can serve as an antibacterial and disinfectant agent, promoting healing and suitable for internal use to treat internal bleeding. There is an abundance of this resource in the surrounding waters, and I will instruct the brothers going out to sea to collect it diligently. Furthermore, I will offer bounties to local merchants for its purchase. Qin Zhong nodded. In addition to hemostatic powder, we also need medications for treating burns. Previously, we relied on badger oil, and I've heard that the people from India have badgers, so we could procure it from their merchants. The Feisha gang primarily relied on firearms and artillery in combat, making burn injuries as common as those from blades and bullets. Badger oil is a unique remedy in Huaxia, and even in modern times, it is still used for burn treatment with remarkable efficacy. No problem. I will arrange it immediately. This was critical for the combat effectiveness of the Feisha gang, and who knew when conflict might erupt. Lu Xiaokong took this matter seriously and promptly sought out merchants from the Mughal Empire, currently the dominant power in India, as many merchants traveled back and forth to Ceylon due to its proximity. Accompanied by a Portuguese translator, he quickly located a prominent merchant who gladly agreed to Lu Xiaokong's proposal, having profited significantly from purchasing soap from the Feisha gang. Additionally, this merchant recommended several Indian herbs, including neem oil, small red garlic root powder, and belladonna powder. Neem oil is derived from a tree native to India and serves as both a skincare product in modern times and an anti-inflammatory remedy in this era, also functioning as a fixative to preserve the scent of spices. Lu Xiaokong immediately recognized its value. Incorporating this in a coconut soap would enhance its fragrance longevity and add a hair care function, further elevating its status as for the small red garlic root. Lu Xiaokong recalled seeing its use for hemostatic purposes in India, yielding results comparable to cuttlefish bone, making it a commendable herbal ingredient. Belladonna, famous in both ancient and modern times, could induce euphoric sensations when consumed with strong spirits. Lu Xiaokong quickly noted its potential as an anesthetic in this era, there were no anesthetics to relieve pain. Soldiers facing severe injuries requiring amputation often endured the agonizing process of being sawed through, leading many to perish not from blood loss, but from excruciating pain. Lu Xiaokong and this merchant swiftly established a partnership, trading soap for these medicinal supplies. Moreover, he placed an order for graphite, sulfur, and metallic antimony, intending to create pencils. While graphite pens had already been developed, they were still made from natural graphite, which contained many impurities and frequently broke. Drawing upon his knowledge, Lu Xiaokong knew that crafting primitive pencils was not overly complicated. Due to the explosive development of gunpowder, sulfur was widely available across the globe, while antimony had been discovered millennia ago and was utilized for crafting ornaments. The Mughal Empire, with its advanced culture, posed no difficulties in sourcing these materials. As for graphite, Ceylon had its own deposits. Subsequently, he sought out a clockmaker, commissioning some surgical suturing tools that he chose this locale due to the clockmaker's exceptional craftsmanship in creating intricate instruments. Although surgical suturing tools had emerged during this period, they remained rudimentary and lacked standardization, relying solely on the individual preferences of physicians. Lu Xiaokong aimed to introduce modern surgical instruments, particularly suturing needles and hemostatic clamps, which featured relatively simple structures and could easily be produced here. With surgical tools in hand, he also required suturing threads, which were readily available. For instance, a local stringed instrument merchant produced strings from sheep intestines, which could serve as surgical sutures. After attending to these matters, while strolling through the streets of Colombo, he suddenly noticed a barber shop. Glancing at his own unkempt hair, he felt a surge of interest. Having been in this world for nearly 3 months, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his long hair. In modern times, with a plethora of shampoos available, maintaining long hair was manageable, but in ancient times, ordinary people lacked the luxury of dedicating time to grooming. Hair was usually tied back hastily and carelessly. Especially in this tropical climate, hair could quickly become greasy, collecting dust and inviting bacteria and lice. Accompanied by an unpleasant odor, when training is not conducted with utmost care, it tends to disperse, resembling a gaggle of ghosts, which can be quite bothersome. Even when Lu Xiaokong generously distributed soap to his followers, they were reluctant to use it for grooming their hair. Influenced by Confucian culture, the ancient Chinese believed that one's body, hair, and skin are gifts from their parents and should not be easily severed. However, to Lu Xiaokong, this perspective seemed exceedingly old-fashioned and hypocritical. Does facial hair count? What about nails? Even hair is often trimmed and maintained. Otherwise, it could become a burden dragging on the ground for a lifetime. Of course, some argue that this is a symbol of cultural heritage. Yet not long after, when the Qing Dynasty entered the capital, those so-called great Confucians and aristocrats, even descendants of Confucius himself, complied and shaved their heads, some even pleading for permission to do so. Thus, this cultural value can be readily discarded in the face of life's necessities. Chapter 8. Shaving for resolve. After pondering for a while, Lu Xiaokong finally steeled himself and stepped into the barber shop, which was merely a waiting area for guests. The actual haircutting took place outside. The barber, taken aback by the appearance of an East Asian customer, nonetheless greeted him with a smile. "Esteemed guest, would you like a haircut?" Lu Xiaokong nodded and drew the outline of a contemporary short hairstyle on the ground with a stick. "Cut it like this." Just as the barber was about to agree, Gao Fei hastily intervened. "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Chonabayo chimed in. "Boss, please don't become a monk. If you do, what are we supposed to do?" "Be gone. This is a vow to sever my hair," Lu Xiaokong declared. "And soon, you two shall follow suit." Ah, Chonabayo and Gao Fei stared in shock, utterly horrified. Though they were fearless in battle, the thought of cutting their hair instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Ignoring their protests, Lu Xiaokong sat down on a wooden stool, and the barber quickly wrapped him in a soiled burlap cloth and began cutting. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaokong emerged transformed. The foreign barber was quite skilled, and he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his head, leaving him both physically and mentally refreshed. "You two, come over here." Chonabayo and Gao Fei exchanged glances, feeling as though they were about to face a guillotine. "If you don't come, I'll do it myself. Don't blame me if I make you both bald." "Abayo, you go first," Lu Xiaokong threatened. Under the weight of Lu Xiaokong's authority, they had no choice but to comply. Chonabayo sat down with a resigned expression, closing his eyes and muttering, "Forgive me, ancestors, this is the boss's command. I don't wish to do this. Punish him instead." Chonabayo was swiftly finished, followed by Gao Fei, who remained silent. However, with each snip of the scissors, he trembled as if he were severing his own flesh. Lu Xiaokong found it somewhat amusing, but was not concerned. They would soon realize the advantages of short hair. Since he had decided to break the rules, he thought it best to go all the way. He led his two reluctant subordinates to a general store that sold various goods and could also tailor clothing. Lu Xiaokong intended to order new garments, as their current Ming Dynasty attire was quite bulky, and with his newly cropped hair, the mismatch was even more pronounced. Furthermore, the Feisha gang lacked a uniform, relying on blue headscarves to differentiate friend from foe in battle, which was rather inconvenient. In any case, the customs of the Han people would face significant upheaval in the coming years. Thus, he resolved to instigate change from this moment onward. Their piratical exploits had long strayed from convention, having interacted with many foreigners and indigenous peoples, leading to a strong capacity for adaptation, that he intended to commission military uniforms based on the future-style field training attire, making adjustments according to the current circumstances. "Boss, can you make this design?" The tailor, astonished by the unique and innovative style, observed that it differed greatly from contemporary fashions. That it comprised a complete outfit, including a shirt, undergarments, and a flat-topped cap. The outer garment was to be crafted from gray linen, while the inner were utilized cotton, tailored in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Additionally, he requested several leather belts and, oh, yes, a hat as well. This can be made, but how many sets does the gentleman require? Let's start with 1,000 sets. 1,000 sets, the tailor gasped, fearing he could not fulfill such a large order. Lu Xiaokong noticed the man's concern and reassured him. "There's no rush. Is 6 months sufficient?" The tailor silently calculated. With only 3 workers, even if he hired a few extra hands, he would still be able to manage within that time frame. "Very well. However, I will need a deposit up front." Lu Xiaokong understood and agreed. "Let's settle on 100 pieces at a time, and I will provide you with 10 silver coins as a deposit." The tailor's face brightened, and he even offered Lu Xiaokong a cup of coffee as they began to negotiate the unit price, ultimately finalizing the total amount. Subsequently, Lu Xiaokong and his companions ordered a large batch of leather belt from a workshop that specialized in making boots before returning to their camp. Chunabayo and Gao Fei, however, displayed none of their usual vigor. They paid little attention to the newly commissioned military uniforms and walked with their heads down, clearly unaccustomed to their short hair, feeling as though others were casting strange glances in their direction. Upon returning to the camp, their appearance sparked a significant uproar. Soon, Lu Xiaokong's room was filled with people. "Boss, why have you cut your hair? This is a grave act of filial piety," Lu Bao lamented, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. "My leader, how could you be so foolish? This is a serious taboo. How will you command respect from the brothers in the future?" Li Mingzhi fanned himself anxiously. Lu Fa did not address Lu Xiaokong directly, but instead approached Shonabayo and Gao Fei, delivering a kick to each. "You 2 useless fellows, why didn't you dissuade the boss? Are you hoping to become monks?" The 2 men dared not raise their heads or retort, feeling deeply wronged as they looked at their leader. Although Lu Xiaokong had anticipated some reaction, he had underestimated the extent of their dismay. Thankfully, he had prepared a speech. "Everyone, I have my reasons, and you will all support me. Lao Ming, gather the brothers. I have something to say." Ming Haijiao sighed in relief. Their leader had not lost his mind, or else he would have been at a loss for what to do. The members of the Feisha gang were soon assembled, and upon witnessing Lu Xiaokong's peculiar hairstyle, they immediately began to murmur among themselves, some casting disdainful glances that, in ancient times, filial piety was paramount. Even though Lu Xiang was deceased, Lu Xiaokong's actions were deemed profoundly disrespectful, drawing scorn from many. Lu Xiaokong stood atop a dune, raising his voice. "Brothers, you are undoubtedly curious about why I have shaved my head, whether I have lost my sanity or forgotten the kindness of my late leader, but I assure you, it is neither. It is precisely to remind myself of the need for vengeance against our enemies that I have resolved to sever my hair. This serves as a constant reminder of my deep-seated hatred that I must never forget. Here I, Lu Xiaokong, vow to the heavens that if I cannot avenge my adoptive father and return my brothers to our homeland in Huaxia to live prosperous lives, I shall never grow my hair again." Lu Xiaokong's vow to cut his hair immediately resonated with the gang members. Some were moved to tears, while others felt a surge of emotion. If not for the dire circumstances, who would willingly risk their lives to become pirates? Far from their homeland, it turned out that the boss had deep intentions. Zhao Xiaohu also vowed to follow the boss and return to Huaxia. With Zhao Xiaohu leading the charge, several impassioned members of the gang also joined in the vow to cut their hair. While others, though hesitant, felt compelled to express their solidarity, resulting in a unanimous pledge to sever their hair in unison. And one expected Shao Kahn to possess such ambition. It seemed they had misjudged him. Lu Bao wiped his tears. Having lived for over half his life, his only wish was to be buried in his hometown, not to drift at sea after death. Lu Fa shared similar sentiments. Shao Kahn had grown up, and his recent actions gave them hope. This moment. Chen Abayo and Gao Fei finally felt able to lift their heads. Their previous feelings of gloom and grievance vanished. It became evident that their leader had not betrayed them, but rather harbored grand aspirations. Lu Shaokong felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not intended for any of this, merely seeking comfort in a new hairstyle. Yet it had sparked a collective resolve among his followers to cut their hair. Nevertheless, this marked the dawn of a new era. Chapter 9. Tea leaves 6 months later, the scenery in Colombo remained as beautiful as ever. The Dutch had not launched an invasion, providing the Fascia gang ample time for training and preparation. First row, ready, fire. The once tranquil beach was shattered by a cacophony of commands and gunfire. A contingent of soldiers clad in gray uniforms was firing at a straw man target 100 meters away, with smoke billowing around them, creating a spectacular scene. Second row, ready, fire. Dong Fengyu wielded a long blade, continuously shouting commands. After months of rigorous training, the pirates of the Fascia gang had transformed into elite soldiers, capable of executing orders with precision. Moreover, 70% of the soldiers are capable of loading their muskets at a rate of 3 rounds per minute, rivaling the elite forces of certain Western nations. This remarkable proficiency can be attributed to Lu Shaokong's modern training methods that, in addition to the relentless repetition of ammunition loading drills, he occasionally commands the detonation of nearby explosives or the firing of blank cannons while the soldiers are engaged in reloading exercises, thereby enhancing their psychological resilience in combat situations. In the distance, 2 Westerners observe the training of the Flying Shark Gang. Captain Francis, how would you assess the combat capabilities of these Orientals? Menezes inquired of the officer beside him, who was peering through a telescope. The officer, in his 30s, tall and imposing, sported a pair of twisted mustaches, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. Your Excellency, are these Orientals truly pirates? Having dealt with pirates before, he associated them with filth, chaos, avarice, and disorder, yet the individuals before him appeared almost unified, clad in neat, dignified military uniforms that surpassed even his own troops in cleanliness and morale. Indeed, they are the pirates from the east. Francis remarked, retracting his telescope with a sigh. It is hard to fathom that we have established a stronghold right beneath the nose of that vast empire in the east, if their forces are of this caliber. The entire West may well tremble. Menezes countered, Colonel. You are overly concerned. The Emperor of the East has little affection for the sea and forbids officials and citizens from engaging with foreigners. Furthermore, while their military numbers are considerable, their weaponry is not advanced, and they show no interest in overseas territories. Otherwise, how could the Dutch have possibly occupied such a vast island as Taiwan? Alas, our forces are insufficient. It is already a challenge to maintain our current outposts. The Spaniards are timid and cowardly, reluctant to take the initiative, allowing the Dutch to expand their influence in the east. Truly a pack of fools. Menezes fumed. The Battle of Downs inflicted heavy losses on both sides. Otherwise, we would not have fallen to such a state. The Spaniards are indeed a bunch of simpletons. The Battle of Downs, which erupted 2 years prior, saw the Spanish and Portuguese coalition oppose the Dutch navy, marking the twilight of the Dutch War of Independence and a decisive confrontation. Since declaring independence in 1581, the Dutch had engaged in an 80-year struggle against Spain. In this battle, the Spanish-Portuguese coalition amassed 77 ships, with a total of 25,000 troops, while the Dutch fielded 100 ships and over 20,000 soldiers. Although the Dutch held a numerical advantage, their vessels were predominantly smaller, significantly lagging behind the larger Spanish ships. Ultimately, the outcome was disastrous for the Spanish-Portuguese coalition, suffering the loss of half their fleet and over 6,000 men, while the Dutch incurred the loss of merely 10 incendiary ships and a few others. With casualties exceeding 1,000 following this battle, the Dutch navy astonished Europe, securing their position as maritime dominators. The Spanish backbone was shattered, relegating them to a second or third-rate power, never to rise again. While their vassal, Portugal, lost its elite forces, though they eventually broke free from Spanish rule, their national strength severely diminished, lacking funds, manpower, and ships, leading to the collapse of their overseas colonies. Seizing this opportunity, the Dutch aggressively pursued the territories of Spain and Portugal. Notably, the Battle of Downs occurred within British territorial waters, and due to their own naval inadequacies, they were unable to intervene, leaving them humiliated. This incident catalyzed a vigorous development of the British Navy, laying the groundwork for future Anglo-Dutch conflicts. Menezes and Francis harbored deep resentment towards the Spaniards. Had they not been coerced into the Battle of Downs, Portugal would not have suffered such a decline. "Captain, the governor from the Franks has come to pay a visit," announced the aide, Li Mingzhi, during a training break. Lu Shaokong stifled a laugh at Li Mingzhi's appearance, reminiscent of a future character, with his unkempt hair resembling a pot lid and two flamboyant mustaches, wielding a folding fan in a rather flamboyant manner. "Please, show him my end." As Menezes and Francis entered the tent, Lu Shaokong immediately noticed the unfamiliar soldier accompanying them. "Lu, allow me to introduce this as Captain Francis, the newly appointed commander in Colombo. So this is Captain Francis. It is a pleasure to meet you," Francis said, bowing in a gentlemanly manner. "The pleasure is mine, Captain," Lu replied. "The accommodations are modest. I hope you will forgive the simplicity. Gao Fei, do hurry and serve our esteemed guests some tea." Lu Shaokong had only a limited supply of tea, which he typically refrained from consuming. His intention in presenting it was strategic for during the Ming Dynasty. Tea had not yet flooded the Western market. It is worth noting that during the Qing Dynasty, nearly 10,000 tons of tea were exported annually, providing a substantial influx of silver to the Qing government. His objective was to gradually penetrate the Western market, establishing it as a new trade commodity. Before long, a pot of exquisite by Luo Chun tea was brought forth. Lu poured it into 2 or 3 exquisite porcelain cups. Watching as the leaves danced and unfurled, the liquid shimmering a bright green, exuding a captivating aroma. "Gentlemen, please indulge." The two Portuguese had sampled tea before, yet nothing compared to this. The sight of the tea was tantalizing, and their mouths watered in anticipation. Menezes lifted his cup and took a few sips. His expression transformed into one of delight as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "What a marvelous tea! Its sweet and fragrant taste lingers delightfully." Francis, too, eagerly took a sip, instantly giving a thumbs up. "Heavens, the tea I had before was akin to dishwater. This is far more refreshing than coffee. How could anything be so delicious?" During this era, both coffee and tea were known, each possessing its own merits. While coffee had made its way to the West, it had not yet achieved large-scale production due to limitations in cultivation and geography, remaining a luxury among the elite. Tea, originating from the East, faced challenges of distance, and the Westerners lacked the knowledge to discern the quality of tea, making it similarly a luxury item rather than a staple of trade. "Lu, how much tea do you have?" "I wish to purchase it all." The taste of the tea was unlike that of coffee. It left a fragrant aftertaste and a desire for more. Menezes quickly recognized it as a rare commodity, eager to incorporate it into trade. Lu Shaokong sighed, "I have only 2 pouches remaining. To acquire more, I must return to the East, and, at present, that is simply unfeasible. That rascal Paolo, the governor stationed in Macau, should have discovered such delightful tea. I must teach him a lesson." Lu chuckled. "There is no need for concern. Governor, I shall gift you these 2 pouches of tea once the Eastern trade route is established. This venture shall belong to us." Upon hearing this, Menezes displayed a mixture of resignation and concern. Not only was the Dutch presence a formidable obstacle, but even the Zheng family group was not to be trifled with. Their hold over Macau was contingent upon annual payments to the Ming Dynasty. "Let us defer discussions of tea for now, Captain Lu. The reason we have come with the Colonel is to discuss a pressing matter." Chapter 10. The Portuguese plea for assistance. Lu Shaokong noted the grave expressions on their faces and quickly surmised the reason for their visit. "Gentlemen, you have come regarding the Dutch. have you not? Menezes nodded. Indeed. Last year, we not only lost the small city of Negombo, but the Dutch have allied with the Kingdom of Kandy to seize Galport. We have received word that they are reinforcing and expanding their fortress. Once completed, it may spell doom for Colombo. The Kingdom of Kandy was the current ruler of Ceylon, having engaged in multiple conflicts with the Portuguese in attempts to expel the colonizers. Unfortunately, their outdated weaponry proved inadequate against the Portuguese. Over 50 years ago, tens of thousands from Ceylon besieged Colombo for 8 months, yet could not breach the defenses held by mere 300 men. In a moment of desperation, they sought to enlist the Dutch to oust the Portuguese, only to invite a wolf into the fold. The Dutch feigned agreement to engage the Portuguese, but upon victory, they immediately occupied Galport, coercing the King of Kandy into signing an unfair treaty, one stipulating the stationing of troops in Gal. Negombo was a small fishing port and another Portuguese stronghold in Ceylon, located merely 40 to 50 kilometers from Colombo. Gal, the capital of the Kingdom of Kandy, held significant geographical importance, having served as a crucial trade hub in the Indian Ocean 2 centuries prior, situated approximately 100 kilometers from Colombo. Francis continued, "The directive from our homeland is to reclaim the small city of Negombo and fortify the defenses of Colombo. However, Gal is defended by over 300 Dutch troops and 3 warships. Once we vacate Colombo, we shall be left vulnerable, hence we seek Captain Liu's assistance to aid in the defense of the city." Liu inquired, glancing at Menezes. "No," Francis replied. "We request your support in an offensive against Gal, to distract the Dutch, and ideally, to destroy their fortress." Liu Shaokong regarded the two with a measured gaze, recognizing their cunning strategy. The Dutch presence in Negombo was minimal, with only 100 men, while Gal boasted 300. Were they intending to use his forces as fodder? However, upon reflection, he considered the practicality, as the Flying Shark Gang had once served as mercenaries for the Portuguese. With 800 men currently at his disposal, over 600 of whom were combat-ready, each armed with a flintlock musket, and 4 vessels potentially available for the assault, they held a numerical advantage. "My brothers have trained for nearly half a year. It is time to put their skills to use." With this thought, Liu Shaokong declared, "We can deploy troops, but it will cost 3,000 silver coins." Menezes undoubtedly comprehended Liu Shaokong's intentions. Liu Shaokong shook his head, fully aware of the Dutchmen's formidable combat prowess and their advantageous position. The anticipated losses would be substantial, and 3,000 silver coins would prove insufficient. "Captain Liu, our nation has only just liberated itself from Spanish control, and our treasury is nearly depleted. 3,000 is already the utmost we can afford." Liu Shaokong smirked inwardly, realizing that pleading poverty in this context was a miscalculation. "Your Excellency, we are risking our lives here. Should we falter, we could suffer catastrophic losses, that we also require funds for arms and ammunition. 10,000 silver coins, or this discussion is moot." Menezes displayed a look of consternation. 10,000 silver coins constituted a significant sum. Francis interjected, having arrived with a mission. If they could reclaim Negombo, it would be a considerable achievement, with financial matters taking a back seat. "Very well, but we lack such funds. Could we possibly negotiate with arms as a form of currency?" Liu Shaokong nodded in agreement. Of course, following a vigorous exchange and negotiations, the 3 ultimately settled on a price. Menezes would pay 4,000 silver coins, with the remainder compensated through arms, which would be provided up front as a deposit, requiring Liu Shaokong to launch an assault on Galport within a month. After bidding farewell to the two, Liu Shaokong promptly convened a meeting with the leaders. "Gentlemen, the Dutch forces have already encroached upon our vicinity. If we allow their fleet to assemble, it may mirror the catastrophe we faced in Malacca. Then, we would be left with only 800 men instead of 2,000. That escape is futile. Despite the vastness of the sea, it no longer offers us refuge. Thus, I have resolved to strike first and eliminate them. Boss, the brothers have been cooped up for too long. It is time to unleash them into battle. These Dutchmen have repeatedly crossed us, and many of our brethren have perished at their hands. It is high time we avenge them." Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed with fervor. Chunabayo echoed his sentiment. "These Dutch rascals deserve to perish." "I shall be the first to charge." At that moment, the scribe Li Mingzhi Interjected, "Boss, the Dutch are not to be trifled with. Is engaging in battle truly unavoidable?" Lu Xiaokong nodded. "The brothers have been training for 6 months. On one hand, we need to assess our combat effectiveness. And on the other, the Dutch have pressed us too closely to, if this continues, we will have nowhere left to turn. Moreover, the Franks have offered a fair price, and we will have many future dealings with them, making refusal imprudent. However, a head-on confrontation is out of the question. We have suffered losses in this regard before, and this time we must prepare accordingly." Meng Haijiao remarked, "Boss, since we have made a decision, then issue the order. A mere 300 Dutchmen should be no match for us." Dong Fanyu unfurled a rudimentary map and stated, "Gal is a natural harbor. Our naval vessels are limited, and we do not possess overwhelming superiority. The enemy occupies the port and has coastal artillery support, so I propose we assault from land instead of the sea, capturing the fortress to gain a vantage point over the entire harbor. Given that it is the rainy season, we should make our move during the rain to catch them off guard." Mingzhi, fanning himself, concurred, "This strategy is feasible. Surprise assaults are our forte, if we can indeed coincide with the rainy weather. Their firearms may malfunction, and close combat is our strong suit. 300 Dutchmen would be like fish on a chopping block. In this era, the Western world had become heavily reliant on firearms, and close-quarters combat was their weakness, something they sought to avoid at all costs." The others nodded in agreement. Previously, they had possessed far fewer firearms, with most wielding large blades and spears, making melee combat a familiar affair for them. Seeing the unanimous agreement, Lu Xiaokong pointed to 2 cities on the map. "Here lies the capital of the Kandyan Kingdom, and here is the fortress seized by the Dutch, which is our target. Currently, the fortress is undergoing expansion, and this is their naval port." After hearing Lu Xiaokong's tactical arrangements, everyone nodded in agreement. If fortune favored them, victory in this battle seemed assured. "Boss, given that Gal is the capital of the natives, will they not deploy forces to assist when the battle commences?" Li Mingzhi thoughtfully considered the possibility of a Dutch-Kandyan alliance. Lu Xiaokong shook his head. For the locals, both the Dutch and the Portuguese are akin to bandits. They would rather see the two sides clash and would certainly remain passive observers, not intervening. Mingzhi ceased further discussion, acknowledging the validity of Lu Xiaokong's reasoning. Were they in the natives' position, they might well exploit the situation. Subsequently, preparations for the necessary equipment commenced. "Uncle Lu, these tasks are entrusted to you. Gao Fei, take some silver coins to rent a ship from the Moguls and select 10 capable men to scout for landing points along the coastline. The closer to Gao, the better. Uncle Chun and manufacture more thunder bombs. More is better. Thunder bombs, spherical grenades, while requiring fire to ignite the fuse and thus appearing somewhat outdated, remained effective weapons of lethality. The production of these grenades was not overly complex. A blacksmith assisted by 2 or 3 helpers could produce 50 in a single day. After arranging these matters, Lu Xiaokong sought an open space to hone his skills. His martial prowess was commendable, wielding a willow leaf blade with proficiency. And he excelled in the use of throwing darts, hitting his target with deadly accuracy within 20 paces, swift and ruthless. His close combat skills surpassed those of short musket. Chapter 11. The occupation of Galport Ceylon experiences a tropical monsoon climate, with the rainy season spanning from May to September. The rain is not the continuous drizzle typical of southern China. It arrives swiftly and heavily, pausing intermittently before resuming. Sometimes it pours incessantly, which can lead to flooding. A colossal flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky, illuminating the earth in a ghostly white. Within a dense thicket, hundreds of shadowy figures emerged under the flickering light. These figures, clad in conical hats and raincoats, remained immobile amidst the thunder and downpour, resembling statues. These individuals were none other than Lu Xiaokong's crew from the Flying Shark Gang, seasoned by years of maritime toil, accustomed to the elements. Having weathered storms far more severe than this, each one was a resilient laborer. This minor discomfort was hardly noteworthy. They understood that in such weather, their enemies would likely lower their guard, presenting a prime opportunity for a stealthy assault, an enhanced chance for survival. After a while, as the rain began to diminish, Lu Xiaokong gestured for his men to tread upon the muddy ground and set forth. last. They reached the edge of the woods just as the rainfall intensified once again. Lu Xiaokong stood atop a rise, gazing into the distance, where a modest fortress could be discerned atop a rocky peninsula along the coast, with a faint glimmer of light visible. "Boss, we have arrived," Gao Fei whispered, anxious about the path he had chosen, concerned that the heavy rain might trigger a mudslide. But fortunately, they encountered no mishap. The glimmer was the light of a lighthouse within the fortress. They needed to capitalize on the rain's cover to approach the northern slope, where trees provided concealment, allowing them to reach the base of the walls. The Gao fortress was constructed by the Portuguese, and Lu Xiaokong possessed detailed blueprints of its structure. The stronghold faced the sea on 3 sides, with only the northern slope featuring a road for ingress and egress. In the corner of the northern slope lay a patch of woodland, offering cover. They were now approximately 2 kilometers from the fortress and about 5 kilometers from the Jiangyin City, which highlighted the awkward position of the Jiangyans, having a foreign fortress adjacent to their capital. With even the port beyond their control, the rain soon descended again. Lu Xiaokong and the Flying Shark gang utilized the downpour as a shield, swiftly advancing until they finally reached the woods on the northern slope. The forest was not densely packed. During daylight, concealment would be impossible, and the terrain was low, necessitating an upward gaze at the city walls. The walls stood only 4 meters high, but due to the terrain, appeared to tower at 9 meters. The surface was smooth, making hand climbing utterly impossible. After another interval, the rain lightened to a drizzle, and Lu Xiaokong, having observed the absence of sentries and patrols atop the walls, wiped the rain from his face. A climbing ladder. This was a simple, foldable ladder, featuring a central beam akin to the legendary hanging ladder. The men erected the climbing ladder, and, as someone pulled the rope, the folded section was raised high, firmly settling atop the parapet, with the 2 iron hooks secured tightly. After testing its stability, it was deemed quite secure. Gao Fei, nimble and small, excelled in such tasks. With a dagger held in his mouth, he swiftly ascended the ladder, climbing the wall with the agility of a monkey. Before long, a rope ladder was lowered from above. Subsequently, pairs of men ascended the walls using the climbing and rope ladders. Lu Xiaokong instructed Zhao Xiaohu beside him, "Huzi, take 200 men to lie in ambush at the eastern encampment. Upon hearing the explosion, act immediately." The Dutch did not reside entirely within the fortress. Half were stationed outside, primarily to supervise the laborers constructing the fortress. "Understood," Zhao Xiaohu whispered in response, quietly leading his men away. "Abayo, take 200 men to the port. Upon hearing the explosion, seize the ships." Yes, with all arrangements in place. Lu Xiaokong followed suit, and the fortress before them resembled a larger square or a battery at best. Around the perimeter stood a half-man-high wall, within which, shrouded in darkness, 6 cannons could be discerned atop. The center loomed a lighthouse over 3 meters high, with 4 barracks not far away, and at the heart of these lay a 2-story building, the commander's residence. Lu Xiaokong wiped the rain from his face, secretly relieved that these foreigners were lax in their vigilance. Truly foolish. There were no sentries, and even if there were, they had taken shelter from the rain, rendering their presence moot. He recalled how in Malacca, the Portuguese had been ambushed by the Dutch under the cover of night, only realizing their peril when the enemy vessels were at their doorstep. These Dutchmen were equally careless, seemingly unguarded. It was not entirely surprising, for they had triumphed repeatedly in both Europe and Asia, dominating their rivals and establishing themselves as the hegemons of the era. Who would dare to assault them? Especially against the Portuguese, akin to adults bullying children as for the backward native kingdom of Kandy. They regarded it with even greater disdain that in the Indian Ocean they had no rivals. Exuding arrogance and contempt, and coupled with the weather, they would never dream that a band of eastern pirates would stealthily approach amidst the rain. "Boss, there are red-haired devils atop the lighthouse, probably asleep." "I'll take 2 brothers up," Gao Fei whispered in Lu Xiaokong's ear. Lu Xiaokong glanced up at the lighthouse and nodded slightly. Gao Fei immediately led 2 gang members stealthily upward, returning in less than 5 minutes. "Boss, 2 of the red-haired devils were sleeping like dead pigs. They've been dealt with." "Well done. Go assist the others. Once we have sufficient numbers, we will eliminate them all." Liu Shaokong refrained from risking a loud noise by opening the door. He settled down by the city wall. This long trek in the rain had drained his energy. Fortunately, this body had been honed through years of hardship, had it been a frail form of his past life. He likely would have collapsed by now. Approximately half an hour later, save for those below assisting, everyone had ascended the castle. The rain ceased, and even the heavens seemed to be aiding us. The timing of the rain cessation was perfect. Liu Shaokong divided his men into 4 groups to surround the 4 barracks, while he and Gao Fei approached the 2-story building. Over 20 gang members unfastened baskets from their backs, unveiling layers of oilcloth that revealed an array of dark, round grenades. Some ignited fuses, lighting specially crafted torches, which, soaked in oil, would burn even in light rain. Seeing that all preparations were complete, Liu Shaokong immediately signaled. A few tall and robust gang members charged to the barracks entrance and forcefully burst the doors open, causing startled cries to erupt from within. Yet before they could react, the flying Jiangyin S bombers ignited the grenades and hurled them into the barracks. Boom! The cacophony of explosions mingled with screams. Shouts and curses echoed throughout Gao Fort, followed by explosions and cries of battle from the port and eastern barracks. Don't stop. Flush those Dutch devils out, Liu Shaokong commanded loudly, as the flying Jiangyin S bombers swiftly ignited and tossed grenade after grenade, with some even throwing torches inside, igniting the clothing and bedding, prompting a chaotic scene of people scrambling to escape. Some daring souls dashed out of the barracks, only to be swiftly taken down by the flying Jiangyin sentinels stationed outside. Bang! After a moment of panic, some Dutch soldiers retrieved short firearms to retaliate, but in the darkness, their aim was poor, and loading another round in the night proved arduous. "Add some fire," shouted a small leader, directing his men to hurl earthen jars filled with incendiary oil meant for igniting ships. Upon encountering open flames, they ignited ferociously. "Help! Run! Charge out!" At that moment, the castle was illuminated by the blazing fires. With nearly 200 flying Jiangyin warriors standing in the square, weapons in hand, slaughtering the fleeing Dutch soldiers who burst from the barracks. Not many Dutch soldiers managed to escape, and some, paralyzed by fear from the sudden assault, surrendered without a fight upon realizing they were surrounded. Observing that the Dutch soldiers were few and unable to mount an effective counterattack, Liu Shaokong commanded his guards to break open the door to the 2-story building. Just as the door swung open, 4 grenades were tossed inside, followed by screams from within after the explosions. Gao Fei led his men in, quickly lighting torches. "Boss, these fellows are unfortunate. They've all been blasted down." Liu Shaokong strode in, finding a structure typical of European medieval architecture, with 3 Dutchmen sprawled on the marble floor. 2 wore uniforms, writhing in agony from their wounds, likely the guards. The other, bare-chested, held his wrist in fear, a discharged firearm lying at his feet, staring in terror at Liu Shaokong and his men. "Who are you?" the Dutchman stammered. Liu Shaokong waved the torch with a cold smirk. "The one's here to take your lives. I'm the Dutch Commissioner of Gao. You are waging war against my nation. Are you not afraid of retribution? Bah, red-haired devil, just lie down and stop with the nonsense." Gao Fei stepped forward and kicked the Dutch officer to the ground. "Don't kill him. He might be useful. Bind him first," Liu Shaokong instructed just as the door to the 2nd floor swung open that a middle-aged Dutchman emerged with an oil lamp, followed closely by a woman. The woman screamed in terror at the sight below, collapsing to the ground. The middle-aged Dutchman, equally frightened, exclaimed, You are Eastern pirates." Liu Shaokong was somewhat surprised that he could deduce their identity. Fei. "Take him down, keep him alive." The sounds of battle outside gradually diminished, indicating that the flying shark gang had taken control of Gao Fort. Chapter 12. The castle changes to a warship in the early morning. The sun rose over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and Gao Fort. Embers still smoldered, releasing wisps of smoke. Liu Shaokong stood at the wall, gazing out over the port, where the sea met the sky in a breathtaking vista. And the gentle, warm sea breeze invigorated his weary spirit. Last night's battle had gone smoothly, with overwhelming victories on 3 fronts, resulting in the deaths of 160 Dutchmen, while the rest were captured. Their own casualties numbered 27, 10 of whom had perished in close combat under gunfire, and arrangements had been made to cremate the fallen and transport their ashes back to the east. Such is the nature of war. Even when one holds the advantage of time and terrain, losses are unavoidable. Boss, everything has been accounted for. This haul is truly remarkable. Gao Fei grinned broadly. Lu Shaokong held a list in his hand, his heart swelling with joy. They had stumbled upon an extraordinary windfall. During the preparation for the assault, a Dutch East India Company returning fleet had fortuitously stopped in Gao for supplies, though not numerous. The vessels were indeed valuable. A 60-gun warship and 2 heavily laden merchant ships. This 60-gun vessel was the mainstay of the Dutch fleet, having participated in the attack on Malacca, only to be captured on its return journey. At the time, 2/3 of the crew were ashore resting, and Biao had immediately recognized the opportunity, personally leading the charge. The other 2 ships were merchant vessels, each armed with only 20 cannons and easily taken. Additionally, 3 ordinary galleons, each boasting 30 to 40 guns, had been docked at the port, their defenses as lax as Galford's, with only a handful of crew members on duty, all of whom were swiftly apprehended. They had seized over 400 flintlock rifles, 100 pistols, and countless cold weapons. Within Galfort, there was an armory, a granary, and a warehouse filled with various treasures plundered by the Dutch from Ceylon, the most abundant of which was cinnamon, along with a considerable quantity of gemstones and pearls, as well as gold and silver coins acquired through trade with Arabs and Moguls in China. Cinnamon is regarded as a medicinal herb, but to Westerners, it is a vital spice used in baking, desserts, and curing meats. One significant reason the Dutch sought to wrest control of Ceylon from the Portuguese was to break the monopoly on cinnamon. Meng Haijiao arrived with the fleet in the dead of night, and Liu Bao and Li Mingzhi immediately boarded the 2 Dutch merchant ships to inventory the goods. The list Lu Shaokong held detailed the most valuable items, including 1 million taels of silver from Japan and about 10,000 taels of gold. There were exquisite porcelain from China, luxurious silks, deer hides and sugar from Taiwan, and gemstones and spices from Southeast Asia. Even without resorting to the Flying Shark Gang's hidden treasures, these assets would suffice for Lu Shaokong's next phase of expenditures. Boss, what should we do with those slaves? Zhao Xiaohu asked, twirling a beautifully crafted Western sword in his hand. After capturing the Dutch barracks, he had discovered over 300 imprisoned slaves, more than 100 of whom were Portuguese captives, with the remainder being Africans. The Franks have been released. As for the rest, keep a close eye on them. They still hold some value in this era. The transatlantic slave trade has commenced, yielding some monetary gain. Zhao Xiaohu responded affirmatively and arranged for individuals to attend to it. Lu Shaokong then addressed Meng Haijiao, stating, "Old Meng, after we finish our meal, dispatch a ship back to convey this news to the governor of the French, as I believe they will be quite interested in this fortress. The terms of our employment do not include the reclamation of the castle, so if the Portuguese desire it, they must pay a separate fee. Chief, the indigenous forces are scouting the fortress. How should we proceed?" Meng Haijiao inquired. Lu Shaokong pondered briefly before replying, "Fire warning shots to drive them away, avoiding direct conflict as much as possible. Ceylon holds significant strategic value in the Indian Ocean, should my endeavors flourish in the future. This location will serve as a pivotal asset. Therefore, we must refrain from provoking the Kingdom of Kandy, as future collaboration may yet be possible." Around 8 in the morning, the cooks of the Fascia gang prepared a sumptuous breakfast with provisions seized from the granary, large flatbreads made from flour, smoked sausages courtesy of the Dutch, and steaming fish soup, which greatly satisfied the brothers who had endured the chill of the night. 3 days later, Francois Menezes arrived at Gal Port with the fleet, astonished to behold Lu Shaokong and his companions. According to their battle strategy, capturing such a fortress would require at least 1,000 men and 10 warships. Otherwise, it would be impossible. "Lu Captain, you are truly remarkable. You have seized the fortress and captured so many Dutch soldiers. It's simply incredible," Francois exclaimed, shaking Lu Shaokong's hand with fervor. Menezes, equally elated, remarked that Lu Shaokong's assistance in reclaiming Gal, alongside the successful recapture of Negombo, had rendered Colombo entirely secure, not to mention the liberation of over 100 prisoners of war, a significant accomplishment that would undoubtedly merit promotions. Menezes rubbed his hands together, saying, "Captain Lu, I just spotted the returning Dutch fleet at the harbor. And given the vast treasures likely seized from the fortress, I hope you will consider entrusting its management to us, as it holds no value for your side. Liu Shaokong secretly scoffed at the notion of them attempting to acquire the fortress without compensation. Gentlemen, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This fortress was not part of the original plan, and we have incurred considerable losses to seize it. A stronghold of such formidable defenses is perfectly suited for our rest and recuperation. Liu Shaokong's words jolted the two men back to reality. This Oriental was not easily deceived, and his soldiers were fiercely formidable, armed with guns, ships, and cannons, stronger than they themselves. The notion of acquiring Gao without payment seemed implausible. Captain Liu, Gao still belongs to the Kingdom of Candy, and they will surely mount an offensive. Your forces are already limited. Can you withstand such attrition? Menezes nearly lost his temper, yet it was evident that they had just endured a battle and could not hope to defeat Liu Shaokong. Prompting him to analyze the situation's pros and cons, let us cease this mutual probing. I am not subordinate to you, too. The unconditional return of over 100 prisoners of war already demonstrates considerable goodwill. If you desire the fortress, present a reasonable offer that I believe the valorous effort to reclaim Gao and capture a multitude of Dutch soldiers is a significant achievement, especially with a major general who has participated in the Battle of Downs and the Battle of Malacca, sufficient for both of you to attain great renown. The stakes here are clear, and I need not elaborate further. Liu Shaokong laid the matter bare. Seizing upon their vulnerabilities, Francois and Menezes exchanged glances, realizing they could not expect to acquire Gao without some sacrifice. Captain Liu, what price would you require to relinquish the fortress? Francois inquired. Liu Shaokong had already contemplated this, stating, you need only cover the expenses for those Dutch soldiers and slaves. As for the fortress, I hope to negotiate an exchange. Menezes, taken aback, asked, what exactly do you seek? Warships, we have resolved to return to the east in a few months and require powerful vessels. Menezes was initially startled, but soon breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Shaokong had demanded a substantial sum, it would have posed a challenge for them. However, exchanging a fortress for warships was indeed worthwhile, despite Portugal's battered state. Captain Liu, what type of warship do you require? And how many? I desire but one. The colonel's vessel will suffice. That is impossible. Menezes gasped in disbelief, astonished at Liu Shaokong's audacity. The colonel's ship was among the few remaining principal warships of Portugal, boasting over 60 cannons. How could he possibly part with it? Before Liu Shaokong could respond, Francois pulled Menezes aside and whispered, Colonel, ships can be rebuilt, but these Orientals are cunning and fierce. Allowing them to savor the fruits of occupying Gao for trade may render it difficult to reclaim. Besides, we are both at a critical juncture. With this achievement, you could be promoted to brigadier, and my title could be elevated as well. Furthermore, retaking Gao involves substantial trade profits, far exceeding the value of a single warship. After contemplating Francois' words, Menezes conceded that reclaiming Gao and capturing numerous Dutch soldiers, as well as rescuing compatriots, would indeed elevate his standing. Moreover, the newly independent Kingdom of Portugal was in dire need of funds, and officials were grossly underpaid, often resorting to self-financing. Yet he still harbored reservations. The Albuquerque had been personally commissioned by the king and was manned by many crew members. How could he relinquish it to these Orientals? Francois blinked and replied, that is simple. I will finance it and provide the crew with hush money, claiming that the Albuquerque was severely damaged during its assault on Gao and cannot be repaired. We shall request a new flagship from the homeland, along with additional soldiers, to guard against the Dutch counterattack. Will the king acquiesce? Certainly. The Dutch have occupied Malacca, and the king has faced considerable criticism. Now, having reclaimed a city, even if he knows we traded a warship for a fortress, he will vigorously promote and support us. As the freshly crowned monarch requires prestige, he can discern the value of a strategic fortress versus a warship. Ultimately, Menezes was persuaded by Francois and resolved to exchange a warship for the fortress. Chapter 13. The flying fish in the 17th century, maritime and shipbuilding technology was still quite primitive. The age of exploration was only just beginning, and shipping routes were infrequently traversed, particularly between Europe and Asia. The exchange of information could take 3 to 6 months or even longer, The Dutch would not learn of Gal's reclamation by the Portuguese until 3 months later, after which they would report the news, prepare for retaliation, and gather their fleet, taking at least 6 months to assemble on the Portuguese side. Over 100 prisoners of war from Malacca had been received. And with domestic support, the total military presence in Ceylon had reached 800. Alas, Portugal was a small European nation with limited manpower, compounded by the logistical challenges of deploying forces over such great distances. Even the Dutch would find it arduous to amass over 1,000 troops in the east. During this period, Francois and Menezes utilized the Dutch prisoners and slaves to expedite construction. Fortunately, the Dutch had already laid a solid foundation, allowing them to reap the benefits, and Gal's defensive capabilities had now reached a level comparable to Colombo's. Francois, having learned from previous commanders' mistakes, opted not to engage in further conflict with the Kingdom of Kandy, instead reaching a preliminary agreement with them. The King of Kandy had grown disillusioned with the Dutch. As all Westerners were cut from the same cloth, resistance was futile, and temporary compromise was the only option. On one particular day, a slender 3-masted warship sailed across the surface of Colombo's sea, its sails billowing in the wind and on the deck. Peter was measuring the ship's speed with tools, his expression one of disbelief. 13 knots? Impossible. How could this escort vessel be so fast? The ship in question was a replica of the Constitution, which had taken nearly a year to complete and was now undergoing trials, yielding highly satisfactory results. However, Peter wore a frown. While the warship validated his skills, the design had been provided by Liu Shaokong, signifying that he had lost the wager of the tea that moment. Liu Shaokong was at the helm, brimming with enthusiasm. This was the first modern warship constructed by the Flying Shark Gang, and his spirits soared. Peter, do not sulk. Henceforth, you shall focus solely on building ships for this captain. Peter realized he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, nearly bursting into tears, lamenting that his fate was irrevocably sealed. Chief, may I have a turn at the helm? At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man approached Liu Shaokong, speaking in rudimentary Chinese. This individual was named Dias, 39 years of age, a former deputy commander of the Portuguese fleet at Malacca, who had been captured by the Dutch during battle and bore the blame for the defeat upon being rescued. He would face trial upon returning to Portugal. Thus, he sought refuge with Liu Shaokong, becoming a hired instructor and captain. Dias had been a sailor since the age of 14 and a sailor at 18, possessing extensive experience in navigation and combat. Although the Flying Shark Gang also makes a living at sea, it is evidently lagging behind the Western world in terms of maritime skills, and such talent is precisely what the Flying Shark Gang lacks. Liu Shaokong promptly appointed Dias as an instructor, providing him with a translator to assist in imparting navigational knowledge and naval combat tactics to the members of the Flying Shark Gang, and organized these teachings into a compendium for future generations. As soon as Dias took the helm, he was struck by the speed of the warship, which sailed smoothly and responded with remarkable agility. My God, this warship is truly magnificent. None of the vessels I have commanded can compare. At this moment, Meng Haijiao interjected, Leader, let's give a name. This is our swiftest warship. That he was exceedingly excited, having never imagined that his faction could construct such a beautiful and powerful vessel. Liu Shaokong had already decided. It would be named the Flying Fish. In the future, a multitude of such fast warships would be built, all bearing the prefix flying. Despite the Flying Fish's considerable displacement and size, it possessed only 40 cannons, which in this era did not qualify it as a battleship, but rather as a frigate AT this time. Sailing battleships were just beginning to evolve, lacking a detailed classification system. And even the standards varied among nations. For example, the Dutch 60-gun ship was considered a first-rate vessel. Other maritime powers were broadly categorized into 3 tiers. First-rate battleships boasted over 80 to 100 cannons. Second-rate vessels had 60 to 80, and third-rate ships carried 50 cannons, while others were deemed insignificant and lacked the qualification to form a battle line. Small vessels with 30 to 40 cannons were generally utilized as patrol ships or reconnaissance vessels, or as privateers. Liu Shaokong did not place much importance on such ships, as they would not hold a prominent position in his future plans, hence he could not even be bothered to name them, simply designating them as Patrol 1, Patrol 2, and so forth. Due to the capture of several warships at Gao, the personnel of the Flying Shark Gang were on edge, prompting them to halt the construction of their own galley warships after only 2 were completed. The captured 60-gun ship was christened Star Shark, while another acquired from the Portuguese was named Tiger Shark. These 2 vessels would serve as the main warships, temporarily entrusted to Meng Haijiao and Diaz for command. While Liu Shaokong took on the role of captain of the Flying Fish, Liu Shaokong gazed eastward. Currently, the number of warships in the Flying Shark Gang had exceeded their capacity, and there was simply not enough personnel to man them all, necessitating the sale of the provisions and cargo vessels they had brought along. Yet even so, the crew on each ship remained insufficiently staffed. It was time to depart. By now, it was early 1642, and the time had come to head to Taiwan. However, before landing in Taiwan, some preparations needed to be made. Diaz set a course for home. Upon returning to their base, Liu Shaokong immediately convened a meeting with the leaders. Upon learning of their impending departure from Ceylon back to the Ming Dynasty, they were all exceptionally excited. Although it was relatively safe here, the site around them was of foreign nationals, and there was not a single proper stronghold. They felt like rootless weeds destined to be overturned sooner or later. Uncle Bao, Master Sure, you must go and purchase provisions immediately. Focus on flour and soybeans and procure ample sugar, fruits, vegetables, and alcohol. Spare no expense at this time. The living conditions for sailors in this era were quite harsh, especially during long ocean voyages. Initially, things were bearable, with access to relatively fresh fruits, food, and water, but as time passed, these supplies would spoil. Eventually, they would be left with greenish water, food infested with maggots and moldy, or smoked meats that could serve as hammers, leading to stomach ailments and, more critically, scurvy. The sailors of China did not fare any better than their Western counterparts. Yet their dietary habits helped them avoid scurvy. For instance, they favored bringing soybeans, which are rich in nutrients, protein, carbohydrates, and essential trace elements. When sprouted into bean sprouts, they're even richer in vitamin C, carotene, B vitamins, folic acid, niacin, and other beneficial substances for the human body. Chinese sailors also brought various pickled vegetables, which significantly mitigated the occurrence of scurvy. Liu Shaokong was well aware of this and did not hesitate to invest in an ample supply of fruits and vegetables. As for meat, they had already stockpiled considerable amounts of pickled fish, cured meats, and smoked products. Next, he instructed the gang's bricklayers to replicate a Western-style oven, not for baking bread, but for making biscuits, while Chinese cuisine offers a plethora of dough-based foods. They do not preserve well over time, and flour often becomes damp and moldy at sea, rendering it inedible. Thus, he conceived the idea of biscuits. Biscuits were invented by the ancient Persians and later introduced to Europe. Yet they never competed with bread and gradually faded into obscurity. The modern concept of biscuits emerged in the 19th century due to a maritime mishap. A merchant ship was capsized by waves, and the crew drifted to a small island, but their flour had become wet. Thus, someone devised a method of mixing the damp flour with waterlogged sugar and cream, baking it on heated stones, ultimately yielding delicious, crispy biscuits. Because biscuits can be stored for extended periods, they quickly became the rations for sailors and even military personnel. Liu Shaokong, alongside 2 chefs, experimented with biscuit recipes, incorporating eggs along with flour and sugar, using palm oil as a cost-effective substitute for cream. After numerous trials, they successfully created biscuits that tasted quite good. These biscuits were then wrapped in oil paper and placed in sealed boxes to prolong their shelf life. In addition to food preparations, they also required fresh water, for which there was no good storage solution. Liu Shaokong could only boil clean water to eliminate some bacteria before storing it on the ship. To ensure an adequate supply of water and maintain the crew's health, he purchased a significant quantity of beer, which was reasonably priced among Westerners that could be stored on board for a month. And consuming a little each day could effectively alleviate the psychological burdens faced by the sailors at sea, and at critical moments, it could substitute for water. Chapter 14. Arrival in Cambodia half a month later. The members of the Flying Shark Gang set sail, departing from Ceylon. The Portuguese bid farewell with open arms, for at this moment, the Flying Shark Gang had undergone a transformation. No longer the downtrodden mercenaries reliant on them, but rather a significant threat to their standing. Liu Shaokong scoffed at the Portuguese, knowing that the Dutch, having prepared for nearly a year, would soon send them reeling. This was indeed advantageous for him, as the Dutch concentrated their forces against the Portuguese, leaving Southeast Asia vulnerable. Upon their departure, he also managed to entice away Zhang Dali and 3 other artillery masters, each well-versed in both Eastern and Western cannon-making techniques. Rare talents indeed. Additionally, there were 2 Dutch clockmakers captured in Gal, whose identities as clockmakers belied their employment in firearms repair. The Flying Shark gang would need to manufacture their own muskets and certain components, particularly the spring steel used for the firing mechanism, were still beyond their production capabilities, hence their decision to bring them along. Inside the captain's cabin of the Tiger Shark, Diaz was poring over a nautical chart, or rather, a world map. This map was drawn by Liu Shaokong based on future depictions of the world, proving more precise than the maps currently favored by the West. Notably, he deliberately concealed the existence of Australia. Nonetheless, it was a treasure to Diaz. The locations marked were incredibly precise, even including latitude and longitude, allowing him to accurately determine his position with just a few tools, eliminating concerns about drifting off course. Thus, 10 days later, the Flying Shark gang's fleet successfully navigated the Strait of Malacca to this point. The Dutch East India Company could not fully control the entire strait. Even if they spotted the fleet, they would not dare to intervene rashly, as 2 60-gun ships were formidable opponents, not to mention the numerous small escort vessels. Unless they gathered their main fleet, intercepting them would be impossible. 2 days later, the fleet arrived in Cambodia, Liu Shaokong's chosen first landing point. The reason for selecting this location was that, during this era, the Kingdom of Cambodia was exceedingly weak, caught between Siam and Annam, modern-day Vietnam, with its governance divided and controlled by these 2 nations. The current king, Norodom, was allied with the Nguyen Dynasty of Annam, which interfered in internal affairs. However, some lords and nobles had allied with Siam, rendering the nation largely ungovernable. This puppet state lacked a formidable military, let alone a costly navy, providing ample opportunities for exploitation. The former Lusiang pirate group had occupied Cambodia's Kuan Island without fear of being besieged. Moreover, the region was relatively peaceful, as the country had become complacent, its populace weak, with few military conflicts occurring, attracting numerous Chinese expatriates, including some families of the Lusiang pirate group. Another reason for Liu Shaokong's choice was Cambodia's poverty. Maritime trade was underdeveloped, and Zhang's fleet seldom docked here, leaving no established stronghold and no foreign presence, making it a safe haven. Liu Shaokong directed the fleet straight to the current Cambodian capital, Saigon. Indeed, it was Saigon. At this time, Cambodia still controlled the Mekong River's estuary, and Vietnam had yet to encroach upon it. However, due to the internal strife between the Zheng and Nguyen dynasties, a large influx of refugees had fled to Cambodia for safety. The name Saigon was imposed by the Nguyen dynasty's manipulation of the Cambodian king. It is a disheartening thought that the capital of a nation should bear the name given by outsiders. The Flying Shark gang's fleet advanced into the harbor of Saigon, immediately inciting chaos. The immense hulls of the Star Shark and Blue Shark, along with their ominous, gaping cannons, sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Many fled inland in panic, while others watched in trepidation. The patrolling Cambodian soldiers promptly reported to their superiors, and soon a battalion of soldiers arrived to secure the port. Most of these soldiers were frail and short, armed with spears and scimitars, while a contingent of archers stood by, and a few carried bird guns. They gazed in awe at the warships of the Flying Shark gang, their eyes betraying their fear. Had it not been for the officers' incessant shouts, they might have already fled. After a while, a man resembling an official arrived in a small boat, accompanied by guards and attendants. "Chief, I am Ma Fong, junior officer stationed in Cambodia, here at the behest of the local governor to act as a translator for negotiations." This man, Ma Fong, appeared to be around 40, dressed in long trousers and a headscarf, embodying the attire of Cambodia. He looked quite amiably at the gang members aboard the ship. Recognizing him from past encounters, Liu Shaokong immediately ordered the lowering of the rope ladder to bring him aboard. "Old Ma, let's proceed with business first. Inform them that we come not for war, but for amicable trade, and that we have gifts for the king, so that those in authority may confer." After Ma Fong translated this, The expression of the Cambodian officials visibly relaxed, allowing him to exchange pleasantries before they departed the ship. It was evident that his status was insufficient to make decisions, and he returned to report back. Liu Shaokong's audacity stemmed from his keen understanding of Cambodia's vulnerable position, as Siam and Vietnam would not permit it to maintain a large military presence. Currently, the Vietnamese, who controlled the Cambodian regime, were embroiled in civil strife, and the troops stationed in Saigon could not be numerous. Moreover, with the banner of the Han characters flying high, the influence of the Ming Dynasty in Southeast Asia was still considerable. Furthermore, the Liu Xiong pirate crew had never regarded these Southeast Asian nations with any seriousness, dominating their naval forces effortlessly. In years past, the Dutch and Portuguese had dared to knock on the Ming Dynasty's maritime doors with merely a handful of warships. Now, Liu Shaokong deemed it unnecessary to show deference to such a puppet state as Cambodia. He understood the importance of demonstrating strength, which would facilitate subsequent negotiations. 2 hours later, the main party finally arrived. Led by a cavalry of 100, followed by 300 infantry, it was evident that these soldiers were clad in uniforms distinct from those of the Cambodian troops, and notably, among the infantry were musketeers. These musketeers escorted a palanquin that approached the harbor dock, where the officials on shore promptly surrounded the palanquin and bowed in reverence. From within the palanquin emerged a figure clad in white official garb, wearing a cap reminiscent of Ming Dynasty officials. Yet Liu Shaokong recognized him as a Vietnamese, as Vietnam revered the Confucian culture of the Huaxia, particularly among the royal family and nobility, emulating it with great fidelity. The newcomer conversed briefly with the surrounding Cambodian officials before casting his gaze upon the Flying Shark Gang's warships. Soon, Ma Fong arrived in a small boat to meet Liu Shaokong. Chief, the visitor is General Nguyen Phuc Van of Annam. Stationed in the Kingdom of Cambodia, he is reportedly a nephew of the current head of the Nguyen clan, wielding significant power in Cambodia, commanding even the king's obedience. He has come to oversee negotiations with us and insists that we must go ashore with no more than 10 individuals. Upon hearing Ma Fong's account, Chunabayo immediately voiced his objections. The shore is their territory. What if it is a trap? Gao Fei echoed the sentiment, concerned for their chief's safety. Chief, I shall accompany the deputy chief to meet this general, suggested strategist Li Mingjie. Liu Shaokong glanced at the others, exuding confidence. Rest assured, these individuals lack the courage to initiate conflict. Moreover, we are not defenseless. After all, we have needs that require addressing. There is no harm in going ashore. He then instructed Chunabayo and Gao Fei to bring 10 trusted guards with them. The general, displaying a degree of self-awareness, did not prohibit the carrying of weapons, thus including Liu Shaokong. They brought along 2 muskets each. With Chunabayo even flamboyantly carrying Ford on the shore, the Cambodians had erected a simple sunshade, setting up a low table and 2 bamboo chairs, yet there was no tea to offer. Liu Shaokong and Nguyen Phuc Van sat opposite each other, appraising one another. Nguyen Phuc Van was of short stature, hardly reaching 5 feet, clad in official attire and wielding a gold-handled scimitar, exuding a certain presence. Nguyen Phuc Van regarded Liu Shaokong with a wary gaze, initially believing him to be a pirate from the Ming Dynasty, as they had often faced harassment from such. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The men before him were uniformly attired, tall and upright, moving with purpose, each equipped with 2 muskets. Their disciplined demeanor, coupled with fierce expressions, led him to realize that these individuals were a well-trained military unit. Ming Dynasty troops? They seem different. They lack long hair, and their attire is unconventional. Where could they possibly be from? Nguyen Phuc Van pondered silently. I am Liu Shaokong, representing the Ming Dynasty, and it is an honor to meet General Nguyen, Liu Shaokong declared. Nguyen Phuc Van, hailing from the prestigious Nguyen clan of Vietnam, had even visited the Ming Dynasty, and thus he was slightly skeptical of Liu Shaokong's introduction. Ming Dynasty, you do not appear to be dressed like a typical Ming person. He remarked, I have been trading in the Nanyang with my kin for many years and have not returned to the Ming Dynasty in quite some time. Nguyen Phuc Van chose not to further query Liu Shaokong's identity and directly asked, Might I inquire what brings you here? Such an arrival with warships in a foreign port could easily lead to misunderstandings. Liu Shaokong, unfazed by Nguyen Phuc Van's tone, replied calmly, "We harbor no ill intentions. We wish to discuss trade with General Nguyen. Trade? Indeed, from grain and copper to iron, and even down to fruits, vegetables, and timber. Initially, we intended to go through the king, but having heard of the general's formidable reputation, I believe we can trade directly." Though Nguyen Phuc Van harbored doubts about Liu Shaokong's intentions, he was nonetheless intrigued. The prospect of bypassing the Cambodian monarchy to engage in direct commerce with him was quite enticing. "How much do you require?" he inquired. Liu Shaokong responded grandly, "As much as you can provide, I can consume." In the future, as they sought to conquer Taiwan, the amount of resources required would be staggering, particularly grain, as Taiwan had yet to be extensively developed and could not sustain an army. Meanwhile, the Ming Dynasty was under maritime restrictions, and turmoil was imminent. Although Cambodia was impoverished, its primary crop, rice, yielded 3 harvests a year, ensuring adequate supply. Nguyen Phuc Van did not perceive Liu Shaokong's boldness as arrogance. Rather, he recognized the strength of these individuals, as evidenced by their warships, which resembled those of Western nations. Presently, Vietnam was embroiled in a power struggle between the TR-NH and Nguyen clans, with both controlling significant political authority. The TR-NH clan dominated the later L dynasty, while the Nguyen clan held sway in the south, leading to constant conflict in pursuit of powerful weaponry. The TR-NH clan collaborated with the Dutch, while the Nguyen clan allied with the Portuguese to manufacture guns and cannons. Thus, Nguyen Phuc Van was no stranger to Western commodities, while other goods could be negotiated. The demand for copper and iron was critical. The conflict between the Nguyen and TR-NH clans necessitated a substantial supply of copper and iron, with at least half sourced from Cambodia. Liu Shaokong chuckled softly and then took a wooden box from Gao Fei, sliding across to Nguyen Phuc, a newcomer. "A small gift for you, General. I hope you will accept it." Inside the box lay gold, its weight substantial. Nguyen Phuc Van's eyes gleamed at the sight of the gold. As a general stationed in Cambodia, he held a position of power and amassed considerable wealth yearly. Yet much of it was siphoned off by his superiors, leaving him with little. The generosity of this Ming individual hinted at lucrative prospects, and, as for copper and iron, he could dictate the terms. Having suffered in this foreign land and being exploited by his own kin, he felt resentment brewing within him, making this opportunity for profit too tempting to overlook. Captain Liu's generosity is noted. This trade certainly warrants consideration. Liu Shaokong smirked inwardly, for he knew all too well that money was the best key to unlock doors. With the prospect of wealth paving the way, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, and various trade agreements were swiftly established. The first batch of trade items included rice, copper, iron, salt, and fruits and vegetables. Liu Shaokong refrained from haggling over prices, recognizing the importance of establishing goodwill in this initial collaboration, thus motivating Nguyen Phuc Van further. Additionally, the largest order pertained to timber, as Cambodia was abundant in teak and Taiwan lacked suitable materials for constructing large warships, necessitating purchases from Southeast Asian nations. Fortunately, at this time, Southeast Asian countries did not prioritize maritime endeavors, resulting in low demand for large vessels and, consequently, low prices. Nguyen Phuc Van beamed at the timber orders, recognizing that the ancient forests were replete with centuries-old teak. Representing a risk-free venture, only minimal labor costs would be incurred. This partnership would save Liu Shaokong considerable trouble compared to self-extraction, with shipments ready within half a year. Both parties benefited, and the negotiations proceeded remarkably smoothly. "General Nguyen, I have one more request." Nguyen Phuc was already dazzled by the orders in hand and immediately replied, "Captain Liu, please proceed. The matter is as follows. My clan and I have journeyed from Ceylon across the ocean, without a place to settle. Hence we wish to rent an island in your esteemed land as a docking site. The price is of no concern. I implore you, General, to show leniency, should Liu Shaokong choose a port in Cambodia." Nguyen Phuc would undoubtedly refuse, as he could never allow a dangerous presence nearby, such as the prohibition of the Flying Shark Gang's warships from entering the port in trade matters. However, islands are different. Vietnam, deeply influenced by Hoa culture, harbors no ambitions towards the sea, and venturing out is often met with pirate harassment. The concept of islands is not well understood, so he readily agreed that, of course. May I inquire where you intend to choose? Pearl Island, which in later generations is known as Phu Quoc, currently belongs to Cambodia, yet is the largest island in Cambodia. It stretches 48 kilometers from north to south and 27 kilometers at its widest from east to west, covering an area of over 500 square kilometers, roughly comparable to Singapore. Liu Shaokong was somewhat familiar with this island, having visited it in his past life and spent 3 days there. Ruan Phuan, who held power in Cambodian politics, was well aware of Pearl Island, and quite intimately so, as it was home to a band of pirates who occasionally raided ashore. He had once dispatched the navy to encircle them. But unfortunately, Cambodia's naval strength was too weak to contend with the pirates. It is this place. However, the island is occupied by a group of pirates. If Captain Liu can drive them away or eliminate them, this island may be made available for your rental. Although named Pearl Island, it was indeed a desolate and barren land, with little arable land. Previously, only a small fishing village existed there. If Liu Shaokong could defeat the pirates on the island and resolve this trouble for him, it would be a favor granted, and he might even collect rent, achieving a dual benefit. Ultimately, Liu Shaokong secured the right to reside on Pearl Island by agreeing to pay 500 taels of silver annually. Chapter 16. The occupation of Pearl Island. Pearl Island is not far from the Mekong River Delta. It merely requires navigating around Cape Ca Mau, and within 100 nautical miles, one would arrive. Cape Ca Mau, akin to Africa's Cape of Good Hope, is situated at the southernmost tip of Vietnam and serves as an important landmark, one of the signposts established during the early Ming Dynasty for the maritime Silk Road. The reason for acquiring Pearl Island is that the Flying Shark Gang requires a forward base. The expedition to Taiwan carries risks, and should it fail, a retreat route is essential. Moreover, it will serve as a foothold for future activities in the region. In the past, Pearl Island was home to 100,000 inhabitants. Under current conditions, sustaining 20 to 30,000 people would pose no issue for the island's barrenness. One must not forget that the Chinese are the most diligent and resilient of peoples, and it is believed that it wouldn't take long to cultivate land suitable for grain production. Boss, the pirate leader on the island, is named Uday, with over 300 men, fewer than 10 sailing ships, only 2 of which are warships, and fewer than 10 cannons. In the meeting room aboard the Flying Fish, Meng Haijiao reported, "Do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the Flying Shark Gang." In the past, Liu Xiang's pirate group had dealings with most pirates in Southeast Asia. Pearl Island was once considered a backup base, but at that time, no one wished to stray too far from home. Hence it was abandoned. Perfect, just the opportunity to hone our skills. Chunabayo rubbed his hands together, inherently a violent individual. Indeed, it's been a while since we've exercised our muscles. Others were eager as well. The South Seas region was akin to their second home, and seizing Pearl Island would mean an additional home, free from the anxieties experienced while in Ceylon. Seeing the morale of the troops was promising. Liu Shaokong promptly commanded, "Old Meng, you and Diaz will stay behind. The rest will set sail on the patrol warships. Remember, follow the training drills strictly. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face punishment." "Understood, boss." Half an hour later, Liu Shaokong led the members of the Flying Shark Gang to the waters surrounding Pearl Island, pinpointing the location of the pirates and immediately ordering 5 patrol warships to advance. Pearl Island lacked deep water ports, making it impossible for vessels over 500 tons to navigate. Thus, the 3 main warships could only watch helplessly. Uday's band of pirates had constructed a fort at the western end of the island, alongside 2 bridge-style docks. The time was just before dusk, with wisps of smoke rising, presenting an excellent target. The pirates soon discovered the intruders. The sound of conch horns and frantic shouts cascaded through the fortress, resulting in chaos. Jasapana, get on the ship and prepare to retaliate. A middle-aged man wielding a firearm shouted. This man was Uday, the pirate leader, unwilling to sit idly by in the face of a sudden assault, and immediately organized his men for resistance. Under his orders, a squad rushed to the docks, boarding ships to prepare for battle. The vessels at the docks bore a distinctly ancient Khmer style, yet were significantly inferior, lacking even the warships of the Ming Dynasty. The two warships were equipped with only 5 or 6 small-caliber flintlock cannons, their sole advantage being their compactness and agility. On the water, the Flying Shark Gang's warships swiftly approached. Aligning in formation 600 meters from the enemy. Fire! With a signal flag waved, the 5 warships unleashed a barrage of nearly 80 cannons, solid iron projectiles whistling through the air, sending up columns of water across the sea. Liu Shaokong observed through his telescope, shaking his head repeatedly, noting the poor results. Only one ship had been hit. The naval artillery tactics of this era were akin to the scenes depicted in films about pirates in the Caribbean, where hitting a target from a distance relied entirely on luck. Continue to close in. The Flying Shark Gang's first volley managed to strike only one ship, yet the dense rain of fire intimidated the pirates. The enemy's warships appeared formidable, and the few vessels they had would surely be sunk if they drew closer. Thus, without waiting for orders, they turned and scattered on the shore. Yude cursed incessantly, having intended to delay the enemy's advance to prepare adequately. Damn it! How could this island attract foreigners? Yude was unwilling to concede, having thrived on piracy in these waters, living quite comfortably, and could only hope that the foreigners ashore were few in number. However, reality proved harsh. The 5 patrol ships arrived at the docks and bombarded the fortress. Yude cursed his own foolishness, as a stronghold lay perfectly within cannon range and under the assault of iron cannonballs. It was swiftly reduced to ruins. The pirates fled in all directions, and Yude could not contain them, ultimately escaping into the dense forest of the island with a few loyal followers, just disembarking. Liu Shaokong, Chunabayo, Zhao Xiaohu, and others saw the pirates fleeing in disregarded formations, immediately ordering a pursuit that's weak. Had we known, we wouldn't have followed the flintlock people to Ceylon, Chunabayo grumbled. Beside him, Gao Fei scoffed. That's hindsight. When we departed, we had none of these firearms or cannons. Had we truly attacked this island, who knows how many brothers would have perished? Thankfully, the boss had foresight. Indeed, in previous battles, our brothers always suffered losses. Now we have undergone a transformation. Even if we encounter the Zheng family or government forces, we can still handle them. Although this battle was not grand in scale, it revitalized the morale of the Flying Shark Gang. This is a dimensional strike, taking Pearl Island with ease. Liu Shaokong felt little joy, instead reflecting on how, in his past life or another world, 300 years hence, Huaxiao would be similarly subdued by the Western world. Suffering territorial concessions and reparations, the pirates fled swiftly. Unfamiliar with the island's terrain, the Flying Shark Gang, to prevent unnecessary casualties, ordered a halt to the pursuit and dispatched personnel to inform Meng Haijiao and others to patrol the surrounding waters. Preventing the pirates from escaping, these individuals could serve as free labor, essential for the island's development. Secretary, the second phase of the plan can be implemented. Li Mingzhi stroked his goatee, his face alight with enthusiasm. Rest assured, boss, I will set out immediately. With a base established, the next step was to gather personnel. They intended to bring families scattered across the South Seas to the island while recruiting soldiers with financial incentives. In this era, the lives of overseas Chinese in the South Seas were exceedingly harsh. Aside from underdeveloped productivity, they faced discrimination and oppression from locals, even massacres, such as the Spanish in the Philippines, who carried out 2 massacres against local Chinese. Therefore, sometimes, even a morsel of food could compel individuals to risk their lives, especially those struggling to survive with families in TOW as long as sufficient resettlement funds were provided. Recruiting personnel would pose no problem. Boss, we have completed the inventory. This band of pirates is not affluent. We captured 45 individuals, and their total wealth amounts to less than 5 chests, mostly copper coins, with a small chest of jewelry and gold. There's a considerable amount of food, approximately 10,000 caddies. Weapons are primarily spears and curved sabers, a few flintlock firearms, 5 barrels of gunpowder, 2 small flintlock cannons, and some poultry and livestock. Additionally, the pirates have cultivated about 100 acres of rice fields. Gao Fei reported methodically. Liu Shaokong nodded. Fei, you, and Xiaohu split into 2 teams. Take a few captives to secure the water source and strive to force the others out. The resources on the island were limited, and if they could control the water source, it would compel the fleeing pirates to surrender quickly. That night, all members of the Flying Shark Gang, except those left on guard aboard the ships, disembarked and set up camp. Chapter 17. The Flying Fire Copper Spear. 2 months later, Pearl Island became a bustling hub, teeming with industrious figures. Once the masters of this land, the pirates found themselves cut off in their escape routes and surrendered en masse, now engaged in the construction of a fortified settlement. Furthermore, the island has seen an influx of women, children, and the elderly. Through the connections established by Li Mingzhi, the families of the Flying Shark Gang, scattered across various regions of Nanyang, have been reunited. Even the widows and orphans of fallen members have not been forsaken. This is a long-standing tradition. Lu Xiong had relied on such means to continually gather manpower. Even in the face of opposition from the Zheng family and the Ming Dynasty, he managed to attract a multitude of followers. Lu Xiaokong has inherited this tradition, winning the hearts of the people. Although this has added considerable burdens, the results have been remarkable. Within a mere 2 months, he has recruited over 2,000 individuals, most of whom have brought their families along. Boss, all the inhabitants of the island have been registered, and the total population has reached 15,620. The fortification is nearing completion, and the houses are built, with the brothers exhibiting great enthusiasm. Li Mingzhi reported with a smile to Lu Xiaokong. Lu Xiaokong, observing the members in training from a distance, felt a deep sense of accomplishment. As if he were living through a tale of agrarian struggles, he was grateful for the tireless efforts of his advisor. "You're too modest. These are the duties of a subordinate." Lu Xiaokong responded that, in 2 months, I intend to set sail for Taiwan. I leave this place in your capable hands, along with 300 men to assist you. Your primary task will be to cultivate the land. Mobilize the women to sew military uniforms, shoes, and hats, and do not neglect the collection and procurement of coconuts and palm materials. So production must also be sustained. Rest assured, boss, while I am not adept in warfare, I am confident in my ability to manage the island, Li Mingzhi replied. After more than a year of collaboration, Lu Xiaokong had come to understand this seemingly cunning advisor well. Indeed, he was a master of domestic affairs. Having conveyed further instructions, Lu Xiaokong made his way directly to the island's rudimentary armory to conduct inspections and offer encouragement. In ancient Huaxia, craftspeople were not highly regarded, especially during the Ming Dynasty, where their status was low and remuneration inadequate, resulting in subpar weaponry. In contrast, the Qing Dynasty under Hong Taiji valued craftsmen who surrendered or defected, enhancing their compensation, which led to the Qing army's weaponry surpassing that of the Ming. This irony cannot be overstated. Though the armory was rudimentary, it housed a considerable number of craftsmen, predominantly blacksmiths, who were busily forging weapons. These were not swords or sabers, but rather bayonets. While firearms had begun to dominate the battlefield, the tactical understanding had not fully evolved. For instance, pikemen were needed to shield gunmen from cavalry charges. Moreover, gunmen typically carried swords and daggers for close combat. Bayonets designed specifically for firearms had emerged, featuring wooden handles that inserted into the muzzle, meaning that once affixed, the firearm could not be discharged. The prototype of the bayonet first appeared during the Ming Dynasty, where a type of quick-firing weapon was equipped with a spearhead at its muzzle, also insertable. However, this insertable design, while affecting firing capability, was not securely attached to the barrel and could easily detach during combat, preventing widespread adoption. Lu Xiaokong ordered the fabrication of a second-generation socket bayonet, which included a sleeve at the base that could fit over the gun barrel. This design, while simple, had a drawback. It rendered the firearm incapable of mounting a sight, though at this time, the accuracy of guns was negligible regardless of the sight. The bayonet's design directly adopted a triangular structure, providing not only a bleeding function but also an armor-piercing capability, important given that many future adversaries would be clad in armor. Lu Xiaokong approached the weapon rack where the newly forged bayonets were displayed. Each bayonet measured 0.5 meters in length, and due to the primitive state of metalworking at this time, the need for increased strength resulted in heavier bayonets that appeared more formidable and sharp. Once fitted to the barrel, their length approached 2 meters, making them suitable for use as long spears. "Boss, we have very little iron left. It will suffice to forge no more than 200 bayonets," spoke Zhang Dali, who along with 3 other associates, possessed skills in both artillery and blacksmithing. currently, due to environmental constraints. They had to revert to their original trade. Liu Shaokong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. The Flying Shark Gang was in dire need of resources, especially strategic materials like copper and iron, which were scarce and could not be procured in sufficient quantities. Thus, large-scale weapon forging was immensely resource-intensive, and iron was required for more than just bayonet production, with 1,000 bayonets already forged. Liu Shaokong deemed the quantity sufficient and decided to pause further production until the next batch of iron arrived. After conversing with Zhang Dali for a while, he moved on to another workshop, where the veteran blacksmith Chun and two apprentices were crafting grenades. These were the old-fashioned spherical grenades equipped with fuses. Although primitive, they were indispensable tools on the battlefield. There had been thoughts of creating explosive shells, but based on both past experiences and current experiments, such shells were still highly unstable. The primary issue lay with the fuses, of which there were two types. One was a primitive gunpowder fuse from the West, essentially a large grenade, ignited before being thrown into the cannon's chamber, with the critical caveat that the fuse must not ignite the gunpowder within, or disaster would ensue. The other was the Ming Dynasty's spiral wooden fuse, embedded within a spiral wood pattern. While it was advanced for its time, it still directly contacted the gunpowder, resulting in minimal safety improvements, and was only suitable for small-caliber artillery, limiting its explosive power to that of a grenade. A solution to this issue would not emerge for another century. The structure was not overly complex. The concept involved adding a circular wooden base to the shell, securely fastening it, while the fuse would be constructed from a conical wooden tube, sealed at both ends and containing a slow-burning wick. The tube would feature markings, allowing for small holes to be drilled at specific distances. Upon ignition of the propellant, flames would pass through the cannon's bore, igniting the fuse at the tube's head, which would then burn along the wick and ignite the explosive material within the shell at the designated hole. Notably, the shell's iron casing could not be too thick, as this would diminish its explosive potency. However, this process was intricate, requiring extensive experimentation for successful implementation. Thus, for now, solid projectiles and shrapnel ruled the battlefield. The new explosive shells would have to wait until a stable base and sufficient manpower and resources could be established for experimentation. However, alternatives were not entirely absent. In the distance, Liu Shaokong spotted a workshop where fireworks were being set off. Indeed, it was fireworks, the sound unmistakably familiar, with a pop. The Zhuang Tianhou, the traditional Huaxia firework, was being developed in a larger format. During the Jiangyin period, the Ming army prepared a densely packed rocket that could launch hundreds at once to strike the enemy, colloquially dubbed the Hive. This equipment later found its way into the hands of South Asian Indians, who, through modifications, inflicted significant losses on British invaders. Following the war, the British improved these Indian rockets into more powerful and far-reaching artillery. Named after their inventor, Congreve, thus becoming known as Congreve rockets, the British military excelled in employing rocket artillery, utilizing it in both naval and land battles. It is said that during one naval engagement, they expended as many as 25,000 rockets. Furthermore, during the Opium War, these rockets were extensively deployed, causing considerable casualties among the Qing forces that ended the pivotal battle at Baliqiao. The British forces unleashed hundreds of rockets, inflicting devastating losses on Sengalinken's cavalry and resulting in a complete disarray of their formations, nearly leading to the annihilation of their entire army. This type of rocket artillery underwent extensive imitation during the self-strengthening movement of the Qing Dynasty and was referred to as the Feihua Tongxian. Liu Shaokong, faced with a deficiency in land warfare artillery and lacking time for casting, ultimately considered the Congreve rocket. Its lightweight design, simplicity in operation, and ease of manufacture rendered it a formidable weapon suitable for both land and sea use. The principle behind it was straightforward, akin to an enlarged version of a firework rocket. Liu Shaokong ordered the production of the final version of the Feihua Tongxian, utilizing iron and copper sheets for the powder chambers and affixing 3 spiral wooden fins at the rear. Upon launch, these fins would cause the rocket to spin, enhancing stability and significantly improving accuracy, much like rifle bullets and shells. The craftsmen tasked with creating the Feihua Tongxian were 10 artisans recruited from Nanyang, skilled in pyrotechnics, who collaborated with 5 blacksmiths in the development process. Fortunately, Liu Shaokong had previously encountered the design and structure of such rocket artillery on a forum, enabling the artisans to replicate it successfully after several experiments. Truth be told, this oversized firework rocket posed little challenge for the adept craftsmen of Huaxia. However, due to material shortages, only small-scale rocket artillery could be produced, with a range barely reaching 1,000 meters. Chapter 18. Arrival in Taiwan. Ultimately, Liu Shaokong arrived at a location where thick plumes of smoke billowed in the distance. Approaching, he discovered a group of over 20 individuals using firewood to heat hollow, iron barrels. These barrels closely resembled the distilling vessels of the era, emitting a pungent odor from within. Not far from the site, several workers transported wooden barrels, pouring out a viscous black liquid that, if placed in the future, would be instantly recognized as the industrial lifeblood known as oil. Though oil had been discovered long ago, its significance remained largely unrecognized until its widespread application in the 19th century. Records of oil exist in various countries, including Huaxia, where it was deemed an ominous substance to be avoided. Notably, in Java, there are detailed legends about its discovery by locals during sand excavation, leading to its moniker ghost oil due to its color and smell. Liu Shaokong, having heard of these legends from his previous life spent trading in Southeast Asia, quickly identified its significance in his current existence. Unsurprisingly, this was a shallow oil deposit, and at that time, people were oblivious to its value. Given the scarcity of effective offensive measures, and with the secret formula for the Ming Dynasty's Menghua oil unknown and prohibitively expensive, Liu Shaokong resorted to his advanced knowledge, instructing Li Mingzhi to discreetly purchase oil from the locals. Currently under Dutch control, Java restricted large-scale imports, necessitating the use of small cargo ships manned by local Chinese to smuggle supplies, resulting in the acquisition of 300 barrels thus far. At present, they were distilling gasoline and kerosene using traditional methods. Gasoline could be converted into incendiary devices, while kerosene served as the most practical lighting fuel before the advent of electric lamps. Monopolizing kerosene in the future would yield greater value than gasoline. During the Qing Dynasty, over 1 million gallons of kerosene were imported annually from foreign sources, a staggering figure for ancient times. As for diesel, the internal combustion engine was still a distant prospect, thus not warranting immediate consideration. It took nearly 10 days to separate gasoline and kerosene based on their odor and color. With the remaining byproducts stored for future U.S. It's worth noting that the leftover crude oil could yield various lubricants, paraffin, and asphalt, but Liu Shaokong lacked the time and energy to delve into these and opted to seal them for the time being. After inspecting the oil refinery, Liu Shaokong devoted his attention to training his soldiers that in June, following a summer rain, flat-bottom boats continuously shuttled between the Zhuji Island dock and the larger vessels, transporting supplies. With the summer monsoon approaching, Liu Shaokong decided to set sail. This expedition to Taiwan included 3 large ships, 2 armed transport vessels, 2 patrol ships, and 2,600 soldiers, while not a large force. He felt confident, knowing that the number of colonizers on Taiwan amounted to merely over 1,000, combining the Dutch and Spanish forces. His subordinates had undergone extensive training, with corps members being seasoned veterans, all armed with flintlock rifles. Their combat effectiveness was incomparable to before. With proper strategizing, failure was not an option. That a day later, all supplies were loaded onto the ships. Liu Shaokong bid farewell to Li Mingzhi and Liu Bao, who remained behind, and set sail. Life at sea was exceedingly monotonous. Cleaning the deck was a daily necessity for the crew. Liu Shaokong, residing in the captain's quarters, diligently studied the maritime navigation techniques of the era, calculating his position daily. In this age devoid of satellite positioning and communication, navigating the ocean required utmost caution. Fortunately, the waters of Nanyang had once been the territory of the Feisha gang, and the maritime charts and various landmarks were etched in his memory. Provided they did not encounter extreme weather conditions, the journey harbored minimal risk. 4 days later, they passed the first landmark, the Shisha Islands. Comprising over 20 islands, this region was largely uninhabited at the time. Although nominally belonging to the Ming Dynasty, the Ming Navy rarely ventured here, and fishermen seldom traveled such distances for their catch, making it primarily a temporary refuge for maritime traders and pirates. This area had once served as a replenishment point for the Lu Xiang pirate crew during their plunders in Nanyang, owing to the presence of freshwater springs on one of the islands. Lu Xiaokong was intimately familiar with these islands, quickly locating the one to replenish freshwater supplies. After a brief rest, they continued their voyage. 3 days later, they arrived at the Dongsha Islands, the smallest of the 4 major island groups in the South China Sea. Lacking freshwater resources, Lu Xiaokong did not linger. He plotted a course based on the locations of the Dongsha Islands and Taiwan, deliberately avoiding the Taiwan Strait to evade Zheng's and the Dutch forces. Instead, heading southward to traverse the Bashi Channel and then along Taiwan's eastern coast in search of a landing site. Historically, the base of 18G was located in Taiwan, thus Lu Xiaokong possessed a complete maritime chart of the island, including natural harbors along the coastal areas of Taidong suitable for docking. 10 days later, they finally found a place known as Crab Claw. Lu Xiaokong surveyed the bay, which bore no signs of human activity, and noted its excellent geographical position, flanked by mountains on 3 sides with the port opening towards the southeast. 2 arc-shaped peninsulas embrace the bay, resembling the pincers of a crab, hence the name. The terrain was precarious and rarely visited, having once served as a hideout for pirates. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaokong recognized it as Suao Harbor, a naval base of the Taiwan Army. In his previous life as a military enthusiast, he had researched the naval bases of the Taiwan Army, and Suao Harbor was one of the 3 major bases, serving as a military, commercial, and fishing port, situated in the fertile Yilan Plain. With ample rainfall, it represented the largest plain in Taitung. It was remarkable that pirates had such acumen to identify such a strategic location. Crucially, it was only 50 nautical miles from Keelung, making it an ideal spot for ambush and opportunity. Furthermore, this area could facilitate future immigration and development, marking it as a rare treasure. The veteran members of the Feisha gang reminisced, recalling that their former leader, Lu Xiang, had once hidden here after failing to contend with the Zheng family. Lu Xiaokong observed for a while before dispatching 2 small teams to scout the shore. After confirming the absence of rival factions, he ordered the fleet to dock, establish camp, and unload supplies. That evening, on the sandy beach of the camp, the members of the Feisha gang held a bonfire party, bringing out their cherished drinks while cooking freshly caught seafood, their laughter echoing around them. Having spent half a month aboard the ship, the crew was mentally fatigued, and Lu Xiaokong allowed them to relax and unwind at the highest point. He held a small jug of liquor, gazing at the scenic views of Suao. The area, bordering the Pacific Ocean, was adorned with magnificent landscapes, picturesque and poetic, evoking admiration even from one accustomed to beautiful sights in his previous life. The following day, Lu Xiaokong rallied the members of the Feisha gang. Some began felling trees to construct shelters, while others ventured into the sea to fish, some into the mountains to hunt or gather wild vegetables, and others fortified the high ground of the bay by building rudimentary defensive artillery. This site would serve as their forward base and one of the future residential areas, demanding utmost vigilance, as the sea was not solely inhabited by their faction, warranting careful consideration. "Chief, we have captured 2 indigenous scouts. What should we do with them?" Chinabayo brought forth 2 emaciated mountain dwellers clad in hemp garments and barefoot before Lu Xiaokong. Lu Xiaokong was not taken aback. The Yilan region was conducive to habitation, naturally home to Taiwan's indigenous people. The Gamelan people had previously collaborated with them. Send them to Lu Fashu and discuss matters with their chieftain, striving to avoid escalating tensions. This era saw approximately 300,000 indigenous people in Taiwan, scattered across various regions, most of whom were quite xenophobic, particularly towards Han immigrants. However, Lu Xiaokong realized that merely relying on military force would not suffice for establishing a foothold in Taiwan. It was essential to forge alliances where possible. Soon, Lu Fa conferred with Lu Xiaokong for a while before departing the camp with a contingent of men and 2 Kamalan individuals. Half a day later, Lu Fa returned, having acquired additional provisions. "Leader, the old chieftain of the Kamalan has not passed away. He is an old acquaintance of ours. I provided him with some cloth, salt, and ironware, and in exchange he offered us 5,000 pounds of rice, along with agreements for further cooperation. Moreover, I discovered that their entire tribe comprises fewer than 3,000 individuals, lacking firearms, and thus pose no threat to us. Liu Fa reported with a smile. He regarded the Kamalan people with indifference, acknowledging their small numbers and gentle disposition, which rendered them unskilled in conflict, by binding them through mutual benefit. They would not become adversaries, but rather allies. As it stood, their limited food supplies could be exchanged for other goods. It is noteworthy that the rice in Taiwan can yield 2 harvests a year, and in the Tainan area, it can even yield 3, with abundant rainfall and streams throughout Taiwan, as long as one is willing to labor. Food security is assured, provided there is no exploitation. Chapter 19. Batavia. While Liu Shaokong commanded his subordinates to construct a fortress in Alan, he dispatched Gao Fei to lead a group disguised as natives to scout the location of the Spanish fortress in the direction of Jiangyin. Along with other intelligence, currently, 2 foreign powers dominate Taiwan: the Dutch in the south and the Spanish in the north, particularly in the Jiangyin area. In truth, Spain's primary focus lies in the Americas, where they concentrate on managing their colony in the Philippines. However, following their defeat by the Dutch on the European battlefield, their strength has waned considerably, prompting the Dutch East India Company to adopt a more aggressive stance, particularly after their victory in the Battle of Malacca, which expelled the Portuguese and strategically surrounded the Philippines, rendering trade routes increasingly vulnerable. The Spanish authorities have also recognized this peril and are seeking a breakthrough. One strategy involves establishing a foothold in Taiwan and forming trade relations with neighboring nations, especially the Ming Dynasty, to ultimately forge an alliance aimed at diminishing the Dutch presence. Nevertheless, while the ideal scenario is commendable, reality has dealt Spain a harsh blow. Firstly, the Ming Dynasty harbors no goodwill toward foreigners, completely disregarding the envoys they dispatched. Subsequently, they approached the Zheng family, yet the maritime merchants and pirates represented by the Zheng family had established cooperative ties with the Dutch and harbored distrust toward the Spanish, showing no inclination to engage in conflict with the Dutch. The same applies to Korea and Japan, leaving the Spanish encountering obstacles at every turn, achieving little progress. However, they are unwilling to yield and have begun to focus on consolidating their stronghold in Taiwan by constructing the fortress of Santo Domingo in Tamsui and San Salvador in Jiangyin, while also searching for gold, gems, and silver and attempting to win over local natives. Yet, they have found no valuable mines, and their methods pale in comparison to those of the Dutch, rendering their profits insufficient to cover military expenses. Consequently, the Spanish authorities in Manila decided to reduce their troop presence and ultimately abandoned the fortress of Santo Domingo in Tamsui. The Dutch have been closely monitoring the movements of the Spanish in Taipei, utilizing the information obtained from the natives employed by the Spanish about the troop reductions, leading them to decide to attack Jiangyin and eradicate Spanish influence. Liu Shaokong, however, recognized that his current resources were still too limited, and a rash assault on either side's fortified stronghold would be ill-advised. Given their present strength and reputation, it was also unlikely they could persuade the Han people on the island to join their ranks. Thus, they prepared to seize the opportunity presented by the conflict in Jiangyin, hoping that the clashing of the clam and the heron would result in a fisherman's gain in mid-July. At the headquarters of the Dutch East India Company in Batavia, the legendary Coconut City, the Dutch have occupied this place for over 20 years, establishing it as the center for expansion in Asia, vigorously constructing cities, squares, ports, and fortifications. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the East India Company, this area has grown considerably, particularly in trade, as evidenced by the multitude of ships cluttering the harbor, in one corner of the port. Various vessels belonging to the Dutch East India Company are docked, including 30 warships and over 100 armed merchant ships. Onshore lies a vast military encampment, with formidable fortifications constructed at strategic points, ensuring tight security. The entire Batavia is garrisoned by 4,000 soldiers, and if one includes surrounding outposts, the number swells to 7,000. The center of the military camp stands a 3-story fortress-like building, its walls of red brick and windows of glass. Within a lavishly adorned office, 2 individuals are engaged in conversation. Colonel Ramodi, the board has decided to dispatch you to reinforce Trudenius and completely eradicate the Spanish stronghold in Taiwan, spoke a man dressed in Dutch military attire, in his 50s, with graying hair. From his insignia, it was evident that he was a general, the only one in Batavia. namely the current governor of the Dutch East India Company, Anthony van Diemen. Opposite Anthony sat a military officer under 40, his brow furrowed in confusion and a touch of anger. "Governor, the board promised that I would lead a fleet to attack Gal. How could the plans suddenly change?" Anthony maintained his composure, replying calmly, "The alteration in plans is due to intelligence we received indicating that the Spanish have been steadily reducing their forces in Taiwan and have even abandoned the fortress of Santo Domingo. It is estimated that their stronghold of San Salvador now has only around 200 MNAS for Colombo. A powerful fleet has already been dispatched from the homeland and will soon arrive in India. This time, we aim not only to reclaim Gal, but also to utterly defeat the Portuguese." Ramodi was highly dissatisfied. He understood that attacking Gal and assaulting Taiwan were worlds apart. The board had promised him a fleet of 40 ships to reclaim Gal. And should he succeed, it would be a monumental achievement, potentially leading to a promotion to rear admiral or even the governorship of Ceylon. However, Taiwan, with its mere 200 men and dilapidated fortress, would significantly diminish his glory, especially since he would be collaborating with the fleet from Taiwan. Anthony perceived Ramodi's discontent and reassured him, "There are deeper reasons for this decision. It is not that the board does not support you, but rather that the losses in Gal and the returning fleet have incited outrage back home, leading to accountability measures against the company. The board is under considerable pressure and had to make concessions." Although the Dutch East India Company had only been established for 40 years, its rapid growth, particularly following its victory over the Portuguese in the Battle of Malacca, had solidified its maritime dominance in Asia. This success, however, had raised concerns within the Netherlands, as the company's growing power, distant from its homeland, weakened domestic influence and control. Thus, the Netherlands seized upon the Gal incident as an opportunity to suppress the East India Company, opting to send troops from the homeland to reclaim Gal and drive out the Portuguese from Colombo, thereby retaining control over Ceylon, a crucial stronghold in the Indian Ocean and a vital resupply point for returning fleets from Asia. This effectively throttled the East India Company's influence and mitigated fears of potential disruptions. Upon hearing Anthony's explanation, Ramodi was taken aback. It was clear that the homeland was taking action, leaving him helpless in the power struggle between the nation and the company, an affair far beyond the influence of a mere colonel. "I can attack the Spanish, but I request to be stationed there." Ramodi was not foolish. His arduous efforts in Asia were driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune. While acquiring fame at the moment seemed challenging, if he were stationed in Taiwan, he could oversee the trade in that territory. Taiwan is a crucial trading hub for Northeast Asia, and even governing a single city would yield substantial rewards. Should the Spanish be defeated, the Taipei region would require someone to maintain order, prompting Anthony to readily agree. "Absolutely. I will draft an appointment letter for you to present at Trudenius upon your arrival in Taiwan. Remember, although the Spanish are in decline, their fortifications are quite formidable. Do not underestimate them. Rest assured, Governor, if I cannot capture San Salvador, I will immediately resign." Anthony nodded. This time, the East India Company was dispatching 800 men and 8 or 9 warships. If they were unable to achieve victory, it would be a grave folly. I have already coordinated with the logistics department. The supplies in the warehouse can be replenished as needed, that we shall set sail in 5 days. "Yes, Governor." Chapter 20. Tamsui Fortress, a large stronghold built by the Dutch in Taiwan, serves as the trading hub for the East India Company across East Asia. The fortress consists of 2 layers, an inner and an outer city, with the inner city being square-shaped and comprising 3 levels. The ground level connects to the outer city, which has walls towering 10 meters high, constructed from a mixture of glutinous rice juice, sugary water, and oyster shell ash combined with sand. Surrounding the walls are bastions, each equipped with 12 cannons in total. Including the walls and the inner city, there are 80 cannons, making it a formidable fortress with significant firepower. At the highest point of the inner city, 4 two-story red brick buildings stand, one of which serves as the office of the governor of Taiwan. Trudenius, a young Dutch officer, is speaking loudly. "Governor, it is now the end of July, and the reinforcement from Batavia have yet to arrive. If this continues, the monsoon will cease, and it will become exceedingly slow to head north. Moreover, if news leaks out and the Spanish become prepared, we will pay a great price." Trudenius, in his 40s and sporting a long beard, was gravely concerned about the situation at hand. However, the orders he received were to await reinforcements and march north together. "Harris, do not be hasty. The reinforcements may have encountered a storm and could arrive within a few days," he advised. "Humph. It would be best if they don't come at all. They are merely here to seize credit for our efforts." Harris retorted, visibly agitated. Trudenius furrowed his brow and replied, "Colonel Harris, we are colleagues. Refrain from slander." Harris slightly restrained himself and said, "Commander, I have heard that Governor Anthony's health has deteriorated and personnel changes have begun within the company. Consider this. Our annual output with the Ming Dynasty, Korea, the Japanese, and Taiwan accounts for at least 30% of the company's total trade. The company's current pretense of sending aid for the battle may very well be a cover for their intent to seize the Spanish territories." Upon hearing his subordinate's analysis, Trudenius fell into silence, quickly realizing that, regardless of his disinterest in vying for the next governorship, the authorities in Batavia undoubtedly wished to undermine his influence and partition his rights and trade in Taiwan. This was akin to robbing him. As the governor of Taiwan, he found the actions of the Batavia headquarters to be exceedingly excessive. "These scoundrels, defeating the Spaniards should have been a trivial matter for us. They insist on sending reinforcements, and it seems their intentions are aimed squarely at us. Harris, I concur with your assessment. Let us not wait for the reinforcements any longer. Prepare immediately. I will allocate 4 warships, 2 armed transport vessels, and 400 soldiers for you. Moreover, to ensure the successful capture of the Spanish, reach out to the local chieftains in Tamsui, promising them some riches to secure their support." Trudenius, filled with resolve, also dispatched the majority of soldiers and warships from Harenza. Harris was elated. His persuasion had indeed borne fruit. If this battle proved victorious, he could work behind the scenes to establish himself as one of the prominent commanders in Batavia. He immediately saluted, assuring, "Rest assured, Commander, we shall vanquish the Spaniards." Eager for glory, Harris set out the very next day, fully equipped and supplied, and swiftly reached Tamsui. Aided by the monsoon winds, he established contact with the local indigenous people, with whom they had a history of trade and familiarity. Years ago, when the Spaniards occupied this area to build a fortress, the Dutch had bribed these natives, employing every possible means to disrupt their efforts, ultimately driving the Spaniards out of Tamsui. The Taiwanese natives, lacking the advanced civilization of Huaxia, mostly lived in primitive conditions, relying on the Dutch for essentials such as cloth, ironware, and even salt. Tempted by these goods, the tribal chieftains agreed to the Dutch request for military assistance. The two groups prepared to advance by land and sea, agreeing to rendezvous 5 days later by the coastline near Geelong. In mid-August, in the Geelong area, 10 miles from the Peace Island where San Salvador City is located, Liu Shaokong and his Flying Shark Gang lay concealed in the mountains. Liu Shaokong only knew that the Battle of Geelong would erupt in August, without specific details, so he had his men standing guard for an extended 14 days. "Boss, I say we charge straight in and eliminate the Spaniards. A mere fortress with 100 men, we could take it in one rush." Chinabayo expressed his impatience. The term Spaniard was coined by Liu Shaokong to distinguish them from the Franks, as both the Portuguese and Spaniards were previously referred to collectively as Franks, albeit with the addition of big and small to their names. Before Liu Shaokong could respond, Gao Fei scoffed, "Fatty, you're all muscle and no brains. Don't be fooled by their small numbers. Most Spaniards are holed up in the fortress, with 30 to 40 cannons positioned above us. Our ships are treasures. We cannot afford to lose them here. We have over 2,000 men. What is there to fear? We've been battling mosquitoes for over 10 days without being able to light a fire. At this rate, we'll soon turn into savages." Chinabayo's sentiments echoed those of most members of the Flying Shark Gang. Cooped up in the forest, plagued by mosquitoes and the elements, they made do with biscuits and cold rations, occasionally interrupted by rain, which caused illness among many. Had it not been for the high level of discipline instilled in them by Liu Shaokong's training, there would have been dissent long ago. Liu Shaokong, too, felt the weight of impatience, but the lives of thousands in his gang rested upon his shoulders, compelling him to exercise caution. Gao Fei was right. Reconnaissance had confirmed that while San Salvador was not large, it was indeed a sturdy fortress, a quadrilateral structure standing over 6 meters high. With a small bastion at each corner, each equipped with 6 cannons, totaling over 30 artillery pieces when including other positions. Furthermore, there were 3 additional artillery forts outside the city, one of which, though damaged, remained formidable. Lu Shaokong and his men lacked experience in assaulting fortified structures, and given their limited resources, he was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation. Moreover, although they possessed over 200 small fire copper spears, their power was insufficient to significantly aid in a siege. Even if they were to leverage their numerical superiority to capture San Salvador, the cost would be monumental, not to mention the imminent threat posed by the Dutch, not to mention the looming presence of Herenza. They simply could not afford heavy casualties. Fei, go inform the brothers that we shall wait 3 more days. We will attack the Spaniards then. Gao Fei nodded without further comment and set off to relay the message. This was Lu Shaokong's strategy of delay. At worst, they could mobilize a larger force in 3 days and then relocate. Indeed, with a clear timeline and objective, the gang members ceased their complaints and continued to remain in the woods. Awaiting further developments. 2 days later, Lu Shaokong received urgent reports from his outer scouts, revealing that a large contingent of indigenous people was gathering along the coastline towards the Jiangyin area. Boss, these natives number over 1,000 and are clearly heading towards the Spaniards. Gao Fei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lu Shaokong felt a surge of energy. All their suffering had not been in vain, for the opportunity had finally arrived. Fei, send word to the deputy leader to immediately set sail to the designated waters. Biaozi, pass the order. All hands must prepare their weapons and gear. We depart at once. Yes, the Flying Shark gang had not tasted blood for quite some time, and with the prospect of action finally upon them, they eagerly sharpened their resolve. In their eyes, the foreigners were wealthy, especially with a not insignificant fortress at stake. After all, they were at their core pirates. Chapter 21. The Battle of San Salvador. Inside San Salvador, 4 rows of barracks were constructed against the city walls, with a solitary small building at the eastern end serving as the residence and office of the Spanish governor, Botiro. The Spaniards lacked the operational finesse of the Portuguese and Dutch, compounded by insufficient funding from their headquarters in the Philippines, resulting in dire conditions for the troops in San Salvador. For instance, Botiro's office was sparsely decorated, hardly reflecting the residence of a colonial officer. From this day forth, we in San Salvador shall no longer be beholden to Manila. Botiro laughed heartily as he surveyed the items on his desk. 2 boxes lay before him, containing yellow and white powders. Major, we have finally succeeded, an unkempt officer exclaimed. Yamal, you have made a significant contribution this time. Once the market opens, I shall grant you a share. Thank you, Major, but we must ensure confidentiality. Otherwise, if Manila learns of this, the consequences will be dire. Botiro rubbed the powder between his fingers, snorting disdainfully. Every time I think of this, I feel like bombarding them with cannons. They keep reducing our station troops while piling on additional tasks. It's one thing to bear that, but supplies and salaries are never delivered on time. We have done quite enough merely delivering sulfur every month. The Spaniards had long sought valuable minerals in Taiwan, and upon finding no gold or silver, they turned their sights elsewhere. Their perseverance paid off when they discovered sulfur mines in the Jiangyin area. Sulfur could be used to produce gunpowder, ensuring ample demand for both personal use and trade. However, the production in San Salvador was minimal, and the Manila authorities had not granted it sufficient attention, continuing instead to reduce the stationed military presence. Discontented, Botiro resolved to take matters into his own hands by producing gunpowder independently. He secretly hired a missionary from Spain, skilled in gunpowder production, and utilized the sulfur mined by the locals, gathering bird droppings from the surrounding islands to extract nitrate powder. If he could also produce charcoal, he would be able to manufacture gunpowder. He had already established connections with buyers, specifically the Portuguese, and estimated that they could yield at least 20,000 silver coins annually. A windfall indeed. Yamal concurred. Yes, it feels as though we are exiles. However, I still suggest providing each soldier with sufficient rewards to prevent them from spilling secrets. Botiro chuckled. Of course, I will ensure everyone is involved, binding them together. Once we accumulate enough wealth, we can forge connections, expand the garrison, defeat the Dutch, and perhaps even break free from Manila. Just as Botiro loudly articulated his ambitions, a frantic ringing of bells echoed from afar. It's an alarm. The two men exchanged startled glances before grabbing their weapons and rushing out of the two-story building to the city walls. What is happening? Though the Spanish presence in the Jiangyin region is sparse, no one, apart from the Dutch, dares to assault their stronghold, and the alarm has not sounded for a considerable time. Report to the Major. The retreating fort has detected enemy forces on the island where the city of San Salvador is located. There are three subsidiary artillery forts: the Watch Fort, the Retreating Fort, and the Barrel Fort. However, due to personnel issues, both the Watch Fort and the Barrel Fort have been decommissioned and dismantled, leaving only the Retreating Fort, a result for which Petiro has fought vigorously. The Retreating Fort is situated at the highest point of the island, serving the dual purpose of lookout and artillery post. Before long, several warships appeared in the surrounding waters. Sir Major, it is the Dutch fleet, consisting of 6 vessels, with nearly 1,000 indigenous people on shore, identifiable by their attire as hailing from the freshwater region. Petiro, peering through his telescope, observed them with a calm demeanor. A year prior, the Dutch had attempted to assault San Salvador, but had returned empty-handed. Although they now had a few more ships, he deemed it insufficient as for the indigenous warriors armed with machetes, spears, and bows. He dismissed them with a scornful glance, considering them no threat. Yamal, take 50 men to the retreating fort and bring along 2 small cannons. Remember, ensure that ammunition is adequately supplied, as you command. Major, the retreating fort controls the island's high ground. As long as it is firmly held, the Dutch pose no fear, even if they land from other directions. In the Jiangyin waters, Haruz, leading his fleet, arrived, well acquainted with the locale, having led an attack there the previous year. However, that was merely a probe. Upon observing the island's formidable defenses, he had opted not to engage further, symbolically firing a few rounds before retreating. This time, however, things were different, as he had identified vulnerabilities in the Spanish defense. Signal all cannons to fire at maximum range. The 4 warships aligned in formation, and immediately, the sound of cannon fire erupted. The large-caliber artillery on board discharged in succession, sending dozens of shells crashing into the sea before San Salvador, creating towering columns of water. The city walls were built facing the sea, with 2 Spanish warships anchored in the bay, ordered to remain inactive and rely on the wall's artillery for passive defense. Fortunately, the artillery technology of this era was still relatively rudimentary. After 2 hours, the Dutch had fired over 100 shells, yet only 3 struck the city walls, inflicting no damage on the Spanish vessels. With the advantage of the walls, the Spanish managed to injure 1 Dutch warship with 2 cannonballs, thus ending the artillery duel. Splendid! The Dutch have retreated. Spanish soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, venting their frustrations. It is worth noting that in the Battle of Downs in Europe, the Spanish fleet had suffered a devastating defeat to the Dutch, severely crippling their naval strength and rendering them unable to instigate further conflict. Seizing the opportunity, the Dutch Navy had risen to become the maritime hegemon of the contemporary world. Petiro fiercely pumped his fist, adding another notch to his record of achievements. If only I had more than 2 warships. I would make these Dutch pigs pay dearly. The Dutch fleet withdrew from the Jiangyin waters, and the Spanish forces rejoiced, with Petiro immediately ordering a bonfire feast to celebrate, reveling until midnight. The following morning, still nursing a hangover, Petiro was once again jolted awake by urgent alarms. Major, trouble is brewing. Captain Yamal has sent word that the Dutch have landed on the western shore, and he is dispatching forces to intercept. No sooner had the messenger finished speaking than distant gunfire erupted from the west side of the island. Petiro's inebriation vanished in an instant. He had not anticipated the Dutch would launch a counterattack, while they were momentarily relaxed. Quickly, notify everyone to prepare for battle. On the island's western shore, Haruz led Dutch soldiers in a beach landing. Although their warships could not approach the shore, they had brought 8 small gunboats, each capable of carrying 10 men. Rowing swiftly to the beach in unison on the shore, Lieutenant Yalma reacted in a timely manner, leading 20 men armed with muskets, standing ready for the confrontation. Stay calm, hold steady, fire. The Spanish soldiers pulled their triggers. Wielding matchlock guns. It was understandable, given that San Salvador was not favored by the Spanish authorities in Manila, resulting in a lack of more advanced flintlock firearms. Fortunately, the 2 types of guns were not vastly different in effectiveness. Upon witnessing the Spanish soldiers open fire, the Dutch soldiers instinctively ducked for cover. Those who were still injured and fell into the water. "Quickly reload," Yalma commanded loudly, glancing toward San Salvador, praying for reinforcements to arrive in time. Otherwise, this battle would truly be perilous. Chapter 22. The Battle of San Salvador, Part 2. In this era, the loading speed of firearms was painfully slow. Even the most elite soldiers could manage only 3 shots per minute. And it was clear that the Spanish soldiers could not achieve that, only managing 2 shots per minute. After 2 volleys, the Dutch had suffered a few casualties but finally managed to reach the beach. At this time, Europe was greatly influenced by firearms, and neither side wished to engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary, resulting in both sides adopting a line formation for exchange, with both sides limited in number and the accuracy of their firearms questionable. After 3 exchanges, there were fewer than 5 casualties on either side. However, the Spanish forces were dwindling, while the Dutch numbers swelled. At this juncture, the Dutch unloaded 2 small-caliber mortars from their ships. Mortars are short-barreled, highly mobile, low rate of fire, high-angle smoothbore cannons, akin to modern-day mortars. In Europe, the Dutch favored using mortars, while the Portuguese and Spanish preferred falconet cannons. Yalma, having exited in haste, did not bring any falconet cannons, and his face paled at the sight of the Dutch mortars. Scatter! Boom! Boom! The 2 mortars fired shells that burst among the Spanish soldiers, but unfortunately, their power and accuracy were insufficient, injuring only one. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Yalma saw that nearly 100 Dutch soldiers had landed and with artillery support. Any further combat would result in annihilation. He promptly ordered the surviving soldiers to withdraw to the fortress. Seeing the Spanish fleeing, the Dutch soldiers did not pursue, but instead organized a defensive line on the beach to cover the landing of more soldiers. 10 minutes later, Petiro arrived with reinforcements, but it was too late. Observing the Dutch on full alert, he realized that in terms of both numbers and weaponry, they were at a disadvantage, and he could only reluctantly return to the city to organize a defense. 2 hours later, Haruz led 300 soldiers ashore, leaving 100 soldiers on the ships to guard against a potential Spanish naval attack. Haruz ascended to a high vantage point to carefully observe the island's terrain, confirming that his earlier deductions were entirely accurate. These Spaniards are truly foolish, abandoning their own fortifications. What a laughable spectacle. Originally, the Spanish had constructed 4 fortifications across the island to provide comprehensive defense. However, by dismantling 2, they had created vulnerabilities. For instance, the location where Haruz landed was defended by an artillery fort. Had that fort remained intact, the Dutch would have undoubtedly faced significant losses to land. Not only that, but the fort had not been completely dismantled, retaining a solid base. If artillery were placed atop it, it could bombard the retreating fort defended by Yalma. Realizing this, Haruz immediately ordered his soldiers to construct a position for the artillery. Deploying 3 18-pounders, these 3 cannons represented large-caliber artillery for the time, while the retreating fort only had a single aging cannon. The artillery duel soon commenced. The Dutch fired all 3 cannons simultaneously, and heavy shells struck the retreating fort, causing debris to fly and the walls to tremble violently. Though the retreating fort occupied a high position, it could only retaliate with 1 obsolete cannon, while the smaller caliber artillery could not reach the Dutch. Damn it. What are those idiots in Manila doing? Yalma cursed incessantly. They had previously requested larger caliber cannons, but the Manila authorities had denied their request and even ordered the dismantling of 2 forts. Today, the bitter consequences had finally arrived. In San Salvador, Petiro was beside himself with anxiety. Their artillery could not reach the Dutch, and they dared not venture outside the city to fight, simply watching as the retreating fort was gradually battered. On the second day of the battle, the retreating fort's artillery managed to destroy one of the Dutch 18-pounders, but soon paid the price as their own cannon burst due to the sustained high-intensity firing. Fortunately, the retreating fort remained relatively sturdy, fending off the bombardment. On the third day of the battle, the retreating fort could no longer withstand the assault. The entire front wall collapsed, and the main gate swung wide open, rendering further defense futile. Yalma also received Petiro's signal to retreat, seizing the opportunity while the Dutch had not yet surrounded them to withdraw back to San Salvador. Harus promptly occupied the retreating fort and immediately ordered repairs. While also unloading two 24-pounders from the ships that on the fourth day, Harus commanded the four cannons to rain destruction upon San Salvador from their elevated position. What a delight! Foolish Spaniards, let us see how long you can hold out. Harus laughed unrestrainedly. This battle had been remarkably easy, with their losses not exceeding 20 men, an unexpectedly smooth affair. Within the city, the Spanish soldiers huddled trembling at the base of the walls. They were not cowardly, but the sheer helplessness of their situation left them in despair. Damn those Dutch! If they have the capability, let them send troops to assault the city. At this moment, Botelho was utterly distressed. The castle he had painstakingly constructed seemed to serve no purpose whatsoever. While he cursed the authorities in Manila 1,000 times, much like his aide, "Major, the enemy is exceedingly astute. Their intention is to torment us. Furthermore, they have seized the retreat fortress, and the Soul Creek is bound to be severed. Transporting water by land will also be intercepted. Without their assault, in just a few days, our soldiers will be broken." Yeriman's eyes were bloodshot. In such an environment, he found it impossible to rest, even when hiding in the underground storeroom. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps the Dutch lack sufficient ammunition to breach San Salvador. In truth, Botelho was acutely aware that since the Dutch had occupied the retreat fortress, they not only held the high ground to bombard and sever San Salvador, but also cut off their water supply. The battle was already lost. Yet, he could not resign himself to the shame of failing to withstand even a few days with a fortified stronghold. He found himself praying for the minuscule possibility of a miracle. On the fifth day of battle, not only did the miracle fail to materialize, but the bastion in the northwest corner of San Salvador was destroyed. Although it had not completely collapsed, it was in a precarious state. At that moment, Harus ordered the cessation of bombardment and sent an envoy to persuade Botelho and others to surrender in San Salvador. The morale of the Spanish soldiers had plummeted to its nadir. Each man was disheveled, eyes bloodshot. With limited space in the storeroom, most had to remain outside, ever vigilant against falling shells. After days of anxiety, compounded by the severed water supply, these soldiers were on the brink of collapse. Botelho looked upon these despairing men and, despite his profound reluctance, understood that the battle had come to an end. "Boge, I deeply apologize. I had hoped to bring you fortune, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. I will strive to negotiate terms with the Dutch." Boge was a missionary invited by Botelho, and individuals from the papacy held significant status. Approaching 50, Boge had envisioned making a fortune in the East, but found himself entangled in such misfortune, inwardly cursing Botelho's incompetence while outwardly maintaining his composure. "Sir Major, allow me to accompany you to negotiate. The Dutch will surely afford some respect to the papacy." Botelho's spirits lifted instantly. The papacy's influence outweighed his own, and he readily agreed. "Thank you." On the sixth day of battle, Harus and Botelho reached an accord. Spain would relinquish San Salvador, exiting the city and surrendering their weapons, with the Dutch guaranteeing their safety and promising to release prisoners in 2 months. Chapter 23. The Battle of San Salvador III with the surrender of the Spanish. This chicken coop battle concluded in a resounding victory for the Dutch, who had decisively ended Spain's foothold in Taiwan at the cost of fewer than 30 men. Good heavens, who would have thought these Spaniards unearthed such an abundance of minerals? Even gemstones? Truly, God is merciful. Harus sat in Botelho's office, perusing various documents, among which was a map of mineral deposits, while devoid of gold and silver mines. It featured iron, coal, and gem veins, as well as several other minerals, including an actively mined sulfur deposit. After interrogation, it appears these Spaniards were in the process of making gunpowder. Thankfully, they did not advance further. Otherwise, we would have faced significant trouble, Harus's aide remarked. Harus nodded in agreement, smiling. "We can only say that God is on our side. These are spoils of war." Subsequently, the two continued to gather and tally their spoils. As night fell outside San Salvador, bonfires flickered everywhere, and Dutch soldiers brought forth all the alcohol from their ships, clustering in groups to celebrate their grand victory. "Gentlemen, let us toast to our triumph." Within the city, Harus and a multitude of officers raised their glasses in joyous revelry, and may the colonel ascend to greater heights. The officers flattered him profusely, with such minimal losses in vanquishing the Spaniards. Haruz was destined to be renowned in Batavia, and promotion was merely a matter of time. Haruz shared this sentiment, gradually succumbing to the flattery of his subordinates at the tea approximately 5 in the morning. The darkest hour before dawn descended, a time when people felt most fatigued. The embers of bonfires still smoldered on the beaches of San Salvador, wafting wisps of smoke, surrounded by Dutch soldiers sprawled in disarray. They had indulged in revelry the previous day, neglecting even to pitch their tents. Several sentries dozed against the city wall, while 8 ships lay anchored in the bay, appearing quite crowded due to the harbor's limited size. To the west of the island, the retreat fortress, once a site of fierce battle, now lay eerily silent. The cannons had yet to be removed, and a dozen Dutch soldiers slept soundly at their posts, snoring in unison, with bottles and scraps of food scattered about. They had achieved a great feat the previous day, thus their rewards were doubled, leading to their drunken stupor. Suddenly, several figures slipped through the gap in the fortress wall. "Damn, sleeping like dead pigs. They can't even leave a drop for me." A chubby figure kicked a bottle on the ground, hoping to find some remnants, only to be met with disappointment. Nothing remained. Seeing this, he was about to take action against the slumbering Dutchman. "Fatty, don't be reckless. These fellows are potential free labor. Who knows? We might even trade them," spoke Gao Fei. The chubby figure was Chunabayo. It turned out that the entire battle had been monitored by Liu Shaokong. Just as the Dutch had ambushed the Spaniards during their celebration, he too intended to strike after the Dutch's grand festivities. Gao Fei and Chunabayo led a squad of 20 elite guards to scout the island, unexpectedly finding their way into the retreat fortress with such ease. Chunabayo had to relent, rubbing his hands in frustration. It was a windfall for these men, but had it been in the past, they would have surely fed the sharks. Gao Fei paid Chunabayo no heed. Previously, they were merely pirates, annihilating their enemies physically. Now, however, things had changed. Liu Shaokong had educated them, outlining a future and objectives, urging them to abandon their piratical ways. Thus their actions were markedly different. Bind them securely, if they dare resist. Knock them out. Soon, the reconnaissance team relayed the successful capture of the retreat fortress to Liu Shaokong aboard the Feiyu. "These fellows have shown no improvement. They remain so lax," Liu Shaokong mused, feeling a mix of relief and exasperation. Did the Dutch not learn their lesson? Their previous ambush on Gao succeeded due to luck and the Dutch's negligence. Yet here they were in Taiwan, unchanged. In truth, it was not entirely the Dutch's fault. Liu Shaokong was scrutinizing this era through the lens of a modern individual point. One could imagine that the Ming Dynasty had no interest in Taiwan. And as for the Zheng family, after aligning with the Ming, they no longer operated around Taiwan. Pirates encountering Western warships would only flee. Without Western vessels, this maritime area could go months, even a year and a half, without seeing a single ship. The majority of Taiwan's population consisted of indigenous people, living in a primitive state, unable to construct even a decent vessel, thus posing no threat. Consequently, following the Dutch's victory over the Spaniards, they subconsciously believed there were no enemies left, deeming it unnecessary to maintain strict vigilance. Even patrol boats were absent. As for San Salvador, although there were sentries, they could not see the western beach, and the guards at the retreat fortress had collectively succumbed to drunkenness, leaving no one to notice the landing forces. "Wang Dehai, take the artillery team ahead." Zhao Xiaohu, once the infantry lands, immediately established defensive positions. "Lao Mang Diaz, you're tasked with blocking the bay." "Yes, boss." After arranging the battle plan, Liu Shaokong followed the landing troops onto the shore. This was their first genuine utilization of firearm tactics, and he felt compelled to oversee the command personally. As time passed, dawn began to break, and on the walls of San Salvador, the sentries yawned. Finally reaching the time for their shift change point, one soldier stretched lazily, gazing out at the endless sea, when suddenly 2 large sailing ships came into view. "Look, warships!" the soldier shouted, drawing the attention of his comrades. "They appear to be our warships. Could they be reinforcements sent from Batavia? By my calculations, they should have arrived by now." Each nation's warships bore distinct characteristics. The 2 before them were none other than the Xingsha and Husha, vessels originally seized from the Dutch, hence the soldiers did not sound the alarm. Those bastards really know how to time their arrival. Waiting until we capture the fortress before showing up, several sentries expressed their dissatisfaction. What was meant to be a joint operation had turned into their solo assault. Though fortunately, casualties were minimal as the two warships drew nearer and positioned themselves for an attack. One sentry finally noticed something amiss. "Wait, that's not our flag." The Dutch East India Company's flag was red, white, and blue, emblazoned with a pattern of interlinked letters V, O, C. What lay before them was a blue background adorned with a pair of winged sharks. "Oh my God, it's the Flying Shark Gang." These soldiers have long been stationed in Taiwan and are well acquainted with the Flying Shark Gang, recognizing them at a glance, without the luxury of pondering why these eastern pirates possess their warships. They swiftly raised the alarm that on the surface of the sea, Meng Haijiao, with a fierce glint in his single eye, shouted, "Red-haired devils, perish!" With a wave of his arm, the fire-spitting bronze spear was launched. Why not use cannons? It was Liu Shaokong's directive. Due to a limited number of their own vessels, he aimed to capture the ships before them. The modified fire-spitting bronze spears were equipped with barbed heads, capable of snagging ropes or sails. Screeching, the first batch of over 10 fire-spitting bronze spears hurtled towards the anchored vessels in the bay. This was a test shot, and the results were not particularly impressive, with only 2 spears hitting their mark. Following closely was the second batch, which was significantly larger to last. The third batch, nearly 100 fire-spitting bronze spears, soared towards the bay like rockets, although many fell into the sea or struck the city walls. At least 50% landed upon the ships, with several ensnaring ropes or sails. With a series of explosive detonations, the sound of blasts echoed, albeit the force was not overwhelming. Each spear was tethered to bamboo tubes filled with gasoline. As the gunpowder ignited the bamboo, it simultaneously set the gasoline ablaze, instantly erupting into flames that engulfed the ropes and sails of the masts. "God, extinguish the fire!" The sudden onslaught jolted the Dutch soldiers awake. Some sailors rushed out from the cabins, armed with buckets of water and sandbags to quell the flames on the deck, but the sails were beyond salvation, as they were made of linen and ignited immediately in dry conditions. The ropes, soaked in oil, caught fire even faster. Chapter 24. The Battle of San Salvador City. For what has transpired. In the former governor's chamber of San Salvador City, Haruz hastily donned his attire and rushed to the square, only to be met with billowing smoke outside the city. Ignoring the officers emerging from other rooms, he made straight for the city walls, where he beheld the mass of their 6 ships and 2 Spanish vessels ablaze. "Report, Colonel! We have been attacked by the Flying Shark Gang. The sails and ropes on our ships are aflame, rendering us immobile." Upon hearing the soldiers' report, Haruz was taken aback. He was certainly familiar with the name of the Flying Shark Gang, having led a pursuit against them a few years prior. In his mind, this band of pirates had been nearly obliterated, and it was said they had fled to Ceylon with the Portuguese. Impossible! How could these scoundrels appear here? Could it be the Portuguese? A colonel exclaimed incredulously. "Colonel, this is our Dutch warship. It can't be." Haruz swiftly seized the telescope from his subordinate, gasping in disbelief at the sight before him. Indeed, floating on the sea were the Dutch's main warships, vessels he himself was unworthy to command, with only one such ship in the entire company. Could it be that the people from Batavia wish to take credit and are deliberately masquerading as pirates? A ludicrous thought crossed Haruz's mind. Meng Haijiao observed San Salvador City from a distance and ordered a retreat alongside the Tiger Shark. Their mission was to blockade the bay, with the Dutch ship sails destroyed and unable to move. Their objective had been achieved, rendering further cannon exchanges unnecessary. Just as Haruz and his men were at a loss, 2 cannon blasts suddenly erupted from the west, followed by the whistling of cannonballs. Boom! Boom! The 2 thunderous sounds reverberated through San Salvador City, sending debris flying. With numerous soldiers atop the walls, the hard fragments rained down like shrapnel, injuring several to the retreat fortress. "We are under attack, at last." Haruz grasped the situation. The enemy had seized a retreat fortress and was bombarding them from above with artillery. He understood why the enemies had set fire to the ships and then departed. It was to prevent them from escaping by boat or engaging in combat at sea. Damn it! Who was behind this ambush? Even now, Haruz was reluctant to admit that the attackers were the Flying Shark Gang. But regardless of their identity, the battle had commenced. Martin, take 100 men to guard the fortress, and keep a close watch on the Spanish prisoners. Anyone attempting to escape or cause trouble will be executed on the spot. The rest of you, rally the troops immediately and reclaim the retreat fortress. Haruz was astute enough to recognize that clinging to San Salvador City would lead to certain doom. Half an hour later, nearly 300 Dutch soldiers advanced toward the retreat fortress under the threat of cannon fire. To avoid heavy casualties, they dared not form tight ranks and could only proceed in a scattered formation. Haruz and several officers led from the rear, filled with regret as many soldiers swayed unsteadily, clearly still under the influence of alcohol. These fools, they must never be allowed to drink like this again. "Colonel, look!" Suddenly an officer exclaimed in alarm. Haruz glanced up to see, outside the fortress, 3 neatly arranged formations, each comprising 500 soldiers. They are Easterners. How is this possible? Haruz was dumbfounded, staring in shock at the unfamiliar yet orderly uniforms and identical flintlock muskets, their discipline surpassing that of his own men. But there was no time for contemplation. The enemy formations began to move, advancing towards them from 3 directions. Simultaneously, cannon fire intensified as 10 small falconet cannons joined the fray. Although these cannons had a range of only about 400 meters, they remained practical in this era. Form ranks. Haruz gritted his teeth, realizing he had no avenue of retreat and was determined not to be defeated by these eastern savages. He commanded his soldiers to form into 3 lines. Load ammunition. Several officers echoed the command. The Dutch soldiers, eyes betraying their fear, mechanically began to load their muskets, though whether from terror or the effects of alcohol. Nearly all hands trembled, with some even spilling gunpowder onto the ground. "Prepare." Seeing that most of the soldiers had completed loading, Haruz ordered them to prepare to fire. However, amidst the tension, an unknown soldier accidentally pulled the trigger, triggering a chain reaction as the surrounding soldiers began to fire indiscriminately. Fools! Haruz wished he could execute the soldier who had fired prematurely, knowing they were still 300 meters from the enemy. "Quick, reload." The Dutch volley was not without effect, as a few members of the Flying Shark Gang fell. Seeing this, Liu Shaokong bellowed, "Steady! No one is to fire! Accelerate the advance." The routine training finally bore fruit, as the soldiers of the Flying Shark Gang executed the command and quickened their pace. Haruz watched in dread as the strange-clad Eastern soldiers drew near, realizing they were elite troops, undeterred by the gunfire. In this era, the effective range of muskets was about 300 meters. However, firing at this distance was a waste, with bullets flying aimlessly. Tactical shooting typically occurred within 200 meters for the defending side, aiming to seize the initiative and undermine the enemy's morale. The attacking side would engage within 100 meters, a practice colloquially known as line firing, until one side faltered, at which point a charge with cold weapons would ensue. The Dutch soldiers fumbled as they loaded their ammunition, growing increasingly anxious, besieged by fear both from within and the pressure exerted by the Flying Shark Gang, compounded by the occasional explosions of cannonballs nearby. "Quick, prepare our howitzers." Haruz had not forgotten that they still possessed 2 howitzers. As the artillerymen busied themselves with their tasks, a deafening explosion erupted nearby as a shell landed, a shrapnel round. Despite its small caliber, it upended several men, and the wounded soldiers cried out in agony. After a moment, the distance between the 2 forces closed to within 200 meters. "Fire!" Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Haruz ordered the first volley. Bang! Following the discharge of muskets, several figures from the advancing Flying Shark Gang fell to the ground. Do not fear. They will take at least 30 breaths to reload. Liu Shaokong shouted again, with Zhao Xiaohu and other officers echoing his command. The members of the Flying Shark Gang braced themselves and pressed forward once more. Liu Shaokong silently counted from the rear of the formation while observing the enemy's movements. "Halt! Prepare to fire!" The officers relayed commands, and the soldiers of the Flying Shark Gang quickly positioned themselves with their already loaded muskets. The first row kneels, the second crouches. "Prepare, fire!" This tactic ensured a high density of firepower through a simultaneous 3-row volley, designed to counter a fixed formation. The 3-part firing was for mobile formations, ensuring sustained fire output, As the command was given, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, shrouding the battlefield in a thick cloud of white smoke. The hail of bullets rained down, and the opposing Dutch formation staggered, with around 40 men falling. The cries of agony echoed, each sound striking at the hearts of the Dutch soldiers. "Colonel, our soldiers cannot hold much longer." An officer rushed in to report, and before him, the Dutch soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with terror. Were it not for the constraints of military discipline, they would have fled. Chapter 25. The Occupation of San Salvador. Haruz stood resolute, refusing to retreat, yet the Dutch soldiers displayed little valor. After the third round of fire, the Fascia gang retaliated immediately, causing over 30 of them to fall. And when combined with those injured by cannon fire, their numbers diminished by a third. Such a casualty rate was enough to deliver a devastating blow to the morale of this army. Liu Shaokong, observing through his telescope, noted this decline and promptly commanded his soldiers to charge, enveloping the enemy with superior numbers from both flanks while pressing forward. "Colonel, we must leave swiftly, or we shall be surrounded." Haruz, witnessing the enemy closing in from three sides and the impending collapse of his soldiers, realized the dire situation and reluctantly ordered a retreat to San Salvador. Upon seeing the Dutch flee, Liu Shaokong chose not to pursue. Assaulting the city was no longer feasible. Instead, fortifying their stronghold to bombard San Salvador became the priority. Returning to the fortress, Haruz was mentally shattered. His predicament mirrored that of Botiro. Though they lacked for neither food nor ammunition, they were critically short on water, and their warships remained immobilized, rendering escape by sea impossible. Use an ancient Chinese metaphor. They were akin to fish trapped in a jar. Nonetheless, Haruz clung to a thread of hope. The arrival of reinforcements from Batavia. If they could arrive before his soldiers broke, the tide of battle might yet turn. With this thought, Haruz steadied his demeanor and personally encouraged his soldiers, assuring them that help would arrive within days, thus staving off the growing panic within the fortress. However, divine providence did not favor the Dutch. Sustained bombardment from the fortress resulted in the collapse of the western city wall, allowing even more shells to rain into the city. Coupled with their water shortage and the absence of rain, many Dutch soldiers, unable to endure the torment, succumbed by the third day, with some risking execution by fleeing outside the city in search of water, while others even surrendered outright. By the fourth day, after enduring unbearable suffering, Haruz sent envoys to request peace talks. Peace negotiations seemed a farce. Return to Haruz and inform him that he faces death by thirst or unconditional surrender. There is no third option. Furthermore, he has but 1 day to deliberate. Should he fail to respond by tomorrow morning, we shall launch an assault, and none shall be spared. All will be cast into the sea to feed the fish. Thus, another day passed, and Haruz's longed-for reinforcements remained elusive. With his final hopes extinguished, he watched his demoralized soldiers lower their heads in submission, surrendering their swords to Liu Shaokong. Liu, recognizing this familiar face, noted that the previous owner of this body had dealings with Haruz. During the honeymoon period between Liu Xiong and the Dutch, they had collaborated, only to fall out and clash at sea, resulting in several defeats for the Fascia gang. "Haruz, did you ever think that you would find yourself in such a position when you were hunting us down all those years ago?" Haruz, incredulous, had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. "Liu, I cannot believe it is truly you. I find myself your captive, rendered speechless, only asking that you spare my soldiers." Liu Shaokong was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Haruz to exhibit the qualities of a worthy soldier. "Rest assured, I shall not indiscriminately slay until I have exhausted your utility. For now, you may gather your men. He would not grant clemency to these invaders, having seized the precious island. They had relentlessly exploited, oppressed, and even slaughtered the local Han populace. To simply kill them would be too lenient. Soon, under Haruz's guidance, the surviving Dutch soldiers staggered out of San Salvador, surrendering their arms and awaiting their fate. Liu Shaokong ordered fresh water to be brought, not out of goodwill, but rather to expedite their recovery, preparing them for labor. First, they would fell trees to construct their own prison, then repair the damaged city walls. There would be no respite. Liu entrusted the task of overseeing the Dutch to Zhao Xiao, while he himself entered San Salvador to assess the spoils of war. 306 Dutch soldiers were captured, along with 390 flintlock rifles, approximately 50 pistols for 30-gun warships, and 2 armed merchant vessels with 10 cannons, laden with munitions and provisions. The Spaniards fared poorly, possessing only the modest earnings of the soldiers and a few blue sapphires, along with over 30 cannons on the city walls, more than 100 matchlock guns, 20 flintlock pistols, and some ammunition and food. However, Liu Shaokong soon discovered something delightful: sulfur powder and saltpeter, commodities they frequently traded. Abi, bring in the Spanish leader. Before long, Botero and a missionary named Boge were brought in, both looking haggard, casting anxious glances at Liu Shaokong, the new master of San Salvador, uncertain of how he would treat them. I am Liu Shaokong, commander of the Fascia army. Pray, introduce yourselves. The two were taken aback, surprised that this young Oriental man spoke Spanish. Botero spoke first. I am Botero, the commander of this fortress, holding the rank of major. We are immensely grateful for your rescue. If possible, we hope you might return the fortress to us, of course, for a suitable sum. He exhibited wisdom, daring not to demand a free return nor threaten with the authority of the Spanish crown. For he understood that this man was capable of vanquishing Dutch forces and likely held no fear of them. Liu Shaokong, upon hearing the translation, felt a mixture of anger and amusement, if memory served. The Spaniards had perpetrated 2 massacres against the Chinese in Luzon, employing brutal methods that surpassed even those of the Dutch. Were it not for their potential utility, he would have long since dismembered them and cast them into the sea. Major Botero, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request, as I represent the great Ming in reclaiming the entirety of Taiwan. Henceforth, this territory shall belong to the Han people, and no foreigner shall remain here. Hearing Liu Shaokong's response, Botero was profoundly shocked. According to his intelligence, the Ming had not incorporated Taiwan into their territory, or they would not have allowed the Dutch to gain a foothold. May I ask, was there not a Ming garrison on Taiwan previously? Liu Shaokong replied curtly, There's now. Botero understood. This individual aimed to seize Taiwan while wielding the banner of the Ming. Yet in this world of the survival of the fittest, he lacked the strength to refute. The current situation was clear. Taiwan would be the battleground for this young commander and the Dutch, with the Spaniard having no opportunity to intervene unless the governor of Manila provided substantial support, which was highly improbable. Ultimately, Botero abandoned his unrealistic fantasies, coming to terms with the reality that San Salvador no longer belonged to Spain. Your Excellency, after reflecting on the events of these past days, I have come to understand. We relinquish San Salvador, only requesting permission to depart. Liu Shaokong's gaze flickered as he suppressed the urge to eliminate this group of Spaniards. I require your assistance with a task. If you accomplish it, I pledge to return 2 warships and the weapons. Furthermore, I kindly ask you to convey a message to your governor upon your return to Manila, stating our willingness to collaborate with the Spanish crown for mutual trade, and if possible, to form an alliance against the Dutch, as their expansion has surely posed a significant threat to your nation. Upon hearing this, Botero was elated. His mission to Taiwan was precisely to disrupt the Dutch monopoly over trade in Northeast Asia while restraining their power on Taiwan. If he could forge an alliance with his commander of the Fascia army, the responsibility for losing the fortress would be significantly alleviated, perhaps even leading to merit. Chapter 26. Gunpowder. If what you say is true, I am willing to serve as this messenger. Botero was eager to seize this opportunity to splendid. Now we have common ground. Bring forth seats for the 2 of them, and fetch some water and food. Liu Shaokong's generous offer proved quite fruitful, leading to a very smooth, subsequent discussion. Botero revealed the locations of sulfur mines and other mineral deposits, which Liu Shaokong had unearthed from the map. Seizing the moment, Liu Shaokong immediately ordered the release of all Spaniards, returning their weapons, while also preparing food and water. He then sought counsel from Boge, discreetly slipping him a bag of silver coins. Grateful for the payment, Boge quickly imparted the Western methods for refining sulfur and saltpeter, with Liu dispatching Chung Lei, a master of gunpowder, to learn throughout the process. To be frank, although gunpowder was invented in China, the current manufacturing techniques had indeed been surpassed by the West, encompassing the processes for refining sulfur and saltpeter. In modern industrial standards, the ratios for gunpowder are fixed. However, in ancient times, the proportions were not standardized, primarily influenced by the quality and purity of the raw materials. Ancient saltpeter and charcoal were prone to impurities, and the formulas held only broad significance, generally fluctuating around a composition of 75 saltpeter, 10 sulfur, and 15 charcoal to as of now. The West had yet to master this precise gunpowder formulation, only approximating it. Liu Shaokong possesses yet another specialized formula for cannon powder, comprising 78 nitrate, 8 sulfur, and 14 charcoal. These two formulations are derived from the reaction equations discovered by 19th century Western chemists, employing scientific principles to guide the composition of gunpowder. The subtle differences between these two ratios can significantly enhance the power of cannons and firearms. Furthermore, there is the matter of granulating the gunpowder. The method provided by Boge involves first adding willow charcoal, followed by mixing in sulfur, then transferring the mixture to a different container to incorporate the nitrate, ensuring that the water content does not exceed 5. The purpose of adding water is not only to facilitate granulation, but also to allow the nitrate solution to permeate the porous structure of the charcoal thoroughly, enabling a complete reaction. Subsequently, the mixture is rolled with a wooden stick, wrapped in cotton cloth, and compressed with an iron plate to increase its density. Finally, it is sifted into the desired granules and allowed to air dry, achieving a combustion efficiency twice that of conventional powder. Boge Luo has prepared a complete set of tools for gunpowder production. Although the operation is modest in scale, he cannot take these with him, thus benefiting Liu Shaokong. Liu Shaokong has long sought to produce gunpowder and has been gathering materials. Now, everything is conveniently at hand, eliminating the need for further mental exertion. Should the Feisha gang be able to manufacture their own gunpowder, they would possess the confidence to conquer far and wide. Additionally, not far from the sulfur mines in the Jiangyin area, there exists an accompanying iron sulfide mine, and within 50 miles, there lies a shallowly buried coal mine. Collectively, these resources could facilitate iron and even steel production, as if the heavens themselves were providing for their needs. Truly, it is a treasure island, equipped with nearly all essential factors for agricultural development. All that remains is to expel the Dutch decisively. The day following the Feisha gang's occupation of San Salvador, Liu Shaokong provided the Dutch with some food and water, but the cost of their labor in repairing the damaged city walls and the partially destroyed defensive fort, while a portion of them was dispatched to excavate sulfur on land in the afternoon. Liu Shaokong inspected the progress and restructured the island's defenses, constructing 4 makeshift artillery platforms based on the original 3 fortifications. Determined not to repeat the mistakes of the Spanish and Dutch, simultaneously, he commenced the establishment of the main base at Jiangyin Port, recognizing its future significance as a central hub. He returned to the fortress. Gao Fei hurried over to report, "Boss, the news has been confirmed. The Dutch indeed have reinforcements coming from Batavia, approximately 400 men aboard 6 or 7 ships, though the timing remains uncertain. It was supposed to be a coordinated operation, but the reinforcements missed their timing." Liu Shaokong breathed a sigh of relief. His recollection of this historical juncture was somewhat hazy, so he ordered Gao Fei to interrogate further to obtain intelligence. However, Halis, the fellow in question, was unwilling to divulge information, leading Liu to focus his attention on his adjutant, Martin. Martin, terrified by the Eastern torture methods, divulged everything, including the defensive weaknesses of Tainan. Armed with this accurate intelligence, Liu Shaokong immediately contemplated his plan. 2 options lay before him. The first was to march southward and assault Tainan directly, while the second was to await the Batavian reinforcements, intending to eliminate them at San Salvador before proceeding south. The first option risked encountering the reinforcements at sea, potentially leading to an unforeseen clash. The second option posed its own challenges, as the local indigenous people maintained amicable relations with the Dutch and could easily alert Tainan of the impending threat. If Tainan were to prepare adequately, capturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Time was of the essence. Thus, he chose the first option and resolved to march south the following day. With this decision made, Liu Shaokong instructed Gao Fei, "Summon Martin immediately. I wish to question him personally." Martin, a 30-something officer, appeared haggard and filled with dread. He was well acquainted with these pirates. having dealt with them extensively, and was quite pessimistic about his future. "Captain Martin, it has been a while." Martin trembled in fear, promptly kneeling before Liu Shaokong, who had once fought alongside Halis and the Feisha gang. "Boss Liu, I am compelled to act against my will. Please spare me." "Spare you?" Liu Shaokong pondered for a moment, initially contemplating a gruesome fate for the thieves, but then stated, "I happen to have some tasks I need you to undertake. I am willing. As long as the boss spares my life, I will do anything." At this juncture, Martin clung to the prospect of survival, not contemplating the nature of Liu Shaokong's demands, observing Martin's fear for his life. Liu Shaokong felt increasingly confident in his plans. "The matter is quite simple. I wish to entrust you with a task." Liu Shaokong then summoned Meng Haijiao and Cheng Lei to provide further instructions. "Old Meng, the situation is urgent. I plan to set out tomorrow to attack Tainan. You will oversee things here. Remember, the fortresses on this island are not our priority for the future. They merely need to be repaired. The focus must remain on the mainland, where the port holds significant potential for development and will serve as a crucial strategic base for us, that we must make the most of the Dutch prisoners." Meng Haijiao, a composed individual, understood that Liu Shaokong's decision to leave him behind was to stabilize the rear. He immediately responded, "Rest assured, boss. I will ensure Jilong remains secure." Liu Shaokong then turned to Cheng Lei. "Old Cheng, have you mastered the production of a new gunpowder?" Cheng Lei affirmed, "Yes, boss. Although the new gunpowder is complex, it is not insurmountable, and I have no issue producing the final product." "Excellent. Shortly, I will provide you with a new formula. Remember, this formula must be kept strictly confidential. I will designate specific individuals to participate, and you must keep a close watch. If any details leak, do not blame me for being ruthless. The new gunpowder would determine the outcome of future conflicts, necessitating careful oversight." "Understood, boss. I assure you, this old man is not foolish. The new gunpowder formula will not escape my lips." Liu Shaokong nodded and added, "Moreover, one more thing to address. Gunpowder is our foundation. Therefore, the entire production process must be meticulous, quality over quantity. Rest assured, once we stabilize, you will receive the best treatment within the gang." Cheng Lei felt the weight of Liu Shaokong's expectations. In the Ming Dynasty, artisans like him held low status, let alone any preferential treatment. "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost to ensure we produce gunpowder superior to that of the foreigners." Finally, Liu Shaokong conferred with Peter and Shun Ling regarding the site selection in the Jiangyin waters. Intending to establish a shipyard and commence shipbuilding as soon as the timber arrived, Meng Haijiao would oversee the shipyard, while Shun Ling and Peter had other tasks. "Gentlemen, as the scale of battle increases, I believe conventional landing boats will no longer suffice. Thus, we shall utilize this time to construct some gunboats. Gunboats, a type of small vessel from the age of sailing warships, differ from the rudimentary wooden boats of Huaxia. European-designed gunboats are larger, structurally more complex, and considerably sturdier. Ranging from 10 to 15 meters in length, they feature a complete keel and rib structure, with flush sideboards and a wooden bottom, possessing small compartments that prevent sinking even when damaged. The hull is curved, lacking a deck, equipped with seating boards, and has a mast base at the front for a single mast, with or slots allowing for propulsion via oars or sails. Their robust construction allows them to carry cannons, with the capacity for a 32-pound cannon or 2 to 4 smaller cannons, as exemplified by the Portuguese who mounted 4 9-pound falconets, or even a 1-pound cannon on their gunboats. They are agile, provide covering fire, and have a shallow draft, making them the preferred vessels for landing operations. Peter was well acquainted with these gunboats and found no difficulty in their construction, as Taiwan possessed suitable cedar for shipbuilding. Allowing work to commence immediately a day later, Liu Shaokong led the Feiyu and Hushan ships, along with 4 patrol gunboats, 3 armed merchant vessels, and 2,000 men, departing for San Salvador and heading south, with Deputy Chief Meng Haijiao remaining behind to oversee the remaining personnel and the development of Jiangyin Port. Chapter 27. Recapturing Jiangyin City in early September. The weather in Tainan exhibited a hint of coolness. In the early hours before dawn had fully broken, a sentinel atop the Tainan watchtower diligently scanned the surroundings, suddenly spotting a fleet of ships emerging hazily from the sea. "A fleet has appeared," Prepare to be vigilant. On the watchtower stood two sentinels. One held a telescope for closer inspection, while the other was roused from slumber. What's the situation? A fleet has emerged. I cannot yet discern their flags. But they appear to be our vessels. Blast it. Why are you shouting? You're disturbing this officer's sleep. We hold the same rank. What is so special about a mere sergeant? The two sentinels exchanged banter, paying little heed to the approaching fleet and failing to sound the alarm, as only their Dutch ships typically traverse these waters. This was a common occurrence, and with the city gates firmly shut, even if an enemy were to approach, the artillery station above was far from ineffectual. As the distance closed, the ships' names became clear. Forward and Brave belonged to Colonel Halas's fleet. Quickly, the ships at sea signaled their flags, prompting the watchtower to notify the Tainan artillery to display the signal granting permission to enter the harbor. It must be said that the defenses of the city of Thailand are exceptionally formidable. Aside from the vessels, not even the local indigenous people or the migrants from the Ming Dynasty are permitted to approach the fortress. As the ship's dock, the Dutch officers responsible for patrolling the outskirts routinely come to inquire and inspect. "Good morning, Sander," Martin greeted from the bow with a smile. "I have met Lieutenant Martin." The patrolling officer, who was merely a sergeant, immediately saluted upon seeing Martin. "Sergeant Sander, by the orders of Colonel Haruz, I am escorting Spanish prisoners of war. Please notify the commander for their accommodation." The officer named Sander, without any suspicion and somewhat surprised, inquired, "Lieutenant Martin, have you succeeded?" "God bless. We have defeated the Spaniards and captured the city of San Salvador." "Wonderful. May I inspect the Spaniards?" "Of course," Martin called out, and a ladder was promptly lowered from the ship, while several Dutch soldiers drove a group of Spaniards, bound together by ropes, down. "Damn Spanish bastards," Sander gritted his teeth. The Dutch War of Independence was far from over, and the two nations were still clashing in Europe, so the conflict raged on, claiming countless lives over nearly 2 generations, with deep-seated enmity on both sides. "Enough, Sander, save your venting for later, go inform the commander." Sander complied and went to lower the drawbridge and open the city gates, subsequently notifying Duke. This was Thailand's defensive mechanism. The main forces resided within the city, while a portion of soldiers and ordinary employees lived outside, forming the first line of defense, making it difficult for the enemy to mount a surprise attack. Seeing Sander enter the city, Martin ordered all Spanish captives to be herded ashore and commanded the patrolling soldiers to escort these prisoners near the city gates before beckoning the crew to disembark. The soldiers stationed on the city wall glanced down at the Spanish captives, pointing and gesturing, entirely oblivious to the unusual demeanor of the disembarking soldiers, most of whom were slight in stature, making their clothing appear oversized, and failed to notice that the fire guns in their hands were equipped with bayonets. 20 minutes later, a group of soldiers accompanied a middle-aged man to the top of the wall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Martin promptly greeted him. "Commander, as promised, the city of San Salvador has been occupied by our forces. Colonel Haruz remains at the fortress and has sent me to convey the message." Along with the escort of 89 prisoners, including the Spanish commander, Petiro, Trodinas looked down in astonishment. "Excellent. I am proud of you all. Quickly open the gates. I wish to welcome the victorious lads in the square." With the command given, the city gates swung wide open. Martin discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was treason, yet in the face of life and death, one had to make choices. And he immediately issued orders. "Soldiers, form up, destination the city square, for the commander's inspection." Trodinas was greatly satisfied to hear this, secretly admiring Martin's competence. As the drawbridge gradually descended and the gates opened wide, a sense of unease washed over Trodinas as he observed the soldiers approaching the gates. They appeared somewhat out of place, their build too slight, their features dissimilar, particularly a rotund individual who was making faces at him. "God, they are not," a patrolling soldier shouted, and as he came closer, it became evident that these individuals were not of his kind. Suddenly, at that moment, several rifles extended from the ranks, firing upon the patrolmen. While a voice rang out, "Brothers, kill!" With that command, over 200 men shouted in unison, tearing off their Dutch military uniforms and rushing into the city. These soldiers were none other than Liu Shaokong and his Feisha gang warriors. It turned out this was Lu Shaokong's plan, to coerce and entice Martin, successfully turning him into a Dutch traitor, and then to have his men don Dutch uniforms to deceive the guards and gain entry through the city gates. The plan had succeeded spectacularly, as Trodinis, unsuspecting, opened the gates to welcome his own soldiers, marking the onset of disaster for the Dutch. God, it's the enemy. Quickly, raise the gate and stop these fellows from entering the city. The gate was equipped with a heavy gate mechanism, similar to those in Huaxia, serving as an additional layer of defense. Should the main gate be breached, this heavy gate could still hinder the enemy's advance. The soldiers atop the wall hastily grabbed hammers to demolish the iron clamps securing the heavy gate. Just then, 2 black spherical grenades were hurled upwards, rolling towards several men nearby, with their fuses ignited. Grenades! The Dutch soldiers were startled and shouted in alarm, instinctively diving for cover, while Trodinis was pinned down by 2 guards. Boom! 2 muffled explosions echoed, injuring 3 Dutch soldiers. However, grenades in this era were not particularly powerful, and their fuses were unreliable, making it easy for enemies to evade or even throw them back. Nonetheless, they were still a useful weapon to AT that moment. A rotund man charged forward, brandishing 2 pistols, with a large knife slung across his back. Bang! Bang! A flurry of gunfire erupted, and all the Dutch soldiers atop the wall were gunned down, leaving only a trembling Duke. Hee, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Men, keep him under watch. It was then that Trodinis realized the attackers of Thailand were Easterners, and that Martin was a traitor, but it was too late. These Easterners were numerous. Aware that the tide had turned, they quickly began to beg for mercy and surrender. But unfortunately, due to the language barrier, they were firmly restrained by 2 burly men and subsequently bound with ropes. The first layer of the city wall was swiftly overtaken, and at the port, more and more Fascia gang warriors surged from the ships, some storming into the city, while others rushed towards the residential areas outside. The Dutch soldiers, startled by the gunfire, rushed out of their barracks, only to be met with a hail of bullets and grenades. Caught off guard, they found their guns devoid of powder, leaving them utterly defenseless. The Fascia gang warriors, after firing a shot, charged with bayonets, their long-practiced stabbing techniques finally coming into play, and the Dutch soldiers were overwhelmed, suffering countless casualties, some fleeing in panic, while many more knelt down to surrender. Half an hour later, the sounds of gunfire and cries gradually subsided. Marking the end of the battle, Chapter 28. Harvest in the early morning, a radiant sun rose from the sea, casting golden-red rays upon Thailand, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lu Shaokong stood atop the city wall, basking in the sunlight, his hand caressing a bronze cannon, feeling an immense sense of joy that I did it. I succeeded, he shouted inwardly, recognizing that he had taken a crucial step in this era, marking a new beginning. He gazed towards the land of the Ming, his true homeland. Below, the soldiers of the Fascia gang looked up at their leader, filled with admiration. It was this young man who had led them to capture a fortress they had once deemed unimaginable, all at minimal cost. Our leader is undoubtedly a manifestation of the Wuxing, winning battles as effortlessly as drinking water. Chinabayo wiped the blood from his large knife, gazing adoringly at the man enveloped in glory. This time, Gao Fei did not dispute him. Since their leader had narrowly escaped disaster, he had truly seemed imbued with divine prowess, leading them to consecutive victories. Each battle had seemed to require a tremendous sacrifice. Yet the results were astonishing, particularly this time. Seizing such a solid and towering stronghold with such ease could only be described as miraculous. It was not just the Fascia gang who were awestruck, but the Spaniards as well, who internally cried out to God. They had witnessed a miracle today. How had this Easter man conceived such a brilliant strategy? Truly, he was favored by the heavens. After a long while, Lu Shaokong composed himself. He knew he must not become arrogant. Although a phase of victory had been achieved, the impending counterattack from the Dutch would pose the real test. Just then, the cook rang the gong to signal mealtime, and Lu Shaokong finally withdrew his thoughts, heading to Duke's office to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast. After finishing his meal, he immediately summoned the key members for a meeting. Gao Fei reported on the battle's outcome. Leader, we lost 4 brothers and 18 were injured, while we killed and wounded over 150 red-haired men, capturing 246, along with over 500 civilians, 10 war horses, and 30 pack animals that we seized over 460 flintlock firearms. More than 30 pistols for 30-gun ships and 3 10-gun cargo ships. Within the city's warehouses, there's 1 ammunition depot, 1 granary, 1 sugar store, and 1 goods warehouse, all filled with various commodities, including silk from our Ming, fine fabrics, porcelain, tea, iron, and copper materials, a large box of silver from Japan, and 3 large boxes of copper coins from the Ming, that we also found 2 boxes of silver coins in the red-haired man's camp, along with Duke's private treasury, which needs to be counted by the leader himself. Additionally, there are a total of 85 artillery pieces of various sizes on the city walls. It was no surprise that this was a vital Dutch stronghold. The spoils within the city left the Fascia gang elated. As for the ammunition depot, due to the infrequent conflicts, aside from the batch taken by Harus, the remainder would be more than sufficient for the Fascia gang to indulge in, sustaining them until the production of gunpowder resumed. The granary contained flour and rice, roughly equally divided, with the flour likely sourced from trade with the Ming, while the rice was locally produced in Taiwan, enough to feed 1,000 men for 4 months. Additionally, the warehouse is stocked with a considerable amount of salt, sausages, ham, jerky, and wine. The sugar storehouse contains over 30,000 pounds of granulated sugar. The Dutch, who dominate the sugar trade in Taiwan, have compelled both the indigenous people and Han settlers to cultivate sugarcane, subsequently purchasing it at low prices to produce sugar for trade throughout Southeast Asia and even back to their homeland. As for the Ming Dynasty, the technique of sugar production was originally disseminated from it, and at one point, Westerners were relying on imports. Unfortunately, due to the Ming's maritime prohibition, the sugar trade gradually fell under Dutch monopoly. The warehouses are filled with goods awaiting transport, with estimates suggesting they could fill 3 large ships. The iron materials are utilized by the Dutch for weapon manufacturing, while copper and other metals are employed in the production of bronze cannons. Silver was acquired through trade with Japan, and the same goes for Ming copper coins. The silver coins confiscated from the military camps are the wages saved by the soldiers. Liu Shaokong eagerly anticipates the private treasury of Trollenius, as it is presumed that the funds for purchases and payments are all consolidated there. Most of the cannons atop the city are bronze, nearly brand new, and while they also cast iron cannons, the majority are sold to other nations or factions. Their own usage relies on the more reliable bronze cannons. Among them are 2 32-pound cannons, 10 24-pounders, 30 18-pounders, and others of 12 pounds. After 2 consecutive battles, the brothers have worked hard, and with the substantial spoils acquired, the gang's finances are robust. Therefore, I have decided to distribute wages to my brothers. Although there are currently no immediate expenses, the entirety of Taiwan will soon belong to us, and towns will be established, providing for all necessities. Each squad leader will receive 50 silver coins, each team leader 20 coins, and each member of the gang will get 3 strings of cash, with compensation for casualties adhering to previous standards. Thank you, Chief Xie. Previously, everyone was preoccupied with survival, and merely having enough to eat was a blessing. Now, with a place to call home, especially for the newly joined members, their motives are driven by wealth and sustenance. The money will be distributed to each team leader, and upon returning, you will report the numbers. Moreover, let me be clear, if you find yourselves short on funds, you may approach me, but under no circumstances shall you extort from the soldiers. Henceforth, every time funds are dispersed, it will be made public to all gang members, should anyone falsely report to claim unearned wages or engage in greed. Do not expect me to show leniency. They will face the gang's regulations, and a public trial will be held to expose them before all brothers. Liu Shaokong is preparing to establish a new army, with various military regulations and systems to align with modern forces. The practices of drawing unearned wages and corruption are deeply entrenched traditions that have significantly undermined the combat effectiveness of the Ming army. As a modern thinker, he abhors this deeply and aims to eradicate it at its roots. While he cannot completely prevent corruption, he will implement a long-term supervisory mechanism to avert internal decay within the military. Do not mistake my strictness for cruelty. We will grow stronger, and our wealth will increase accordingly. You are all brothers of Liu Shaokong, and I shall not be stingy. In due time, there will be ample gold. beautiful women, and elevated status, all of which will come to you. Do not covet the meager salaries of the common soldiers. Should anyone dare to reach for them, I will not hesitate to take severe action." Upon hearing their leader's stern tone, several squad leaders were taken aback and promptly swore their allegiance. "Excellent, Fei. In 2 days, you will lead 3 cannon boats and 2 transport vessels to Pearl Island to bring back the clerks. Do not leave too many behind, and be cautious on the way. Gao Fei is prudent and quick-witted, a reliable aide." "Yes, I will make arrangements at once. Xiao Hu, prepare accommodations for the brothers and set up defenses. Reinforcements from Batavia may arrive at any moment. Tonight, I shall host a victory banquet, and I will personally inspect the combat duty roster and sentries. The lessons from Spain and the red-haired adversaries are fresh in our minds. Any lapses will be attributed solely to you. Rest assured, Chief, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged. If any oversights occur, I will willingly accept punishment." Zhao Xiaohu immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "Good. Furthermore, construct a large prison on a nearby island to house these red-haired captives. And starting tomorrow, assign them to laborious tasks." "Yes," Liu Shaokong continued. "Wang Dehai, lead the artillery team to familiarize themselves with the cannons in the city. They must be ready to fire at a moment's notice should any threats arise." "Understood. All right, everyone may take their rest. We will convene in the square tonight. Dismiss Dada Biao. Summon Botiro and Boge to me." Chapter 29. Pros and cons. Botiro and Boge approached Liu Shaokong, filled with admiration for the young leader before them. Previously, they had harbored doubts about their collaboration, but witnessing the Dutch's dismal defeat, they now perceived significant potential for partnership. "That I'm delighted that you all have cooperated in this military endeavor. I shall uphold my promise and return your 2 warships, along with provisions of food and fresh water to ensure your safe passage back to Manila. We are immensely grateful. We trust the governor will consent to your proposal." Liu Shaokong replied, "I eagerly anticipate your next visit, hoping you will bring us the goods we require." Botiro, not wishing to arrive empty-handed, inquired, "What exactly do you need?" "Iron, copper, lead, tin, and other metals, along with grain and Manila hemp that I in return. We could supply silk, porcelain, high-quality soap, and tea. The Philippines is rich in mineral resources, and the Spanish colonizers have been plundering gold, silver, and gems. Furthermore, with Spain embroiled in continuous conflicts in Europe, they require vast quantities of weaponry, forcing them to mine iron, copper, tin, zinc, and lead in the Philippines. Manila hemp, also known as banana hemp, derives its name from its exportation in Manila. It is a renowned natural fiber, strong, lightweight, and resistant to rotting in seawater, making it the preferred choice for maritime vessels. Fishing nets, lines, ropes, and sails. It can also be crafted into burlap, paper, and more, with extensive applications. During the Luxiang era, Manila hemp was a vital trade commodity. Spain has long sought to penetrate the Ming market, forging alliances with factions opposed to the Dutch. Now that the opportunity presents itself, it cannot be overlooked. Despite losing the city of San Salvador, this is a chance for merit, and he knows the governor of Manila will surely agree. After discussing several details, Botiro took his leave, leading the remnants of the Spanish forces back to Manila. "Chief, are we just going to let them go? We must remember that these little Frenchmen are as despicable as the red-haired people. They have killed many Han people in Luzon." Chun A. Biao remarked. Liu Shaokong understood Chun A. Biao's straightforward nature. Had they engaged in direct conflict with the Spaniards, he might have already taken action. "Biaozi, if only you could think like a Fei. I am well aware that these scoundrels have blood on their hands and the faces of our compatriots, that I would relish the opportunity to eliminate them. However, this is not the time for vengeance, that we face a formidable enemy in the Dutch, who will soon retaliate, and we must also contend with the Zheng family. Their strength is well known, that if we provoke the Spaniards now, the advantageous position we have just secured will vanish. Thus, we must retract our clause for the time being and temporarily cooperate with the Spaniards to acquire urgently needed supplies. Once this cooperation is established, we can restrain the Dutch in the South Seas, preventing them from launching a full-scale attack against us. As we grow stronger and possess a fleet capable of dominating the seas, whether facing the Dutch, Spaniards, or any other foreign entities, they will all find themselves feeding the fish upon hearing this." Chen Biao suddenly understood, recognizing the foresight of his chief, whom he admired greatly. Lu Shaokong, speechless, thought to himself how adept this fellow was at flattery. Enough of that. You needn't overthink it. After a fate departs, you must focus on training the personal guard. Yes. Lu Shaokong then led Chen Biao and several of his personal guards to Troll Denius's residence, where a treasure room contained all his private hoard from the years, along with the trade turnover funds allocated by the Dutch East India Company. The treasure room was modest, spanning only a few dozen square feet, containing 2 large boxes of gold bars and coins, a large box filled with various jewels and silverware, and 2 large bags of silver coins. The haul was neither excessive nor insufficient, compared to the warehouses within the city. It was a welcome addition. That night, in the city of Tainan, now renamed Taiwan City by Lu Shaokong, the streets were ablaze with light. Aside from the guards on duty, everyone else celebrated their victory with ample food and drink. In ancient times, following a great triumph, soldiers would be rewarded, and the Fascia gang was no exception. Such reward allows soldiers, recently steeped in bloodshed, to unwind and also serve to strengthen morale and combat effectiveness. After consuming a few cups of wine, Lu Shaokong returned to his quarters to rest, as there were numerous matters demanding his attention, and he needed to establish some order from the chaos. The next day, Lu Shaokong stood at a vantage point, contemplating how to enhance the defenses, as this was of utmost importance. Only by securing this position could they discuss the future. Taiwan City is a large, angular fortress popularized in the Western world, designed scientifically and rationally. Equipped with numerous cannons and with a sufficient number of musketeers, it possesses no blind spots. Moreover, it features 3 layers, allowing for 3-dimensional crossfire, making it exceedingly difficult to breach from the front. Furthermore, within the city lies a well, and as long as sufficient provisions are stockpiled, it can withstand a siege for several months. In the past, Zheng Chenggong reclaimed Taiwan by surrounding this fortress with 25,000 troops for a full 8 months. It was only when the food within was exhausted that the Dutch emerged to surrender, indicating the futility of a direct assault on this stronghold. However, this should not be taken as an absolute truth. Zheng Chenggong's forces were equipped with outdated artillery, and their gunpowder was the traditional black powder. The soldiers primarily wielded matchlock guns and even more antiquated firearms, and their numbers were limited, lacking powerful warships and heavy cannons, which posed little threat to the city of Taiwan. In contrast, the Dutch had intelligence from Martin about a flagship in Batavia boasting 60 cannons, equipped with sufficiently large caliber artillery, should they choose to bombard the city with reckless abandon. It would pose a significant threat to the walls. Therefore, it would be unwise to rigidly defend Taiwan City. Lu Shaokong, pondering this, cast his gaze around Dawan Island, observing closely that the island housing Taiwan City was merely one among 6 surrounding islands. Rather than being islands, they could be more aptly described as sandbars, with Taiwan City situated on the northernmost island, firmly controlling Dawan Port. Here lies a lagoon known as Taijiang Inner Sea, abbreviated as Taijiang, colloquially referred to as Dawan Bay. The Taijiang Inner Sea is encircled by a series of offshore sandbars, the 2 largest being Baixinwai Island and Dawan Island. The earliest name for Dawan Island was decuntion, meaning the back of a fish exposed above the water's surface. That time, 7 islands were arranged at sea, and the Han people designated them sequentially as decuntion, Erkenshin, Sankenshin, Saikenshin, Wukenshin, Lukenshin, and Kikenshin. These 7 small islands would merge into one during low tide and separate again at high tide. It is imperative to construct at least 1, if not 2, artillery platforms on the shore to maintain control over the Taijiang Inner Sea and prevent the Dutch from encircling Taiwan City. Moreover, Taiwan City is quite isolated, with only 1 artillery fort providing support, which needs to be augmented. Furthermore, the fort's defenses are alarmingly singular, lacking embankments, ditches, and auxiliary lines of defense. Should the Dutch breach the defenses, they could easily establish artillery positions to dismantle the walls. Lu Shaokong muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the structures outside the city, which is also known as Dawan Town, an auxiliary settlement of the Taiwan fortress. Within it lies a sugar factory, a church, a blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, a barber shop, and various service industries, including a tavern, populated by slaves, skilled laborers, and a small contingent of soldiers. Zheng Qinggong's recovery of Taiwan began with the occupation of Dawan Town, where he engaged in artillery warfare with Taiwan City. If the Dutch would send troops in the future, they would likely seize this location. Thus, constructing an artillery platform and defensive positions here is crucial. Chapter 30. Fortifying the defense. Immediately thereafter, Liu Shaokong returned to his quarters, sketching a blueprint for the artillery platform, which he then entrusted to Zhao Xiao, instructing him to mobilize the Dutch captives to construct the platform. The design features a square base, rising 12 meters, divided into 3 tiers, tapering elegantly to form a 3-dimensional artillery platform. Concurrently, a perimeter wall of burlap sacks is to be erected around Dawan Town. However, the fascia gang lacks sufficient burlap and must resort to weaving with vines, tree bark, and willow branches, filling them with sand to create walls high enough for soldiers to stand behind and fire, presenting a challenge for adversaries aiming to strike them. Leader, we have no shortage of manpower, but we lack materials for constructing the artillery platform. We have no lime, Zhao Xiao lamented. The fortifications of this era, including walls and artillery platforms, fundamentally require rammed earth, necessitating lime. Liu Shaokong rubbed his temples, contemplating for a moment. Taiwan has limestone, but it requires sending someone to search for it, and time is of the essence. Thus, we shall gather shells, burn them to ash, and then mix them with sugar water, river sand, and clay to create our construction. Since lime is unavailable, we must resort to coastal methods. The sugar warehouse is plentiful, which should suffice as a substitute for glutinous rice juice, considering we are merely erecting a temporary artillery platform, much like how Taiwan City was originally built. Zhao Xiaohu set off promptly, as shells are abundant along this beach. As for limestone, perhaps someone here knows its whereabouts. Liu Shaokong gazed toward the nearby main island of Taiwan, lost in thought. It was time to pay them a visit. A day later, Liu Shaokong, accompanied by Chanabayo and 100 elite guards, landed ashore, following the roads in search of Han settlements. The earliest Han migration to Taiwan was instigated by pirate organizations, with the most renowned not being Zheng Zhilong, but rather Jiangyin City, revered by later generations of Taiwanese as the Saint King of Taiwan. This individual was exceptional in martial prowess, known for his gallant and magnanimous nature. In his youth, after killing a servant of an official in a fit of rage, he fled to Japan, where he forged alliances with a cadre of overseas heroes, effectively pirates who formed a brotherhood of 28 leaders, including Zheng Zhilong. These individuals traversed the seas and nearly monopolized trade in the East. However, due to dissatisfaction with the shogunate's oppression, they even contemplated rebellion against it. But their plans were thwarted by informants, forcing them to flee. Following the counsel of his subordinates, Jiangyin City landed in Taiwan, establishing a base to build a fortress, subdue the indigenous people, and delineate boundaries. He facilitated the migration of over 3,000 Han individuals from overseas and Ming Dynasty territories to Taiwan for farming, marking the first large-scale migration of Han people to Taiwan. Just as Jiangyin City was poised to expand his ambitions, he unexpectedly succumbed to illness, leading to the fragmentation of the 28 leaders. Though most continued to use Taiwan as their base, as time progressed, these pirates, driven by unequal interests, turned on one another, leading to Zheng Zhilong emerging as the pirate king. Aware of the scant Han population in Taiwan, Zheng Zhilong covertly recruited impoverished Han individuals from the Ming Dynasty. When drought struck the southern Fujian region, with disaster victims scattered everywhere, Zheng Zhilong seized the opportunity to meet with the then-governor Xiong Wenqian, persuading him to organize a migration of some disaster victims to Taiwan, constituting the second wave of migration. The second wave consisted of approximately 30,000 Han individuals that time. Zheng Zhilong had not yet reached his heroic stature, providing these disaster victims with cattle, horses, and provisions, earning a stellar reputation. However, he later succumbed to folly, accepting the court's amnesty and abandoning Taiwan to relocate his power base to Fujian, without the protection of the Zheng family. The Han people faced a grim fate, enduring harassment and exploitation from the local indigenous population, as well as the Dutch, leading to a life of hardship. Approximately 20 miles from Taiwan City lies a plain, at the foot of which is a large village, structured in a grid pattern, surrounded by robust walls, arrow towers, and guarded by sentries at the entrance. Not far from the village is an expansive rice paddy, beyond which stretches an endless forest of sugarcane. A group of individuals herding mules and horses approaches the village gate from the distant mountains. "Young master, you have returned. It seems you had a fruitful hunt." The leader of this group is a robust young man, a long knife slung at his waist and a sturdy bow on his back. On the mule beside him rests a water deer, a species unique to Taiwan. They have been fortunate these days, having hunted 2 water deer, 3 sika deer, and several wild goats. As the young man greets those entering the village, he directs others to unload the catch and proceeds toward the village's central 3-story wooden building. "Father, I am back." In the main hall of the wooden building, an elderly man weaves a bamboo basket, a pipe clenched between his teeth, occasionally exhaling puffs of smoke. The old man glances up at the young man before returning to his task. "How is the harvest?" The young man approaches a corner of the hall, scooping a ladle of water from the vat and taking several hearty gulps. "Not bad. With one more outing, we could meet half our tax obligations. However, this cannot continue. The rainfall has been excessive these past 2 years, resulting in a decline in sugarcane yield, while the rice fields are plagued by locusts, diminishing our harvest. Perhaps we should negotiate with the He family for a tax reduction." The Dutch impose taxes on both the Han people and the indigenous population under their rule. Although the systems differ, the oppression and exploitation are similar. The Dutch are quite cunning, fearing that direct taxation might lead to conflict, thus subcontracting the tax collection to someone like Bin, one of the former Zheng family leaders. We could still converse in the past, but now, people have changed. Even a meeting has become difficult. The old man, named Guahuai, is also one of the former Zheng leaders. However, he has grown weary of the maritime strife and slaughter, opting instead for seclusion, now serving as an elder and leader among the Taiwanese Han. The young man is his eldest son, Guiyong, tasked with the village's protection and hunting duties. Annual tax rates are on the rise. I suspect there is some foul play involved, Guiyong remarked. Guahuai silently puffed on his pipe, eventually murmuring, "The hearts of men have changed." The He family excels at maneuvering, and it is not surprising they employ some underhanded tactics. Yet the Han people are nearing their breaking point. We cannot allow them to act with impunity. Faced with his son's indignation, Guahuai sighed. "What can we do?" The He family has the support of the red-haired men and the Zheng family. They have both personnel and weaponry. Even if our 3 families unite, we would still be no match for them, let alone their allies, the red-haired men and the Zheng family. Guiyong, brimming with youthful vigor, ultimately succumbs to the harsh realities. Their family is no longer the formidable force that once dominated the seas. Had I known, I would have kept those firearms. We would not be in such a predicament. Guahuai silently shook his head and sighed, believing that Taiwan would be an idyllic place for retirement. However, he could not escape the relentless struggle for power and the law of the jungle. As father and son sat in silence, a hurried sound of gongs reverberated through the village, signaling an alarm. Guiyong reacted swiftly, seizing his long knife and darting out of the door, with Guahuai hastily following suit. Leaving his work behind, the indigenous people of Taiwan had always harbored animosity towards the Han and would sometimes launch assaults on the villages, prompting the Han to band together to fortify their defenses with walls. "What has happened?" Guiyong inquired of the sentry stationed in the watchtower. "Young master, a group is approaching. Judging by their attire, they are neither the Dutch nor the indigenous." This was how the Han referred to the natives, while the Ming government designated them as Eastern barbarians. Guiyong quickly scaled the watchtower, his keen eyesight allowing him to spot the advancing party. Among them was a figure mounted on a tall foreign horse. "A firearms brigade. They are armed with guns," Guiyong gasped in shock. Though they were not Dutch, their possession of firearms and uniform attire indicated that they were formidable. "Remain calm. Close the village gates. Archers to the walls, but do not shoot, yet we must ascertain their intentions first," Guahuai called out to soothe the anxious Han. Guiyong descended from the watchtower and took his position on the walls. Anxiously watching the nearing group. At last, the procession halted 30 meters away. A voice rang out from the rider. "Uncle Gua, this is hardly a hospitable reception." Chapter 31. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Guiyong pondered. The newcomer was none other than Lu Shaokong. who had previously visited the area at the behest of the Dutch, who mandated that the Han could not reside too far from Taiwan City. He had become quite familiar with the surroundings. Removing his hat, he exclaimed with a smile, "Guiyong, why the long faces? Xiaokong, is that really you?" Guiyong finally recognized the figure before him. Guo Huai also recognized Lu Xiaokong, staring at his short hair in astonishment. "You rascal, why have you cut your hair?" Lu Xiaokong dismounted, saying, "Uncle Guo, can we speak inside first?" Despite some hesitation about Lu Xiaokong's bold appearance in Taiwan, especially under the watchful eyes of the Dutch, Guo Huai allowed him and his companions to enter the village. Lu Xiaokong followed the Guo family to their dwelling, inspecting it closely before his gaze settled on Guo Huai's patched robe. A stark contrast to the opulence he once enjoyed as a maritime magnate, it was no wonder that he would later organize a rebellion against the Dutch. It appeared he had been thoroughly oppressed. Guo Huai had historically led the Han in resistance against Dutch rule, but had been betrayed by traitors, resulting in a brutally suppressed uprising. "Uncle Guo, your conditions here are quite harsh," Lu Xiaokong remarked. If even a village chief lived in such poverty, it was evident that the villagers fared far worse. "Let us set aside my plight for now. What brings you back to Taiwan?" In Guo Huai's memory, Lu Xiaokong and his followers had been relentlessly pursued by the Dutch and the Zheng family, ultimately seeking refuge with the Spaniards, from whom they had previously smuggled grain. Lu Xiaokong laughed heartily, saying, "Uncle Guo, 2 days ago, we captured Taiwan City. The days of Dutch rule in Taiwan are over. Impossible." Guo Huai shot up, unable to fathom Lu Xiaokong's words that, in their prime, even the formidable 18 Chiji could not shake the Dutch. How could Lu Xiaokong possibly have succeeded? There is nothing unattainable. Not only did we expel the Dutch, but we also sent packing the small contingent of Spaniards occupying Jiangyin. Now, Taiwan belongs solely to us. Seeing that Lu Xiaokong was not delirious, Guo Huai steadied his nerves. "Unbelievable. Quickly, tell me what transpired." Lu Xiaokong recounted the events that had unfolded, leaving the Guo father and son in a state of disbelief. Could it be that the Dutch, who had ruled Taiwan for 20 years, had truly been vanquished? Guiyong tugged at his hair, grinning foolishly. "Brother Lu, does that mean there will be no taxes this year?" "Ha ha, indeed. I have come to invite Uncle Guo out of retirement. Taiwan is on the brink of transformation, and we need you to rally the Han leaders and the indigenous chieftains to establish new regulations." Noticing the lingering skepticism in their expressions, Lu Xiaokong added, "Uncle Guo has yet to visit Taiwan City. Let me take you for a tour." 3 hours later, the Guo father and son stood atop the highest point of Taiwan City, gazing in astonishment at the sprawling Diyuan port. If not for the distant sounds of Dutch laborers being reprimanded, it would have felt like a dream. What a magnificent warship! Guiyong marveled at the recently patrolling Husha ship with envy. "Uncle Guo, do you believe it now? Well done, lad. I never expected you to achieve such a monumental task. Truly, you have avenged our elder generation." Guo Huai, filled with excitement, no longer harbored doubts. Lu Xiaokong chuckled. "From now on, there shall be no Westerners in Taiwan. It will belong to us Han people. However, the Fei Sha gang is still developing slowly and requires Uncle Guo's support." Once a prominent figure in his own right, Guo Huai understood Lu Xiaokong's ambitions. He aspired to become the Lord of Taiwan. Guo Huai did not oppose this. In an age that revered the strong, Taiwan indeed required a leader. He did not underestimate Lu Xiaokong, who had grown up aboard pirate ships, boldly wielding a gun at the age of 10 and daring to sail alone as a teenager. He had fought alongside Lu Xiang in fierce battles, later becoming a lone wolf that tore into the Dutch, a truly formidable character. Fortunately, his heart was not corrupted, and he did not indulge in wanton slaughter. Guo Huai sighed, "I am old and may not be of much help, but for the sake of the Han people of Taiwan, I shall lend my support. However, there is one person I fear will be difficult." Lu Xiaokong quickly grasped that there were 4 major villages among the Han in Taiwan. One was Guo's Majiang village, known for producing sesame oil and hemp cloth. Another was the fishing village, led by Chen Zhongji. Then there was the iron village, home to many blacksmiths who could forge iron tools. And lastly, the Hejia village, governed by He Bin, whom Guo Huai had alluded to. That He Bin, one of the 18 Chiji and a staunch subordinate of Zheng Zhilong, was quite capable and currently served as the Dutch liaison. responsible for translation and taxation. Indeed, taxation was the crux of the matter. The Dutch were few in number, while the Han and indigenous populations were widely dispersed, making tax collection a cumbersome task. The Dutch devised a solution by hiring outsiders. A modern term known as outsourcing, Dutty Bin had once been a capable subordinate of Zheng Zhilong and held some influence among the Han, which was why the Dutch entrusted him with tax collection. However, as taxes increased over the years, resentment among the Han and indigenous people grew. Liu Shaokong, having followed Liu Xiong, was privy to some insider knowledge. He was not merely working for the Dutch, but was an informant left behind by Zheng Zhilong. Tasked with monitoring both the Dutch and the HAN.IT, was crucial to understand that Taiwan held significant strategic value as a retreat left by Zheng Zhilong. Should circumstances in the Ming Dynasty become untenable, he could retreat to Taiwan and continue his reign as a pirate king. He Bin was not a simple figure. He had gained the Dutch's trust through cunning and acted as an intermediary for trade between the Dutch and Zheng's faction, all while maintaining his own fleet, profiting from both sides. Such a capable subordinate of Zheng Zhilong would be difficult to sway towards Liu Shaokong. Although He Bin had incurred public ire due to taxation, his family was powerful, and he had Zheng Zhilong's backing. The residents of Taiwan, particularly the Han, held a sense of gratitude towards him. While aware of the animosity between He Bin and Zheng's faction, Guo Huai knew that this man must be approached with caution. Liu Shaokong understood that Guo Huai was indicating that He Bin wielded considerable influence among the Han and could not be treated with hostility. After all, to establish a foothold in Taiwan, Liu Shaokong needed the support of the Han. He Bin, He Ting Bin, Liu Shaokong repeated the name, filled with animosity that in his modern recollections. This name also seemed familiar. Then it struck him. This man had provided invaluable assistance during Zheng Chenggong's efforts to reclaim Taiwan, offering navigation charts and intelligence on Dutch strongholds by all rights. He should be considered a righteous figure, having contributed to the reclamation of Taiwan. Yet Liu Shaokong recalled an account that described He Bin as a bystander during Guo Huai's uprising, even exacerbating their plight. Ultimately, He Bin had been arrested by the Dutch due to tax issues, losing his property, which prompted him to flee and seek refuge with Zheng Chenggong, persuading him to reclaim Taiwan while providing critical intelligence on Taiwan City. The tax issue stemmed from double taxation. He Bin was collecting taxes for the Dutch while simultaneously taxing Zheng's faction, lining his own pockets in the process. Eventually, the Dutch discovered this scheme, leading to his arrest. The tax collection process was convoluted, leaving the Han completely unaware of the situation. With this realization, Liu Shaokong's brow relaxed. He had found He Bin's Achilles heel. Uncle Guo, do you know the Dutch tax rate? 8 out of 10, but that also includes fishing, deer hides, venison, and other trade revenues. Guo Huai promptly responded, revealing the annual figures. Liu Shaokong's eyes sparkled with insight. I seized the Dutch's account books in the city. The figures may not align. Chapter 32, this is impossible. How dare that scoundrel He Bin act in such a manner? In the office of Liu Shaokong, Guo Huai clutched a ledger, his expression fraught with agitation and intense anger. Before him stood another figure, the former premier of Taiwan, Liaodong. With both testimonial and material evidence at hand, it was clear that He Bin, who should not belong to the Zheng family, had consistently imposed taxes upon the Han people of Taiwan. And the Dutch could not possibly concoct false accounts in order to substantiate his suspicions. Liu Shaokong summoned Liaodong to verify the tax records with Guo Huai. The discrepancies were indeed substantial, revealing that the taxes paid by the Han people were inflated by a staggering 30%. How could this be? Guo Huai sank into despair. He had always held Zheng Zhilong in high esteem, even when he had to confront the brothers of the 18 Zhihui. Yet now, Zheng Zhilong's ruthless tactics had struck him like a resounding slap. Zheng Zhilong was indeed a formidable figure, managing to evade taxes under the very noses of the Dutch for so many years. What a cunning maneuver! Liu Shaokong raised his voice deliberately, stoking the flames of Guo Huai's betrayal, causing the once illustrious image of Zheng Zhilong to come crashing down. It was only natural. Zheng Zhilong had once been a hero, monopolizing trade as a pirate king, collecting tolls and amassing wealth, yet he could not even spare a meager sum from the impoverished 30,000 who had originally struggled to survive under the Ming Dynasty. Further oppressed by the Dutch and then betrayed by their own, such insatiable greed. Father, The Zheng family regards us as mere fodder, having sent not a single letter in the past decade, while we have annually delivered at least 10 ships worth of goods to them. Such heartlessness and treachery. It's time to let go. Guiyong was equally incensed, having once contemplated returning to the Ming Dynasty to serve the Zheng family. It now seemed his loyalty had been wasted. Alas, alas, Guohuai appeared suddenly aged, contemplating for a long moment before speaking. Xiaokong, how do you intend to handle this matter? Lu Xiaokong pondered briefly before replying. I understand that Uncle Gua is a man of deep sentiment, and thus I shall not make it difficult for you. The He family must be dissolved, and the members may return to the Ming Dynasty, but they must leave their assets behind, after witnessing the military prowess of the Feisha gang today. Guohuai had gained a newfound respect for their capability, sufficient to sweep across all of Taiwan. The He family was no match. You surpass your adoptive father by far, strong without resorting to indiscriminate slaughter. You possess the demeanor of a true leader that I shall assist you in rallying other factions to expel the He family. I would be most grateful to you. Uncle will point 2 days hence at Sankoin Island. The Feisha gang, led by the Tiger Shark, commenced bombardment on the sandy dunes with 8 warships, the whistling iron projectiles tearing through the air, kicking up vast clouds of sand, the cannon fire resounding like thunder, striking terror into the hearts of many. Once the cannonade concluded, the warships lowered over 20 small boats for a rapid landing, whereupon the soldiers formed ranks and, supported by several mortars and flintlock cannons, unleashed a volley against their targets, smoke billowing as soldiers fired in unison, swiftly reloading for continued assault. Leaders and clan heads, behold the strength of our army. We are fully capable of defeating the Dutch. Therefore, do not fear their retaliation. This was a landing exercise meticulously prepared by Lu Xiaokong for the Han leaders and indigenous chieftains of Taiwan, with all warships participating, creating an impressive spectacle. Not only the indigenous people, but even the Han clan leaders had never witnessed such a display. Among them, besides Guohuai, were 2 other clan leaders, one named Chen Zhongji, nearing 60, who had once been a prominent figure, serving as the right-hand man to the founding king of Taiwan, Jiangyin City, and whose strength and status had once eclipsed that of Zheng Zhilong. The other, Yang Kun, under 40, was a descendant of Jiangyin City's subordinates. The 4 indigenous leaders belonged to 4 different clans managed by the Dutch, alongside 5 others located in the Tam Sui region, which would be dealt with later. The faces of the indigenous chieftains turned pale. They had initially harbored animosity towards the newly arrived Han, even contemplating resistance. However, upon witnessing the fierce soldiers and the overwhelmingly superior weaponry, alongside the Dutch laborers who trembled in fear, their resolve to resist evaporated. The exercise concluded swiftly, and Lu Xiaokong hosted a lavish banquet on the 3rd floor of Taiwan City. The waves of the Yangtze pushed the preceding waves forward. Who would have thought that Master Lu, so youthful, could rival even the great Yen Long too? I am truly impressed, remarked Shen Zhongji, his voice resonant and robust. The youth are merely fortunate, nowhere near the caliber of Yen Long Tu and the esteemed elders. Lu Xiaokong humbly responded, There is no need for such modesty, Master Lu. We old-timers have achieved nothing, or else we would not have been oppressed by the Dutch. Observing you treating these people as laborers, it feels as though vengeance is finally at hand. Old Gua, today we must drink to our heart's content. Guohuai replied, Of course, I trust that Xiaokong will not skimp on the libations. With the 2 elders speaking, the wine would surely flow abundantly. However, it had been long since he returned to the Ming Dynasty, and he only had foreign wines, which might not suit their tastes. Ha ha ha, you should have said so earlier. Ayong, go home and fetch our cherished rice wine. We must indulge today. Yang, you won't back down, will you? Yang Kun had remained silent, though he was also a clan leader. He deferred to Chen Zhongji. Uncle Gua, I will certainly accompany you to the noon. Lu Xiaokong hosted a feast for these once mighty sea heroes, where he learned many secrets from the past, far more thrilling than any novel. Naturally, the indigenous chieftains were not neglected, as a separate table was arranged for them, with ample food and drink. As night fell, Daji Port was eerily tranquil, the only sound being the waves lapping against the shore. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by starlight and the glow of the lighthouse. Look, it's the lighthouse, We have arrived. On the sea, a fleet emerged, the long-awaited reinforcement from Batavia. It turned out that Lamodi had encountered a storm during the voyage, being blown off course, and with the imprecise navigation technology of the time, they had only just arrived. Lamodi sighed with relief at the sight of Jiangyin City, resembling a great beast lying in wait in the darkness. They had lost an armed cargo ship to the storm and half their supplies, but thankfully, they had persevered to reach their destination. Signal to Fort Zealandia. The Batavian fleet is entering the harbor. Several sailors immediately produced a mirror and a torch, using the reflected light to send a message. Before long, Jiangyin City responded, granting permission to enter the harbor. Lamodi, no longer hesitating, commanded the fleet to proceed. Upon reaching the shore, Lamodi took a deep breath. Solid ground brought a sense of security, just as he wondered why no one was there to welcome them. The drawbridge slowly descended, and the city gates opened. Lamodi hurriedly adjusted his appearance, ensuring he did not present a disheveled image to the stationed troops of Taiwan. Suddenly, hundreds rushed out from the city gates, and hundreds more from Daji Town. Moreover, soldiers began appearing on the previously unmanned warships, loudly shouting as they boarded their vessels. The sounds of gunfire, battle cries, and screams swiftly filled the port. Lamodi realized that the figures surging forth were not compatriots at all that he shouted to organize a defense. But most of his men were still aboard the ships, their firearms unloaded and unprepared, experiencing a one-sided massacre. God, what is happening? Lamodi's face turned pale as he noticed he was completely surrounded, with no escape route. Surrender, lay down your weapons. We capitulate, Lamodi shouted, and the already terrified Dutch soldiers, feeling as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them, knelt in surrender. Chapter 33. He been the Dutch so weak. The remaining Han leaders and indigenous chieftains, roused from their slumber by the clamor, donned their garments, and emerged only to find the battle had concluded. That I apologize for waking you all. We have been awaiting this reinforcement of Dutch soldiers. It is unfortunate for them that they did not arrive during the day. Had they done so, we could not have captured them all. It seems the heavens have favored us, Lu Xiaokong said with a relaxed demeanor, having already set an ambush, waiting for the Dutch to stumble into his trap. Those present, particularly the indigenous chieftains, no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. With the battle against the Dutch temporarily concluded, Lu Xiaokong ordered 2 patrol ships to be dispatched daily to patrol the waters of Daji, flying the flag of the Dutch East India Company, with the aim of luring them into a trap, then attacking to capture them, thereby delaying the response time from Batavia. Another day passed, and Lu Xiaokong led 1,000 men ashore, guided by the 3 Han leaders towards the family village. He been, having recently celebrated his 40th birthday, held a ledger in one hand and an abacus on the table before him, alongside a fruit platter filled with seasonal Taiwanese fruits. The sound of the abacus clicked rhythmically as Bin's face lit up with joy. During his last visit to Xiamen to see Jiangyin, he had lamented poor harvests, prompting Zheng Hailong to generously reduce the taxes by 10%. However, in Taiwan, even the Dutch heeded his counsel, meaning that 10% would naturally find its way into his own pockets. Father, it's getting late. We must set out. Where are we headed first? Inquired a rotund young man, Bin's eldest son, Zishan. Bin pondered for a moment. Let us first head to Medu society. We should bring a larger contingent as these rascals are becoming increasingly unruly and require appropriate discipline. Understood. Hejiazhai's training ground was filled with 300 individuals, quietly awaiting further instructions. Their attire appeared somewhat disordered, with 30 among them brandishing bird guns. Zishan, sporting a prominent belly and a flintlock pistol at his waist, exuded an air of confidence at this time of year. He always felt a surge of excitement, for it signified the collection of dues. Just as he was about to issue a loud command to set forth, several individuals rushed into the encampment in a state of panic. Chief, young chief, there's grave news. The forest is teeming with savages and Han people, all armed, numbering in the thousands, advancing towards our village. Zishan seized one of the villagers, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The savages are one thing, but what business do the Han have here? Do they seek a fight?" Zishan, hold your tongue. He'd been admonished calmly. Are there truly that many? The villagers nodded fervently. Not only that, but there's also a military contingent, their uniforms peculiar, yet each soldier carries a firearm and artillery. Is it the troops of the red-haired? He been inquired urgently. No, their attire is not that of the red-haired. Upon hearing the villager's account, He Bin's brow furrowed deeply. I entine on. Only the red-haired had military forces. Could it be the Dutch were invading? Just as He Bin's thoughts spiraled, an alarm sounded from the watchtower. Chief, someone approaches. Many people. No longer hesitating, He Bin commanded, close the gates. All soldiers to the walls. Xiaoshan, bring out the stored firearms. As one of the 18 elite, He Bin possessed a considerable fortune, though the Dutch forbade them from stockpiling excessive firearms. Nonetheless, he had managed to hide away a good number. The Hejiazai was thrown into chaos, as they had rarely encountered such a scenario. Finally, He Bin caught sight of the approaching throng, which indeed was vast. 2,000 savages surged forth from the woods, wielding rudimentary spears, bows, arrows, and shields. Soon, the road was congested with thousands more, among whom one group stood out, their odd garb nonetheless uniform and formidable. Han people. A military force? He Bin's mind raced. This army's faces were all Eastern, yet fundamentally different from the Ming troops. Guo Huai and his son. Zishan recognized the Guo father and son amidst the crowd. He Bin also noted that they were accompanied by others, Chenlege, Yang Kuan, and 4 local chieftains. Father, these individuals may not come with good intentions. Zishan was unafraid of the Han or the savages, but the origins of this unknown military made him uneasy. Their cold, piercing gazes were more intimidating than those of the red-haired that moment. Guo Huai rode forth on horseback to the gates of the encampment. He Bin was the first to speak. Brother Guo, Elder Chun, we are all kin here. What is the meaning of bringing your men to block our gates? Brother He, I have come today to clarify one matter. Are you imposing taxes on the Zheng family, extracting 2 cuts from our Han people? Guo Huai questioned directly. Without preamble, He Bin's face paled significantly. This was highly confidential information known only to the Zhengs and the He's. Even the villagers were unaware. Brother Guo, you jest. Zheng Longtu is a paragon of heroism. How could he impose taxes on the Han people of Taiwan? You must be mistaken. Mistaken? So you admit to raising the taxes on your own accord? He Bin hastily shook his head. These taxes were set by the red-haired. Any grievances should be directed towards them. Just then, Chun Zhongji stepped forward. He Shazi, do not think you could deceive us just because we cannot converse in the tongue of the red-haired. This time, we have brought witnesses, with Chun Zhongji's words. A disheveled figure was dragged forth, sir. How could this be? He Bin was struck with horror, never anticipating that the esteemed Dutch commander would be captured. His heart sank. This was a dire predicament. The truth was exposed. The faces of the He family turned ashen, knowing that calamity was imminent. 10 for 1. 5% tax, no increases. The Dutch commander shouted in broken Mandarin, yet everyone understood. He was stating that the Han were to pay 1/10, and the local chieftains 5%. Brother He, you claimed 8 for 1, yet this year you wish to increase it by 10%, extracting 6.5 from the savages. Where does this extra go? How much does the Zheng family take? We have come to demand an explanation. Please accompany us to Jiangyin City to review the accounts of these past years. He Bin was utterly panicked, realizing that his misdeeds had finally been uncovered. Going to Jiangyin City was tantamount to a death sentence. He could not go, even if it meant dying to avoid it. Brother Guo, this is merely a ploy of the red-haired. Seeing their impending defeat, they are sowing discord among us that, I assure you, I will provide some compensation. The situation was dire, and He Bin had no choice but to relent. Nonsense. It is indeed you who are scheming. We once staunchly supported the Zheng family, yet now you lie in wait to drain our lifeblood. I will end you. Chun Zhongji's temper flared. He had once held a status above Zheng Zhilong, and thus felt no shame in openly cursing. The surrounding common folk were equally astonished. The very Zheng Longtu they revered and even worshipped had not spared a morsel of grain from his own kin, inciting a wave of indignation. Not only these people, but even the inhabitants of Hejiazhai were unsettled. Although they enjoyed some tax exemptions, they were still higher than the taxes imposed by the red-haired alone. Do not heed their nonsense. Do not engage in reckless discussions, Zishan shouted. Yet his demeanor betrayed his unease that moment. A banner was raised among the orderly ranks, accompanied by a resonant voice. He Bin, do you still remember the Flying Shark Gang? The Flying Shark Gang? He Bin, having served the Zheng family, was certainly aware of this name, for it belonged to Lu Xiang's remnants, the arch-rivals of the Zhengs. He Bin, Uncle Guo has interceded on your behalf. Thus I promise not to trouble the He family. I come here for official matters. If you return the ill-gotten gains of these years, I guarantee your safe passage from Taiwan. Chapter 34. Success. He Bin nearly collapsed. Indeed, he had embezzled a considerable amount over the years. Initially timid, he began with small sums, but as the Dutch turned a blind eye, permitting him to keep the taxes flowing, and with the Zheng family far removed on the mainland, he grew audacious. Once this path was embarked upon, it was difficult to cease, leading to a snowballing accumulation of wealth, a portion of which was hidden in Ming territory. Yet 70% remained within the encampment. Impossible! Lu Xiaokong scoffed, having achieved his aim of undermining the Zheng family's reputation in Taiwan. Refuse the wine offered and face punishment. Prepare the cannons. This time, they had brought 2 18-pound field guns. And breaching the wooden encampment would be a trivial task. Boom! 2 resounding explosions echoed, splintering wood and sending debris flying as the gates were blown wide open, simultaneously creating a gaping hole in the walls. I am Lu Xiaokong, representing the Ming in reclaiming Taiwan City. Henceforth, you shall all remain subjects of the Ming, free from the exploitation of the red-haired. Furthermore, it has come to light that the He family has surreptitiously increased everyone's taxes, enriching themselves and even imposing double taxation on the Zheng family for years. Thus, I come to apprehend them. This does not concern the rest of you. I will report to the court to reduce your taxes. Guiyong shouted as well. Villagers, what are you waiting for? Cannons are indiscriminate. Do not become unjustly slain. The villagers, being practical, especially after years of oppression under the He family, who had long wielded power within the encampment, began to lower their weapons and seek refuge. He Zishan attempted to shoot to stop them, but He Bin restrained him. There was still a chance for negotiation, but once blood was shed, the situation would irrevocably change. Everyone, lay down your arms. On the training ground, only the He family and a handful of loyalists remained. Lu Xiaokong signaled, and Chinabayo immediately led men to seize control of the encampment. Chief Lu. The He family, submit. I beg you, considering your acquaintance with Brother Lu Xiang, do not make things difficult for my family. Uncle Guo vouches for you. As long as you return the wealth you have amassed over the years, I will let the He family depart. Guo Huai added, Xiaokong, grant this old fellow some leniency. We have shared many years of friendship. Though you are ungrateful, I cannot act unjustly. Leave the treasures and return to the Ming. Telling Zhenglong, too, that I, old Guo, sever all ties with him from this day forth. He Bin opened his mouth. If anyone among the 18 elites could be called righteous, it was undoubtedly Guo Huai. Very well, take it all. He Bin aged 10 years in an instant, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Wait, we were once family. Therefore, we know each other's methods. Reveal the locations of the hidden treasures nearby to spare us all embarrassment. Lu Xiaokong, as a pirate leader, was well aware of the adage that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Treasures would never be hidden in a single location. Upon finishing, he exchanged glances with Chinabayo, who grinned wickedly and swiftly apprehended Hizishan, that I have heard you possess a wife and daughter. I will interrogate them separately. You must be aware of the Flying Shark Gang's reputation. They show no mercy to enemies. So do not attempt to be clever. He Bin's face turned ashen, the last shred of hope extinguished. Indeed, his treasures were not all housed within the encampment point 2 hours later. He Bin, his family, and a group of loyalists were escorted onto a bird ship, setting sail towards the Ming. Father, we cannot let this end here. Zishan gritted his teeth. He Bin gazed at the receding island of Taiwan, coldly stating, do not worry. We shall return. Everything belonging to the He family will be reclaimed. In stark contrast to the indignation of the He family, Lu Xiaokong was filled with unrestrained laughter. The wealth amassed by the He family totaled an impressive 60,000 taels of silver, representing a significant bounty. This fortune was quite diverse, consisting of Ming Dynasty copper coins, silver ingots, and silver cakes, alongside Japanese copper coins, silver, and currency issued by the Portuguese and the Dutch East India Company. as well as a modest amount of gold coins and gemstones, some hides, fabrics, and a considerable quantity of iron and copper, not to mention nearly 200,000 caddies of grain. The He family was adept at commerce, trading fabrics and metals with the Han settlers and indigenous people of Taiwan in exchange for food and other valuables. Much of this wealth was acquired through the He family's unscrupulous means. The three chieftains could report the population of their villages, each receiving a share in return. However, this was not to be tolerated. Those who received the funds were well aware of the debts owed. The leader of the group ought to remain cautious. Guo Huai chimed in, urging Xiao Kong, "We should keep it. The retribution from the red-haired devils will come swiftly, and this wealth will be essential for recruiting troops and purchasing arms." Yang Kuan added, "Indeed, we do not wish to be subjugated by the red-haired devils any longer." Lu Xiaokong indeed required this wealth, and thus consented, but with the intention of winning hearts, he decided to have the tax for the following year. To be frank, a few tens of thousands in taxes seemed trivial, and he viewed it as a means to garner goodwill. All chieftains and leaders, we are all one moving forward. The villages shall remain under your management. And additionally, you shall each receive a stipend of 20 taels of silver monthly in the Ming Dynasty. A monthly salary of 20 taels was no trifling sum, equivalent to that of a 4th or 5th-ranked official. Currently, he lacked administrative personnel and wished to avoid major upheaval. Hence, he needed these individuals to assist with governance, not decline. There are many matters requiring your cooperation and support. Since we are gathered here today, let us seize the moment to implement some policy changes. Lu Xiaokong paused and continued. First, let us establish a rule. We must coexist peacefully, refraining from killing and conflict. Violators shall face punishment. Taiwan is vast, with many undeveloped areas. Thus, the three Han leaders must ensure their villagers are well regulated. The Han people are resilient and seldom initiate attacks against outsiders. Therefore, the warning is directed at the indigenous communities. The trade ban will be lifted, allowing for free trade and mutual exchange. I encourage everyone to cultivate more land. Some mountainous regions can be used to plant sweet potatoes and corn, and I shall provide seeds free of charge. Additionally, we shall engage in livestock farming, fishing, and weaving, with regular purchasing of produce. Indeed, tying interests together proved effective. All proposals were swiftly approved, including the recruitment of soldiers. Currently, the Flying Shark Gang can muster only about 3,000 troops, including naval personnel. Thus, there is an urgent need for soldiers. Furthermore, blacksmiths, carpenters, and masons are also being recruited. Within the 4 villages, one chieftain from the He family was appointed, a highly respected elder. Each village will have a quota of 300 recruits until filled. Understanding the importance of administrative transparency, Lu Xiaokong, with his modern sensibilities, recognized the significance of clear policies. He took the example of Ibin, ensuring that all policies and various tax exemptions were publicly posted to prevent any underhanded dealings. 3 days later, Lu Xiaokong found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the influx of personnel sent from the 4 villages, as the numbers far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed 300 would be the limit. Yet over 2,000 individuals had come to enlist, including relatives of the 4 chieftains. There was little choice. The military pay offered by Lu Xiaokong was substantial, 8T this time. An ordinary soldier in the Ming Dynasty received merely 1 tael of silver monthly, while he offered 3 taels with pension for the disabled or deceased being no less than 10 times the norm. Ultimately, Lu Xiaokong personally selected 1,500 recruits, retaining all the signs of the chieftains. The majority of these individuals were literate and possessed considerable awareness, having emerged from pirate families, at least possessing some understanding of the surrounding geography and nations, precisely the talent he required at AS for concerns about forming factions and becoming private militias. He was well aware and had prepared accordingly. 10 days later, Li Mingzhi and Liu Bao arrived in Taiwan. Following Li Mingzhi's strong recommendation, they prepared to petition the court for amnesty and seek the title of Grand Commander. Chapter 35. The rapid training of officers. Stand tall. Guiyong, do not slouch. On the sandy beach, Lu Xiaokong wielded a rattan stick, delivering a swift strike to Guiyong for his improper posture. This was part of officer training. As the army expanded, a shortage of officers became apparent, and Lu Xiaokong felt uneasy entrusting the training to Zhao Xiao, and Gao Fei's experienced cadre. Thus, he established a rapid officer training academy, selecting promising candidates for direct training to this end. A rudimentary dormitory area was constructed, albeit in somewhat shabby conditions, intended as a temporary solution until a proper officer academy could be built in the future. Presently, there is an Army Academy for land forces alongside a Naval Officer Academy, where Diaz imparted essential knowledge on navigation and naval combat. With the previous small numbers, there had been no distinction between land and naval forces. Now, with troop numbers on the rise, it was time to separate the branches. Naturally, artillery also required its own independent formation. Liu Shaokong, drawing on modern knowledge while considering the current context, devised a soldier training manual. Initiating the training with these officers, daily routines included physical training, drills, marching, musket shooting, bomb throwing, as well as lessons in navigation, reconnaissance, map-making, and military-related geography and history. Fortunately, tactics in this era were relatively simple, allowing Liu Shaokong to manage. Simultaneously, training for new recruits commenced to ensure training intensity. The soldiers were provided 3 meals a day, with lunch consisting of rice and fish meat soup. Unfortunately, the island's livestock farming was underdeveloped, and other meats were scarce, necessitating reliance on fish. Despite this, the new recruits were immensely satisfied, for at home, they typically only had 2 meals a day, and to conserve food, they could not eat to their fill. In the barracks, such concerns were absent. Veteran soldiers maintained their physical fitness through morning exercises, ensuring their musket loading speed remained unimpeded. In the afternoons, they were dismissed. Some stood guard while others worked on cultivating fields, most of which were for personal use, growing vegetables such as potatoes, cauliflower, cabbage, radishes, kale, and green onions. Taiwan's subtropical maritime monsoon climate allows for year-round vegetable cultivation to ensure the soldiers' combat readiness and health. Merely filling their stomachs was insufficient. Nutritional supplementation from vegetables was necessary. Thus, suitable vegetable varieties were selected based on Taiwan's climate. In the evening, Li Mingzhi, Liu Bao, and Liu Shaokong convened for discussions. Leader, the goods have already been dispatched, and we're preparing to approach the court officials to petition for amnesty. Our sincerity is evident, and I believe success is imminent. Liu Shaokong nodded, acknowledging that considerable funds have been expended to acquire this title. The intelligence points across various regions must be established promptly. Though his soul was that of a modern individual, familiar with the general trajectory of history, he knew that seizing the initiative against the enemy required precise intelligence support. During Liu Xiang's time, there had been some smuggling contacts in the interior, which Li Mingzhi had established. Thus, Liu Shaokong appointed him as the director of intelligence, responsible for gathering information. Excellent. Intelligence is crucial for our future success. So do not hesitate to request funds from me directly if necessary. The focus should be on the capital and the Zheng family in Fujian, as well as the list I provided you. Do your utmost to seek them out and find a way to bring them to Taiwan. These individuals will need our intelligence points to be operational before they can act, Li Mingzhi advised. Liu Shaokong was not overly ambitious, understanding that building an intelligence network was not an overnight endeavor. It required gradual progress, which was natural, but must be completed within a year. Understood? Uncle Bao, I have decided to establish a county in the Tainan region. I have outlined the specific location and structure on the blueprint. We need to find skilled builders to begin constructing houses and streets from the inside out. This will become one of our key areas for resettlement. The Tainan region would later become a vital and prosperous area, located in the Qianan Plain, bordering the Taiwan Strait to the west and the Alishan Mountain Range to the east, with ample rainfall and numerous rivers, making it highly suitable for agricultural development. Leave that to me. I will ensure it becomes the best county. Liu Bao exclaimed excitedly, as their influence expanded and they occupied Taiwan, although their power could not rival that of Liu Xiang's era. The prospects were promising, and the mere thought invigorated them. Liu Shaokong continued discussing various matters with the two before adjourning the meeting, having dinner and resting. Yet his mind was preoccupied with concerns. Lamenting the scarcity of administrative talents around him, many tasks required his direct oversight and follow-up, which was exhausting. Indeed, conquering the world was no simple endeavor on this day, After completing the Officer Academy's curriculum, he visited the newly constructed small arms factory. Recently, they had acquired considerable iron and copper materials and had begun testing the production of muskets. They were replicating the Portuguese flintlock musket at a time when the transition from matchlocks to flintlocks was underway. The flintlock muskets of this era lacked a unified model, heavily influenced by the craftsmanship of the artisans. The Portuguese, through extensive trade with various nations, adeptly amalgamated the finest elements of gun-making techniques, ultimately culminating in the renowned Marinha flintlock mechanism. This innovative firearm mechanism is celebrated for its safety and reliability, placing it at the forefront of global advancements in pursuit of successful replication. Liu Shaokong offered substantial remuneration to 3 skilled blacksmiths in a Han village, each with prior experience crafting firearms for the Ming army, thereby ensuring their proficiency under the tutelage of Chun and the creation of gun barrels, while not excessively complicated, demands a high level of craftsmanship and dedication to the art. The artisans of the Ming Dynasty are no less skilled than their counterparts in other nations. However, the lack of governmental support for craftsmen, including inadequate provisions and salaries, has resulted in a surplus of inferior firearms and artillery within the military. Lagging behind Western standards to counteract this issue, Liu Shaokong enhanced the wages of these artisans, implementing a reward and punishment system that ignited their enthusiasm for work. The process of crafting a gun barrel requires wrought iron. Initially, sheets of thick iron of similar dimensions are heated and placed within a U-shaped groove, where they are hammered with a specially designed spherical hammer until they conform to the cylindrical shape of the barrel. This involves constant adjustment of the pressure points to ensure the seams close seamlessly. However, a single-layer iron tube is prone to bursting, necessitating an additional layer of iron for reinforcement, thus forming the initial shape of the barrel. Subsequently, a uniform iron rod is inserted into the barrel, which is then subjected to heating and hammering with a specially designed concave hammer until all gaps are eliminated, followed by a shaping process. During this era, round barrels were not in vogue. Instead, angular facets were crafted to meet aesthetic preferences and facilitate firmer attachment to the stock. The final touches included drilling and polishing, utilizing vegetable or animal-based lubricants to ensure a smooth interior surface. This labor-intensive step required a minimum of half a month when executed manually to expedite the process. Liu Shaokong commissioned Dutch craftsmen captured in Taiwan to construct 2 hydraulic drilling machines. Fortunately, the necessary equipment was readily available, as 3 windmills for sugar production in Diyuan town could be modified for this purpose for the firing mechanism. Liu Shaokong entrusted captured Dutch clockmakers with its production to motivate them to work diligently. He not only offered wages but also signed contracts promising their release in 3 years. He also recruited 5 astute young apprentices to learn from these skilled artisans to ensure quality. Liu Shaokong designed a new measuring tool using the metric system, meters, decimeters, and millimeters, and arranged for the instruction of Chinese craftsmen in the use of Arabic numerals. The replicated firearms were to have a caliber of 15 millimeters, with slightly shorter barrels than the originals. Additionally, grooves were incorporated into the facets to secure bayonet attachments, allowing for easy detachment with a simple twist. Today marks the day of assembling the first batch of firearms, and Liu Shaokong has come to inspect them. The new guns are smaller in appearance than the prototypes, with stocks crafted from locally sourced Taiwan cypress, providing an excellent feel that suits the physique and grip of the Eastern hands. The firing mechanism is devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, exuding simplicity and elegance. Liu Shaokong activated the hammer, impressed by the spring's strength, which rivaled that of Portuguese and Dutch firearms, that he promptly reset the hammer, loaded the ammunition, and fired at a human-shaped target 50 meters away. The first shot missed, but the second struck true. Everyone, take a turn with the new weapon, he instructed, tossing the firearm to Chinabayo. Soon, 5 guards took turns firing, experiencing only 1 misfire, achieving a firing rate exceeding 80 to 90%. Ultimately, all present expressed their approval of the new firearms. They perform adequately. Chunin, you and your team have done well. Each member of the armory shall receive a reward of 5 taels of silver. Thank you, General Su. The group, including the Dutch, collectively exhaled in relief, their successful replication of the firearm earning the commendation of their esteemed leader and a monetary reward, bringing them immense joy. Chapter 36. The core cement, due to limited manpower and hydraulic drilling machines, production is capped at 60 units per month while maintaining quality. Consequently, Liu Shaokong initiated the construction of a reservoir high along a river to provide power for the hydraulic drilling machines, thereby enhancing the barrel polishing speed. This process is essential not only for gun barrels, but also for cannon tubes. Furthermore, the newly established armory includes a casting workshop, given that the technique for casting iron cannons is not yet fully developed. Evident from the explosive failures encountered during the testing of the cannon forged by Zhang Dali, focus has shifted to the casting of bronze cannons. The initial plan is to produce 20 cannons, 10 culverins, and 10 field artillery pieces. The new artillery will adhere to the standards set by the new measuring tools, allowing for a self-sufficient casting methodology. Additionally, the calibers are categorized: cannons at 90 mm, 120 mm, and 150 mm, culverins at 150 mm, and field artillery at 75 mm and 110 mm. The cannons and culverins are intended for future naval vessels, while the 10 field artillery pieces are designated for the Army. The field artillery, designed by Liu Shaokong, emulates the renowned Napoleon cannon, named after a great military strategist from another world. Its simple structure and formidable firepower render it a highly practical weapon of war. The armory also encompasses a vital section dedicated to rocket artillery and bomb production. With ample materials available, production of rocket artillery is already underway, and grenades and solid iron projectiles are similarly in progress. Today, however, Liu Shaokong has come to inspect the creation of a new type of artillery shell. This innovative ordnance is an improved version of the explosive shell, and Liu Shaokong has a vivid image of it in his mind. Easily translatable onto paper, the base consists of a hardwood platform with grooves designed to accommodate iron bands, which secure the shell firmly in place. General, a robust young man, saluted. The new artillery shell is classified as a strategic weapon and thus requires strict confidentiality. The craftsmen involved in its production have been meticulously selected and are overseen by Chun and son, Chen Hongchun, comprising a total of 10 individuals. Hongchun, has the shell been completed? Yes, General, but I am uncertain about its effectiveness. The youth replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He had experience with explosive shells, but the addition of a wooden platform created a more enclosed chamber, leaving him uncertain about the ignition of the fuse. Upon inspecting the finished product, Liu Shaokong found it consistent with his memory. He promptly requested a small 75 mm cannon be brought forth. After placing the powder charge inside, he inserted the shell and used a metal cone to puncture the powder bag through the ignition hole. Traditionally, fuses were ignited with a burning wick, but such fuses are prone to moisture and difficult to control. Thus, Liu Shaokong instructed the use of thin tubes fashioned from soft iron to encase the powder, sealing both ends with wood. The wooden plugs could be removed directly for ignition. With a resounding boom, dust erupted 700 meters away, followed moments later by another muffled explosion as the ground was pockmarked with a small crater. Success! Chun Hongchun exclaimed, his previous apprehensions dissipating. Liu Shaokong, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. The explosive power paled in comparison to modern hand grenades, revealing that larger calibers were indeed the key to dominance. Nevertheless, this represented a significant breakthrough should heavy artillery achieve advancements in the future. It could decisively influence the outcomes of battles. The remaining shells produced were fired, revealing an ignition failure rate of approximately 10%. Overall, they proved suitable for battlefield use. Well done. Each of you shall receive a reward of 5 taels. Remember, these matters must remain confidential. Otherwise, the military law is unforgiving. Rest assured, General, unless ordered, even my father will not be informed, Chun Hongchun vowed. Liu Shaokong chuckled softly. Very well, but do feel free to inform your father. Additionally, once the new cannons are cast, measure their dimensions. The primary focus will be on producing these shells. Departing the armory, he led his guard to a mountainous forest located 100 miles from Taiwan City, where limestone was said to be abundant, as informed by Guohuai. Limestone has numerous applications, and its extraction can serve in constructing gun emplacements. However, upon witnessing the vast quarry, other ideas began to take shape. The Dutch had previously mined limestone here and established a brick kiln, now regrettably abandoned. With a method for producing coarse cement in mind, Liu Shaokong saw an opportunity to repurpose the brick kiln. Although it may not rival modern cement, it will be a pioneering material for this era. Are there any skilled brickmakers among us? Lu Xiaokong inquired. Not originally, but many in our village have experience making red bricks for the Dutch. They should recall the recipe, although it differs slightly from our green bricks that I cannot guarantee its applicability. Came the response that it turned out that the Dutch required a substantial quantity of red bricks for constructing barracks, making it impractical to transport them from afar. Thus, they had sourced local labor, enlisting Han laborers who were well-versed in the brickmaking process. Lu Xiaokong felt elated. Red bricks are renowned for their durability and have historically served as a primary material in Western architecture. While they may not match the quality of Chinese green bricks, their cost-effectiveness made them an ideal choice for concurrent brick and cement production. He promptly dispatched Guohuai to gather laborers and ordered Chinabayo to recruit 100 captives from Jiangyin City to commence the extraction of limestone. 4 days later, the brick kiln produced its first batch of red bricks, followed by the construction of a lime kiln. With the lime kiln nearing completion, preparations for cement production began by crushing limestone into powder, which would then be mixed with clay and water to form a slurry, subsequently heated to dryness. After placing the dried clay into the kiln for calcination, the resulting blocks are then crushed and ground, yielding cement. The successful calcination hinges on two conditions: the absence of glassy material within the blocks and the lack of excess lime. Although Lu Xiaokong has provided a formula, this process demands extensive practical experience. Even with his direct supervision, it took 2 days to successfully produce cement. Following rigorous testing, the cement met all operational requirements, prompting an immediate expansion of production. Uncle Gua, you will temporarily oversee the cement factory. I will leave a contingent of soldiers to guard this place, which will undoubtedly see increased capacity in the future, allowing for the construction of a batch of workshops. The monthly stipend has already enabled Guohuai to dedicate himself fully. And there are several elders in the village, rendering his involvement in trivial matters unnecessary. Since the Grand Commander trusts old Gua, I shall reluctantly assume the role of factory director. Lu Xiaokong has dispatched a sum of funds to expedite the construction of the cement factory, preparing for the impending defense battle. With limestone mines established and clay available, can we not attempt iron and steel production? Additionally, we could produce glass, at the very least crafting lampshades to promote kerosene lamps and earn some profit. Limestone is a crucial raw material for iron smelting, while clay can be fired into refractory bricks. Coal can be processed into coke, enabling iron production. However, lacking skilled ironworkers nearby, we must temporarily abandon this endeavor. Furthermore, the inability to engage in trade during this period has led to dwindling finances. Although we can sustain ourselves for a while longer, there will come a day when we exhaust our resources, necessitating the urgent preparation of more trade goods. Alas, managing a household is indeed a formidable challenge, Lu Xiaokong lamented, rubbing his throbbing head, while others traverse realms and bask in the company of beautiful women. He finds himself assuming both paternal and maternal roles, pondering matters even in his sleep, with no one to confide in. Chapter 37. Zhang Fuzhou, Jiangyin County, an enchanting coastal town renowned for its picturesque scenery and favorable climate. Known as the maritime trade hub of southern Fujian due to its strategic location. This reputation, of course, is largely attributed to one individual, Zhang Zhulong. After vanquishing Lu Xiang, Zhang Zhulong attained the rank of general. Yet the court harbored reservations about him. The title was nominal, with actual control residing with the Zheng family fleet. Presently, the Zheng family commands a private army of 30,000 and a fleet of 1,000 vessels, with primary bases in Xiamen and Kinmen, dominating trade throughout East Asia and into the southern seas. The court is preoccupied with suppressing domestic uprisings and seeks to avoid antagonizing another maritime powerhouse, opting instead to let matters be. Thus, the vicinity of Jiangyin has become a haven for merchants daring to venture into the seas. They merely need to pay a certain sum of silver to the Zheng family for a permit to smuggle various goods. On the outskirts of Jiangyin County, south of the harbor, stands a sprawling mansion covering nearly 200 acres, featuring dual alleys, 3 main gates, and 5 courtyards, flanked by wings and pavilions that form a protective screen. The towering buildings are surrounded by high walls. The courtyard is adorned with lush gardens, elegant pavilions, ponds, small bridges, and flowing streams, replete with exotic flowers and plants, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This is the Zheng family residence. In the Grand Hall, the decor starkly contrasts with that of the Han Chinese, notably featuring a prominent Western crucifix. A middle-aged man, clad in traditional attire, kneels on the ground with hands clasped in prayer. His demeanor one of profound reverence. This man possesses a straight nose and a square jaw, with eyebrows that arch dramatically into his temples, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, a figure strides into the foyer. Dressed in Ming Dynasty official garb, in his 30s, with piercing eyes and a robust build, radiating an imposing presence. Upon reaching the entrance, he catches sight of the praying Zheng Zhulong and, after a moment's consideration, chooses to stand quietly and wait. After the incense has burned halfway, Zheng Zhulong slowly rises, attended by a maid who brings a basin of water and towels. After cleansing his hands, Zheng Zhulong turns his attention to the entrance. Old Fifth. Why are you here instead of attending to your duties at the office? The newcomer is Zheng Zhibao, Zheng Zhulong's younger brother, who holds the position of deputy general and wields considerable influence in Fuzhou. Yet he behaves with the utmost deference towards Zheng Zhulong, not daring to breathe too heavily. Brother, there has been trouble in Taiwan. Bin has been ousted, and the Dutch have seized the city. Zheng Zhulong, who had remained stoic since his victory over Liu Xiang, is visibly shaken upon hearing this news. What sort of individuals could defeat the Dutch? Zheng Zhibao's expression darkens as he grits his teeth. It is the Flying Shark Gang, the adopted son of Liu Xiang, Liu Shaokong. Upon hearing Liu Xiang's name, Zheng Zhulong's eyes redden, and his expression contorts with rage. The fierce battles between him and Liu Xiang were brutal, claiming even his second brother, Zheng Zhihui, whose remains were never found. The mere recollection of this sorrow fills him with immense grief and fury. And Bin. Zheng Zhibao replies respectfully, he's just outside the mansion. I have instructed my men to bring him in. Bin, having been thoroughly stripped of his possessions and expelled by Liu Shaokong, returns to Ming with a heart full of indignation, seeking out Zheng Zhulong as his first course of action. Dragonhead, I implore you to take my side. Bin enters the Grand Hall and, with a thud, kneels upon the floor, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face without restraint. Zheng Zhulong hastens to assist Bin. Brother, do not weep. Speak your mind, and I shall certainly advocate for you. Bin, wiping his tears with his sleeve, states Dragonhead, Guohuai, Chen Zhongji, and others have colluded with Liu Xiang's adopted son, Liu Shaokong, that he has destroyed my village. Seizing all our assets, that I beseech you, Dragonhead, to take action. This is merely Bin's conjecture. After all, Guo, Chen, and Yang families were close to Liu Shaokong, leading him to believe they had conspired together. Otherwise, given his understanding of the Flying Shark Gang, they could not have triumphed over the Dutch without internal betrayal from a Han chieftain. Zheng Zhulong furrows his brow. Although Zheng Zhibao had mentioned the circumstances earlier, hearing it from Bin's lips is still shocking. He is acutely aware of the Dutch's formidable strength and would avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary, especially not attempting to seize the fortified city of Taiwan. How many men does the Flying Shark Gang have? Did any of the large Dutch ships participate, and how many vessels do they possess? Zheng Zhulong remains undeterred by Bin's influence that he knows the capabilities of Guohuai and Shenzhongji. They are nothing more than toothless tigers, or else they would not have been dominated by the Dutch for so long. From his perspective, it's likely that both large Portuguese and Spanish forces are involved. Given their fierce competition for trade in the southern seas, Bin is momentarily taken aback, as he was directly surrounded and expelled, lacking any further information. Dragonhead, we left in haste and received no intelligence on this front. We only know that the Dutch lord has been captured by the Flying Shark Gang. What a relentless specter! Zheng Zhibao curses, brother, shall I lead men to Taiwan to eliminate that brat? If we allow him to grow, he may become another Liu Xiang. Zheng Zhulong closes his eyes for a moment, contemplating, then waves his hand. At present, both of us hold public offices. We cannot rashly mobilize large forces. The information regarding Taiwan is scant. We must not act impulsively. Bin urges urgently. Dragonhead, the Flying Shark Gang is our enemy and will soon dispatch warships to assault us, severely impacting our trade. Zheng Zhulong chuckles. Fear not. Others are more anxious than we are. The Dutch have operated in Taiwan for many years and will not let this slide easily. Upon receiving news, they will surely send troops from the southern seas to retaliate. Zheng Zhibao suddenly understands. Brother, are you suggesting we take advantage of this situation? Zheng Zhulong's gaze sharpens. No, the Zheng family navy has not seen battle in a long time. It is an opportune moment to stretch our legs and remind those who have forgotten the Zheng family of our might. He Bin comprehends the implication. The Dragon Head intends to ally with the Dutch to assault Taiwan. Zheng Zhulong shakes his head. The Dutch are not foolish. We merely plan to circle around Taiwan and might coincidentally arrive amidst the conflict. We will assess the situation then. The intent is abundantly clear, to let the clam and the snipe contend, while the fisherman profits. Truly worthy of being the elder brother, if orchestrated properly. Taiwan may once again fall into our hands. Zheng Zhibao, although living comfortably in the Ming, recognizes the vastness of the court, which might turn against them at any moment. If they possess Taiwan as a backing, the Zheng family would undoubtedly be emboldened. Zheng Zhulong shares this sentiment. Despite his current high position, he hails from humble beginnings and is often looked down upon. Moreover, the court has already shown signs of suppressing him. Thus he seeks to seize this opportunity to see if he can reclaim Taiwan. Even half of it would suffice. Brother, I must trouble you to make a trip to Coconut City and deliver a message to the Dutch governor, urging them to prepare. He Bin promptly responds, I shall heed the Dragon Head's command. Zheng Zhulong then addresses Zheng Zhibao. Old Fifth, notify Sure Fu that the Navy must immediately enter a state of readiness. Additionally, find a way to send someone to gather intelligence on the Flying Shark Gang. Chapter 38. News returns in October. In the city of Coconuts, Anthony, as was his custom, finished his breakfast and, holding a cup of coffee, gazed out from his bedroom at the port, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he observed the large vessels laden with cargo. The trade in Batavia was now on the verge of rivaling that of mainland Europe, with annual tax revenues constituting 10% of the Dutch national income. The company's influence had grown significantly, extending its reach throughout Asia, and much of this was attributable to his efforts. Coughing softly, Anthony's complexion took on a sickly hue that moment. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair entered the room, promptly closing the window and patting Anthony on the back. "My dear," she said, "the doctor has advised that you must refrain from the sea breeze." This blonde woman was Anthony's wife, who had accompanied him to Batavia and typically managed his daily needs. "Philin, it's nothing to worry about. The weather in Batavia is hot and humid. I would surely perish without the sea breeze." Philin remained unmoved, adamantly securing the window. Resigned to his fate, Anthony soon noticed a large ship from the Ming Dynasty approaching the port. It was a great fortune vessel, its cannons removed, and a Zheng family flag fluttering from its mast. Although the Dutch had a trading relationship with the Zheng family, their ships occasionally docked in Batavia. As the fortune vessel drew alongside, the port guards immediately surrounded it for inspection. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief, Anthony declared, "Philin, there are matters at the port that require my attention. We shall discuss this further upon my return." The arrival of this ship provided a timely excuse to escape the oppressive heat of his bedroom. At the docks, Bin was fluently explaining the situation in Dutch, producing his appointment letter. After the Dutch soldiers conducted their checks and found nothing amiss, they were about to report when they noticed Anthony accompanied by his guards. "Governor, this man claims to be an interpreter from Taiwan City and has urgent news to convey." Anthony turned to Bin, glancing at the appointment letter, confirming the authenticity of the Taiwan governor's seal. "I am the governor of this place. Pray tell, what brings you here?" Bin, aware that the governor of the East India Company held a status akin to that of a feudal lord in the Ming Dynasty, did not dare to be dismissive. "Your Excellency, there has been an incident in Tainan. It has been seized by a band of pirates, and Governor Tredenius has been captured. I narrowly escaped and have come to inform you." Upon hearing this, Anthony could scarcely believe his ears, struggling to suppress the urge to toss the Eastern man into the sea. Tainan was a formidable fortress. How could it possibly have fallen to pirates? Could it be Zheng Zhulong? His name resonated powerfully. In Anthony's view, only the Zheng family posed any threat to Tainan. Bin quickly shook his head, denying it is not Zheng Zhulong, but another group of pirates, the Flying Shark Gang. led by Liu Shaokong. The Flying Shark Gang had been employed by the Portuguese and had frequently raided Dutch ships, thus they had long been wanted. Anthony recalled that the order to pursue them had been issued under his signature. This is even more implausible. How could a band of fleeing pirates capture our Tainan? He Bin, perplexed, could only attest to his experience that I can vouch for the truth of this, Your Excellency, that if you do not believe me, you may dispatch soldiers to investigate. The truth will reveal itself. Although Anthony sensed that this Ming man was not lying, he could not fathom how Tainan had fallen, especially considering he had sent reinforcements. Was it perhaps the Portuguese or the Spaniards? The possibility began to take shape. He had dispatched troops against the Spaniards, while the Flying Shark Gang had been contracted by the Portuguese, given that the Portuguese and Spaniards were once united. It was conceivable that the forces in Tainan had engaged the Spaniards while the Portuguese allied with the pirates to capture As Anthony's mind raced with hypotheses regarding the potential fall of Tainan. He knew that he could not fully trust the words of He Bin, who had arrived on a Zheng family ship. He Bin, we are already aware of this matter. Might I inquire if you represent the Zheng family in your visit? He Bin, no longer wishing to disguise his intentions, replied, Indeed, I escaped to the Ming and was rescued by the Zheng family. I have come here on their orders. The Flying Shark Gang is our common enemy, and the Grand Leader hopes for cooperation between our factions. Anthony cursed inwardly, recognizing the Zheng family's ulterior motives. If Tainan was mishandled, it could lead to significant troubles. He Bin, we are aware of this situation. The specifics of our response require further deliberation. If your side seeks cooperation, it will be prudent to wait until we ascertain the truth of the information. Anthony did not refuse the prospect of collaboration, for he understood that, at his level, personal feelings could not sway his decisions. If there were potential benefits, a foundation for cooperation could be established. He Bin's purpose for coming was to gather information on the Dutch. So he readily agreed that I shall abide by your directives, Your Excellency. Upon returning to his office, Anthony promptly convened an emergency meeting, gathering his deputy governor, the civil official of Batavia, the vice admiral of the fleet, and the army commander. Gentlemen, I have received distressing news. Tainan has fallen to a band of eastern pirates, and Tredinius along with his subordinates have been captured, with even Ramodi among them. As soon as Anthony's words fell, the expressions of those present turned to sheer disbelief. Good heavens, is this news true? Civil official Jonathan exclaimed, his mouth agape. Deputy Governor Selvo interjected hastily, Your Excellency, I heard from the port guards that the news came from a Ming man. It feels like a conspiracy. Indeed, the Easterners cannot be trusted, particularly the Ming, remarked Fleet Commander Dominic. Army Commander Koniara added, I concur with Dominic. This news warrants verification. Taiwan houses nearly 1,000 troops and is a stronghold. It is difficult to fathom how they could be defeated and captured. Anthony, having regained his composure after the initial shock, stated, The veracity of the news will be confirmed. Once this meeting concludes, I shall instruct Dominic to dispatch 3 of the fastest vessels to Taiwan for reconnaissance. Our primary concern is how to respond if the news proves true. Should we consider cooperating with Zheng Zhilong, who seeks to join forces against the pirates? Certainly, we must deploy the fleet to reclaim it. We have only just opened trade in the East. We cannot afford to relinquish it, Selvo asserted firmly. Jonathan added, Tainan is no trifling fortress, and it annually brings silk and porcelain, highly coveted among the nobility. If we fail to reclaim it, the board may very well take action, and even the king may impose penalties. But the mention of punishment, all eyes turned to Anthony, for if the news proved true, he would bear ultimate responsibility. Anthony was aware of his subordinates' thoughts, yet he remained unfazed. As a general of the Dutch, he had experienced victories and defeats throughout his life. The East was not their homeland, and such occurrences were not entirely unexpected. His current aim was to mitigate the losses stemming from this incident. That I will explain this matter to the board. Henceforth, everyone must prepare for the recapture of Tainan. Jonathan, you are responsible for gathering supplies. Dominic, you will assemble the fleet. Koniara, enlist at least 2,000 men and 2,000 mercenaries, and the 2 of you shall devise strategies for the siege. Selvo, I need intelligence on the Portuguese and Spaniards, as well as information concerning the Zheng family. Chapter 39. The Penghu Islands. The Penghu Islands, situated between the main island of Taiwan and Fujian on the eastern side of the Taiwan Strait. Comprise a total of 64 islands, both large and small. These islands span a considerable distance, serving as a crucial barrier guarding Taiwan. To the north, they connect to the Matsu Islands and the Zhoushan Archipelago, while to the south, they reach Dongsha and the Nansha Islands, facilitating access to various Southeast Asian nations. Their strategic position has earned them the title of the Key to the Southeast. Such a strategic location was not one that Liu Shaokong could afford to relinquish. After training the first batch of officers, he boarded the Fiyu to inspect the Penghu Islands. His predecessors had previously reached this area. However, it lay along the boundary of the Zheng and Dutch influences. Given the strength of the Zheng family at that time, the Dutch had found it impossible to establish a foothold. When the Dutch discovered the strategic value of the Penghu Islands and sought to control trade routes, they constructed a small fortress on Fenghuiwai Island. This incited a backlash from the Ming Dynasty, in which Zheng Zhilong also played a part. Ultimately, the Dutch found themselves besieged and forced to negotiate for peace, relinquishing their military presence in the Penghu Islands. The Ming, uninterested in maritime affairs, dismantled the fortress and likewise did not garrison the area. Subsequently, an unwritten rule emerged, stipulating that Dutch vessels were forbidden to cross the line of Penghu. Liu Shaokong was the first to arrive at Fenghuiwai Island, where he beheld the remnants of a fortress constructed by the Dutch. After inspecting the site, he shook his head in dismay, for the island lacked fresh water, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation. He then proceeded to Penghu Island, also known as Magong Island, named for its natural harbor, which offered calm waters regardless of the tumultuous seas outside. This harbor had once been a favored refuge for pirates. Penghu Island spans a considerable area of 70 square kilometers. However, its chief drawback is the scarcity of freshwater resources, primarily reliant on rainwater accumulation, with only minimal groundwater available. Nevertheless, the nearest island, known as Yuing Island, boasted freshwater and was the second largest in the Penghu archipelago. It was said that a small fishing village once thrived there, living in seclusion, thus giving the island its name. Liu Shaokong focused his examination on this island, for if he were to achieve victory in defending Taiwan City, a fortress would be constructed here to control the strategic strait of Taiwan. Moreover, during the peak of the 18 banners, this location frequently served as a springboard between Taiwan and the mainland. Should the Zheng family choose to launch an offensive, this would become their temporary haven for resupply, as their primary vessels, the Sitsi and Yao ships, were ill-equipped for long voyages, particularly given the complex maritime conditions of the Taiwan Strait, which would necessitate a stop here for freshwater replenishment. Zheng Zhilong, a dominant figure on the seas and a notorious pirate king, could not afford to neglect Taiwan, and it was likely he would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while engaged with the Dutch. Given his current insufficient forces, a preemptive strike was essential, and this location represented the optimal ambush point. As Liu Shaokong contemplated these strategies, he led 20 of his personal guards ashore at Yuing Island, ascending to the highest point to survey the area. Indeed, it was an excellent location, capable of accommodating thousands of troops, with plans to establish a detached fleet on Penghu Island that could coordinate efforts to thwart any formidable adversaries. He was thoroughly satisfied, envisioning this site as a bulwark for Taiwan and a forward base, contingent upon defeating both the Dutch and Zheng Zhilong. Just as he prepared to depart, a guard reported, "Great General, there appears to be ships approaching from the southwest." Liu Shaokong quickly took up his telescope and confirmed that 3 vessels were indeed nearing Penghu Island. Due to their position, the ships were unaware of their presence at Yuing Island. He immediately ordered his men to board their vessel and maneuver behind the incoming ships. The opposing vessels were headed straight for Penghu Island, and Liu Shaokong and his crew could use the island's cover to stealthily position themselves behind them. Among the ships heading to Penghu were the Feiyu and another patrol gunboat, while the 3 opposing vessels were likely ordinary Fuchuan boats, posing no significant threat. As the 3 Fuchuan revealed their true identities. The foremost vessel displayed the water ghost flag, heading directly for Penghu Island, while the 2 following boats prominently bore the Zheng family insignia. Misfortune had struck. It was unexpected that the Zheng family lay in ambush. "Dragon King, protect us and let us escape safely," on the water ghost flag Fuchuan. A young man with a dark complexion fervently prayed, his hands deftly maneuvering the ship's wheel to change direction. However, his vessel was old, as evidenced by the numerous patches on its hull, while the pursuing Zheng family warships appear to be in far better condition, steadily closing the distance. Boom! The Zheng family warships could no longer contain their impatience, and the bow cannons fired first. The dark-faced youth, evidently seasoned, skillfully navigated the ship to evade the incoming cannonballs. While the Fuchuan may not have been as advanced as the Western galleons, it was equipped with 2 rudders, allowing for agile maneuvers. Faster, faster! The young man gritted his teeth, racing towards Magong Harbor, where they could land at any moment. Yet at that critical juncture, a cannonball fortuitously struck the main mast, causing it to snap and leaving the vessel nearly adrift. Damn it! The young man was unwilling to accept defeat, so close to reaching the shore. Only to have his efforts thwarted, he realized they had become targets, and sinking was merely a matter of time. Thus, he decisively issued an order to abandon ship. They were pirates, well versed in the ways of the sea, but they were still approximately 2 to 3 miles from shore, a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder. Remaining aboard meant certain death. The dark-faced youth leaped into the sea, followed by the other pirates. Upon seeing the enemy abandon ship, the 2 Zheng family warships did not pursue, but instead approached the pirate vessel at a leisurely pace, preparing to board and seize whatever they could. The dark-faced youth turned to see his belongings being taken, feeling a pang of discontent, but survival was paramount. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of 2 massive warships approaching from the corner of his eye, their towering masts and billowing sails starkly different from the Chinese vessels. Westerners, the ships entered from the northwest at an angle, and Liu Shaokong, a former exceptional captain himself, commanded with confidence, aided by his modern sensibilities. Upon entering Magong Harbor, he swiftly positioned his ship into the wind, with the starboard cannons aimed at the Zheng family vessels, closely followed by the patrol gunboat. The Zheng family warships, realizing the sudden emergence of an enemy, were momentarily trapped as they were still connected to the pirate ship via grappling hooks by the time they severed the connections. Liu Shaokong's warship had already reached a prime attacking position. Fire! The 2 warships unleashed a barrage from over 30 cannons, the thunderous roars echoing across the waters as iron balls whistled through the air. Sending geysers of water skyward, 2 cannonballs struck one of the Zheng family Fuchuan, splintering wood and injuring several crew members, their screams filling the air. Reload the ammunition, continue firing. In this era, precision shooting was a rarity. Instead, sheer volume was the strategy. Overwhelming the opponent with a relentless barrage increased the likelihood of victory, though the Zheng family possessed substantial funds and had acquired many cannons from the west. These were primarily mounted on their main warships, leaving the Fuchuan with only a handful of small cannons and outdated gunpowder, offering little in the way of resistance. Where are those warships from? They were even larger and more splendid than the Western ones, and I've never seen such a flag, exclaimed the dark-faced youth, surrounded by other pirates, incredulously gazing at the 2 suddenly appearing warships. The warships flew a striking flag depicting a silver dragon against a sea-blue background, the dragon symbolizing the legendary Ing Long, soaring majestically and exuding an air of formidable power. The dark-faced youth, possessing some knowledge, remarked, "That is the Ing Long flag. The newcomers are neither Westerners nor from the Ming naval forces. They must belong to a significant power." The use of a dragon as a flag indicated an extraordinary lineage. This Ing Long banner had been personally designed by Liu Shaokong, as he felt no need for trepidation given the impending decline of the Ming Dynasty. After 5 rounds of cannon fire, the 2 Zheng family Fuchuan were riddled with holes. One vessel had already begun to sink, on the verge of capsizing. Shout for them to surrender. Liu Shaokong bore no deep-seated hatred for Zheng Zhilong. The Zheng family would eventually become a rebel force, and there was no need for a vendetta. The Zheng crew, stunned by the sudden assault, saw the enemy cease fire and call for their surrender, leading to a collective decision to yield rather than fight to the death. The 2 Fuchuan yielded a total of 80 captives, with the ship primarily carrying miscellaneous goods and limited provisions, including over 30 bird guns and 6 heavy cannons, while the rest of the weaponry was deemed useless. The pirates who had initially jumped into the sea for survival were invited aboard the Feiyu. The dark-faced youth was taken aback by Lu Shaokong's youthfulness, but quickly offered a respectful bow. "I am Su Cheng, deeply grateful for your rescue. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Lu Shaokong. Upon hearing the name, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Could it be that you are the renowned leader of the Feisha gang?" Lu Shaokong's Feisha gang had garnered a certain level of notoriety along the southeastern coast, and even in their diminished state, they remained a figure of admiration among smaller pirate factions. "Oh, you know our great general's name, which suggests you are also acquainted with our world. Where do you ply your trade?" Chun Abi was speaking in coded language, inquiring where they engaged in pillaging. Su Cheng quickly replied, "Thanks to the Feisha's renown, we operate in Guangdong." Laughter erupted among Lu Shaokong and the other members of the Feisha gang as they recalled their previous activities in Guangdong. Finding it amusing to encounter a successor, the abundance of pirates in Guangdong stemmed from the weakness of the Ming naval forces there, although the court had allocated a considerable naval establishment. Severe shortages in funding and rampant corruption led to a staggering 70% personnel deficit. This dire situation left little to no resources for constructing warships, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness, making them incapable of defending their coastal waters, let alone tackling the pirates at sea. Lu Shaokong smiled, somewhat surprised. He recalled the name Su Cheng from history, recognizing him as one of the leaders of the anti-Qing resistance during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. "It was but a trifling matter. I wonder where you plan to go next. Do you require assistance in repairing your ship?" Su Cheng sighed. "We have nowhere to go. Our home has been destroyed by the imperial troops and the Zheng family. We initially intended to escape to Penghu or Taiwan for refuge, but we were pursued. Thankfully, we encountered Lu Dongjia, or rather, the Grand Commander, who came to our rescue. The individual before us is a righteous hero, capable of raising the banner against the Qing and fighting with great flair. Although ultimately defeated, his abilities are evident, and he is precisely the talent we desperately need, since fate has brought us together. We have just defeated the Dutch pirates and taken control of Taiwan, actively recruiting heroes from all corners of the world. Why not join us? By heaven, the Grand Commander has actually defeated the red-haired devils." Su Cheng thought it impossible, for as pirates, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Dutch warships, especially considering the renowned fortress city of Taiwan. Lu Shaokong, perceiving his thoughts, chuckled, "There is nothing impossible. The warship beneath your feet is of our own making, and that one nearby was captured from the red-haired men, that we possess 11 such vessels, along with 2 larger ships equipped with 60 cannons. Come with us to Taiwan City, and you shall see whether this commander has lied, as Yu Qing dared not harbor further doubts, especially since his motley crew had nowhere to dock." Faced with Lu Shaokong's invitation, he felt no hesitation. "Brothers, what are we waiting for? Follow me to pay our respects to the Grand Commander." Immediately, the pirates behind Su Cheng knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute to the Grand Commander. Lu Shaokong helped Su Cheng to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We shall all be one family from now on. Please rise. Our Taiwan army observes only military salutes. Thank you." Grand Commander. Together, Su Cheng and his men numbered 60, that although not many, they were all skilled fighters, ready to be trained and placed aboard ships. Currently, the Taiwan Navy boasted 14 various warships, and although a batch of sailors had been recruited, they were still insufficient. Thus, the arrival of these men was indeed a boon. "Biaozi, bring those 2 ships along. We shall return to Taiwan City." The 2 damaged vessels were of little value and would be sunk at the harbor to prevent future Dutch landings. A day later, upon returning to Taiwan City, Su Cheng and his men gazed in awe at the towering fortress, their eyes wide in disbelief. "By heaven, look at that enormous ship. It has 3 tiers of cannons. And so many warships," exclaimed one. "Good heavens, are those laborers the red-haired devils?" Su Cheng looked at his rustic-looking men, momentarily speechless, though he shared their excitement, for Lu Shaokong had promised him command of a cannon ship. A cannon ship, essentially a patrol vessel, was considered a support ship in the Western world, yet in the East, it could dominate. Enough with the shouting, it's embarrassing. Su Cheng frowned. "Ha! Grand Commander, wipe your drool, or else." Right, look at how wide-eyed the Grand Commander is. Huh. Angered yet flustered, Su Cheng kicked the one who laughed the loudest, prompting another round of laughter. As soon as they disembarked, Diaz approached to report, Grand Commander. Our patrol ships encountered the Dutch. We successfully ambushed them under the East India Company flag, injuring 2 vessels, but one managed to escape. Liu Shaokong was not surprised. What was inevitable had come to pass. It seems that within a month, the enemy will arrive. The sea will be your domain. Once old Meng returns, we shall devise our battle plan. In the meantime, train these men to form a preliminary combat capability within half a month. After speaking, Liu Shaokong turned to Su Cheng. We have only recently occupied Taiwan City, and the red-haired devils will surely retaliate in force. Furthermore, the Zheng family will also intervene. You still have the opportunity to reconsider. Su Cheng immediately replied with solemnity. Grand Commander, although we are pirates, we understand the meaning of loyalty. Moreover, you saved us in our time of need. How could we forget your kindness? We shall not hesitate to face any danger in the future. Excellent. As long as Taiwan City withstands this trial, I assure you that I will lead you to traverse the seas. Shortly, someone will arrange your accommodations and inform you of the rules and salary. Then, you will follow Diaz to learn how to command the new ships in battle. If your contributions are sufficient, you may even be given command of the magnificent vessels before you. Su Cheng was filled with excitement. Rest assured, Grand Commander, I will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 41. The preparations of the Dutch 10 days later. Meng Haijiao arrived at Taiwan City aboard the Xingsha ship, accompanied by 2 armed cargo ships laden with gunpowder. Liu Shaokong promptly summoned all officers for a pre-battle meeting to discuss combat deployment. The Navy was now comprised of 15 main warships and 7 armed cargo vessels, with a total of 2,000 soldiers. Meng Haijiao was appointed as the naval commander, with Diaz as the deputy commander. The army consisted of over 2,500 men. Due to their limited number, they could not form a full army and were temporarily organized into 4 battalions. Zhao Xiaohu's Tiger Battalion, Gao Fei's Flying Battalion, Guiyang's Courage Battalion, and Liu Shaokong's Imperial Guard Battalion. Gao Fei, sharp-witted and methodical, exhibited great potential as a leader. Thus, he was appointed as battalion commander. Guiyang, having been well-trained by Guo Huai, emerged as a leading figure among Taiwan's youth, and, after undergoing Liu Shaokong's rigorous evaluation, proved capable of independent command. Additionally, there was an artillery battalion and a logistics battalion. Liu Shaokong had initially contemplated reforming the military structure. But with only a few thousand men, it was unnecessary. Such matters could be addressed later. The construction of the artillery fort on Dun Island was nearing completion, with 2 coastal batteries being hastily built. However, due to insufficient production of rough cement and the absence of rebar, they could only be constructed with stone, preventing the creation of fully concrete cannon emplacements. Soldiers were undergoing ongoing training, with competitions held every half-month to stimulate their motivation. Focusing on reloading firearms and cannons, running, throwing grenades, and hand-to-hand combat. The top 3 performers received rewards of food and leave, and from these outstanding individuals, officers would be selected. Attaining such a rank meant an increase in salary and status, ensuring no one would obstruct their progress. Thus, the lethargy of the old military was swiftly dispelled to ensure soldiers maintained their physical stamina. The meal schedule was changed from 2 meals a day to 3, with at least 1 meal guaranteed to include rice, accompanied by vegetable soup or seafood broth. They could expect to eat fish every 5 days. However, with an increasing population, the demand was immense, and even purchasing from local fishermen barely sufficed. Liu Shaokong found the situation troubling, as the Han population in Taiwan was small and compelled by the Dutch to cultivate sugarcane, leading to insufficient production of other essentials like grain, livestock, fisheries, and vegetables. Although he had ordered the establishment of fish farms and had soldiers utilize their training breaks to cultivate vegetables, growth required time. Thankfully, with the Dutch defeat, relevant incentives were implemented, and the situation was gradually improving. While Taiwan City was fully engaged in preparations for war, in the office of the Governor-General in Batavia, Dominic rushed in. Your Excellency, the message from our warships dispatched to Jiangyin City has arrived. They encountered enemy traps before reaching Taiwan. These shameless pirates used our flags and vessels. Anton was taken aback, quickly realizing that their ships had been captured by the Flying Shark Gang, who then turned to attack them. It seems the news from the Zheng family was indeed true. Jiangyin City has fallen. Although mentally prepared, the confirmation of the news left Anton greatly shocked. That was a heavily fortified stronghold, meticulously guarded. Yet it had been overtaken by a band of pirates. After a brief moment of distraction, Anton immediately ordered all officials in Batavia to convene an emergency meeting. Anton, this is a grave error. I represent the board of directors in commanding you to reclaim Jiangyin City with utmost urgency. A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing, adorned with a large red gemstone ring and wavy brown hair, exclaimed with a furious expression. This man was Egmont, an important member of the Dutch East India Company board, hailing from a prominent Dutch family and a nobleman. Indeed, and we must also ascertain the reasons and hold those responsible accountable. Another director stationed in Batavia, Demir, added. Aside from Anton, the others present wore grim expressions. Taiwan ultimately fell under Batavia's jurisdiction, and the loss of Jiangyin City certainly implied a degree of responsibility on their part, with Anton bearing the brunt of that accountability. Though the Dutch East India Company functioned as a corporation, it was riddled with internal discord due to its numerous board members and royal influences. Anton leaned towards the royal faction and was known for his integrity, maintaining strict oversight over company accounts, making it difficult for other directors to engage in embezzlement or smuggling, which bred considerable discontent among them. The two directors before him hailed from the Dutch aristocracy and wielded substantial influence within the board, seizing this opportunity to challenge Anton. The vice-governor, Selvo, could no longer bear to watch. Anton has diligently served Batavia, fostering the growth of the company, driving out the Portuguese, and firmly suppressing the Spanish in the Philippines. To neglect his contributions and instead seek to assign blame is truly disheartening. Both of you directors, we are currently unclear on the circumstances surrounding the loss of Jiangyin City. The pressing matter at hand is how to reclaim it.as for accountability. It is the Taiwan governor who bears the primary responsibility. I recall someone who strongly recommended him for this position. The governor of Taiwan, Tredenius, was recommended by the Egmont board, causing Egmont's expression to shift dramatically. If it were not for His Excellency the governor's obstinate insistence on attacking San Salvador, leading to the depletion of troops in Terenza, how could we have been so easily ambushed by pirates? Dominique scoffed. The assault on San Salvador was unanimously approved by the board. Cough, cough, Anthony interjected, clearing his throat and wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. Terenza is the company's asset, and we are all in this together. The most pressing matter is how to reclaim it. As for everything else, we shall discuss it later. Indeed, we must reclaim Terenza. But I wonder, who does His Excellency intend to appoint as the leader? Egmont glowered fiercely at Dominique as he posed the question. Anthony surveyed the room and finally stood, declaring, I shall personally oversee the command. Will that satisfy you both? As a general, seasoned veteran, and the governor, his presence commanded respect. And indeed, Egmont fell silent. The MLA did not oppose, expressing hope that the governor could successfully reclaim Terenza, thus providing an explanation to both the board and the kingdom. At that moment, Selvo spoke up. Your Excellency, your health has yet to fully recover. Perhaps I should take command instead. Anthony waved his hand dismissively. The situation in Terenza is unclear, and with the Zheng family involved, the circumstances are complex that I must lead the troops myself. You shall remain in Batavia, which will put my mind at ease. Selvo ceased his objections, knowing his own limitations, lacking confidence in commanding thousands in battle. We trust you, Your Excellency, to lead the expedition. But how many warships and soldiers do you intend to bring? Egmont inquired. Anthony replied, We shall require at least 4,000 infantry and 70% of our naval fleet. 4,000? Egmont and de Melle gasped in astonishment. 70% of the fleet and 4,000 infantry would constitute a significant campaign, even on the European mainland. The sheer scale of the operation left them both astounded. Our headquarters is barely 3,000 personnel. Are you suggesting we deplete our forces entirely? What if the Spaniards seize this opportunity to attack? Dominique scoffed, My lord. We have 3,000 to 4,000 mercenaries on the periphery. If the governor departs, he can command me and Cornelia to muster them. 2,000 mercenaries alongside 2,000 from headquarters, leaving 1,000 behind to maintain security. Would that assuage your concerns? Anthony continued. The Spanish forces in the Philippines number only 1,000, with merely a dozen warships. The Portuguese main force is trapped in Ceylon. 1,000 defenders at headquarters poses no issue. The board need not worry. He asserted, in 3 days, I shall set out with my contingent, that I will report back once the outcome is determined. Should we emerge victorious, Taiwan shall be fully integrated into Batavia. If we fail, I shall bear all responsibility. Unable to question further, Egmont conceded, expressing hope that the governor would endeavor to rescue as many captured soldiers and civilians as possible, given the substantial compensation owed for over 1,000 individuals. Anthony nodded, assuring the board that he would indeed strive to bring them back. Chapter 42. The arrival of the Dutch with Anthony's orders given, Batavia sprang into action. Being a quasi-military organization, they were self-sufficient in weapons, ammunition, and provisions. Supplies were rapidly loaded onto ships, while soldiers underwent brief landing drills. Off the coast of Batavia, a merchant vessel was slowly departing. Patriarch, it seems the red-haired folks are truly anxious, having gathered such a formidable fleet. He gazed at the multitude of warships in the harbor, his excitement palpable as he pointed out a particularly impressive vessel to his fellow clansmen. This is fortuitous. We can leverage their strength to reclaim what our family has lost. Indeed, Zheng Lantu may also send troops. This time, we must not approach the Taiwanese with kindness. He'd been thought bitterly of being ousted by the joint efforts of the Gua, Chun, and Yang families, vowing to eradicate them all upon his return. 6 days later, in the waters off Kinmen, the Zheng family navy was maneuvering 50 vessels of various sizes, executing formations with swift precision. Eldest son, Alung, how much of this fleet maneuvering have you grasped? On a large merchant ship at the center of the formation, a middle-aged man in a blue robe held a command flag, addressing the 2 young men beside him. The robust young man was his nephew, Shi Lang, while the one referred to as the eldest son was Zheng Chenggong, Zheng Zhilong's firstborn. Zheng Chenggong, whose name Chenggong was later bestowed upon him, was currently known as Zheng Fusing. At just 18, he was greatly valued as the first son. Having received the tutelage of esteemed scholars and already passing the scholar examination, marrying the daughter of a minister in the Ministry of Rites. However, influenced by his family, he longed for the sea and frequently accompanied the family fleet on expeditions. Shi Lang was also a notable figure, a military leader from the late Ming and early Qing periods, initially serving under Zheng Zhilong before defecting to the Qing court, only to return and follow Zheng Chenggong, ultimately falling out with him, resulting in his family's demise, before once again seeking refuge with the Qing, becoming known as the grave digger of the Zheng family. If Liu Shaokong were present, he would undoubtedly feel envious and excited, for they were the heroes and prominent figures of their time. Uncle, I have thoroughly mastered these formation maneuvers. Just grant me a fleet, and I shall command them with utmost precision, Shi Lang declared without a hint of modesty. Shi Fu chuckled heartily, well aware of his nephew's capabilities, talented and well-versed in military strategy, yet lacking humility, requiring further refinement. Zheng Chenggong chimed in, Alung is indeed a genius in naval warfare. Uncle Shi, you must give him chance. Shi Fu stroked his beard and said, since the young master speaks on your behalf, I shall grant you command of 5 ships. Begin by heading to Penghu and pave the way for the main forces. Though 5 ships was somewhat disappointing, it was better than 1 or 2, especially as the vanguard, and he readily agreed. Alung, be cautious that a couple of scouting ships went missing recently under mysterious circumstances, likely in the Penghu waters. Should you encounter the Flying Shark Gang's fleet, retreat immediately. Shi Lang nodded, assuring his uncle, rest assured, I am not so arrogant as to attack the Flying Shark Gang with just 5 ships that, if we cannot win, I will certainly retreat. Very well, prepare yourself that we set sail tomorrow. Yes, nephew obeys. Shi Lang secretly exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Chenggong before turning to leave. Eldest son, it is getting late. You should return now. The Zheng family was currently cautious of their lives. Apart from a few already assuming steward roles, the younger generation showed little desire to brave the sea and its perils, much less engage in battle. Zheng Chenggong was an exception, relishing the thrill of leading troops. Yet, Given the Zheng family's might, he seldom encountered adversaries bold enough to confront them directly. This was a rare opportunity. He had previously requested to accompany the fleet, but Zheng Zhilong had sternly refused, citing his recent marriage as justification and even imposing a ban on it. "Uncle need not worry. I shall return at once." Shifu watched Zheng Qinggong depart before continuing to train the naval forces. This time, he commanded 30 warships, though not many. They were all capable of long-distance operations, including 3 large merchant vessels armed with 30 heavy cannons, representing the Zheng family's elite forces. Additionally, there were 15 troop transport ships carrying 3,000 infantry and 13 supply vessels. 2 days later, Shifu set sail, the winds favoring them from the northwest, requiring only a slight adjustment of the sails to reach Penghu smoothly. The Penghu archipelago remained as desolate as ever, devoid of human presence, inhabited only by seabirds and unfortunate creatures that had drifted ashore. Just as they believed it to be another tranquil day, a band of uninvited guests arrived. "This is Magong Island, such a splendid place." Yet alas, the speaker was Shi Lang, who had joined the Zheng family at 17 and sailed to many locations, including the Penghu Islands. Indeed, nothing compares to the exhilaration of the sea. It is far more pleasant than being cooped up at home, remarked Zheng Qinggong, dressed as a common soldier. Shi Lang laughed heartily. Thankfully, my uncle has equipped me with all the military texts." Zheng Qinggong found himself in a position of helplessness, bound by the weight of paternal expectations. According to the arrangements, he was to be sent to the Nanjing Guozijian for his studies next year or the year after, with aspirations of taking the imperial examination for an official career. The opportunities for venturing out to sea seemed to dwindle, making it imperative to seize this fleeting moment of indulgence. After some deliberation, the two decided to leave 2 ships patrolling the vicinity while anchoring the remaining 3 to search for a suitable campsite and water source. They would not make a direct journey to Taiwan, but would await the arrival of the main forces, seeking the most opportune moment to launch an assault in Jiangyin City. The fortifications had reached an initial stage of completion. From the ramparts, one could see a square fortress at the center of Dayuan town, featuring a 2-tiered structure, broad at the base and tapering towards the top. The first tier stood 4 meters high, while the second tier reached 3 meters. Aside from the side facing Jiangyin City, which was devoid of artillery, each of the other 3 sides was armed with 4 cannons, totaling 24 cannons. Half were small-caliber cannons and falconets, complemented by 8 mortars seized from the Dutch, strategically positioned behind the defenses of Dayuan town. The so-called Dayuan town defense line consisted of a robust perimeter of sandbags, rising to chest height and measuring 1 meter in thickness. Notably, the interior of the fortress was stocked with gunpowder, set to detonate should the fortress fall, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to exploit. 2 additional fortresses had been erected along the shore, standing 5 meters tall and each armed with 4 large-caliber cannons. Together, these fortifications in Jiangyin City formed a crossfire zone, effectively sealing off the Taijiang River. Any vessel daring to enter the range of fire would surely be obliterated. Utilizing the elevated terrain where the 2 fortresses were situated, a trapezoidal stone wall was constructed with a mixture of stones and lime mortar, encircled by a wide and deep trench that was fed by a stream, thus creating a moat that in front of the harbor. More than 10 ships had been sunk, rendering large vessels incapable of docking AS for their own warships. They had long been dispatched to other locations in anticipation of combat opportunities. Jiangyin City was personally garrisoned by Liu Shaokong along with a portion of the Imperial Guard and artillery units, while the Tiger Battalion was tasked with defending Dayuan town. The Flying and Brave battalions were responsible for the 2 fortresses and the shore. Engaging the Dutch forces attempting to land on the island, by November, a hint of coolness had finally settled over Taiwan. Liu Shaokong, sipping on homemade herbal tea, sat atop Jiangyin City, savoring the rare moments of leisure. He held a self-made cigarette, taking a deep drag with satisfaction. Liu Shaokong had been a semi-smoker in his past life, having learned to smoke from his dormitory brothers during university, but had quit after graduation. He had fortuitously seized some tobacco leaves from Trodinuus, sharing half with Guo Huai and keeping the other half for himself. While smoking was detrimental to health, it provided a means to ease his turbulent thoughts and anxiety, especially as a modern soul facing the impending war. The tobacco leaves, introduced to China by Westerners, faced prohibition from the Ming government, fearing it would affect grain production. However, due to their delayed response, a large number of smokers emerged, leading to a thriving underground market, with some citizens cultivating tobacco in secret despite repeated official bans. After a bout of coughing, Lu Xiaokong sipped tea to alleviate the harshness in his mouth. The tobacco of this era was unrefined, merely dried and crushed, smoked through a pipe, lacking any aromatic qualities that it was rather primitive. Once cured tobacco was developed and spices added, it would likely give rise to a large number of smokers. With idle time on his hands, he contemplated several new money-making ventures, one of which included cigarettes. He pondered how to process the tobacco leaves properly. Just as Lu Xiaokong was digging through his memories, an alarm suddenly rang out. "Grand Commander, we have spotted a large fleet of the red-haired Dutch approaching Taiwan City," Chunabayo reported swiftly. Lu Xiaokong rose, taking several sharp inhales of smoke, the pungent flavor sharpening his senses. The moment had finally arrived. He ordered the troops to prepare for battle. Chapter 43. The defense of Taiwan City. The Dutch fleet finally arrived in the waters off Taiwan City. From a distance, the masts towered and the white sails billowed, creating a magnificent sight. Anthony had spared no expense to reclaim Taiwan City, deploying a flagship armed with 60 cannons, along with 10 vessels armed with 30 to 40 cannons, and 20 armed transport ships. A formidable fleet that marked the largest military operation since the establishment of the East India Company. On board the flagship Zealand, Anthony peered through a telescope, observing Taiwan City from afar. What a grand fortress it was, meticulously prepared. Unless faced with a significantly greater number of foes and artillery, he could hardly fathom how Trodinuus had lost it. He was utterly perplexed. The fortress appeared intact, clearly having weathered little in the way of conflict. How could it possibly have fallen to pirates? Your Excellency, these eastern pirates were evidently well prepared. There are no warships in the harbor, and obstacles have been arranged to prevent our vessels from docking. Dominic noted keenly, quickly identifying the anomalies. Cornelia, also aboard the flagship, had been observing the surroundings, searching for landing points and artillery positions, as his army was to play a pivotal role in reclaiming Taiwan City. "These pirates have even constructed fortifications at Dayuan Town," he exclaimed, taken aback. The headquarters in Batavia possessed the structural and topographical maps of Taiwan City, and Dayuan Town, originally a residential area, now boasted a square fortress, causing Cornelia to draw a sharp breath. Their plan had been to land at Dayuan Town should a frontal assault prove unsuccessful, construct fortifications, and bombard Taiwan City with large-caliber cannons to their dismay. The pirates had beaten them to the punch. Anthony, however, did not hasten to attack. Instead, he shifted his focus elsewhere. First, he sought suitable anchorage and encampment sites, dispatching reconnaissance teams to land from other directions to probe the flying shark pirates' arrangements nearby. Hoping to locate local residents for intelligence, including the army, the Dutch East India Company had mobilized over 6,000 personnel, prioritizing the establishment of a campsite. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, Anthony decided to set up a temporary camp on San Kuan Island. Conveniently distanced from Taiwan City, separated by the smaller Air Kuan Island, thus minimizing the risk of surprise attacks. However, San Kuan Island lacked sufficient space for the multitude of soldiers and was devoid of fresh water. Consequently, Anthony dispatched personnel along the coast of Tainan to search for water sources and prepare to establish a second encampment, ensuring a coordinated approach for both land and sea. The Tainan River was abundant with water, and the Dutch located a site less than 10 miles from San Kuan Island that met both their water and camping needs. They immediately set to work felling trees to construct fortifications and digging trenches around the camp. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaokong closely monitored developments from Taiwan City. Upon discovering the Dutch activities, he recognized he was contending with seasoned battlefield veterans. The opposing forces were not rushing headlong in a battle, but were instead taking a steady and meticulous approach. With well-planned campsite locations, fleet anchorage, and formation arrangements that left little room for error, in the face of such formidable foes, Lu Xiaokong remained composed, having prepared defenses that were even more comprehensive than those historically employed against Zhang Chenggong by the Dutch. As long as he did not act foolishly, the Dutch would have no opportunity to breach their defenses. While the soldiers busied themselves establishing their camp, Anthony cruised the waters surrounding Jiangyin City aboard his warship, hoping to find a flaw in the defenses. Unfortunately for him, no opportunities for subterfuge presented themselves, leaving him with no choice but to proceed with a direct assault. Gentlemen, the terrain surrounding Jiangyin City has been thoroughly surveyed. Do we have an offensive strategy? Cornelia, acting as the army commander, would spearhead the assault. After thoughtful consideration, he pointed to the map and said, "There are two potential landing points. The north end of Jiangyin City, which is unguarded, but the terrain is narrow and unsuitable for encampment. Advancing into open territory would expose us to cannon fire. The other is the southwestern beach of the Yuan town, where the terrain is flat, allowing for direct landings by flat-bottom boats, but we must overcome the firepower of the pirate fortifications. Moreover, I've noticed a peculiar ring of bag-like walls. If there are musketeers stationed there, a direct assault could incur significant casualties. Additionally, landing at the beach would require artillery support from our warships." Anthony nodded, acknowledging that these were indeed the only two landing points available. The pirates had seized Jiangyin City, undoubtedly acquiring weapons and equipment from the soldiers within, and possibly even warships. If Portuguese or Spanish support was forthcoming, there would surely be no shortage of musketeers. Furthermore, have you noticed that there are two fortresses on the opposite side of the lagoon? If we do not find a way to sever their support, they could reinforce the city at any moment, Dominic stated, his brow furrowed. This area is a labyrinth of waterways divided by sandbanks. The main shipping lane is blocked, and our ships cannot approach the Yuan town from any direction, let alone enter the lagoon, he added. What if we launch an assault on the two fortresses from land? Anthony proposed. Cornelia paused. Then his expression brightened. As expected of your excellency. We have been so focused on Jiangyin City that we overlooked the two fortresses on land. If we can capture them first, we can attack from three fronts: the lagoon, the beach, and the north end, seizing the Yuan town, taking control of the fortifications, and then launching a full-scale assault on the city. Dominic agreed with this operational plan, stating, "We can also retrofit some flat-bottom boats for our fleet to cover our soldiers during the assault." Very well, let us proceed with preparations according to this plan. Dominic, deploy additional patrol boats to locate the pirates' warships and heighten our vigilance. There may still be Zhang's fleet lurking in the vicinity, so we must remain cautious. Dominic and Cornelia departed from the flagship, and Anthony instructed his aide to procure a Chinese translator. After a few words of admonition, the translator was dispatched to the city of Tainan. Peace talks were deemed implausible. The primary objective was to ascertain the status of both the enemy and their own personnel, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the pirates within the city. The Chinese individual, trembling with trepidation, rowed a small boat through the shipwreck-laden waters and successfully reached the harbor. Upon disembarking, he was immediately apprehended and brought before Liu Shaokong. "I am Zhao Jian," he introduced himself. "I have met the esteemed leader Liu." The man before Liu appeared to be under 40 years of age, garbed in garments befitting the Ming Dynasty, suggesting he was a merchant by the quality of the satin fabric adorning him. He knelt on the ground, holding a box filled with silver, approximately 1,000 taels in total, the humble token, not meant as a tribute. I was compelled to approach the leader under duress. Zhao Jian found himself in an unfortunate predicament. Initially regarded with favor in Batavia for his proficiency in Dutch, he had caught Anthony's eye and was appointed as this envoy T first. He had hesitated to accept such a role, but with his family held captive by the Dutch, he had no choice but to comply. To make matters worse, Anthony had not prepared any gifts and had left it to Zhao Jian, who was well versed in Chinese culture, to bring a present. Hoping that the man before him was not a bloodthirsty individual, Liu Shaokong stifled a chuckle, realizing that the Dutch commander had indeed put thought into this, fearing that he might resort to violence. "Zhao Jian, as a fellow compatriot, I shall not make things difficult for you. Speak, what do the red-haired men require of you?" Zhao Jian exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and cautiously replied, "In regard to the great leader, the red-haired commander requests the release of the captives and the withdrawal from Tainan, with both parties shaking hands in goodwill." In truth, Anthony's original message was a threat, demanding that Liu Shaokong immediately return Tainan and release the captives, withdrawing from Taiwan's waters or face an attack. However, Zhao Jian dared not convey the message verbatim. That would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he expressed it in a more palatable manner. Lu Xiaokong scoffed, recognizing that the Dutch commander was merely probing, and simultaneously tasked Zhao Jian with gathering intelligence about the city. He refrained from exposing the ruse, as he too sought to extract information about the Dutch from Zhao Jian. Chapter 44. The defense of Tainan. The conditions set forth by the red-haired men were utterly unacceptable. Taiwan has historically belonged to China, and I represent the Ming Dynasty in its reclamation. As for the captives, they cannot be released unconditionally. They must be redeemed with gold. Zhao Jian understood and promptly returned to report to the red-haired commander. He was reluctant to linger any longer. Lu Xiaokong smiled and remarked, "Are you in such a hurry? Have you seen the city's defenses and wish to report back?" Zhao Jian, caught in Lu's perceptive gaze, turned pale with fright, nearly on the verge of tears, repeatedly bowing his head. "I dare not. I dare not. Is the red-haired men who threaten my family?" Lu Xiaokong waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the lamentations. I will not make things difficult for you. Share with me some information about the red-haired men, and I shall allow you to leave unharmed, and even provide you with some intelligence in return." With a sorrowful expression, Zhao Jian vowed, "I shall speak without reservation." Half an hour later, having acquired the desired intelligence, Lu Xiaokong arranged for Zhao Jian's departure. Oh, his astonishment. Anthony, the governor of Batavia, had personally taken command, leading over 6,000 troops. Truth be told, upon hearing the number of troops, Lu Xiaokong was genuinely taken aback. Anthony truly regarded him with high esteem. Yet, this was fortuitous. It would be a battle that determined their fates, decisively subduing them. With that, Lu Xiaokong, accompanied by Chun A. Biao, proceeded to Duan town to inspect the fortifications, ordering the soldiers to strengthen their defenses, for the enemy was formidable, necessitating a cautious approach. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhao Jian's intelligence, Anthony confirmed that the pirates occupying Tainan were indeed from the Facia gang, and that there were over 1,000 individuals within the city, predominantly armed with firearms. He also learned that most of the Taiwanese garrison and reinforcement from Amoti had been captured. Kun sent a message to Corniola, instructing him to dispatch several small teams inland to search for local tribes or villages, inquiring whether there are large-scale prisoner-of-war camps nearby that, if possible, hire them to attack the Facia pirates. The aide acknowledged and promptly relayed the orders. Anthony hoped to locate the prisoner camps and then send troops for their rescue. If successful, half of his burden would be alleviated due to health concerns. He intended to relinquish his governorship, yet he was determined not to shoulder blame when stepping down. May God grant us favor and enable us to reclaim Tainan. 2 days later, the construction of 2 Dutch camps was completed, and the curtain of battle was officially raised. The first batch of 300 Dutch soldiers boarded 20 small gunboats, attempting to seize 2 coastal fortifications. What a splendid development! I had not anticipated that the first victory would be mine. Gao Fei stood atop the highest point of the fortification, initially believing the Dutch would advance on Tainan, only to discover that they had set their sights on him. The battle quickly erupted, with the fort firing first from its elevated position, the booming cannon fire sending plumes of water skyward. However, Gao Fei found himself vexed. The small boats were elusive targets, and after firing dozens of rounds, he had only managed to strike 2 vessels. Unfortunately, the artillery of this era lacked the flexibility for precise aiming. Adjustments required wedges or removal of the cannon's breech, a process that severely compromised accuracy. As the distance closed, the cannons aboard the small boats commenced firing, striking the stone fortifications and sending sparks flying, accompanied by the deafening clang of metal upon metal. The leader's cement truly is formidable. The cannonballs merely leave a white mark upon impact. The defenders of the fort, emboldened, were astonished to find the cement walls even more resilient than those of Tainan, allowing them to refill their cannons with renewed confidence. "Disembark! Quickly disembark!" An officer wielding a rapier shouted commands as he descended from a ship. The first wave of landing soldiers were mercenaries, a motley crew hailing from various Western nations, colonies, and even some enslaved Africans. Their training appeared insufficient, and they were gripped by fear, huddling on the ground to evade cannon fire. The Dutch officers, however, were no pushovers. They ordered the execution of one mercenary and shot another to drive the rest onto the shore. "Pick up your muskets, form ranks, and advance," at the officer's bellow. The mercenaries lined up in a loose formation, inching closer to the fort. Just as they approached, they were met with a hail of bullets. One by one, the mercenaries fell, but under the watchful eyes of the officers, they pressed on, praying for divine protection as they aimed their weapons at the fort. Across the moat, the opposing sides exchanged fire. The smoke thickening as casualties mounted on both sides. "Fire grapeshot from all falconets. Target their mortars." Gauffé commanded the gunners to switch to grapeshot. The Dutch soldiers unloaded 6 medium-caliber mortars from their boats. Presenting a significant threat, the Taiwanese armaments factory had produced numerous grapeshot rounds, some specifically for the newly crafted artillery, while others were tailored to medium-caliber falconets, intended for close-range bombardment of enemy infantry formations. The 4 falconets, now loaded with grapeshot, proved effective, bringing down 4 Dutch gunners in the initial volley. They continued to fire, ultimately forcing the Dutch artillery to abandon their mortars in flight. The number 1 fort, though not large and with limited artillery, could not effectively seal off the entire landing point, resulting in the arrival of the second wave of Dutch soldiers. 500 Dutch troops surrounded the first fort. Yet they lacked effective siege equipment, relying solely on the large-caliber cannons from their boats. The battle dragged on for 2 hours, with the first fort remaining steadfast, while the surface of the sea bore witness to the destruction of 5 boats and hundreds of fallen Dutch soldiers. Have these red-haired men lost their minds? Instead of attacking Tainan, they choose to engage in a futile contest with Gao Fei, sending only this meager force. It is truly exasperating. Zhao Xiaohu stood at the highest point of the fort in Dewan town, observing the battle through a telescope, feeling a twinge of envy that he had initially thought that the first victory would be his, only to see it snatched away by the Fei character battalion. A commendable achievement, indeed. Not only Zhao Xiaohu, but also Guiyong from the second fort shared his sentiments. The Dutch focused their efforts on the first fort, sending only a small team to monitor their position. Those red-haired devils, were it not for the leader's strict orders against engaging in battle, I would surely make them pay. Liu Shaokong sought to conserve strength and avoid a decisive confrontation with the Dutch. All units were prohibited from leaving the city to engage in combat unless new orders were received. That on the sea, Anthony and his cadre of high-ranking officers surveyed the battlefield, their expressions grim. What a sturdy stronghold. After all this bombardment, not even a crack has appeared. Even stone should have crumbled by now. Corniola clenched his teeth in frustration. Dominic lowered his telescope, his mood heavy. Every man seems to be armed with a firearm, and they possess numerous cannons. Their ammunition appears plentiful as well. Your Excellency, this method of attack is untenable. Anthony closed his eyes as he witnessed the continuous transport of wounded soldiers by the boats. His voice trembling slightly. It appears these pirates are indeed formidable foes. "Retreat," he commanded. Koniala was filled with bitterness as his debut ended in defeat, grappling with a mix of anger and helplessness. The enemy's fortress was exceptionally formidable, and their firepower was on par with his own. Continuing the assault would only result in needless casualties, especially considering the adversary possessed another stronghold. Before long, the retreat signal was issued, and the Dutch mercenaries surged back toward their boats, abandoning some corpses without a second thought as they braved the cannon fire to escape from the Tai River inner sea. Chapter 45, The Defense of Taiwan City, Part 3. How pitiful. Retreating like this. What a lack of courage. Indeed, it seems the fighting prowess of the Westerners isn't as formidable as they claim. That's so. Who was it that cowered on the ground at the beginning? Too frightened to stand? Ha! I've heard that there are rewards for every victory. Is that true? As the Dutch retreated, the soldiers of Fortress 1 relaxed their tense demeanor, engaging in banter, particularly the new recruits who, upon witnessing their enemies being killed and wounded, began to shift their mindset. It dawned on them that they, too, could triumph over the towering Westerners. Gao Fei conducted a thorough inspection of the artillery positions, noting the damage inflicted, though thankfully, the main structure remained robust despite some breaches caused by the heavy bombardment. Report to the battalion commander. The tally is in. Our battalion suffered 32 casualties, 14 of whom were killed in action. The injured have been treated by the medical officer, We inflicted over 200 casualties on the Dutch and sank 10 of their gunboats. Gao Fei took the report from his adjutant, scrutinized it, and then signed his name with a graphite pencil. Send this to the Grand Commander, assuring him that Fortress 1 remains intact and there is no cause for concern. Also, inform the cook to prepare a hearty meal for the brothers to celebrate this victory. Yes, the adjutant saluted and departed with a smile. He had overheard soldiers discussing the prospect of a bonus for winning battles, and the answer was indeed affirmative that in this era, notions of patriotism and similar ideologies proved ineffective. Tangible rewards were necessary to motivate the troops. Liu Shaokong had instituted various incentive measures to boost morale, including victory bonuses. For instance, this time, each soldier would receive a reward for successfully repelling the Dutch, with greater incentives for those who distinguished themselves. With the Dutch retreating from the Tai River Inner Sea, their main warships patrolled the outer seas, gazing helplessly at Taiwan City. On board the flagship Zealander, Anthony and several officers sat in the conference room. The atmosphere tensed. In less than 2 hours of combat, nearly 150 mercenaries had been killed or wounded. Although the losses were not catastrophic, they had achieved no significant results. Your Excellency, this afternoon I will personally organize elite soldiers to capture that fortress, Koniala assured. Anthony coughed, sipped some water, and shook his head. No need. The cost of capturing those 2 fortifications is too great, and it may not be worth the effort. Let us first reclaim the city of Helan, 3 o'clock this afternoon, with the 3rd Musketeer Battalion as the main assault force, supported by all available gunboats to seize Duan town in one fell swoop. The 2nd Musketeer Battalion, one of the East India Company's principal forces, was well equipped, primarily consisting of retired soldiers from the Netherlands, numbering 1,000. Truly an elite unit that, in the afternoon, over 30 gunboats stormed the western side of Taiwan City. Preparing to land, the red-haired devils. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Xiaohu, having waited patiently, immediately commanded the artillerymen to take aim. Fire! The thundering cannon fire shattered the calm of the sea, with howling shells erupting into towering columns of water. Simultaneously, the gunboats opened fire, targeting the sandbags surrounding Yuan town. Some shells struck their mark, sending plumes of sand flying, while others landed within the town, damaging several structures. The fortified sandbag walls, for layers thick, proved resilient against the smaller caliber artillery of the Dutch gunboats, which could not penetrate the barriers in one shot. They could only concentrate their fire on a single section in an attempt to create a breach. However, the Tiger Battalion had already prepared numerous backup sandbags. Wherever damage occurred, they quickly rebuilt. Curse those pirates! The commander of the 2nd Musketeer Battalion, Assace, lagged behind the landing force, watching the Tiger Battalion incessantly patching the breaches, nearly cursing as he lamented the foresight of those who had established the town here, which had led to the current tribulations of their successors. Boom! Not far away, a gunboat was struck, its flimsy construction exposed, as it was torn in two, sending 20 sailors plummeting into the sea. Forward, do not halt. Seize the beachhead. The signalmen waved flags, relaying orders. They had reached the shallow waters, and stopping would increase the likelihood of being hit. The vanguard rowed furiously, fortunate that the artillery reload speed was slow and the guns at Yuan town were limited, unable to achieve effective fire suppression. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the first batch of Dutch soldiers rushed ashore. Their first order of business upon disembarking was to push the gunboats back into the water for continued troop transport. This time, the Dutch soldiers did not foolishly form a line, but instead dug individual foxholes in the sand to evade musket fire. Well, these red-haired devils have learned well. Zhao Xiaohu was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to wait for them to form ranks before opening fire, but his opponents offered no such opportunity. Fine, I'll wait until your numbers are sufficient before striking. With this thought, he commanded his soldiers to hold their fire. However, the artillerymen remained active, as behind Yuan town, a battery of 10 small-caliber falconets unleashed a barrage of explosive shells, transforming the beach into a chaotic spectacle of exploding sand and mud. Unfortunate Dutch soldiers caught in the blast cried out in agony, their wails echoing across the shore. From a distance, Assace dared not approach the shore, instead directing his men to continue landing from sea. Half an hour later, Over 200 Dutch soldiers had landed, and under the command of a captain, they prepared for their first assault. Divided into 5 musket formations, they opened fire. Return fire. Fire as one. Zhao Xiaohu divided the defensive forces into 6 groups, one advancing to shoot while the others readied themselves, maintaining a steady output of fire. At a distance of 100 meters, the 2 sides exchanged musket fire. Although the Dutch soldiers were elite and could maintain a firing rate of 3 shots per minute, the Tiger Battalion had the advantage of sandbag cover and superior numbers, clearly demonstrating their dominance. Occasionally, Dutch soldiers fell, while casualties on the Tiger Battalion's side were rare. Those who fell were promptly carried away on stretchers to Jiangyin City, where medical officers awaited to treat them. Liu Shaokong placed great importance on battlefield medical care, having selected 20 individuals for training following the occupation of Jiangyin City, not expecting them to become physicians capable of prescribing medications, but rather to perform basic first aid and suturing. The battlefield served as their training ground, and he believed that after this conflict, they would emerge as qualified medics. As the casualties among the Dutch soldiers continued to rise, they did not falter, even launching a charge at one point, only to be repelled by the Tiger Battalion. The battle persisted until dusk, and seeing no progress, Anthony ordered a retreat. The next day, combat resumed, and this time the Dutch came prepared, having gathered ample sandbags, mimicking the Tiger Battalion's tactics to fortify their beachhead and continue the exchange of musket fire. Their approach proved effective. Within a day, the beach was covered with these sand fortifications, and the entire 2nd Musketeer Battalion had landed, even establishing artillery positions. The pressure on the Tiger Battalion intensified. In truth, they had many opportunities to launch an offensive and drive the Dutch soldiers back into the sea, but Liu Shaokong's orders were to hold their ground and refrain from engaging. Chapter 46. The Defense of Jiangyin City. Part 4.3 days later, in the evening, Anthony gazed out at the sporadic exchanges of fire along the beach, undeterred by the continuously escalating casualty figures. As a general, he understood that victory required sacrifice and was no longer swayed by such concerns. "Your Excellency, Major Dominic is ready and can strike at any moment," reported his adjutant, Kuhn. Anthony looked up at the flag on the warship. "Gauging the wind direction. Signal the order. We shall attack immediately. Whether we can capture Yuan Town depends on today's efforts in Jiangyin City." Liu Shaokong, as usual, monitored the situation at Yuan Town when he suddenly noticed something amiss. Anthony truly deserves his position in the east. He demonstrates considerable skill. It seems Xiao Hu and his men are in trouble. Beside him, Chunabayo, following Liu Shaokong's gaze, was left speechless, his expression akin to that of a ghost. How can this be possible? From a distance, a large ship appeared in what had previously been an impassable waterway, slowly making its way in with the rising tide. It turned out that Anthony had been closely observing the changes in the waters surrounding Jiangyin City and had finally identified a breakthrough point. This breakthrough was at Lurman. Ordinarily, even at high tide, large vessels could not navigate here. However, Anthony had ordered the selection of several shallow draft gunboats from the fleet, disassembling all their artillery, ammunition, and other extraneous cargo, leaving only 20 crew members aboard. This significant reduction was intended to allow the gunboats to enter the northern waters of Jiangyin City. "We succeeded, Your Excellency. We have succeeded," Kuhn exclaimed with fervor. At long last. Anthony's countenance brightened, his previously taut expression easing into a smile. With the successful deployment of the first gunboat, soon followed by the second, and then the fourth, Liu Shaokong immediately recognized the peril facing Yuan Town. Seizing the moment while the Dutch were rearming their cannons, Liu Shaokong instructed Chunabayo to relay orders to the Tiger Battalion to withdraw into the town, resist sequentially, and prepare for the eventual abandonment of Yuan Town. Additionally, he directed the Imperial Guard to remain poised for any necessary support of the Tiger Battalion. The orders swiftly reached the Tiger Battalion. Despite Zhao Xiaohu's reluctance, the overwhelming artillery of the enemy loomed, rendering their sandbag fortifications utterly inadequate. They had no choice but to stealthily retreat within Yuan Town, ready to continue the fight behind the cover of the streets. 2 hours later, as twilight descended, the Dutch assault commenced. The 4 gunboats, having reinstalled their cannons and manned their crews, swiftly advanced, bringing the beachhead within their artillery range. With nearly 50 cannons firing in unison, they shattered the sandbag barricades, obliterating the defenses that had troubled the Dutch soldiers for days. Advance further, strike the artillery positions, and let these eastern pirates witness the might of our warships. The Dutch fleet, having idled for several days, finally had the opportunity to unleash their full firepower. The artillery at the Yuan town fired the first shots, with several heavy cannons targeting the vessels at sea. However, the disparity in numbers was stark. After the initial barrage, they were decisively suppressed. The thickness of the earthen fortifications paled in comparison to those of Taiwan City, quickly yielding several breaches, with some cannons destroyed and casualties among the gunners. The artillery position teetered on the brink of collapse, having only succeeded in wounding a single warship. Retreat. Artillerymen, withdraw immediately. Zhao Xiaohu had hoped to use the fortifications to hold the line momentarily, but witnessing the relentless assault from the Dutch, it became evident they would not relent until the fortifications were reduced to rubble. The artillerymen, along with the wounded, swiftly retreated to Taiwan City. Though Zhao Xiaohu desired to resist, Liu Shaokong discerned that Dutch soldiers were maneuvering to encircle the Yuan town, prompting him to order a complete withdrawal into the city. Pirates are indeed treacherous. Once their advantage is lost, they flee without remorse, a truly disheartening sight, as Aces prepared to capitalize on the support of the warships to encircle the Tiger Battalion. His pent-up frustrations found no outlet. Over the past few days, his 2nd Musketeer Battalion had suffered 300 casualties, merely managing to hold the beachhead, and he had yearned for revenge. Yet, this opportunity slipped through his fingers. He promptly dispatched a company to search the town for any concealed pirates, while others established defensive lines around the artillery positions to thwart any potential pirate raids. The location of the artillery was crucial. While it could not directly bombard Taiwan City, it served as an excellent point for fire support. Additionally, barracks nearby provided a ready-made encampment. After arranging his plans, Aces ascended the Yuan town artillery, dismantling the flag of the Flying Dragon of Taiwan City and replacing it with the banner of the Dutch East India Company. Warriors, if we construct a few more artillery positions, we can eliminate the pirates and reclaim Helen's City, celebrating our impending victory. Let us rejoice within the city. Some soldiers echoed his rallying cry, as if victory was within their grasp. Suddenly, a Dutch soldier felt the ground beneath him tremble, instability causing him to falter. Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted beside him, launching his body into the in that fleeting moment. He glimpsed the azure sky and white clouds, almost envisioning the divine. Yet the scene shifted dramatically. A towering column of fire erupted as the artillery position disintegrated, heavy clouds of earth soaring dozens of meters into the air. The violent explosion birthed a mushroom cloud of crimson and black, with a powerful shockwave obliterating everything in its path. My God, what is happening? At a distance, Anthony and his companions, who were celebrating their conquest of the in-town, were struck with horror, mouths agape in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Liu Shaokong had detonated the explosives buried beneath the artillery position, a staggering 50 barrels worth, producing a truly overwhelming effect that even Taiwan City could feel as the dust settled. The once mighty artillery had been reduced to a heap of rubble, and within a 50-meter radius, all structures were utterly annihilated, leaving only desolation in their wake. In the distance, a few figures struggled to rise, gazing at the devastation in stunned silence, their cries drowned out by the wails of the wounded. The surrounding soldiers, unscathed by the explosion, cautiously approached the epicenter to search for survivors and tend to the injured. As Anthony and his companions processed the scene, expressions of sorrow mingled with fury graced their faces. They had never anticipated that the pirates would lay such a treacherous trap. Quickly, send men to rescue the wounded. Cornel Ora, accompany me to the island and soothe the soldier spirits. Governor, I can manage this alone. I will lead the 1st Battalion to capture Helen's City and ensure every pirate pays dearly for their actions today, Cornel Ora declared, his eyes ablaze with vengeance, for the 2nd Musketeer Battalion was under his direct command, and he sought retribution for each fallen comrade. Anthony shook his head. I brought them to the east, and it is my duty to bring them back. The tragic loss weighed heavily on Dominique, casting a shadow over the hearts of every member of the Dutch East India Company, Who could say if more explosives lay buried beneath Jiangyin City? Chapter 47. The Battle of Penghu. Anthony took the risk to venture to Diyuan town, organizing rescue efforts and comforting the injured. After assessing the aftermath of the explosion, he found that it claimed the lives of 150 soldiers, with over 100 more wounded. Coupled with previous losses, the 2nd Musketeer Battalion had suffered over 50% casualties, their commander among the fallen. The remaining soldiers were dejected, their eyes filled with panic. The explosion had shattered their morale. With no other recourse, Cornelora had no choice but to withdraw them to the rear. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of Jiangyin City reveled in the chaos, for Liu Shaokong had achieved his goal of delivering a memorable lesson to the Dutch colonizers. However, Anthony was undeterred. Merely a day later, the Dutch began constructing artillery positions and cautiously probing Jiangyin City, including their warships. Yet, they quickly realized that Jiangyin City was not Diyuan town's artillery, retreating after sustaining damage to one vessel. Meanwhile, Anthony dispatched soldiers to search the mainland for local residents, hoping to gather food supplies and compel compliance. Unbeknownst to them, the captives, including Han people and nearby indigenous tribes, had been relocated, rendering their efforts futile. Frustrated, the Dutch resorted to burning down any Han and indigenous villages they encountered in a fit of rage. In the interim, as both sides momentarily paused hostilities, Zheng's main fleet arrived at the Penghu Islands. Shi Lang welcomed them on Magong Island, only to deliver a severe reprimand to his nephew, culminating in a few forceful kicks. "You rascal, what a mess you've made. If I weren't unable to return immediately, I'd have you tied before the Grand Dragon." It turned out that Zheng Zhilong had discovered his eldest son's correspondence the day after Shi Lang's departure, urgently notifying Shi Fu. However, by the time he sought to pursue, it was already too late. He could only urge Shi Fu to protect his nephew diligently. "Uncle, do not blame Ah Lang. It was I who insisted on accompanying him. Once we return, I shall accept my father's punishment." Shi Fu chuckled heartily, clapping Zheng Chenggong on the shoulder. "Young master, my only grievance is that this scoundrel failed to inform me. Had you approached me, I would have gladly taken you to sea." Though the Zheng family had achieved an official status, their wealth remained tied to the sea. With the Ming Dynasty beset by internal strife and external threats, securing their retreat was paramount, necessitating someone to assume command of the Zheng army. "Your determination brings comfort to this old man and our family warriors," Shi Fu expressed. "Uncle, your actions are unjust. I have suffered for nothing," Shi Lang protested, rubbing his sore spots in discontent. Zheng Chenggong found the situation amusing. He had inadvertently wasted his efforts, yet he was elated that the Zheng leaders recognized him, facilitating future endeavors. Enough. Failing to report knowledge in the military is a grave offense. Out of consideration that the young master was unharmed, I shall spare you, but you must earn your redemption." "Yes, Commander." Zheng Chenggong shed his disguise and was appointed vice commander by Shi Fu to participate in the command structure. The main fleet of the Zheng family remained stationed on Magong Island, dispatching 3 swift ships to gather intelligence. Shi Lang volunteered for the task, only to be declined by Shi Fu, who instructed him to oversee 5 warships stationed at Wugong Island to safeguard their water supply. Shi Fu set forth for Taiwan with a month and a half's worth of provisions, having traversed the journey in just 4 days, leaving ample time to rest in Penghu. During their leisure, he encouraged the soldiers to fish, enhancing their rations. As evening fell, the Zheng army kindled fires to prepare their meals. The rich aquatic resources of the Penghu Islands yielded bountiful catches, allowing nearly every soldier to enjoy 1 or 2 fish. By nightfall, bonfires flickered throughout the encampment, with thick smoke rolling overhead, visible even from afar across the night enveloped the camp. The soldiers of Zheng listened to the sound of crashing waves, relishing the enchanting scenery of the islands and savoring their rare moments of leisure. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the dense thicket of a small subsidiary island in the Penghu archipelago, a figure stealthily descended from the treetops. Before long, a dozen silhouettes dragged a small skiff into the sea, adjusting the sails and rowing, swiftly vanishing from sight. In the early morning, a delicate sea mist rose over the waters surrounding Penghu, cloaking the ocean in a gossamer veil, ethereal and dreamlike. The sentinels of the Zheng family's forces on Magong Island showed no surprise at this sight. During winter, the frequent sea fog often rendered visibility within hundreds of meters nearly non-existent, making such maritime ventures perilous. Fortunately, the winds had picked up early today, and it was anticipated that the mist would soon dissipate. Today there is fog. Let us remain vigilant, one might say, within the bay of Magong Island. A Fuchuan was maneuvering slowly, deftly retreating and adjusting its course to depart from its mooring point. One should not underestimate the Ming Dynasty's navy. Although lacking in large warships, nearly all vessels, regardless of size, were equipped with oars, allowing for agile maneuverability without reliance on wind. Such ships proved exceedingly practical in coastal waters or specific battlefields. It must be noted that the Zheng forces exhibited commendable discipline, dispatching patrol boats even in such weather, which explained why other marauding pirates were no match for them. The sailors bore no complaints. Patrol duties were rotated and not overly strenuous, due to opposing winds. The sailors could only row, synchronizing their strokes with chants of 1, 2, 3, as the Fuchuan's speed began to increase. Just as they reached the mouth of the bay, the lookout sailors suddenly exclaimed, "A large ship!" The captain, initially inclined to relax, was startled by the sudden shout and rushed to the bow. Indeed, a sight awaited them just 4 or 5 miles ahead. Nearly 20 large vessels emerged. "Sound the alarm. Retreat immediately." The captain displayed commendable presence of mind, opting for withdrawal and alerting his crew. However, the sailors' rowing could not outpace the wind, and soon a sailing ship drew near. Western warships, the sailors were taken aback. Not anticipating an assault from foreign forces, the captain quickly noted the unfamiliar flag, a dragon banner he had never seen before. With no time for further contemplation, he commanded the gunners to load the cannons. Yet they were equipped with only 6 small, imitation Falcon cannons, their range limited, making preemptive fire impossible. The first strike came from the enemy's cannonballs, howling as they struck the ship, sending up plumes of water. The sailors, spurred by adrenaline, rowed frantically, but prolonged defense proved futile. A chain shot crashed onto the deck, wreaking havoc and spilling blood. The Zheng vessel suffered casualties, with 4 or 5 men lost, including the helmsman, who was gravely injured, leaving the ship adrift as an easier target for the enemy. The captain hastily rallied his crew to resume rowing, but just then, another cannon fired, a projectile piercing the hull, allowing seawater to surge in and causing the vessel to tilt ominously. "This is a breach from a heavy-caliber cannon. It's only a matter of time before we sink," the captain lamented. Resigning to order the crew to abandon ship, as they swam back, the enemy revealed their true identity: a fleet of Western warships, with 3 of them significantly larger than the Zheng family's greatest vessel. Manned by soldiers clad in peculiar attire, their expressions cold and menacing. Who were these people? They were none other than the Taiwanese Navy. Liu Shaokong, aiming to avoid a 2-front war, had ordered Meng Haijiao and Diaz to ambush the Zheng fleet in Penghu. With Taiwan under blockade, the Zheng family had received no useful intelligence. The once familiar Flying Shark gang had undergone a transformation that left the Zheng forces bewildered that on the Star Shark, Meng Haijiao suppressed the urge to eliminate the floundering Zheng sailors. As Liu Shaokong had expressly instructed against unnecessary slaughter now that the Flying Shark gang had transformed its identity, they pressed forward, all cannons primed, rockets readied, with sand and buckets of water prepared for firefighting. Meng Haijiao, having previously clashed with the Zheng fleet, was well aware of their tactics, particularly their proficiency with fire ships, which had once led to the defeat of Dutch war vessels. The Zheng forces on Magong Island were awakened by the booming cannon fire. Rushing from their tents to assess the situation, "Uncle Shi, what has happened?" "Calm yourself, young master," Shi Fu replied, composed as he donned his armor. "We are under attack, but do not be alarmed. The enemy is still some distance away. Our soldiers are boarding their vessels. Come with me to witness the capabilities of the Zheng Navy, ASU command." Zheng Chenggong felt a tinge of anxiety, yet more excitement coursed through him. He had come here for this very moment. The Zheng forces, well-trained, boarded their ships within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn out on Shi Fu's flagship. The signal flag waved, and the various warships began to maneuver in an orderly fashion. Despite their numbers, there was no chaos. Uncle Sure, it appears to be a large fleet of Western warships, numbering around 16. Zheng Qinggong, born into the Zheng family, recognized the origin of their attackers. Shi Fu, too, observed the three leading ships and the formidable number of vessels behind them, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the disparity in quality was glaring. Yet he did not falter. In open waters, he might have weighed the decision to engage, but this was within the confines of a coastal harbor, where their smaller ships could easily close in. Young master, though the vessels are Western, observe that flag. It is the true emblem of they are likely the Flying Shark pirates, while it remains a mystery how they acquired such numerous Western warships. Their arrival signals a fight to the death. Is this the Flying Shark gang? Could it be that Western powers are backing them, suggesting this is a trap? Zheng Qinggong's thoughts spiraled, yet overthinking bore little fruit. He suppressed his shock and uncertainty, keenly focusing on the impending battle. Chapter 48. The Battle of Penghu. Two scatter at once. Team A, engage in close combat. Team B, prepare the fire ships. The Zheng Navy responded with remarkable swiftness. By conventional standards, they should have completed their preparations before the enemy opened fire, yet the Taiwanese Navy had exceeded expectations. Swoosh. Rockets soared through the air, streaking towards the Zheng fleet. The first volley consisted of merely 20 rockets, intended for initial testing by each ship. Soon, a barrage of rockets, shrieking through the sky, surged forth, creating a spectacular display of white trajectories. Initially, the Zheng forces paid little heed to the incoming projectiles. After all, they had their own arsenal of larger rockets. However, as the rockets descended, terror struck their hearts. Boom! The rockets detonated upon impact with the vessels, flames erupting in all directions. Some Zheng sailors were injured, others caught fire, rolling desperately to extinguish the flames, while some leapt into the sea, their cries echoing in despair. The uninjured soldiers rushed to aid their comrades, but they quickly realized that these flames could not be extinguished by mere water, and only sand would suffice. While it was relatively easy to extinguish flames on a person, those on the ship proved far more challenging. Some rockets ignited the sails, causing infernos to engulf the masts and even the hulls. Nearby ships were directly hit, igniting the explosives stored on their decks, resulting in catastrophic explosions. The sudden rocket assault engulfed at least 5 ships in flames. What kind of rockets are these, to possess such devastating power? Shi Fu was finally shaken. This onslaught posed a grave threat to their formation. Scatter! Quickly, scatter! Yet as Shi Fu's order was relayed, another volley of rockets soared through the air, several aimed directly at the flagship. Protect the Lord! Protect the young master! The guards immediately shielded Shi Fu and Zheng Qinggong. Boom! 3 rockets exploded upon the flagship, injuring 6 sailors and igniting 2 of the guards. These 2 guards reacted swiftly, plunging into the sea. This is bad. The flagship is targeted. Quickly escort the young master away. Shi Fu urgently instructed, glancing at the large flag with the Shi character atop the mast. Uncle Shi, let us depart together. Shi Fu's loyal guards dutifully complied, disregarding Zheng Qinggong's struggles as they carried him away to a small boat. Shi Fu's instincts were correct. His flagship had indeed caught Meng Haijiao's attention. Signal the 1st and 2nd patrol ships to concentrate fire on the Zheng flagship. The ship commanded by Shi Fu is one of the largest warships of the Zheng family, comparable to the Western vessels armed with 30 or 40 cannons. Reluctant to concede, Shi Fu ordered his soldiers to row with all their might, seeking refuge within the formation of ships. However, he underestimated the precision of Liu Shaokong's rockets, which, equipped with stabilizing fins, boasted exceptional accuracy. Especially given the nearly 100 rockets unleashed in a concentrated barrage. In this volley, Shi Fu's flagship was struck by no fewer than 30 rockets, resulting in chaos on deck as men were sent sprawling and flames erupted. His personal guards swiftly leaped into the water with Shi Fu, followed closely by numerous soldiers. Ultimately, the ship's gunpowder was ignited, causing the flagship to splinter into pieces. Not only was the Zheng family's flagship destroyed, but their formation was also utterly disordered. Some soldiers charged recklessly, others hesitated, while many were preoccupied with their own survival. Meanwhile, the fleets of Meng Haijiao and Dias had already established a battle line, with heavy cannons firing first. Aside from the main warships crafted from premium timber imported from the South Seas, the other vessels were constructed from local wood, lacking in strength and durability, coupled with the formidable artillery of the Taiwanese Navy, which included numerous carronades. The result was catastrophic, as iron projectiles splintered wood into deadly shards. Those fortunate enough might sustain only a significant breach, while others were severely damaged or sank outright. Particularly, the Xingsha and Husha warships operated in perfect synchrony, simultaneously targeting a single large ship, and with coordinated fire, they could typically obliterate it within 2 volleys. In no time, the Zheng family's navy suffered grievous losses, with only a handful of ships managing to break through the Taiwanese naval blockade to launch a counterattack. However, in this exchange of cannon fire, they quickly found themselves overwhelmed, unable to compete with the superior artillery and ammunition. The moment of crisis for the Zheng family's navy. A signal flag emerged from one of the vessels, waving in various colors to direct the fleet. Soon, dozens of small fire ships scattered and converged, charging forward. These fire ships, being small, proved difficult to hit with cannon fire. Anticipating this, Meng Haijiao, a seasoned adversary of the Zheng family, ordered the skiff-mounted cannon boats to engage. These skiffs, armed with small-caliber falconet cannons, 3 on each vessel, along with a dozen musketeers, were ill-equipped to confront large ships but posed a significant threat to the smaller vessels of the Zheng family. At least 20 skiffs were launched, swiftly approaching the fire ships for close-range bombardment. This tactic proved effective, for the Zheng family's fire ships were devoid of heavy artillery, carrying only incendiary materials, and 6 sailors prepared for a quick retreat, armed primarily with matchlocks, swords, or even unarmed. Faced with the fully armed skiff-mounted cannon boats, they were rendered powerless. How could this be? When did the Flying Shark Gang become so formidable? Shifu had already boarded a warship to command, feeling a sense of dread for the first time. Previously, he had never regarded the remnants of the Flying Shark Gang with any seriousness, yet now he found himself thoroughly outmatched by former subordinates. As fire ships were destroyed one after another, it was evident that the Zheng family's navy had dwindled to a mere handful of operational vessels. Relay to the troops on the island to immediately transport provisions and retreat deeper into the island to organize defenses and hold our ground. Shifu gritted his teeth, giving orders to his messenger. Beside him, Zheng Qinggong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shifu in astonishment. This command implied that the Navy was preparing to abandon the infantry's breakout. "Uncle Shi," Zheng Qinggong began, but Shifu raised a hand to silence him, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. "My lord, decisive action must be taken. Hesitation will only lead to chaos. We can no longer concern ourselves with the infantry. We must break through and return to Fuzhou at the quickest pace, rally the Navy, and confront the Flying Shark pirates in a final battle." With that, Shifu personally waved the signal flag, ordering all remaining ships to make a desperate escape. Trying to flee? It shall not be so easy. Meng Haijiao observed the Zheng family's navy attempting to retreat and immediately signaled to Dias. The 2 fleets shifted from a linear formation to a V-shaped array, with Xingsha and Husha positioned at the apex, at the entrance of Magong Harbor, while the other warships flanked from both sides, aligning their broadsides against the enemy vessels and encircling them. Shifu quickly noticed the maneuver from the Taiwanese Navy and felt a wave of foreboding. With only 14 ships remaining and just one of the 3 main vessels still operational, he cursed his own overconfidence for not bringing additional support ships, leaving him unable to formulate an effective response. All his warships lay exposed to the enemy's firepower. Fire! Meng Haijiao and Dias opened fire from both sides. The intensity of their bombardment doubled. The Zheng family's warships were struck repeatedly, yet they dared not linger, rowing with all their strength, and miraculously, 2 vessels managed to slip through the gaps in the formation. "If only we had a few more ships. The fiery copper guns are limited, and we must reserve some for the red-haired ones." How infuriating! Seeing 2 Zheng family warships escape right before his eyes, Meng Haijiao felt helpless. The gunners on his ship had reached the limits of their loading speed, and it was too late to fire again. To use the other broadside would require adjusting the ship's position. disrupting the formation and allowing even more vessels to evade capture. Never mind. There is still a big fish that cannot escape. The big fish Meng Haijiao, referred to as the flagship where Shi Fu commanded. He signaled Diaz to coordinate their efforts, tightening the encirclement to ensure that the remaining Zheng family vessels would not escape. The news tightened. The remaining Zheng family warships found themselves with no avenue of retreat. Shi Fu, never imagined I would be defeated at the hands of bandits. My lord, I am incompetent and have brought you down with me. Shi Fu lamented. Zheng Chengan too was filled with regret, wishing he had not ventured forth, leading him to this dire predicament. Uncle Shi, life and death are fated, and fortunes lie in the hands of heaven. It is my lot, Zheng Fusong, to face this calamity, and I hold no one to blame. Rest assured, my lord, I shall fight valiantly through the ranks. You should take a small boat and escape. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Zheng Chengan glanced around, ready to speak, when he suddenly spotted 5 of his own warships charging toward them in the distance. Uncle Fu, it's a Lang coming. We still have a chance. Shi Fu quickly turned to look, and indeed, Shi Lang was leading 5 of his warships toward the enemy formation, igniting a spark of hope within him. He hastily directed the remaining 4 warships to cover each other and continue their fight for escape. Not far from Magon Island, upon hearing the cannon fire, Shi Lang rushed to the scene. Witnessing the Zheng family navy under siege, without a moment to lose, he commanded his ships to charge. The sudden appearance of 5 warships threw Meng Haijiao and Diaz into disarray. Fortune seemed to conspire against them as the wind suddenly died down, rendering their ships unable to respond effectively. On the other hand, the Zheng family's vessels were all propelled by oars and sails, allowing their advantages to manifest. Shi Lang commanded a medium-sized Fuchuan, and the sailors rowed with all their might, swiftly closing in on one of the patrol gunboats. The patrol vessel, unwilling to collide, could only slow its evasive maneuvers, creating an opening for Shi Lang to seize the moment. Opening fire at close range and igniting the gunpowder on deck with incendiary devices, resulting in a massive explosion that tore the deck apart. Fortunately, the ship's internal magazine remained intact. Otherwise, a catastrophic chain reaction would have ensued. The other 4 vessels followed suit. Although 2 sustained damage during their approach, they succeeded in breaching the Taiwanese Navy's defenses, entangling some of their ships. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Fu, braving the falling cannonballs, made a harrowing escape from Magon Harbor, fleeing into the open sea. Chapter 49. The Battle of Penghu 3. How could Shi Fu have escaped? Witnessing the big fish slip away, Meng Haijiao stomped his foot in frustration. But the feeble wind rendered their ships unable to pursue. Relay to all skiff-mounted cannon boats to concentrate all firepower on that Fuchuan. Shi Lang's Fuchuan had also suffered damage in the close engagement, with several oar frames destroyed, slowing its speed and necessitating a course correction. The skiff-mounted cannon boats, being more agile and lightweight, quickly closed the gap. Though armed with smaller cannons, they still had musketeers who could target the oarsmen, effectively immobilizing the Fuchuan. That moment, a long warship approached slowly. It was the Fiyu commanded by Su Cheng. Shi Lang looked at the massive vessel in the distance, feeling a mix of envy and bitter irony. He had just embarked on his journey, only to find it curtailed so abruptly. The gunners must retaliate. We cannot lose the dignity of the Zheng family army. The Fuchuan opened fire first, with 6 mid-caliber falconet cannons on its broadside. Shi Lang was dismayed to discover that the range was insufficient to reach the enemy. Finally, the Feiyu adjusted its position, unleashing a broadside of 20 cannons, 10 of which were carronades. The outcome was inevitable. The Fuchuan was immediately torn to shreds by the cannon fire. Subsequently, Meng Haijiao and Diaz dispersed to eliminate the remaining enemies. Half an hour later, as the sounds of gunfire ceased, the naval battle came to an end, with only 4 Zheng family ships managing to escape, while the majority of their remaining vessels were destroyed, leaving only transport and troop carriers unscathed. In terms of personnel, nearly half of the Zheng family's navy was lost, with over 800 captured, not counting the infantry on the island, the highest point of Magon Island. The commander of the Zheng family infantry gazed mournfully at the retreating warships, fuming with frustration. That old fool Shi Fu, all bluster and no substance. A whole fleet of warships gone without a trace, and we are left to bear the brunt. This commander, named Chen Hui, was one of Zhang Zhilong's trusted generals. Second only to Shi Fu in rank, he had initially thought this would be an easy victory, never dreaming that they would be unable to return after coming so well prepared. Report to the deputy commander. We have searched the island thoroughly and found only 4 small puddles, hardly enough for a day's drinking. A subordinate gasped as he reported. Upon receiving the message from Shi Fu, Chen Hui immediately arranged for personnel to transport food supplies, then dispatched others to the island in search of a water source. Subsequently, relying on this water source, he planned to construct defensive points. However, the fresh water on Magong Island was scarce, insufficient to support the drinking needs of 3,000 individuals. This was, in fact, anticipated. Chen Hui had previously discussed the situation of the Penghu Islands with Shi Fu and was aware of the limited fresh water available. Yet, clinging to a sense of hope, they searched in vain, leading to despair. Although food was not lacking, the most vital resource, water, was absent. Without water, a person could only endure for 4 or 5 days at most. After 2 days, they would lose their strength, let alone be able to fight. They immediately set to work digging under the puddles, determined to unearth water. Chen Hui was unwilling to concede defeat. This was the only course of action he could conceive at the moment. Within Magong port, Meng Haijiao dispatched personnel to clear the battlefield and patrolled the vicinity of Magong Island to prevent the Zheng army from escaping. That night, Meng Haijiao, Dias, and Su Chang convened to discuss the day's spoils and the tasks ahead. Su Chang began his report. Gentlemen, today, I inspected and found that 5 warships can still be repaired. Additionally, we have seized over 60 cannons of various sizes, 70 barrels of gunpowder, 500 firearms of assorted styles, some swords and armor, and other miscellaneous items, as well as 5 war horses and 30 pack horses. The weapons captured were of little interest to the Taiwanese military. Only a few original flintlock cannons and matchlocks caught their eye, as these were purchased by the Zheng army from Western merchants and remained usable. Most of the other items would be repurposed into iron to be forged into agricultural tools by blacksmiths. The horses, however, were a valuable asset, both war horses and pack horses being in high demand. Is there no food? Meng Haijiao inquired. Tea has all been transported to the island by the infantry, replied Su Cheng. Without speaking, Dias chuckled. These individuals are foolish. Without water, how long can they endure? Su Cheng remained noncommittal, suggesting that they likely hoped to await reinforcements, which, if all went smoothly, could arrive within 6 days. Meng Haijiao shook his head, asserting that the Zheng family required time to prepare, which would at least delay them for 2 days, but we still have time. Thus I have decided to trap the enemy. Dias, now barely able to communicate in Chinese, shrugged. This is the correct approach. There is no need to engage in battle with them. Su Cheng, being the subordinate to both, merely awaited orders that on the island, the soldiers had failed to unearth any fresh water, as the ground was solid rock and utterly unyielding. Observing this, Chen Hui ordered his personal guards to secure the puddles for the officers' exclusive use. Fortunately, they had also brought down a considerable quantity of alcohol from a ship, ensuring some measure of security. As for the soldiers, they could only receive a meager ration each day. In the preceding days, the Zheng soldiers had barely managed to hold on, but by the 3rd day, some had already collapsed from thirst, and that night, a few ventured to the seaside to surrender to Meng Haijiao. Meng Haijiao ensured that these surrendered soldiers were well fed and well watered. Looking at them, he recalled Liu Shaokong's admonitions upon his departure. They had simulated the battles against the Zheng family in Penghu, anticipating various scenarios, including the current predicament. His initial thought had been to wait until these Zheng soldiers were too dizzy from hunger before launching an attack, or simply waiting for their surrender. However, Liu Shaokong had other plans and urged him to act accordingly. Su Cheng, once they have finished eating, bring them aboard the Xingsha. 5 individuals approached to surrender, seizing the opportunity during a patrol. The leader, named Fu Sheng, was the squad leader of these men. After the 5 had eaten, they were nervously escorted aboard the Xingsha, where they gazed in awe at the large-caliber cannons, their faces betraying their fear of the devastation such weaponry could unleash. When they arrived in the captain's quarters, Meng Haijiao invited them to take a seat, but Fu Sheng and his companions dared not comply. We shall refrain from sitting. Please, esteemed Admiral, proceed with your inquiries. Meng Haijiao did not insist. Asking about the conditions on the island, Fu Sheng, fearing to withhold information, divulged everything. I did not expect Chen Hui to be so selfish, utterly disregarding the lives of the ordinary soldiers. It is truly disgraceful. Fu Sheng surmised Meng Haijiao's intentions and carefully replied, "Who could disagree? The discontent among the men is palpable. Had it not been for their fear of the Zheng family, they would likely have surrendered to you. Esteemed Admiral, if you trust me, I will persuade my fellow soldiers to join you." Meng Haijiao was taken aback by Fu Sheng's astuteness. Why, Brother Fu, your willingness is much appreciated. However, I have a proposition for you. Should it succeed, I, on behalf of my esteemed commander, will grant you high ranks and rich rewards. Fu Sheng's eyes lit up. What are your orders, esteemed Admiral? Half an hour later, Fu Sheng, accompanied by his 5 subordinates, stealthily returned to the island under the cover of night. The next day, Chen Hui was roused from sleep in his tent by a cacophony of noise. Rising to investigate, he found his camp surrounded by thousands of soldiers. "Deputy Admiral, these men seek to seize the water," one of his guards reported. Chen Hui, already fraught with anxiety over the past few days, felt his anger ignite upon hearing of the soldiers' unrest. He bellowed, "You insolent fools! I've already stated that if we endure a few more days, reinforcements will arrive. There's barely enough water here for myself. How can I share it with you?" Amidst the crowd, a raspy voice called out, "Deputy Admiral, some have already perished from thirst. I have elderly parents and young children at home, and I do not wish to die. We merely seek a sip, just a sip, indeed, just a sip," the soldiers pleaded incessantly. Chen Hui glared furiously, shouting, "Get out of my sight. If you dare to incite further unrest, you will face military justice. I refuse to perish as a thirsty ghost or a starving specter." These officials feast on wine and meat, indifferent to our plight, someone in the crowd shouted. Chen Hui, already known for his fiery temperament, was instantly incensed by this remark. Drawing his sidearm, he roared, "Dare to rebel? I will flay you alive." Given that death was inevitable, he thought it preferable to die swiftly. This is the officials' camp, where there is plenty of wine, meat, and water. Brothers, fear not. Charge with me. The soldiers, already dizzy from hunger and thirst, regained their vigor upon hearing of the wine, meat, and water, their eyes gleaming with determination as they surged towards the camp gates. "Prepare yourselves. Anyone who dares to breach will be executed without mercy." Chen Hui thundered. The guards raised their matchlocks, as they were the beneficiaries of the limited water supply, which was only sufficient for their numbers. They could not allow anyone to enter, just as Chen Hui was about to take decisive action. The soldiers clamoring for water hesitated. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one of his guards fell to the ground with a scream. Chen Hui's vision turned crimson in an instant. Disregarding everything else, he yelled, "Fire! Shoot these damned ghosts!" The guards obeyed the order immediately, opening fire to suppress the uprising, and soldiers continued to fall before the camp gates. "Damn it! They are leaving us no path to survival. Brothers, we too possess firearms. Let's fight back." The speaker was Fu Sheng, who, from amidst the crowd, brandished a fire starter, encouraging his comrades to do the same as they lifted their rifles to fire indiscriminately. Regardless of accuracy, the key to such situations was having a leader. Once the first shot was fired, a barrage of gunfire ensued, with both sides exchanging shots at close range. However, Chen Hui's guards numbered only 50, and half of them fell immediately. Chen Hui, from a state of rage, transformed into one of horror. It dawned on him that he had provoked the wrath of the masses, yet it was too late. The die had been cast. Another gunshot rang out, and Chen Hui gazed in disbelief at the blood blossoming from his chest. He had not met his end at the hands of the enemy, but rather succumbed to the fire of his own men, collapsing in a haze of unfulfilled resentment, his eyes forever closed in death. Chapter 50. The counterattack. These Zheng soldiers, consumed by rage and thirst, allowed their reason to slip away. They subsequently swept through 4 more water sources, slaughtering the officers who controlled the puddles. Brothers, do not regret. We have done nothing wrong, but we merely wish to survive. Think of our elderly parents and our wives and children at home. As long as we live, we have a chance to return and see them. The water here is already exhausted, and who knows when reinforcements will arrive. Moreover, we all understand what just occurred. There's no turning back. Those who wish to live, follow me. Those who remain will perish here as starving, thirsty ghosts. Few soldiers in this era were truly voluntary, particularly in the case of the Zheng family as private soldiers, most of whom had enlisted for pay and provisions. Faced with the opportunity for survival, their instinct for self-preservation overshadowed all else, and they followed Fu Sheng to the seaside, Haiti the port. Meng Haijiao had been waiting with fresh water, rice balls, and fish soup, distributing them to the parched and starving Zheng soldiers. Diaz expressed concern over the nearly 3,000 captives, worrying whether providing them with ample food would incite rebellion. Meng Haijiao, his gaze distant, reassured him there is no need for concern. Their escape route has been severed. They can only move forward. Though these soldiers may be somewhat excused, they nonetheless committed the grave act of killing an officer, which amounts to rebellion. The Zheng family can no longer employ them. If they wish to preserve their lives, they have but one path to take, to join Taiwan. Meng Haijiao accepted these captives and also acquired a substantial amount of grain. Considering the time agreed upon with Liu Shaokong, he decided to rest for 2 days on Magong Island. Meanwhile, the Dutch, having utilized 5 days, finally completed the construction of their artillery fortifications. Their chosen angle was particularly cunning, allowing them to evade the majority of Taiwan City's cannons. Although lacking in height advantage, they were still capable of bombarding the city walls and the interior. Not only that, they also established artillery positions in front of the fort, burying the cannons partially and surrounding them with thick sandbag fortifications. As they constructed the artillery positions, they engaged in bombardment with Taiwan City, repairing any damage immediately, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. The cannonade persisted for a day, resulting in significant damage to the city walls, the destruction of 2 cannons, 10 injuries, and 3 fatalities. Some buildings within the city were also damaged, including Liu Shaokong's office. Unfortunately, the upper-level structures were far too conspicuous a target. Liu Shaokong established his command post within a warehouse on the 2nd floor to direct the battle. The Dutch East India Company, on the other hand, suffered the loss of 6 cannon positions, with part of their fortifications collapsing and personnel losses exceeding 50 during the night. The bombardment continued, with darkness favoring the Dutch, as striking the castle required no targeting, while those atop the walls had to seek out their targets. However, at midnight, the cannonade was interrupted by a downpour, making it difficult for both sides' artillery to fire in such weather. This wretched weather can change in an instant. Zhao Xiaohu commanded the soldiers to cover the cannons with oilcloth while transporting gunpowder to avoid it getting wet. His complaints spilling forth. Everyone, stay alert. Gunners, return to rest. Sentinels, keep a vigilant watch. Just then, Liu Shaokong approached with Chonabayo. General, what brings you here? In this heavy rain and cold weather, the red-haired ones are unlikely to launch another attack. Please return to the command post. I can handle things here. Liu Shaokong, clad in a raincoat, whispered urgently in Zhao Xiaohu's ear. The Tiger Battalion has held its ground for a day. It is now our turn. The Dutch may very well seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Let's not forget how they captured Gao and Ceylon. Zhao Xiaohu wished to argue, but was pushed away by Chonabayo, who insisted he hurry down, saying, "Cut the chatter. This is now under the command of our guards." Left with no choice, Zhao Xiaohu, accustomed to his general's unwavering authority, led his troops away to rest in the midst of the rain. The guard stood behind Liu Shaokong like wooden stakes, unaffected by the downpour. Liu Shaokong called out to several officers nearby, "Stay alert. The red-haired Dutch may take advantage of the rain to assault the city. Keep a close watch on the walls." Yes, no one complained. The officers immediately dispersed with their men. Liu Shaokong was not overly cautious. Had he been in their position, he too would have sought to launch a surprise attack amidst the rain. At the UN camp, Liu Shaokong's instincts proved correct. Anthony had gathered over 1,000 soldiers, each bearing sandbags as they trudged through the rain. Their objective was clear: to fill the moat. The guards quickly heard the commotion beneath the city, but with muskets and cannons rendered ineffective, they could only anxiously await the inevitable. "General, the red-haired men are just below the city," Chonabayo exclaimed urgently. Liu Shaokong, having no better options, could only wait and watch. Inform the men to ready their bayonets. 3 per group. Take down anyone who approaches. An hour later, as the rain lessened, the atmosphere atop the walls grew tense. Lu Xiaokong ordered someone to ignite a canister of gasoline and throw it down, prompting a chorus of gasps. Below, a throng of Dutch soldiers filled the moat with sandbags, nearing completion. Damn it, bring me the grenades. The gasoline supply was limited, primarily reserved for rockets, and they had long abandoned bows, leaving only grenades as makeshift munitions. Find some oilcloth. 4 of you. Construct a makeshift shelter to 3-man teams of grenadiers. Ignite as many as you can and throw them. Lu Xiaokong dispatched men to check the other 3 sides. Reports came back with no activity, indicating the Dutch were likely preparing for an assault solely on Diwan as the rain continued to diminish. The grenadiers took their positions to better indicate their targets. They improvised simple Molotov cocktails from available gasoline-filled ceramic jars, which the rain could not extinguish as one flaming jar after another was hurled down. The ground was illuminated. Without needing further orders, grenades were ignited and thrown forth. Explosions erupted from below, followed by cries of anguish in the distance. Cornelia, upon hearing the reports, silently thanked the heavens for the rain, as it had barely allowed them to fill the moat. Order everyone to fall back. Apart from the sentinels, all others should rest. Tomorrow, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the city. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Lu Xiaokong, realizing an attack was imminent, immediately understood that the following day would bring a fierce battle. He left behind a rotating guard to allow the other soldiers to rest. The next day, shortly after 7 in the morning, the bright sun dispelled the chill of the previous night. Dutch infantry emerged from their tents, enjoying breakfast in the camp. 2 slices of bread, a small piece of cheese, a portion of salted pork, and a steaming bowl of fish soup. Yet, the soldiers wore somber expressions, for they were about to assault the formidable fortress before them. From the perspective of the Diwan camp, the enemy had proven fierce and resilient, making this likely the last meal for many. Across from Ben, atop Jiangyin City, the soldiers were also dining, savoring warm flatbreads and rice balls, with salted fish and vegetable meat soup. A fitting meal indeed. After finishing, the warriors promptly organized their weapons and gear, ensuring they could respond at a moment's notice. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Dutch assembly call rang out, and under the urging of their officers, the soldiers began to form ranks, soon marching out of the camp to take their positions, as if to greet them. The artillery on both sides fired almost simultaneously. Shells flew through the air, striking their targets with thunderous explosions. The bombardment persisted for half an hour until a corner of the 3rd layer of the city wall was blasted away, eliciting cheers from the Dutch forces, bolstering their confidence that the fortress of Tainan was not invulnerable. Wang Dahai, what are your gunners doing? Fire back at once, Lu Xiaokong shouted in fury. Wang Dahai promptly replied, Rest assured, General, today we will certainly take down the Dutch artillery. Without delay, he rolled up his sleeves and approached a 32-pound cannon, directing his subordinates to load ammunition while he himself aimed and ignited the charge. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from a distant cannon. One concealed behind a sandbag fortification was overturned, causing collateral damage to the nearby gunners. However, Wang Dahai's position soon came under retaliatory fire, prompting him to order a withdrawal of the cannon. Once reloaded, they advanced again. It must be said that the Dutch artillerymen were impressively accurate, holding their own against the Taiwanese forces, despite the height advantage. The cannonade raged for an hour before the Dutch could no longer contain themselves. The order to assault was given. Chapter 51. Counterattack to advance. The Dutch frontline commander issued the command to attack, and the soldiers immediately raised their rifles, clutching them to their chests, forming into teams of 20. A total of 50 squads lined up in front of Jiangyin City, while 500 more stood ready with ladders. This formation, though dispersed, allowed for concentrated firepower, maximizing the reduction of casualties from cannon and musket fire. Within this infantry formation, there were also 15 mobile howitzer teams prepared to provide fire support. Combat experience proved this tactic to be highly effective, as the Dutch forces had successfully captured numerous Spanish fortifications employing such strategies. The battlefield was filled with the roar of artillery, With over 100 cannons engaged, primarily due to Liu Shaokong's decision to enhance firepower by adding 20 small falconet cannons and 10 medium-caliber falconets, along with 7 howitzers, all equipped with explosive shells. Though the artillery of this era was not advanced, the sheer density of fire made for an intimidating spectacle, with smoke enveloping the battlefield like a thick fog. Fire! First row, fire! Second row, prepare, fire! The Dutch soldiers had entered firing range, and Zhao Xiaohu commanded the Tiger Battalion to unleash their flintlock muskets. Even in this defensive battle, a line formation was necessary for effective shooting. The Dutch soldiers also raised their rifles to fire, and a hail of lead rained down. Boom! Boom! Simultaneously, the close-range artillery on both sides opened fire, joining the fray. Soldiers fell on both sides as the Taiwanese forces enjoyed the advantage of their position. Boasting numerous small cannons and the newly developed explosive shells, which, while not as powerful as grenades, had an exceedingly high detonation rate. Upon impact, 1 to 3 Dutch soldiers would fall. Thus, the casualty ratio stood at 10 to 1. Even so, Liu Shaokong remained dissatisfied. Wang Dehai, what are you doing? With so many falconets, can't you concentrate fire? Go and take out the Dutch howitzers immediately. The greatest threat comes from the Dutch mortars, which similarly employ explosive shells and possess a considerable caliber. Half of the casualties among the soldiers on the city walls are attributed to them. Wang Dehai received a reprimand and, upon returning to his position, immediately discarded his hat. All artillery positions below medium caliber. Listen closely. Form groups of 5 and keep a vigilant watch on the Dutch mortars. If any position fails to fire even 1 round, I shall treat him to drinks and a feast. Thus, the spirits of the artillery battalion surged, with all mobile artillery focusing intently on the Dutch mortars. Initially, they successfully neutralized one, after which the vacant cannons joined others, culminating in a concerted effort of 15 cannons targeting a single mortar, ultimately eradicating the threat it posed. Zhao Xiaohu felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Dehai, once we defeat the Dutch, I shall treat your battalion to drinks. Although Wang Dehai had initially been reluctant to part with money for food and drink, the prospect of a reward lifted his mood considerably. You little rascals, did you hear that? Keep up the effort and take down those Dutch devils. The battle raged on, engulfing the entire island in smoke and the relentless sound of gunfire. Camp Commander, the Dutch are charging up the ladders. Zhao Xiaohu, who was overseeing the battle, was taken aback and hurried to the wall, peering cautiously over the edge. Indeed, the Dutch were approaching the city walls with ladders in hand. Seeking death, Zhao Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Grenadiers, prepare. The Dutch, having filled the moat with rainwater from the previous night, could now directly raise their ladders to shield the assaulting troops. The Dutch commander ordered the musketeers to provide full cover, unleashing a torrent of bullets onto the battlements. Just as Zhao Xiaohu was about to observe, he was struck in the face by a splatter of mud, causing him to grimace in pain. Not far away, Wang Dehai laughed. Are you out of your mind, staring at the ladders? Zhao Xiaohu shot him a glare. Shut it, you old cannon. Instead of watching me, why don't you collapse the Dutch artillery positions? As Wang Dehai was about to retort, he noticed a ladder being propped up, evidently aimed at his heavy cannon. Here they come. The two men ceased their banter and immediately called for the grenadiers, tossing grenades down without hesitation. The explosions echoed like festive firecrackers, sharp and resounding, accompanied by a chorus of screams. However, at that moment, the grenades had significant flaws. Their detonation was heavily influenced by the fuses, and if they were too long, it allowed the enemy to take cover. Don't rush. Wait until the fuses are halfway burned before throwing. Zhao Xiaohu had a sudden inspiration, transforming the grenades into airburst munitions. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, sending the enemies clinging to the ladder tumbling down. Nevertheless, the Dutch were well versed in siege warfare and had contingencies in place. Suddenly, a group of grenadiers appeared at the foot of the wall, rapidly igniting fuses and hurling grenades onto the battlements. The walls of Taiwan were only 10 meters high, presenting no challenge for trained grenadiers. Watch out! A grenade exploded, injuring several. Zhao Xiaohu cursed and immediately commanded the grenadiers and musketeers to retaliate. Targeting the grenadiers below, The exchanges were fierce, with both sides trading fire. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a messenger found Zhao Xiaohu. Captain Zhao, the Grand Commander has issued an order. The Tiger Battalion and the Artillery Battalion are to retreat immediately. Zhao Xiaohu was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe his ears. Repeat that. The Grand Commander planned to let the Dutch in, intending to catch them all in one fell swoop. Liu Shaokong had been observing the situation from the second tier. Although the Tiger Battalion fought valiantly, casualties were mounting, and the artillery wall had suffered significant damage, leaving many positions exposed and increasing danger. Anthony had evidently committed substantial resources, launching relentless assaults regardless of losses. While the Taiwanese forces were stretched thin, with each additional casualty causing heartache. Thus, they decided to take a considerable risk. Zhao Xiaohu wiped the sweat from his brow, convinced of the messenger's sincerity, and upon seeing Liu Shaokong signaling for a retreat from the second tier, he reluctantly issued the withdrawal order. Although the soldiers of the Tiger Battalion and Artillery Battalion were perplexed, military orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to abandon the walls as they retreated. Dutch soldiers began to ascend the battlements, the first wave consisting of those willing to die, dark-skinned individuals who were undoubtedly slaves. The Dutch were not foolish. On the contrary, they were quite astute. These black individuals were their enslaved workforce, performing labor in peacetime and conscripted as mercenaries in wartime, lured by promises of money and freedom. Aware that they faced great costs, they had no other options at that moment. Only sporadic musket fire came from the second and third tiers as the Dutch commander sensed the diminishing resistance on the walls and hurriedly urged more soldiers to ascend. Soon, over 300 soldiers gathered atop the walls, with 200 being black mercenaries and the remainder Dutch nationals. Immediately advanced to the second tier. The enemy is dwindling. Charge! A captain urged the black soldiers forward, who, sensing victory was within reach, rushed towards the second tier's gate, believing that with the defenders abandoning the walls, they would face little resistance. To reach the second tier, they had to cross a small plaza, akin to a parade ground, relatively spacious for a castle, capable of accommodating hundreds. As the Dutch soldiers stormed into the wide square, they had yet to commend the castle's grandeur when they encountered a well-ordered military formation on the opposite side, complete with 3 cannons. The foremost black soldiers quickly slammed to a halt, but those behind, unaware of the situation, surged forward, creating a bottleneck at the corner. Fire! At the command, a thunderous roar resounded. This time, the cannons unleashed not solid iron balls or explosive shells, but grape shot, composed of hundreds of small iron pellets. These pellets were packed into a cloth bag prior to firing. They resembled a bunch of grapes, hence the name, with 3 cannons firing simultaneously. Thousands of iron pellets were unleashed, striking the walls and ground with a series of dull thuds, creating countless craters in the sturdy adobe wall. The advancing Dutch soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, dozens collapsing in agony. Concurrently, from the second tier, hundreds emerged, unleashing a volley of musket fire, tossing grenades, and igniting incendiary pots, causing the Dutch soldiers on the walls to be thrown into disarray, cries of despair echoing. Counterattack, quickly! Before the captain could finish his command, he was struck down by 3 bullets, collapsing lifelessly. With their commander gone, the remaining Dutch soldiers lost their will to fight and scrambled to retreat down the ladders. However, descending proved more challenging. Some Dutch soldiers fell from the walls in the chaos of ladder jostling, while others met their demise when the ladders broke under the weight of too many. Just then, the Tiger Battalion and the Imperial Guard launched a counteroffensive, firing volley after volley, and Dutch soldiers fell in droves. Some quick-thinking individuals discarded their weapons and lay flat on the ground, hands on their heads in surrender. Chapter 52. The Counteroffensive 3, Your Excellency. The siege team has failed, returning with fewer than 100 men, among the 500 who had assaulted the walls. Aside from those who perished below, at least 400 made it onto the battlements, indicating that over 300 had been lost atop. Anthony gazed at the still mighty fortress, where enemies were currently tossing down the bodies of Dutch soldiers. A sight that struck him deeply. His lips twitched, followed by a violent cough, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth with a handkerchief. Those nearby were taken aback as the white cloth turned crimson. Your Excellency, Anthony gasped for breath, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Cornelius promptly dispatched someone to return Anthony to the camp of the Sankuan, seeking medical assistance. While ordering a ceasefire, the battle lasted 3 hours. With the Dutch committing nearly 3,000 troops and the Taiwanese forces deploying 1,400, in the end, the Dutch suffered over 700 casualties, while the defenders of Jiangyin City endured more than 100 losses. By evening, on Sankuan Island, Anthony had regained consciousness and was discussing the next phase of combat with Cornelius and Dominic. Your Excellency, our forces have suffered over 1,500 casualties in recent days, with fatalities reaching 500. That meanwhile, the pirates remain formidable. Continuing the assault will only exacerbate our losses. Cornelius expressed a pessimistic outlook, believing that further efforts would be futile. Anthony, rather than displaying anger, nodded in agreement. You are quite right. With our current forces, we cannot hope to reclaim Jiangyin City. However, to withdraw now would be tantamount to abandoning it altogether. The board will not consent to assembling more troops. Yet, there is a solution. I observe that the pirates are intent on holding their ground, as are the 2 fortifications on land. The surrounding farmers and indigenous peoples have been relocated, which means they will not receive resupply. Dominic quickly grasped the implication. Your Excellency means to besiege the pirates? Anthony confirmed with a nod. Exactly. The pirate strategy is to deplete our supplies before retreating. Conversely, we can exhaust their resources and fortify our defenses. Waiting for them to emerge from their stronghold, Cornelius hesitated, but our supplies are limited as well. Anthony replied, send someone back to Batavia. I will draft a letter to Serwo, urging him to bypass the board and send us a supply of provisions and troops. Dominique and Conora exchanged a glance. Indeed, there was no other course of action available to them but to acquiesce to this plan. Subsequently, the Dutch ceased their assaults and commenced the construction of fortifications around both the Yuan town and the 2 coastal fortresses. Preparing for a prolonged siege, upon learning of this development, Liu Shaokong was pleased and refrained from intervening. As if resigned to his fate. 3 days later, during the night, an unusual calm enveloped Jiangyin City, interrupted only by the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Suddenly, a fire ignited atop a distant peak, resembling a torch from afar. It was a beacon. Quickly, informed the Grand Commander. This was a signal known only to Liu Shaokong and a select group of high-ranking military officers. Soon, 3 braziers blazed atop the highest point of Jiangyin City, followed by those at Battery 1 and Battery 2, all ablaze at a day later. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a northeast sea breeze stirred. The wind moderate. Batteries 1 and 2 simultaneously opened fire, and the flying and courage battalions mobilized, launching an immediate assault on the Dutch fortifications across the way. The Dutch fortifications were hastily constructed defensive circles made of burlap sacks, within which lay the soldiers' tents, housing 300 troops. Captain, the Orientals have launched an attack. With over 1,000 troops from the 2 battalions deployed, the Dutch quickly became aware and reported to their officers. The officers donned their uniforms with haste, preparing for battle, positioning their artillery, extinguishing the bonfires, and sending a messenger to notify the colonel of the eastern assault and request reinforcements, regardless of the enemy's numbers. Reinforcements were imperative. This officer displayed commendable military acumen, as Dutch soldiers orderly took their positions in the defenses. Loading their muskets, .4 field cannons were also wheeled to the front, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The Dutch soldiers anxiously gazed ahead. The outcomes of recent skirmishes left these colonizers devoid of any arrogance, instead regretting their presence in this wretched place. Under the moonlight, faint silhouettes became discernible in the distance. They observed individuals pushing peculiar 2-wheeled carts, halting at a level stretch of ground. Due to the distance, the contents of the carts remained obscured. Soon, torches ignited on the opposite side, and a fuse was lit, accompanied by a sharp whistle as a rocket soared into the night sky, tracing a graceful arc before descending beyond the Dutch defensive perimeter. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted in flames, not overly powerful. Equivalent to 2 grenades. Advance 10 meters. This was a test shot from the rocket artillery, the first launch proving insufficient in range. The second rocket was quickly ignited, this time landing squarely within the Dutch encampment, mercifully causing no casualties. However, The Dutch soldiers were far from jubilant, as they were aware of over 20 vehicles capable of launching such rockets. All launching vehicles were readied, and a barrage of rockets, accompanied by piercing whistles, surged toward the Dutch positions, detonating and igniting the bundled gasoline, causing flames to erupt. This volley consisted of 100 rockets, the majority exploding within the Dutch encampment, injuring several soldiers. While others' clothing caught fire, in a panic, Dutch soldiers flailed at the flames, prompting those nearby to scatter in fear. Though the power was not immense, it was exceedingly terrifying, particularly with the ignited gasoline. The flames consumed the Dutch tents, illuminating the entire encampment. "Charge!" the flying and courage battalions cried out, advancing in disciplined formation, while 12 field cannons were drawn forward by horses from the rear. "Lieutenant, there are too many enemies. We cannot possibly hold them off. The terrain here is open. If we are surrounded, it will be our end." The anxious adjutant implored the commanding officer of this detachment. The captain surveyed the chaotic battlefield and, realizing the futility of resisting the enemy's main force, issued a retreat order. The Dutch troops fled in haste, abandoning their supplies and artillery, evidently frightened by the rocket artillery. There was no choice. Perhaps the rocket artillery alone would not have had such an effect. But combined with the burning gasoline, the situation transformed entirely. Humans possess an inherent fear of fire, and none wish to perish in flames. Moreover, Konyura found himself in a state of helplessness. His forces were insufficient. With the elite troops stationed in Diuan town, and the soldiers at the water supply camp could not be diminished. Ultimately, only 300 soldiers, mercenaries at that, were placed before the two fortresses primarily for observation purposes. Gao Fei and Guiyong pressed onward toward the Dutch water supply camp. Meanwhile, Jiangyin City reverberated with cannon fire, bombarding Diuan town. Konyura, startled awake, commanded all soldiers to take up defensive positions against a potential surprise attack. He dispatched a message to the governor, warning that the pirates might launch a full-scale counterattack that day. Requesting naval support that on the shore, soldiers fled back to the water supply camp, now numbering 700. And with the returning soldiers, their ranks swelled to 1,000. The camp boasted protective barriers, trenches, and low stone walls, 10 field cannons, and 10 gunboats at the water's edge. The Dutch. This appeared to be a remarkably fortified encampment. Chapter 53. Counterattack for the Dutch water supply camp. A colonel was listening to the report from a returning lieutenant. He was impeccably dressed in military garb, in his 40s, and supported by Kane. His name was Blinder, a retired Dutch officer who had fought against Spain, earning numerous accolades, until a leg injury from explosion left him lame. He was later recruited by the East India Company to command army operations. Upon learning that a large pirate force was imminent, he promptly organized his soldiers for defense, feeling not anxious but rather exhilarated, having previously triumphed over Spanish and Portuguese forces in such trench warfare. He considered a band of pirates no match for them. Had it not been for the darkness, he would have arrayed his troops outside the barracks to confront the enemy head-on. The lieutenant's mention of rockets capable of flight and fire did not concern him. He had witnessed the Zheng family's rockets before, which, despite their seemingly impressive display, lacked substantial lethality. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, the flying and courage battalions finally appeared, forming ranks 1,000 meters away. Although the small-caliber Napoleon cannons had a range of only 900 meters, the lighter explosive shells could reach over 1,100 at Gao Fei assessed the wind direction and instructed, move the rocket carts to the northeast, where the wind is favorable. Do not skimp. Launch them all, and create as much chaos in the enemy camp as possible. Understood. Yongzi, this is your first battle. Do not rush in. Follow the flying battalion, and once the blood is drawn, the Courage Battalion will advance on the Dutch side. Under Blinder's command, the soldiers were already on high alert, arranged in staggered lines, and 8 cannons were primed for immediate firing. Colonel, these pirates are about to launch rockets. We must scatter the soldiers, the anxious lieutenant urged. Blinder rapped his cane sharply, admonishing, Lieutenant, mind your tongue, that I know how to command troops in battle. Return to your post immediately. The lieutenant, disheartened, wondered why his superior refused to heed his counsel. He could only watch the sky blankly, joined by the soldiers who had fled, all prepared to scatter at the first sign of incoming rockets. Two test rockets soared into the Dutch encampment, one striking the formation, injuring three. The test rockets bore no external gasoline, resulting in a somewhat diminished explosive force. Blinder had yet to grasp the power of the rocket artillery, dismissing these firework-like projectiles as mere attention-seeking tools, far inferior to cannons. However, the ensuing scene would impart a harsh lesson. A line of rockets launched skyward, trailing elegant tails and shrill whistles, slicing through the night sky, creating a spectacular spectacle. The Dutch soldiers were initially awestruck, but upon realizing the rockets were hurtling toward them, they cried out in alarm, too late to evade. The first wave of over 100 rockets detonated within the encampment, flames soaring amidst explosions and anguished cries. A scene of utter devastation. Fire the cannons. The artillery joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of new explosive shells indiscriminately upon the Dutch camp. At this moment, Blinder recognized his miscalculation. The enemy was employing explosive shells with considerable power, particularly the splintering flames reminiscent of the legendary Greek fire, nearly impossible to extinguish, an utter catastrophe for their tightly packed formations. Scatter, immediately scatter, return fire. The camp housed several cannons, yet the larger calibers had been redeployed toward Dien, leaving only 9 and 6-pound field guns, whose firepower and range could not compare to the Taiwanese's improvised Napoleon cannons, merely producing noise. The rocket artillery ignited tents, granaries, and barriers within the camp, and fueled by the wind. The flames surged uncontrollably, impossible to quench. Just then, a second wave of rockets arrived, followed by a third. Chaos reigned throughout the encampment under the cover of night. Messenger, immediately row to the island and request assistance from the governor. We are under attack from the pirates' main force. We need reinforcements on Sansuan Island. Even without receiving Blinder's plea for help, Anthony felt a sense of foreboding as the flames illuminated half the night sky. Governor, the water supply camp is under attack, igniting a large fire. Should we send someone to investigate? The adjutant inquired. Anthony, clad in a military greatcoat, appeared exceedingly haggard, taking several deep breaths to suppress the pain within his chest. He cast a glance towards the direction of Jiangyin City, where the cannonade raged, his brow furrowed in perplexity, unable to comprehend why the pirates would choose this moment to counterattack. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, notified Dominic to dispatch 2 warships and 5 armed merchant vessels for reinforcement, and to bring along additional marines. If we cannot hold our position, we must withdraw our personnel. The adjutant acknowledged and hurriedly relayed the orders. Upon receiving the command, Dominic immediately sent out warships for support. Duen town housed 1,500 souls, and these individuals must not be moved. Should the pirates emerge from within the city, it was imperative to secure this stronghold. On the shore, Guillaume, observing the chaotic Dutch encampment, turned to Gao Fei in confusion and asked, "Brother Gao, why does the Grand Commander not take this opportunity to launch an offensive?" The red-haired men should be quite vulnerable at this moment, gazing out at the sea and watching the Dutch warships hastily approach. Gao Fei replied calmly, "The Grand Commander aims for a complete victory while minimizing our losses. Many battles lie ahead, and we must not be driven by greed for glory. Let the Navy handle the next phase." As the battle unfolded, a hint of dawn illuminated the horizon. Aboard the flagship, the Dutch sailors, bored and listless, nibbled on bread while observing their 2 battlefronts, as if mere spectators. Their lethargy was understandable, for the pirate ships had yet to appear, and they could not approach the shallow waters. With 60 cannons at their disposal, they found themselves without opportunity for action, relegated to the monotonous task of deck maintenance and watching the infantry engage in combat. From a vantage point, a sentry, peering through binoculars, noted their own warships unloading skiffs, with sailors rowing ashore to join the fray. But a slight sense of relief washed over him. With 200 reinforcements arriving, the water supply camp should be defensible. Just as he was about to lower the binoculars to rest his eyes, he caught a glimpse of several dark shapes on the crimson-tinged water. Initially suspecting it to be a result of eye strain, he rubbed his eyes and, after a moment's respite, discerned that the dark spots were indeed growing larger in number. God Almighty, it's a fleet! With a startled exclamation, alarm sounded, and the sailors were momentarily taken aback. Yet, their training kicked in, and despite the initial chaos, they readied themselves for battle. Dominic dashed onto the deck, following the sentry's pointed direction, and gasped in shock. He commanded all vessels to immediately raise their sails and prepare for combat. The battle alert echoed throughout the anchorage, and all warships sprang into disarray, sails unfurling as they set anchor and moved according to orders. Dominic closely monitored the surface of the sea. The distant warships finally revealed their true nature, a formidable fleet. The lead vessels were not inferior to his flagship, and more alarmingly, there were more enemy ships than his own. While his side was not lacking, with 4 vessels still in the Taiwan Strait and 3 dispatched to aid the shore encampment. Only 3 30-gun ships remained beside the flagship. The armed merchant vessels were plentiful, yet this time they had set sail with the fleet, having exchanged their larger caliber cannons for smaller defensive ones suited for engaging small close-range vessels. Chapter 54. A glorious victory. Portuguese, Spanish, or a joint fleet? Dominic did not believe that the Flying Shark gang possessed such a formidable fleet. He suspected that old adversaries had resurfaced. He contemplated retreat. But the enemy's warships formed a semicircle, effectively blocking his escape route. Furthermore, 3 vessels were heading towards the water supply camp. Before long, as the distance closed, Dominic finally discerned the enemy's flag, an unfamiliar dragon emblem from the east. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation as the adversaries seized the advantageous position, and their line was drawn. All armed ships were to pair up and charge the enemy formation. This was a desperate tactic. First, the transport vessels would draw fire. Then they would seize the opportunity to counterattack. On the opposite side came the Taiwan Navy, with Meng Haijiao and Diaz arriving at the designated time after defeating Zheng's fleet in Penghu. The rocket bombardment of the Dutch encampment served as the signal. This time, all warships, including armed transports, were mobilized to decisively defeat the Dutch fleet. Observing the enemy's intentions, Meng Haijiao sneered and promptly issued orders. Do not scatter into skirmishes. Concentrate firepower and break through. The signal flags waved, and the Taiwan Navy immediately focused their fire, bombarding the nearest transport ships. Nearly 200 cannons fired in unison, creating a thunderous roar that was awe-inspiring. 3 transport vessels were struck directly, their hulls torn apart. 1 caught fire and sank slowly, while 2 others were severely damaged and rendered immobile. Nearby vessels were instantly intimidated, some even altering their course. Dominic, aboard the flagship, frantically signaled for action, underestimating human nature. The armed transport ships were not manned by professional Dutch sailors, but rather local merchants conscripted by the East India Company. In this life-and-death moment, they faced critical choices. These scoundrels dared to flee in the face of battle. Upon their return, they would be penalized and their assets confiscated. Dominic cursed loudly, realizing that without the cover of these armed merchant vessels, he would be exposed to the enemy's superior firepower. Retreat. Immediately fall back to the west. At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with Anthony and the others on the island. Survival was paramount. Thinking of escaping, Meng Haijiao cursed the cowardice of the red-haired commander and hurriedly ordered the sails adjusted to pursue. He also commanded his other ships to intercept the fleeing vessels, as did Diaz. The Dutch armed transports were in full retreat, with the naval forces outnumbering them 15-4, and the 60-gun ships 2-1. Dominic made an unfeeling yet rational decision. Not everyone possessed the courage to fight to the death. Fire the rockets. Launch them towards the bow. A cannon was mounted at the prow, but the distance was insufficient, leaving the rockets as their only option. On the water, 3 massive ships engaged in a chase, periodically launching rockets at the leading Dutch flagship at last. As the rockets aboard the Tiger Shark and Star Shark approached depletion, 2 rockets successfully struck the sails of the Dutch flagship, igniting flames that gradually consumed the entire sail and also ignited a neighboring sail. Oh God, how could this happen? Dominic felt despair. Without sails, the warship would lose its power, rendered a lamb to the slaughter. Not attack. Keep a close watch on it. Meng Haijiao did not wish to waste effort. Capturing it would be ideal, for it was a 60-gun ship the most formidable vessel of the Dutch East India Company, that if they could capture it, the Taiwan Navy would gain a significant asset. Meanwhile, at the Dutch water supply camp, Su Cheng piloted the Flying Fish alongside two patrol vessels, nearing the conclusion of their battle against the Dutch warships. Although the Dutch had 5 armed transports in support, most of their sailors had been dispatched to the island. Seeing the main force retreating, the armed transports followed suit. The 3 Dutch warships, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but the swift Flying Fish caught up with one, inflicting severe damage. The other 2 warships entangled one vessel, which, unable to escape due to its injuries, ultimately raised a white flag in surrender. With the naval battle concluded, the new recruits on land, including Guiyong, were filled with fervor. The Navy had performed admirably, defeating numerous red-haired warships as if in a dream. Haha, Ayong, it seems the brave camp won't be able to enjoy meat anytime soon. The red-haired men have become salted fish on the chopping board. Unable to turn the tide, Gao Fei remarked before commanding the cessation of cannon fire. The soldiers were instructed to construct defensive positions on the spot to prevent the enemy's escape, while others were sent to notify Taiwan City. In Taiwan City, with the cannonades silenced, jubilation erupted among the populace. "Grand Commander, we have triumphed!" Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed with excitement. Lu Xiaokong smiled as he gazed upon the rising sun. With the weight of anxiety lifted from his heart, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Ever since arriving in this era, he had labored tirelessly nearly every day, and now he had taken a crucial step forward. From this moment on, he would at least have a place to call home. In this battle, he had placed the opportunity for a turnaround squarely on the shoulders of the Navy, for the Dutch were unaware of the true number of warships that Taiwan possessed. This ignorance provided the chance to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Indeed, the Dutch commanders, including Anthony, had underestimated the pirate vessels from the outset. Even if they suspected that some of their own warships might be captured, they did not view it as a significant threat, merely ramping up their defenses, which ultimately led to their downfall. The Dutch East India Company had suffered a grievous blow in this encounter, and the Zheng family received a jarring wake-up call. It was likely that both parties would be roused from their complacency, at least allowing for a period of peaceful development over the next year or 2. By then, it would be up to them to seek out trouble on the high seas. In town, Konyura gazed despondently towards the sea, crying out in despair, "Oh God, who will save us?" The Dutch Navy had been defeated, and the infantry found themselves marooned on a solitary island, with a lurking beast nearby. Their only hope of escape lay in prayer. But no, even God seemed indifferent. This was under the purview of the heavens. Like them, Butelin had also become isolated, accompanied by a group of sailors on the verge of tears, all staring blankly at one another, unsure of what to do next. Break out? Even if they could break free, where would they go? Taiwan was predominantly mountainous and covered in dense jungles. Would they become savages? However, he overestimated the situation. There remain many indigenous peoples in Taiwan's remote regions, some of whom belong to fierce headhunting tribes. To trespass upon their territory recklessly could result in having one's head severed, becoming a ritualistic tool for certain shamans. 10 o'clock in the morning. Almost simultaneously, 3 letters of capitulation penned by Tredenius were delivered into the hands of 3 commanders, all seasoned veterans of the battlefield who never dreamed they would be bested by pirates. Yet, despite their immense reluctance, they had to confront reality, setting aside whether reinforcements would arrive, even if they did. It would likely be a month or 2 before they could reach the scene. Moreover, it was highly probable that the board of directors would opt for a ceasefire and negotiations. It is essential to understand that the Dutch East India Company primarily profited from trade. Should a battle result in significant losses, the board would undoubtedly seek to mitigate such risks. Ultimately, Cornelius, Butelin, and the naval officer Dominicus surrendered, relinquishing their beloved swords. What left Lu Xiaokong regretful was that Anthony had escaped, eluding capture of such a significant target. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The Dutch East India Company had expended considerable manpower and resources for a campaign that nearly resulted in their total annihilation. The responsibility for this debacle rested solely upon the governor, who would likely be returned to the Netherlands for trial. In truth, Anthony did not wish to flee. The moment the Taiwanese Navy appeared, he understood the inevitable outcome. He had intended to die as a soldier, but was forcibly led away by his aide and guards, escaping by boat from another direction, fortuitously encountering an armed transport vessel that allowed for a joint escape. The soldiers busied themselves for half the day, clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils. This defense of Taiwan City lasted 15 days, with the combined casualties of the Dutch East India Company's land and naval forces nearing 2,000, and over 3,000 captured. The Taiwanese military suffered 290 casualties, including over 130 fatalities. They seized more than 2,900 flintlock rifles, over 1,800 matchlock guns, and over 300 pistols, along with 22 pieces of artillery and more than 100 boxes of lead projectiles and gunpowder. Additionally, they captured one 60-gun warship, 7 30 to 40-gun ships, and 10 armed transport vessels. 4 of the 30 to 40-gun ships were captured intact, having been secured within the waters of Taijiang, while the others were taken after sustaining damage. Moreover, they acquired food, vegetables, jerky, beverages, cold weapons, armor, and various sundries that night. Liu Shaokong drank heavily alone, singing tunes unfamiliar to Chen Abi and the others, who wisely chose not to intrude. 3 days later, Li Mingzhi, Guohuai, and others returned. Liu Shaokong generously provided compensation to each family of Han and indigenous people who had suffered losses, while simultaneously hosting a grand feast to celebrate the military's victory. 2 days later, Liu Shaokong led the principal military officers of Taiwan to a high ridge situated at the head of a mountain range. From afar, a vast plain unfolded before them, with a meandering stream encircling the area, and just 15 miles ahead lay the sea. The land of the plain was neither too wet nor too dry. Covered predominantly with low grass and adorned with numerous white wildflowers, he sought a burial site to inter the fallen soldiers. Deeply influenced by future generations, Liu Shaokong believed that due respect must be afforded to those who perished in battle. In a sense, these individuals had died for him, whether out of guilt or a desire to win the people's hearts. Thus, he resolved to lay the fallen soldiers to rest together, constructing a mausoleum and preparing to erect a monument and shrine to honor them perpetually. Great Governor, this terrain is elevated and broad, with no standing water, and the streams are perpetually clear. Coupled with the mountains, it embodies the auspicious energy of a dragon entering the sea. It is indeed a rare geomantic treasure, remarked Li Mingzhi, who had a varied background, having once been a feng shui master. Liu Shaokong sought a substantial burial ground, thus requesting him to scout near Taiwan City. Here, the gentle breeze swept through the area, flanked by mountains and water, creating a serene environment. Standing at the summit, one could even gaze out at the distant sea. Although Liu Shaokong lacked expertise in feng shui, he found it to be a splendid location. The abundance of white flowers suited the occasion perfectly. Henceforth, it would be called Bai Ling, White Mausoleum. With the burial site decided, work commenced immediately. The following morning, as the sun rose, Liu Shaokong personally led the officers and soldiers in transporting the coffins of the fallen soldiers to the burial site. There are no gongs or ceremonial chants, only a long procession silently paying their respects. As the coffins were laid to rest, Li Mingzhi recited an elegy aloud. Removing his hat and bowing, they observed a moment of silence. As the final words faded, gunfire rang out until a total of 137 shots had been fired. With the ceremony concluded, the officers and soldiers returned to camp. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the demeanor of these soldiers seemed to undergo an intangible transformation, their gazes reflecting a newfound sense of belonging. Uncle F.A., find some stonemasons to seek suitable stones in the mountains for the monument. I will provide you with the list of the fallen, Liu Shaokong instructed. Master Shi, please procure a piece of white marble to be placed at the center of Bai Ling, with the inscription Loyalty and Valor. The shrine must also be initiated promptly. The larger the better. Furthermore, select some able-bodied veterans to maintain this mausoleum. Liu Fa responded, Rest assured, Great Governor. This is a matter of our brother's final resting place, and I shall ensure it is done to the best of my abilities. After attending to the mausoleum, Liu Shaokong returned to Taiwan City to discuss various post-war matters with Li Mingzhi. Great Governor, should we send envoys to Yecheng to negotiate with the Dutch authorities? Li Mingzhi inquired. Although Taiwan had achieved a resounding victory, he felt uncertain, as he perceived the Dutch as a formidable nation. Lu Shaokong chuckled. Fear not. Upon receiving the news, they will surely come knocking. These captives are of immense importance to the Dutch, who dread the idea of us allying with the Portuguese. They will undoubtedly seek to negotiate their release. Hence, we must utilize these prisoners immediately. Tainan is preparing for city construction, allowing them to assist in road building and land reclamation. As for the wounded, provide them with some food and water. Their survival will depend on fate. With Taiwan rapidly developing, there is a severe labor shortage. These prisoners could effectively fill the GAP Mingzhi. Unlike Lu Shaokong, lacked in-depth knowledge of the Dutch East India Company, and thus suppressed his worries. How should we address the Zheng family? With our significant victory, our naval strength has surged. I believe we can intimidate them. Currently, the Taiwanese military possesses both personnel and vessels, fully capable of launching an offensive against the Zheng family. However, Lu Shaokong was acutely aware of the shifting tides of the future. The Zheng army would become a principal force opposing the Qing court, and he had no desire for internal strife and no need to rush. Although our forces have firmly established themselves in Taiwan, we are well aware of the local circumstances. The immediate priority is development. We must spread the news far and wide. The greater the momentum, the better. Send envoys to Guangxi, where poverty is rampant. We shall recruit as many as possible. Can such a grand endeavor attract the attention of the Ming court? Li Mingzhi expressed concern. Lu Shaokong scratched his head, realizing he could not divulge that the Ming Dynasty would fall in less than 2 years. The Ming was currently in turmoil, beset by the powerful Manchu forces and internal rebellions led by figures such as Li Zicheng and Zhang Xinzhou. The state of the maritime defense forces indicated that the ruling dynasty was at its most vulnerable, stretched thin, and Taiwan, being isolated from the mainland, was not a priority for them. Therefore, he reassured, we may develop boldly. As for the Zheng family, let them continue to flounder for a while. When we grow stronger, we shall deal with them. Mingzhi still felt uncertain, yet Lu Shaokong's recent decisions seemed almost providential. Consistently yielding favorable outcomes, he recognized his limitations and ceased to question further. Admiral Meng has returned with 3,000 Zheng soldiers. How shall we handle them? Lu Shaokong pondered for a moment before replying. Send someone to persuade them. For those wishing to settle down, we shall arrange for their families to be brought over, extending preferential treatment in accordance with current policies for those unwilling to settle. We shall not force them, but they must be integrated into the engineering battalion. Among these captives is a man named Shi Lang, the nephew of Shi Fu. What shall we do with him? Upon hearing this name, Lu Shaokong was taken aback. Shi Lang was indeed a historical figure, a renowned naval general and the gravedigger of the Zheng family. It was unexpected to have him as a captive at this moment. Such an appearance caught him off guard. He was aware of some of Shi Lang's exploits, having been recognized by Zheng Zhilong in his youth and becoming a trusted general. However, he later followed Zheng Zhilong's lead in surrendering to the Qing court. After his defection, he was dispatched to the front lines to combat Zheng's resistance forces, only to be persuaded by Zheng Chenggong to join the resistance. Nonetheless, due to his prior submission to the Qing, Shi Lang faced exclusion, and Zheng Chenggong never fully trusted him. Shi Lang's repeated achievements in battle without promotion led to considerable resentment. The tipping point came when one of his trusted subordinates was recruited by Zheng Chenggong as a close aide, which he perceived as an insult, leading him to take the drastic action of killing his subordinate. Zheng Chenggong, feeling humiliated, ordered the capture of Shi Lang's family. Upon receiving the intelligence at the front lines, Shi Lang chose to flee. Zheng Chenggong, believing Shi Lang to be a traitor, furiously executed Shi Lang's entire family. Upon learning this, Shi Lang regarded the Zheng family as enemies and once again defected to the Qing, where he trained an elite naval force that ultimately defeated the Zheng Navy and set foot on Taiwan. Lu Shaokong could not pass judgment on the actions and character of either Zheng or Shi, acknowledging that both had their reasons. However, it was undeniable that Shi Lang was a talented individual, recognizing that he was only around 20 years old and just beginning to make a name for himself. Lu Shaokong felt a desire to nurture such talent. Thus, he resolved to handle the situation with caution. Executing him would merely serve as an outlet for frustration. Retaining him could prove beneficial. He decided to place him in a prisoner-of-war labor camp to contribute to Taiwan's development. Li Mingzhi did not voice any opposition. In fact, he felt a sense of relief in his heart regarding Liu Shaokong's current demeanor and actions. His restraint from violence and bloodshed offered a far greater sense of security compared to the past, when he was consumed with vengeance alongside the Flying Shark Gang. The Grand Commander, being magnanimous, had his subordinates eager to spare this individual. By the way, I am preparing to personally visit the Liaodong region. Is there anything you wish to convey, Grand Commander? Liu Shaokong pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled an important matter. He needed to produce glass, but lacked the essential raw materials. Do you remember the white crystal stones we previously procured? Chapter 56. After the war, the so-called white crystal stones refer to quartz. This material is a fundamental component in glass production. While sand can also suffice, it yields only colored glass, which is of little significance as the Western world has already mastered mass production. At this moment, the West had recognized that high-purity quartz could create colorless, transparent glass, and these colonizers were scouring the globe for it. The Flying Shark Gang had previously acquired it in the Liaodong region and sold it to the Portuguese. Liu Shaokong had inquired among the Han people and indigenous tribes of Taiwan, but found no traces of quartz, though marble was abundant, leading him to turn his attention to the Ming Dynasty's domestic resources. Of course, I remember. It is said that this material is highly sought after by foreigners, and white crystal stones can also be used to make porcelain. Is the Grand Commander considering producing it in Taiwan? Li Mingzhi inquired. After interrogating the captives, it became apparent that white crystal stones could be transformed into crystal-clear glass, that I have acquired a secret recipe for its production and wish for us to attempt it ourselves. If successful, it could prove to be a lucrative venture. Li Mingzhi understood now. This was feasible, as the procurement price for white crystal stones was not high, allowing for bulk purchases. However, you have reminded me that I indeed wish to produce porcelain. Thus I will acquire a large quantity of kaolin, which is absent in Taiwan. Additionally, besides trade goods with the Westerners, we should procure some tobacco seeds and tea seeds, as these can be cultivated in Taiwan. Furthermore, we need cattle bones, sheep bones, pig bones, tongue oil, and pig bristles. Cattle bones, sheep bones, pig bristles. Li Mingzhi was momentarily taken aback, questioning the purpose of these items. That he understood that tongue oil was utilized for ship maintenance and to prevent decay, being superior to the rosin and tar currently employed by the West, but the use of livestock bones and pig bristles baffled him. This will remain confidential for now. When the time comes, it will surely astonish you. The livestock industry in Taiwan is not yet developed, and bone resources are scarce. Once it is established, we will no longer need to source them from across the sea. Li Mingzhi ceased his inquiries, increasingly perplexed by his master's enigmatic nature. Apart from these materials, various skilled artisans were also required. Those adept in ironworking and any individuals possessing a specialized skill could be summoned. Rest assured, Grand Commander, I shall exert every effort to seek out diverse talents. After bidding farewell to Li Mingzhi, Liu Shaokong summoned Meng Haijiao. Old Meng, although we have achieved a great victory, we must remain vigilant. The Penghu Islands hold immense strategic importance, and I have decided to station your first fleet there to serve as a shield for Taiwan. Meng Haijiao was well aware of the significance of the Penghu Islands and obediently replied, I will follow your orders. Here is my defensive plan for the Penghu Islands. Our forces will primarily be stationed at Magong and Wugong Island. I will provide you with a contingent of craftsmen to quarry stone and timber on site, as well as allocate a supply of cement for constructing fortifications. In addition to building the fort, the soldiers, aside from training, will engage in fishing. The waters there are teeming with fish, which will not only supply food for the station troops, but also provide returns to Taiwan. The Penghu Islands are the confluence of the Kuroshio Current, the South China Sea monsoon warm current, and the Huaxia cold current, creating an ideal breeding ground for both cold and warm water plankton, attracting a variety of fish. Moreover, due to the numerous islands, the coastline is extensive, and there are many natural harbors and fishing grounds. In modern times, its fisheries are exceptionally developed, making it even more suitable for fishing in ancient times. A day later, Meng Haijiao led the first fleet to the Penghu Islands. In Fuzhou, at the Zheng family estate, Shifu and Zheng Chenggong knelt before Zheng Zhilong, tears streaming down their faces. Their recent expedition to Taiwan had nearly resulted in total annihilation. with their nephew's fate still uncertain, leaving them at a loss for how to report back to their elder brother. Great Dragon Head, I am incompetent, having lost troops and ships. I come to beg for punishment. Zhang Zhilong sat in a grand chair, his face dark as water, glaring at his left and right arms, wishing he could slice Shifu in two. Since defeating Lu Xiang, he had become the Pirate King, navigating both the underworld and the upper echelons without tasting defeat for many years. Now, however, the loss of a portion of his elite naval forces, 3,000 infantry, and an unaccounted general in the Battle of Penghu had stirred painful memories for the Zheng family. My father, I participated in this battle from beginning to end. The defeat of our forces cannot solely be attributed to Uncle Shi's command. The enemy's naval strength was overwhelming. With fierce firepower, I personally witnessed 2 giant ships armed with 60 cannons, and several other warships that surpassed ours in firepower, even more formidable than the red-haired fleet. Furthermore, they launched a surprise attack in the fog, and our forces ultimately could only retreat. Zhang Zhilong looked at his beloved son. Though he was displeased with Zheng Chenggong's decision to follow the army without permission, he felt a flicker of relief. After all, the Zheng family army needed an heir. But now, the resounding defeat filled him with rage. You left home without permission, violating family rules. Had it not been for you pleading on your behalf, you would have received 50 lashes. You will kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect on your actions. Be confined for 3 months and not allowed to step outside the estate until then. After 3 months, you will be sent to Nanjing. Zhang Zhilong held absolute authority within the Zheng family. Zheng Chenggong returned from the disastrous campaign, too fearful to argue, bowing his head in silence. Brother, as Fuxing indicated, the enemy forces are indeed formidable. We underestimated them. Shifu's defeat is understandable. Let us set aside blame for now and immediately mobilize our troops. I shall personally lead the charge to Penghu to rescue Chenhui, suggested Zheng Jiba, seated beside Zhang Zhilong. Zhang Zhilong took a deep breath, exclaiming in anger, "Fifth brother, gather your wits." Shifu was delayed for 4 days by storms on the return journey. This trip will take at least half a month. You know what the situation is on Magong Island. In conditions without water, who can endure for half a month? Then we cannot just stand idly by. Zhang Jiba urged. The Flying Shark Gang, while engaged in battle with the red-haired forces, still had the capacity to launch an assault on You know the situation in Taiwan. The enemy's intentions are unclear. Blindly sending troops is a grave military error. Our first expedition ended in disaster for this very reason, so we must wait a while longer and thoroughly investigate the conditions in Taiwan. As for Shifu, while his circumstances are understandable, we cannot simply let it go without accountability for the loss of thousands of troops. He will first be imprisoned to reflect on his actions, and after some time, we shall release him. Thank you, Great Dragon Head, for sparing my life. Subsequently, Zhang Zhilong issued a strict order to He Bin, instructing him to obtain intelligence on the Flying Shark Gang at all costs. In just 3 days, He Bin relayed news that the Flying Shark Gang had disseminated information regarding their significant defeat of the Zheng family and the Dutch East India Company, which quickly spread among maritime traders. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Zhilong sank into despair, sitting in silence for a long time before instructing Zheng Jiba to gather the Zheng family members to discuss countermeasures that in Batavia. Anthony led the remnants of the Dutch East India Company back, inciting immediate panic. Anthony appeared to have aged a decade, his complexion pale and his eyes sunken. After walking a few steps, he was out of breath, yet had no choice but to drag his ailing body to convene a meeting attended by all officials, both high and low. Everyone, this defeat rests on my shoulders. I apologize for betraying the trust of the company and the king. After this meeting, I shall resign as governor and prepare to face the judgment of the state. For now, we must unite and help the company weather this crisis. Anthony had always been the backbone of the East India Company, and this announcement left everyone in a state of disarray. His willingness to take responsibility and resign as governor temporarily silenced even the board members, who refrained from pressing their grievances. Vice Governor Selvo anxiously interjected, "Your Excellency, the defeat at Jiangyin City may not be solely your fault. We should await the king's or the board's response." Jonathan added, "Indeed, Your Excellency, the truth has yet to be established. How can you resign at this moment?" Anthony coughed violently, using a black handkerchief to conceal the blood at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "My decision is final. The loss of thousands of soldiers and a fleet requires accountability. From now on, Selvo and the board will jointly manage company affairs." With that, he hunched over, leaning on his cane as he exited the meeting room, leaving the others in stunned silence. Chapter 57. After the war too, Anthony, a man of military background, possessed extraordinary abilities and formidable tactics. Otherwise, the East India Company would not have dominated Asia in just 6 or 7 years. Because of this, his subordinates were relatively weak, and even the board dared not excessively suppress him in Batavia. All matters, big and small, fell under Anthony's purview. His sudden resignation as governor left the officials unsure of how to proceed. Selvo, observing the panic among the crowd, steeled himself and declared, "Everyone, do not panic. Continue with your usual duties. The board and I will discuss the matter. The rest of you may leave." The officials in Batavia could only depart, as they had no say in major decisions. Once the crowd had dispersed, Selvo addressed the 2 board members. "What are your thoughts on the current situation?" Egmont and Demule wore expressions of distress. They had come to earn and to oversee, utterly bewildered by the management of such a vast enterprise. Egmont remarked, "The board is deeply pained by this defeat. I believe stabilizing the morale is of utmost importance. I must entrust everything to your excellency." The vice-governor, Selvo, with a bitter smile, responded, "The situation is too dire. For the moment, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. I intend to consult Anthony first." After all, there were no issues while he presided over Batavia. Another director, Metal, interjected, "That is agreeable, although Anthony bears undeniable responsibility. We must also consider domestic opinions. My suggestion is to invite him to serve as a consultant for the company, aiding in the resolution of our current challenges." All 3 acknowledged Anthony's capabilities and reached a consensus. Subsequently, Selvo made his way to Anthony's residence, only to discover that the once formidable leader lay weakly in bed. "Your Excellency," Anthony lifted his gaze and smiled. "Selvo, I am no longer the governor that I know. But how have you fallen so ill?" "My health has long been failing. I had hoped to endure until the end of my term next year, but I have overestimated my strength. You have likely surmised my purpose for visiting. Rest assured, as long as I remain in Batavia, I shall assist you." Anthony coughed, his wife, responsible for his care, weeping as she wiped the blood from his lips. Metal looked on with a heavy heart. He had been aware of Anthony's health issues, but had not anticipated such a grave deterioration. Nonetheless, inquiries had to be made. Otherwise, the East India Company could not function properly under his leadership. Anxiety permeated the room, with the 2 directors equally uncertain of the next steps. Anthony steadied himself and said, "Do not panic excessively. We still possess sufficient military strength to defend Batavia. First, we shall grant the soldiers an additional month's wages, including the mercenaries. Now is not the time to be frugal. The 1st Musketeer Regiment must strengthen the defenses of its fortifications. Colonel Conrad's fleet should retain 3 warships for garrison duty, while the remainder must be dispatched for patrols and to escort merchant vessels. We cannot afford to let the Portuguese and Spaniards perceive our weakness, that we must negotiate swiftly with the pirates occupying Hilo City, finding a way to ransom our captured officers and soldiers. They are our foundation, that we must prepare for potential extortion, but I believe the homeland and the directors will discern the pros and cons finally. We must maintain contact with the Zheng family of Ming. Should an opportunity arise, we might forge an alliance with them. I will dispatch a letter detailing some of these circumstances, and within 4 months, reinforcements and a new governor will be sent from the homeland. As for whether the future holds war or peace, that is no longer within my purview." With Anthony's arrangements in place, Selvo felt reassured. "Please take care of your health, Your Excellency. I shall visit you often." "Thank you. Do not hesitate to seek me out if needed." After Selvo departed, Anthony's wife covered her face and wept. "You have toiled for the nation your entire life. How could it end like this?" Anthony, however, took it all with equanimity, grasping his wife's hand. "Do not grieve for me. This is all part of God's design. Compared to those soldiers who have already perished, I am fortunate." Alas, he lamented, foreseeing his own demise. He had hoped to depart with honor, but instead left behind a legacy of significant loss for both the nation and the company. departing with a sense of regret. While some mourned, others rejoiced. The Dutch suffered a great defeat in Taiwan, much to the delight of the Portuguese and Spaniards. The Portuguese, due to their proximity, reacted swiftly. Governor Paulo of Macau dispatched a representative to Taiwan, where Liu Shaokong welcomed the envoy in his newly repaired residence. Esteemed Governor, I am Nashi, the aide to Governor Paulo. I have come at the behest of my lord to pay my respects to you. And this is a gift for you, to celebrate your victory over the Dutch. Nashi spoke fluent Mandarin, clearly a sinologist, presenting a box with both hands. Chunabayu accepted the box, feeling its weight, and upon opening it, discovered neatly arranged gold ingots. Numbering 20, Liu Shaokong glanced over the contents. The quantity was neither excessive nor insufficient, indicating the sincerity of the Portuguese. Ha! Governor Paulo is far too gracious. Servants, please prepare fine tea for Mr. Nashi. The two took their seats and began negotiations. The Portuguese requests were straightforward. They sought to engage in trade. Though they held Macau, the Ming officials maintained strict controls over foreign commerce, relying heavily on smuggling, which was largely monopolized by the Zheng family, yielding minimal profits, compelling them to turn to merchants from the Ryukyu Kingdom for re-export trade. Since the Ryukyu Kingdom was a vassal state of Ming and simultaneously an accessory to Japan's Satsuma domain, it had open trade routes to Korea, allowing for tri-party trade. Following the Zheng family and the Dutch's monopolization of Ming's maritime smuggling, the Portuguese and Spaniards had no choice but to resort to Ryukyu. Now, with Liu Shaokong occupying Taiwan and having defeated the Zheng family and the Dutch, the situation had changed, and the proximity of Taiwan to Macau presented a new trading opportunity. Liu Shaokong also needed to procure raw materials from the Portuguese, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. They promptly agreed to collaborate, followed by price negotiations. Having previously worked with the Portuguese, Liu Shaokong found their approach notably accommodating, resulting in smooth discussions. Your Excellency, my governor has one more request, to establish an office in Jiangyin City for easier communication. Liu Shaokong pondered briefly and replied, that is feasible, but there will be a limit on personnel. It cannot exceed 10 individuals. Additionally, any vessels entering the port must not exceed 10 cannons and 5 ships in total. That is certainly acceptable, and no sooner had the Portuguese departed than the Spaniard arrived, led by a familiar face, Botelho. Botelho had returned to Manila early on, and Spanish Governor Kokura had not rushed to engage in trade with Liu Shaokong, knowing that the Dutch East India Company would soon attack Jiangyin City, thus awaiting the outcome of the impending conflict. As news of the Dutch's calamitous defeat reached Manila, they immediately dispatched Botelho with a fleet to Jiangyin City. The fleet comprised 5 armed transport ships laden with goods Liu Shaokong required. The two had already established a cooperative agreement, facilitating an exchange of Dutch stockpiles in a successful barter for the first time. Upon Botelho's return, Liu Shaokong also dispatched 5 armed transport ships to Manila, tasked with transporting iron ore. Taiwan possessed iron ore, but its iron content was low, rendering it difficult to smelt at present. There were no individuals skilled in iron refining in Taiwan, so the strategy was to stockpile raw materials until personnel were available for processing. Chapter 58. Visitors from Batavia. After bidding farewell to Botelho, Liu Shaokong proceeded to the armory, which was currently undergoing expansion and being divided into multiple sections. He arrived at the workshop dedicated to the production of new explosive shells, where he found the industrious Chun Han Chun. Your Excellency, you have arrived. The materials are ready. Excellent. Let us proceed with the testing immediately. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong, Chun Han Chun, and others made their way to a relatively secluded testing ground. Your Excellency, these are the shells crafted according to your specifications, in both 75mm and 110mm sizes, ready for experimentation. Commence. The experiment began without delay. A staff member stepped 30 meters away, igniting a lengthy fuse before taking cover behind a sandbag barricade. With a resounding explosion, the force was akin to that of a large hand grenade, with limited destructive capacity. Following this, another shell was fired, producing a significantly louder explosion and a larger cloud of smoke, with a power 2 to 3 times greater than the first shell. Your Excellency, this is the optimal ratio with added sugar. After evaluating the efficacy of the new explosive shells during the defense of Taiwan City, Liu Shaokong had been seeking ways to enhance their power. Suddenly, he recalled the warehouse filled with sugar and devised a plan, having heard that the combination of sugar and gunpowder could yield remarkable results. While the outcome was not as exaggerated as the rumor suggested, it did indeed enhance the explosive power. The same was true for the large-caliber explosive shells, which brought him great joy, yet he was suddenly struck by a troubling thought. Although sugar was not considered a luxury in this era, it was still relatively expensive and only affordable for the middle class. Given the ongoing turmoil within the Ming Dynasty, sugar prices had surged to around 60 or 70 won per pound. According to the ratios provided by Chun Hong Chun, 1 pound of sugar could fill 10 shells or 5 for the large caliber. While Taiwan could produce sugar, it was still a substantial financial burden. Moreover, sugar was highly susceptible to moisture, especially in the Taiwanese climate. A moment's negligence could lead to it melting, thereby diminishing the shell's potency. Yet again, the issue of storage arose. Liu Shaokong carefully considered the moisture-proof measures of the time. Han Chun, let us produce a batch of these shells, not too many, and place them in boxes filled with sawdust. The shells should be wrapped in oiled paper in layers, and the outermost layer sealed with oiled paper and mud to observe the results. This was the best option available. Sealing was not difficult, but transportation posed a challenge in the midst of military campaigns. Who would handle these precious items with the utmost care? However, in critical battles, these elements can indeed sway the outcome of war. Thus, we cannot relinquish them. Next, we have the newly manufactured rocket artillery, which has garnered unanimous acclaim from both the naval and land forces, all demanding large quantities. Yet, the initial batch of rockets has been entirely expended, and the production cost of these is no less than that of cannonballs sweetened with sugar, not to mention the complexity of their fabrication. Although the craftsmen are laboring tirelessly in pursuit of bonuses, the rate of consumption is astonishing. The rationale behind the modification was inspired by sugar. Currently, the mainstream rockets produced by the arsenal have a range of merely 1,000 meters to extend their reach. It would necessitate an increase in size, which consequently adds to the weight and consumption of iron sheets, a considerable burden for the Taiwanese military, which lacks the capability to smelt iron independently. Hence, the idea of utilizing rockets made from sugar and potassium nitrate emerged. This method has been notably advanced by the Arab world in another realm, offering a cost-effective solution for achieving greater impact with lesser resources. Potassium nitrate is essentially the saltpeter used in gunpowder, and with the requisite raw materials at hand, what remains is merely the correct ratio and formula. Indeed, the great commander is a genius. Rockets crafted from sugar and saltpeter are truly remarkable. Chun Hong Chun declared with confidence. Liu Shaokong refrained from revealing the truth, acknowledging that he too stood upon the shoulders of giants. The new rockets did not increase in size. Upon ignition, they shot skyward with great force, trailing a long plume of dense grayish-white smoke as they soared into the distance, ultimately landing at nearly 2,500 meters, a testament to their capacity to deliver such range even under additional weight. Fantastic! Now the enemy is destined to take a beating, Chun Abayo exclaimed with delight. Liu Shaokong was equally pleased. Should they manage to produce larger models in the future, they would undoubtedly surpass the originals. Considering that the maximum range of the Congreve rocket can reach 4,500 meters. Under the same volume, this novel propellant is certainly superior to black powder. This moment, Chun Hong Chun hesitantly interjected. The product is excellent, but the saltpeter requires repeated purification. The higher the purity, the better the results. This would inevitably complicate the production process, and none involved could be considered easygoing. Each individual participating in the creation of the new rockets would receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. Adhering to the previous stipulations, confidentiality must be maintained, and storage must mirror that of the earlier artillery shells, with evaluations to follow in a month. Subsequently, he inspected the production facilities for firearms and artillery, which were all progressing according to quality and schedule, yielding satisfactory results overall, and informed them to prepare for relocation. 10 days later, a Dutch warship, under the guise of peace negotiations, arrived in the waters off Taiwan City, only to be intercepted by patrol vessels and escorted to the port. Good heavens, is that not our flagship? Along with the honor and miracle. My word, what sort of battle have Anthony and his crew fought to capture so many warships? Metal exclaimed in astonishment. And their even a 60-gun ship. How is that possible? Egmont, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Anthony urged them to negotiate promptly with the Flying Shark gang. Although reluctant, the only representatives from their company were the two of them. If a deal could be struck swiftly, the soldiers could return home sooner, fortifying the defenses of Batavia. They feared for the safety of Batavia, compelling them to muster the courage to venture to Taiwan City. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. The presence of Portuguese and Spanish flags confirmed their alliance. Egmont realized that they must secure the release of some captives, or else the individuals before them might indeed launch an offensive against Batavia. Upon reaching the land, they witnessed infantry in training, aligned military formations, robust physiques, and eyes brimming with lethal intent, all indicative of exceptionally formidable soldiers. These are hardly pirates. Even Europe's strongest army pales in comparison. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting shock, initially driven by thoughts of revenge and awaiting reinforcement from their homeland to assault Taiwan City anew. The current sight disheartened them, unless their homeland dispatched more than 40% of their fleet. Any assault would be futile. They, accompanied by a retinue, ascended to their former grounds, traversing the corridors and squares where remnants of war still lingered, evidence of their own army's prior incursion, which ended in failure. With complex emotions, they entered the conference room prepared by Lu Shaokong, where they encountered him. Had they not previously seen intelligence from the Flying Shark gang, they would never have believed that such a young man commanded a band of pirates to seize Harin's city and defeat Anthony. Honorable General Lu, this is Egmont, a director from the Dutch East India Company, alongside Viscount Metal, here to pay our respects. The words came from a Dutch translator, whose clumsy Mandarin was rather uncomfortable to hear. Lu Shaokong gestured for them to be seated, expressing surprise that their company had dispatched two noble directors. Indeed, a great honor. He spoke in fluent Dutch, leaving the Dutch contingent astonished. They were aware of his previous collaborations with their company, yet had not anticipated his command of their language to be so adept. Your Excellency is remarkably youthful, a source of wonder, Egmont remarked sincerely. Lu Shaokong, undeterred by the flattery, stated, Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive compliments. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Chapter 59. Initial deposit. Lu Shaokong regarded the two directors of the Dutch East India Company and presented a sheet of paper listing the names and numbers of the captured personnel. Egmont and Metal scrutinized it, their expressions darkening significantly upon seeing the names of former Taiwanese Governor Trudenius, who had led an assault against the Spaniards, and the commanding officers who had accompanied Anthony on his expedition, Dominic and Cornell. Goodness, nearly all the principal officers were listed. Upon glancing at the final tally, their composure nearly shattered. How is this possible? They had mentally prepared for significant casualties, but the numbers laid bare Anthony's incompetence. How could he allow the enemy to capture so many soldiers? This battle had been an utter disgrace. Rest assured, none of them are missing. They are currently engaged in road construction and fortification for our side. I must admit, they consume a substantial amount of provisions daily, so I hope you account for that when settling the total, Lu Shaokong reassured. Regaining his composure, Egmont set the list down and said, Your Excellency, we are willing to pay 500,000 Dutch guilders to secure the release of these individuals. Lu Shaokong, initially taken aback, then laughed in disbelief, his expression turning, I see why, oh, you gentlemen think me gullible. Or simply foolish. Show me your sincerity, or these individuals will perish in the mines. Moreover, there are women and children among them. I have heard that Western slaves are quite sought after. Remember, you are the vanquished. Adjust your attitude. In this era, the Netherlands wielded immense power in the Western world, and as nobles, Egmont and Metal were accustomed to respect and admiration wherever they went. They had never encountered such humiliation. General Lu, do not forget, we are backed by a formidable empire, whereas you are merely pirates. Do you not fear our retribution? Lu Shaokong erupted in laughter, nearly moved to tears. Your nation has yet to achieve full independence, and you dare to act with impunity in the east, while the Dutch fleet is thousands of miles away. Should your main fleet arrive, I would not hesitate to engage in another battle with you. However, I fear Batavia may not endure until that moment arrives. Speak plainly. The fleet currently docked at this port is but a fraction of our strength. Another is stationed at the Penghu Islands. And do you not see the Portuguese and Spaniards outside the city? They are not merely here for trade. The garrison in Batavia numbers at most 2,000. Including mercenaries, they scarcely exceed 4,000. With fewer than 20 warships and limited armed vessels, all of which must defend numerous locations. Are you not concerned that we might strike first? Egmont and Medal were certainly apprehensive. Otherwise, they would not have sought negotiations for peace. Your Excellency, we indeed wish to avoid further conflict, if possible. We hope to reach an agreement. Name your price for these captives. Egmont's tone softened. 0.7 million Dutch guilders. Otherwise, we shall not negotiate. Impossible. This is extortion. Medal nearly erupted, incredulous that the youth had inflated the ransom by more than tenfold. According to current trade rates, one tael of silver equated to 4 Dutch guilders. Thus, 500,000 was merely equivalent to 125,000 taels of silver. Is that excessive? As I understand, your company compensates soldiers with 10 silver coins, offering 800 Dutch guilders in pensions and 400 for the disabled. We have 5,000 captives, which alone suffices for 4 million. They are living beings. Should they not be valued at this price? Furthermore, my own losses have yet to be accounted for. Along with the provisions for these 5,000 individuals, I extend you a generous offer. 7 million is the final price. Do not claim you cannot afford it. Your company profited 880,000 Dutch guilders last year. Only then did Egmont and Medal realize that their company's financial status was well within Liu Shaokong's grasp. It was easy to deduce that the captives included high-ranking officers and officials, making it simple to extract intelligence from them that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Egmont's brow. This ransom represented the entirety of the company's annual income. Far too exorbitant, leaving them unable to make such a decision. This is the truth. With so many directors in the East India Company, it is not just the two of them who cannot take charge. Even the undefeated Anthony cannot lead this household without a General Assembly vote. Therefore, we must seek someone capable of taking the helm, but a deposit and meal expenses must be paid first. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. Additionally, the Portuguese and Spaniards have a keen interest in these captives that I wonder how much we need to pay in advance. Egmont suggested, pay 2 million first, and I can release the women, children, the wounded, and some officers. Rest assured, most of the severely wounded have perished. The remaining are only lightly injured and can take up arms again after a period of recuperation. Naturally, Egmont and Medal were unwilling to yield, leading to a verbal sparring over personnel and pricing, with Liu Shaokong standing firm. 2 million Dutch guilders, equivalent to 500,000 taels of silver, is not an exorbitant sum. Your Excellency, we will pay the 2 million deposit within a month. But your side must guarantee not to interfere with our shipping routes. Until the board reaches a final decision, please refrain from allying with the Portuguese and Spaniards. Otherwise, we will have difficulty explaining upon our return. In fact, Egmont's insistence on the amount was merely a strategy to secure this subsequent agreement. Liu Shaokong also desired to finalize this agreement. The notion of allying with the Portuguese and Spaniards was merely a bluff. The Portuguese were preoccupied with defending Ceylon, and the Spanish authorities in Manila were weak. Liu Shaokong was eager to transport timber, grain, and other raw materials from Cambodia and Siam, and sought to ensure the safety of the shipping routes. Should a conflict arise between the two parties, attacking merchant vessels would be counterproductive, thus making this agreement crucial. No problem. I will prepare the documents immediately. Westerners place great importance on agreements, or contracts, though they are sometimes quite unscrupulous and can tear them up at will. However, given the current circumstances, this agreement is necessary for protection. The documents were promptly drafted in duplicate, each written in 2 languages, followed by signatures and seals. Half a month later, a transport ship for Batavia was dispatched, and upon payment of sufficient deposits, over 1,000 captives were exchanged. Most of these deposits were in silver and gold, along with other metal resources such as brass. These riches were stored. Chunabayo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Great commander, these fellows are so wealthy. Why not raid their stronghold and seize their treasures? Liu Shaokong indeed contemplated attacking Batavia, but reconsidered, for Batavia served as headquarters, boasting a scale and defense level surpassing that of Taiwan City. Even if conquered, it would require garrisons to maintain control. Taiwan was still in its nascent stage of development, and there was no capacity to manage Batavia, which would be a burden. Furthermore, facing a full-scale counterattack from the East India Company and the Dutch was unwise, especially with the impending turmoil in the Ming Dynasty. There was no need to invite further complications. Do not rush. We shall visit Batavia one day. For now, let them accumulate wealth for us. After the departure of the Dutch fleet, the shipping routes were secured, albeit with a looming threat from the Zheng family. Consequently, a substantial number of armed transport ships were mobilized, including the captured Zheng family vessels, with Diaz leading the main escort of the Second Fleet to Cambodia. Recently, Li Mingzhi had also opened trade with Siam. Thus preparations were underway to transport goods together. Among these goods, the most vital was teak. Although many warships were captured during the battle for Taiwan City, an overwhelming advantage had yet to be secured, necessitating continued construction. Chapter 60. Invitation to surrender. As the year drew to a close, Liu Shaokong sat within the office building of Taiwan City, meticulously examining the intelligence regarding the Ming Dynasty. With matters in Taiwan settling into a steady development, he gradually shifted his focus toward the domestic affairs of the Ming. The year 1642 proved to be a calamitous one for the Ming Dynasty. Initially, there was the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Songjin in Liaodong, where over 100,000 elite Ming soldiers perished or surrendered. The Songjin defense line, constructed with the utmost effort by Emperor Chongzhen, had collapsed, resulting in the total loss of Liaodong. The once promising Hong Changshou and Zhu Dasho were captured and surrendered, leaving the Ming frontier forces crippled, with only Wu Senge desperately holding the Shanhai Pass. Internally, Li Zicheng's forces breached the Yellow River, capturing Kaifeng, slaying the governor of Shaanxi, Fu Zonglong, and defeating the Ming court's vital minister, Sun Chuanting, amassing significant power. Zhang Xianzhong rampaged through the southwest, leaving destruction in his wake. Everywhere, righteous armies arose, igniting chaos across the land. The court engaged in endless debates, yet lacked provisions and funds, rendered helpless in the face of the deteriorating situation. Although daily meetings were fervently held, they yielded no tangible solutions. In October, the Qing army breached the Great Wall for the sixth time, invading Shandong. Local officials, paralyzed with fear, refrained from engaging in battle, merely observing as Shandong faced calamity. The Qing forces seized over 60 counties, executing thousands of royal family members and officials, abducting over 300,000 commoners, and plundering countless treasures, leaving Shandong largely in ruins. Ironically, Chongzhen watched helplessly as the Qing troops wreaked havoc, while simultaneously suppressing loyalist forces. The Tang prince, Zhu Yujian, self-funded the formation of an army to march north against the Qing, only to be ordered by Chongzhen to disband on charges of treason. Ultimately, he was indeed apprehended and imprisoned. Such foolish behavior led to the subsequent siege of Beijing by Li Zicheng, as the other regional princes and powerful military officials stood by, no longer daring to form loyalist armies. Alas, Chongzhen's blunders were frequent and absurd. His execution at Coal Mountain was not unwarranted, for he could not blame others. Liu Shaokong set the intelligence aside with a sigh. The wheels of history continued to turn relentlessly, the tide of fate ever surging. He wondered if this contrarian could indeed succeed. As the lunar month approached its end, the northern Ming Dynasty experienced an especially harsh winter. Within the grand and solemn hall of supreme harmony in the Forbidden City, warmth enveloped the space, thanks to a clever underfloor heating design, with interconnected fire channels beneath the tiles. Additionally, 9 braziers filled with glowing coals were strategically placed throughout the hall. In the hall, civil and military officials stood with tablets in hand, bowing respectfully, while before them, Emperor Chongzhen sat upon the dragon throne, listening to reports from his ministers. At this moment, Chongzhen was just over 30 years old. A man who should have been in the prime of life appeared aged. His face pale, brows furrowed, and his demeanor weary, burdened by the weight of state affairs and the turmoil of the times. He was one of the most diligent emperors in Ming history, second only to the founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, attending morning court sessions daily without fail. However, despite his earnest desire to govern effectively, He lacked the capability to do so. His so-called diligence was merely self-deception. His suspicious, obstinate, and irritable nature led him to distrust any minister, seizing upon even the slightest misstep to amplify it. During his reign, he executed 4 secretaries, 7 governors, and 11 provincial governors, swiftly replacing over 50 cabinet scholars, including 14 ministers of war, resulting in frequent shifts in military strategy that made victories a rarity. He even executed 36 ministers in a single day, including capable and loyal officials such as Yuan Chonghuan and Sun Yuanhua. Moreover, his misgovernance placed the burden of taxation solely upon the farmers while nearly exempting merchants, leading to a financial crisis and the inability to sustain the chaotic situation. Yet these factors alone were insufficient to label him a doomed monarch. Fate had conspired against him, coinciding with the Little Ice Age, bringing forth continuous natural disasters and reduced harvests, compounded by formidable opponents like Nurhasai and Huang Taiji. These elements converged, rendering his tireless efforts futile against the inexorable tide of destiny. Your Majesty, I have a letter here from Taiwan Island requesting to surrender. Minister of War Zhang Wei knelt to present his report. Indeed, he knelt. Since Zhu Yunzhang's reign, officials were required to speak while kneeling to emphasize imperial authority, as exemplified by Zhang Wei's posture before delivering his message. Zhang Wei, a prominent figure in the late Ming resistance against the Qing, was well-versed in water conservancy and authored a significant work entitled Complete Treatise on Water Conservancy in Wu, totaling over 700,000 words. He had just assumed the role of minister, having proposed several defensive strategies that garnered Chongzhen's approval. Taiwan Island? Chongzhen paused, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the name, then suddenly recalled, tapping his forehead. Taiwan, the Eastern Barbarians? The Ming Dynasty had various official designations for Taiwan. In its early days, it was referred to as the Eastern Barbarians, later as Duan, Din, and Taiyuan. During the Wanli period, due to Taiwan's bow-like terrain and its floating sea resembling a platform, it acquired its current name. Indeed, this is the place. Chongzhen exhaled in relief, initially fearing the emergence of another rebel stronghold, only to discover it was the remote Taiwan, who is requesting to surrender. This individual is named Liu Shaokong, who, like the Fujian General Zheng Zhilong, was once a pirate. They successfully drove the red-haired foreigners away and wished to submit Taiwan to the Ming Dynasty. To this end, they are willing to remit captured goods valued at 500,000 taels of silver to the court. 500,000 taels! A gasp of astonishment reverberated among all present, including Chongzhen. Is this true? I dare not deceive your Majesty. The goods are in the Ministry of War, and he has even pledged to secure the maritime routes, remitting 100,000 taels of silver annually. Chongzhen stood in excitement. He was in dire need of silver, considering that the Ming Dynasty's annual fiscal revenue was only around 7 million. With this sum, he could finally provide the frontline soldiers with their wages. Ha! Splendid! This Liu Shaokong is indeed a talent. Gentlemen, let us deliberate on how to reward him. At this moment, the left deputy commander of the Jinyui, Luo Yangxing, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, although this man hails from a lineage of maritime bandits, his allegiance should be genuine, and there are precedents for this, such as Zheng Zhilong, the Grand General of Fujian, who also accepted amnesty. Indeed, I am aware of this individual. However, he does not possess the same level of influence, replied Chongzhen, his tone tinged with discontent. It is true that while Zheng Zhilong serves as an official of the court, he is also a prominent maritime merchant, with immense wealth, commanding a fleet of 1,000 ships and over 20,000 soldiers under his banner. His brothers, Zheng Zhibao and Zheng Jifeng, serve as deputy generals of the naval forces. Upon hearing this, the ministers gasped, sensing that Luo Yangxing was stirring trouble, especially since the Zheng family was formidable, boasting 3 generals with both wealth and manpower. Chongzhen understood the implications, as the court's records of the Fujian naval forces were vastly misleading, indicating that Zheng Zhilong was maintaining private troops, an act tantamount to treason. Furthermore, under the Ming Dynasty's maritime ban, what was considered a maritime merchant was, in fact, smuggling, which was a grave offense. What does Zheng Zhilong intend to do? Summon him. At this moment, Zhang Guowei quickly interjected. Your Majesty, temper your anger. We are in extraordinary times, with rebels sweeping across the land. Zhang Zhilong possesses the capability to traverse the seas, and should he raise a banner of rebellion, the southeast would be plunged into chaos. After Zhang Wei spoke, Chongzhen realized the court was already overwhelmed with dealing with local insurgents, and should they push Zhang Zhilong into rebellion, there would be no surplus troops available to quell him. A sense of despair washed over him. The emperor felt utterly impotent, having to tread carefully even against a single pirate. So, what do you suggest we do? Chong Wei replied, issue a warning, urging him to collaborate with Liu Shaokong to regulate maritime trade and provide financial support to the court. After pondering for a moment, Chongzhen felt he had no choice but to agree. And what of Liu Shaokong's strength in Taiwan? Luo Yangxing responded, he commands only a few thousand Han soldiers, fewer than 30,000, but the indigenous population on the island numbers over 200,000. Chongzhen let out a sigh of relief. Even if this individual became a threat, he was not to be feared. Present the letter to me. I wish to see what position he seeks. Zhang Wei presented the letter with both hands, which was taken by a eunuch to be delivered to Chongzhen. Let us draft an edict to appoint Liu Shaokong as the Grand Commander of Taiwan. After reading it, Chongzhen was surprised to learn of Taiwan's impoverished state. In that case, what harm is there in granting him the title of Grand Commander? Summon the scribes to draft the edict. From this day forth, Liu Shaokong is appointed Grand Commander of Taiwan, with full authority over matters concerning Taiwan and the surrounding seas, while the Ministry of War shall appoint the station officials. The ministers dared not oppose this. After all, the 50,000 taels of silver were indeed substantial, justifying the price, and given that it was a foreign territory, there was no need for entanglement in such matters. Thus, the affairs of Taiwan were settled below. An official was drenched in cold sweat, holding a dispatch for the attack sent by Zhang Zhilong, and at this moment, he dared not present it, fearing misfortune. Your Majesty, the year-end approaches, and the stipends for the vassal kings and royal family members must be dispersed, reported Anai Yuanlu, the Minister of Rights. Hearing the term vassal kings, Chongzhen felt an even greater headache. At this juncture, there were not many vassal kings, only 28, which seemed few, yet the number of dukes beneath them was over 800. When combined with these dukes who could procreate, the entire royal family accounted for a staggering 200,000 individuals, all of whom were significant consumers of state resources. Each year, Chongzhen had to advance half of the court's revenue to support them, leading to severe deficits in the Ming Dynasty to ensure their payments. Chongzhen had no choice but to grant these vassal kings some land as compensation, resulting in widespread land being annexed by these individuals. For instance, in the agricultural province of Hunan, 1/10 of the land was controlled by the vassal kings and royal family members. It can be said that the Ming Dynasty was drained dry by these leeches. As per usual, allocate the funds. This was Chongzhen's stance. Military and grain payments could be delayed, but the stipends for the vassal kings and royal family members were never to be deferred. Logically speaking, the Ming Dynasty was already on the brink of collapse. Even if they did not demand money and grain from the vassal kings, they should at least suspend the stipends and prioritize supplying the frontline soldiers to ensure combat readiness. Yet these ministers, like wooden stakes, had long grown accustomed to this. It was not that they were unaware, but those who opposed had already been dealt with by Chongzhen. The court began to discuss the next agenda, which revolved around the pressing situation at the front lines, the occurrence of natural disasters, and the emergence of rebel forces, etc. Just as the court session was concluding, Luo Yangxing's voice resonated once more. I hereby impeach the chief minister for lying about military affairs during his supervision, failing to engage the enemy in battle, extorting colleagues, and accepting bribes. I implore your majesty to enact punishment. The chief minister was the foremost figure in the cabinet, wielding significant power. The current chief minister, Zhou Yanru, had once self-recommended to Chongzhen to obstruct the invading Qing forces, yet he had achieved no military merits and had simply watched the Qing army depart. Zhou Yanru, who had been resting to the side, shivered. He had merely come to the court today for a routine appearance, yet unexpectedly found himself embroiled in scandal. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this is slander. I accuse the left deputy commander of forming cliques and slandering colleagues. Both men had allies within the court, and instantly, The hall was filled with ministers kneeling, accusing and denouncing one another, descending into chaos. This was the state of the Ming central government, where, amidst the nation's peril, they still did not forget to engage in infighting and conflict over interests. Chapter 61. The arrogance of Zheng Zhilong. As the new year dawned on the first day of the lunar calendar, Taiwan rejoiced in celebration. Not only that, but the imperial edict had also returned. None of the personnel from the Ministry of War were willing to come, and the envoy who had arrived in Fujian fell ill, leaving it to the vessels from Taiwan to deliver it back. Of course, after bestowing a considerable sum of silver to the envoy, Liu Shaokong rejoiced, for his title as Grand Commander was finally secured, and he ordered the officials and soldiers to take turns resting, granting each a 5-day holiday. During this past year, everyone beneath Liu Shaokong had been under considerable stress, so they seized the opportunity of the Spring Festival to allow the officials and soldiers a respite. As soon as the new year passed, good news poured in. The white flag bandit Huang Exine and the pirate Deng Yao from eastern Guangdong, along with their families, came to offer their allegiance. Both were part of the righteous forces that continued to resist the Qing court after the fall of the Ming Dynasty, enduring until their deaths. At this moment, the life of a pirate was exceedingly difficult, and upon learning of Liu Shaokong's deeds in Taiwan, defeating the Dutch and the Zheng family, amassing a great following, and providing relocation funds and land for cultivation, they chose to align themselves, not wishing to live in a state of turmoil and uncertainty. This group comprised over 600 young men, and with their wives and children combined, there were more than 2,000 individuals, all of whom Liu Shaokong welcomed with open arms. Their willingness to fight for national dignity until the end, along with their families in tow, indicated their integrity, surely not of treacherous character. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Li Mingzhi returned, having made substantial gains, not only establishing trade points, but also bringing back a batch of impoverished individuals, more directly referred to as refugees, numbering over 3,000. Liu Shaokong promptly instructed Liu Bao to arrange proper accommodations for them. These newcomers arrived with trepidation, having left their homes and uncertain of their future. However, upon reaching Taiwan, they found the conditions, though desolate, to be favorable, receiving housing, food, and a sum for resettlement. After these individuals completed their registration and were compiled, land and seed were distributed. In the meantime, Liu Shaokong had commanded the soldiers to cultivate a significant amount of land while simultaneously training, just in time for the spring planting. Although the number of settlers in Taiwan was not large, the affairs were immensely complex. Even with Liu Shaokong's visionary leadership, it took him nearly half a month to bring order to the chaos. Master, we have overlooked one matter. As the population in Taiwan grows, we lack administrative talents to govern. Liu Shaokong lamented. Li Mingzhi also recognized this issue. However, as they were pirates, it was unlikely that any exceptional talents would come to their aid. I will find a way to seek some out, Liu Shaokong replied. Master, do not worry too much. In the future, we will make a significant move, and at that time, we will have everything we need. Li Mingzhi understood what Liu Shaokong meant, but felt some doubt in his heart, though he did not dare contradict his superior. Grand Commander, those from the Zheng family's army are already 80% willing to relocate their families. Liu Shaokong was taken aback. So many, he exclaimed. Li Mingzhi smiled. This was somewhat anticipated. They have killed their superiors in fear that the Zheng family and the authorities will label them as rebels, thus implicating their families. So most have made their decision. Excellent. Liu Shaokong rejoiced, as this would resolve their predicament of manpower shortages. Li Mingzhi continued. I have found some craftsmen, including those skilled in ironworking and porcelain making. However, they are all seasoned masters who only agreed to come to Taiwan due to changes in their circumstances. In any era, skilled artisans could generally make a living, so it was no wonder that few chose to come. Having even a few is a blessing. Let us first send them to the Jiangyin base, where Uncle Liu Fa will arrange personnel to assist, preparing materials for our upcoming operations once the second batch of timber arrives. The area around Jiangyin is rich in coal deposits and various essential minerals, making it an ideal location for establishing an industrial zone. One matter requires immediate attention. Last year, the Manchus rampaged through Shandong, abducting many citizens, while even more were displaced, their food stolen, and homes burned. turning them into refugees, some even forced into rebellion. This region will become a focal point for future development. Li Mingzhi had already reviewed the relevant intelligence. Sighing at the harsh realities of the world, I will dispatch personnel immediately. However, we will need the naval forces to coordinate. Lu Xiaokong responded. I will send Huang Xian to establish a base on the offshore islands. Once we recruit individuals, we will send a ship once a month, directly transporting them to Geelong. Tainan has gradually undergone development, and the next step involves Geelong. The reason they dare to send ships to transport people and goods is due to the peculiar situation with the Zheng family. They remain mutually uninvolved. The Taiwanese Navy does not attack Zheng's fleet, while Zheng's Navy keeps its distance from Taiwanese ships, both sides striving to avoid any encounters. Lu Xiaokong genuinely does not wish to harm his own kin. Yet he is uncertain of Zheng Zhilong's thoughts on the matter. Zheng Zhilong is currently fuming, having urged Governor Wu Zhiping to petition the court, initially intending to seize an opportunity for further advancement, only to receive commands instead. Clad in his splendid robes, he paces restlessly in the living room, with Zheng Zhibao beside him also exhibiting signs of agitation. Brother, what does the third brother mean? Zheng Zhibao refers to Zheng Hongkue, also known as Zheng Jifeng, the current vice general of Dengzhou. Hongkue's letter advises me against acting impulsively, to disregard Taiwan, and to avoid conflict as much as possible, with Shandong besieged by Qing forces. The situation is chaotic, and preserving strength is paramount. Additionally, my father-in-law Fulong has informed me of the deteriorating situation in the Central Plains, with the court in a state of indecision and no general capable of countering the rebel forces, urging us to deliberate carefully. What does this mean? The imperial edict has arrived. Zheng Zhibao is perplexed. Are they truly to defy orders openly? Zheng Zhilong ignores his straightforward younger brother, lost in thought in the past. He devoted himself to aligning with the court, seeking to legitimize the Zheng family and secure titles for his descendants, having accomplished much of this. However, the court now evidently faces significant troubles. No, the entire Ming Dynasty is plagued by both internal and external crises. Otherwise, Fulong would not have uttered such words. Has the situation truly reached an irretrievable state? Zheng Zhilong is reluctant to ponder further, as the thought is too horrifying. Fifth brother, send someone to release Shi Fu. Zheng Zhibao suddenly rises. Brother, do you intend to mobilize troops? Zheng Zhilong is rendered speechless by his younger brother's naivety, reprimanding him. All you think about is fighting. He is already a grand commander in Taiwan. How can we wage war? I have a task for him. Send him to the South Seas to procure high-quality timber for shipbuilding. Isn't that still preparing for war? Zheng Zhilong rolls his eyes in exasperation. This is no concern of yours. Remember, properly manage your troops. Train them daily to build momentum, but do not engage with Taiwan-esque warships. There may be a time for conflict, but it is certainly not now. Zheng Zhibao refrains from further argument, merely nodding in agreement. Moreover, I will allocate 300,000 taels of silver to you for recruiting soldiers and expanding our forces to 40,000. The Jinyui are watching us. So let them see the strength of the Zheng army. Having risen to the position of general in the Ming Dynasty, Zheng Zhilong is not without allies in the court. Hence news of Luo Yangxing's intentions towards the Zheng family reaches him swiftly. For an ordinary person, even a high-ranking official would likely lose sleep if targeted by the head of the Jinyui. But Zheng Zhilong is no ordinary man. He is the king of pirates, having never feared anyone since his emergence. Throughout his journey, he has encountered countless schemes and possesses a pride characteristic of a true hero. Thus, not only does he refuse to compromise or plead for mercy from Luo Yangxing, but he also seeks to demonstrate his strength, warning those who would dare to threaten the Zheng family. What madness! The emperor has truly lost his wits. Zheng Zhilong curses vehemently, believing himself to be the true general. Despite the apparent discrepancies in titles, in truth, he misunderstands Chongzhen. Although he has conferred the title of Grand Commander upon Lu Xiaokong, no rank has been established. Only a set of armor has been bestowed, with no further rewards. Chapter 62. The 74-gun frigate. A month later, at Geelong Port, a group of laborers unload timber from transport ships. To enhance speed and efficiency, Lu Xiaokong has designed a type of crane essentially a large pulley system that saves considerable effort. This contingent of laborers hails from Zheng's navy. Unlike the few who had defected, none among them wished to join Taiwan, largely due to Shi Lang's influence. Liu Shaokong remains indifferent, as military strength is not currently in short supply. What is needed are laborers, and these individuals fit the bill perfectly. Grand Commander, the timber has finally arrived. We can finally cease using those flimsy boats. Peter remarks, stroking the sun-dried teak wood, which has undergone preliminary processing and merely requires cutting to appropriate sizes. Grand Commander, in order to build ships more effectively and swiftly, we have constructed 2 wind-powered and 2 water-powered sawmills. What type of warship are we to create? Shen Ling rubs his hands, eager to begin. Liu Shaokong unfurls a scroll depicting a long, sleek, and straightforward double-decked warship. It resembles a French 70-gun ship, though with slight variations. Peter, with a discerning eye, immediately recognizes the origin of the vessel. This is a modified and upgraded 74-gun ship, which is yet to appear in this world. Such ships emerged in the 18th century. As France, embroiled in protracted warfare during the early 1700s, suffered significant depletion of its national power, including its navy. During this period, it was unable to contend with Britain, yet needed to maintain the dignity of a great power and ensure maritime safety. However, due to weakened national strength, it could no longer construct a first-rate battleship equipped with 3 decks of cannons, enhanced naval combat capability, and compete with Britain's first-rate ships. France began redesigning 2-deck vessels, increasing their size and arming them with 36-pound cannons capable of engaging first- and second-rate battleships, hence earning the name 74-gun ship. However, the earliest designs of the 74-gun ship were not entirely successful, as their structural issues rendered them unsuitable for long-distance voyages, limiting them to coastal combat, with combat effectiveness inferior to that of smaller 60-gun ships. Later, the introduction of oval-shaped ribs significantly strengthened the hull, allowing for the improvement of the 74-gun ship, which is what Liu Shaokong has sketched as the Invincible-class battleship, albeit in its basic version. There exists an enhanced version, yet due to limited timber, he can only opt for the basic one at this Invincible class. During a naval engagement with the British, single-handedly challenged 6 British battleships to cover the main fleet's retreat, fighting for 3 hours before surrendering. With most of its crew either dead or wounded, its ferocity astonishing the British. Its combat capabilities surpassed those of the British 70-gun ships, with tonnage and firepower even exceeding some second-rate vessels. The British commander immediately dispatched shipwrights to study the Invincible class, leading to large-scale imitation of this 74-gun ship. The frequent emergence of such vessels also drew the attention of other maritime nations, prompting them to follow suit, establishing the 74-gun ship as a key player in the era of line-of-battle ships. By the time the age of sail battleships concluded, over 474-gun ships existed worldwide. What a remarkable rib design! I wonder who invented it. Truly a genius, Peter exclaimed, gazing at the ship's cross-section. Liu Shaokong, brimming with pride, responded, "It matters not who invented it. Can we construct it? Of course, it's entirely feasible. But I need to design the dimensions. The drawing before them is not a proportionally scaled version. A complete redesign is necessary. The length will be 52 meters, the width 15 meters, equipped with 12 of Taiwan's new 150mm cannons. 16 150mm short-barreled cannons, Carlo cannons, 30 110mm cannons, and 16 75mm cannons, with 2 110mm cannons on each deck at the stern, 150 short-barrel cannon at the bow. As for the rest, you can arrange accordingly." Peter swiftly noted the specifications on draft paper, then calculated the dimensions of each part based on these parameters. Shen Ling, being a craftsman from Huaxia, does not possess the same understanding of a new warship as Peter. Liu Shaokong does not press him, entrusting Peter with a new ship's design while continuing the construction of the Flying Fish-class frigate. This is acceptable, right? Certainly, no issue at all. Peter has detailed dimensional schematics. If we cannot build it with the drawings, it would be a waste of my long life. Then I can rest assured. Both ships shall commence construction simultaneously. Shen Ling hesitated, saying, "Grand Commander, we lack sufficient manpower to build 2 ships concurrently. We currently have a maximum of 30 skilled shipbuilders and over 60 apprentices." barely enough for one ship. Liu Shaokong felt a headache coming on, realizing he had been somewhat idealistic. Skilled shipbuilders are indeed difficult to find. As the Ming Dynasty enforces a maritime prohibition, preventing commoners from constructing large vessels, resulting in many shipbuilders becoming unemployed and changing professions, his men can only seek them out discreetly, making the process slow. The Guangdong region is not particularly developed, so he has only managed to locate about 10 suitable shipbuilders. Grand Commander, there is actually a place abundant with skilled shipbuilders. If we recruit them, we could accelerate our shipbuilding speed. Li Mingzhi interjected at the opportune moment. Where? Are you aware of the 36 Han surnames from Ryukyu? Li Mingzhi countered. Liu Shaokong, puzzled, soon recalled relevant information, having previously engaged in trade with the Ryukyu people. They had dealings with local Han people or Chinese expatriates. The early Ryukyu kingdom was only slightly more advanced than Taiwan's indigenous peoples, leading a primitive and harsh existence. They had once paid tribute to the Hanwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who was quite pleased with their conduct and promptly conferred a royal title upon the Ryukyu king. It was said that these people arrived in small paddle boats, and to improve the living conditions of the Ryukyu people, the emperor ordered the relocation of 36 Han surnames from Fujian to Ryukyu. Most of these 36 surnames comprised shipbuilding craftsmen, as well as sailors capable of long-distance navigation, blacksmiths, masons, artisans, and clerical workers from the lower strata. In summary, this group of individuals possesses specialized skills, and upon their arrival in Ryukyu, they quickly became esteemed guests. Over the course of 3 centuries, the Han population has burgeoned to more than 30,000, significantly contributing to the development and social progress of Ryukyu, with many holding prominent positions within the society. However, during the Wanli period, approximately 30 years ago, the Satsuma domain, with the tacit approval of the shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu, brazenly invaded Ryukyu. The Ryukyuan military, having scarcely experienced warfare, was utterly incapable of contending with the formidable Satsuma forces, which had recently weathered the Warring States period. The capital, Shuri Castle, was swiftly captured, the king surrendered, and was taken to Japan to sign an unequal treaty, thereby becoming a vassal of Satsuma. The intense resistance from the Han populace, known as the 36 surnames, was met with ruthless slaughter by the Satsuma forces, leading to the extermination of several clans. Furthermore, the Ryukyuan government subsequently dismissed officials from the 36 surnames, imposing severe oppression on the Han people, which has rendered their lives in Ryukyu quite dismal. As for Ryukyu, Liu Shaokong pondered the intricate relations at play. Should he manage to incorporate these Han expatriates from the 36 surnames, his own strength would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. The military might of the Ryukyu kingdom was weak and posed little threat. After all, it took merely 2,000 troops from Satsuma to conquer the entirety of Ryukyu, that if he were to dispatch forces to exert pressure, it would certainly be feasible. Yet such actions would inevitably provoke backlash from Satsuma and potentially the entire Japanese nation. But why should I fear the Japanese pirates? Chapter 63. Bone China Master, what do you think about bringing Ryukyu under our banner? This was not a manifestation of Liu Shaokong's arrogance, but rather a reflection of deep contemplation. At this juncture, Japan, like the Ming Dynasty, was in a state of isolationism. Over 40 years prior, Toyotomi Hideyoshi had audaciously invaded Korea, only to be repelled by the combined forces of the Ming and Korean armies, resulting in significant damage to Japan's vitality. Subsequently, the Battle of Sekigahara erupted, leading to the downfall of the Toyotomi faction and the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate. The invasion of Ryukyu served as a demonstration of strength and a means to salvage face, indicating to the Ming that Japan remained robust. The Ming Dynasty, having suffered considerable losses from the Korean conflict, particularly among its elite forces in Liaodong, had witnessed firsthand the martial prowess of the Japanese and was averse to becoming embroiled in conflicts beyond its borders. Moreover, Ryukyu held little of value to war and concern. Thus, the invasion by Satsuma was tacitly accepted. The isolationist policies of these two Eastern powers had resulted in a decline of naval strength from its zenith to a nadir, compounded by Japan's lack of formidable warships. Most of their vessels were merely wooden boats. Coupled with structural issues, they posed no significant threat to the naval forces of present-day Taiwan. My esteemed commander, we are currently at a critical juncture. Our forces number merely in the thousands. How could we possibly challenge a nation? Should war break out, the Zheng family remains a vigilant adversary, so it is prudent to proceed with caution. Li Mingzhi recognized that Lu Shaokong was not merely speaking hypothetically. He was genuinely contemplating action and hastened to dissuade him. Lu Shaokong chuckled inwardly, realizing that ever since defeating the Dutch, he had become somewhat overconfident. Even if he were to confront the Japanese pirates, it would be wise to await the launch of new ships. Let us set aside such thoughts for now, focus on our current tasks. And subsequently, we shall journey to Ryukyu to devise a means of persuading those Han individuals to migrate to Taiwan. He then instructed Shun Ling to seek Zhao Xiaohu for manpower. Presently, the Tiger Battalion was responsible for the chicken cage area, dispatching 100 soldiers daily to assist shipwrights in the construction of vessels. Peter, the hull of the new ship must be clad in copper, and the copper nails must be made of brass. Given that warships constantly traverse the ocean, corrosion is a significant concern, compounded by the propensity for marine organisms to attach themselves and foster shipworms, which not only accelerates the deterioration of the vessels, but also increases resistance due to the weight of the parasites, consequently reducing speed. The most effective remedy at present is to coat the hull with tar or tung oil, or to clean the vessels upon docking. However, as future warships are expected to weigh over 2,000 tons, the resource and labor demands would be staggering, and such measures only address the symptoms rather than the root cause. It was not until the 18th century that ships began to be sheathed in copper below the waterline. Recently, the Dutch have provided a significant quantity of copper as reparations, and with the establishment of iron smelting and new cannon manufacturing technologies, the gradual transition away from bronze cannons could be realized, allowing for this luxurious endeavor. Moreover, cladding the hull in copper not only mitigates corrosion, but also, to a certain extent, reduces water resistance, thus enhancing sailing speed. Reports suggest that this could increase speed by 1 knot, equating to a 10 to 30% improvement in the performance of contemporary warships, far more practical than any external design optimization. Iron nails are prone to electrolytic corrosion in seawater, leading to the detachment of the copper sheathing. Substituting them with brass nails, composed of a copper-zinc alloy, would effectively resolve this issue. Lu Shaokong remained at the shipyard for an additional 2 days, until Shun Ling and Peter completed the scale models and addressed various intricate details, after which he proceeded to the next destination. The second stop was a porcelain workshop, which had recently completed its initial construction and was now capable of firing porcelain. Commander, the old man and his apprentices have processed a small batch of livestock bones, grinding them into powder. The next step is to create thin slabs. The speaker was an elderly man in his 50s, somewhat stooped, with hair and beard completely white. His name was Lin Ying, a former master craftsman from the folk hills of Jiangyin. The official kilns of the Ming Dynasty were predominantly located in Jiangyin, along with some private kilns. The porcelain from these folk hills was sold abroad. For instance, the porcelain Lu Shaokong had previously smuggled, including the current stock from the Zheng family, was sourced from these private kilns. Consequently, through this connection, the retired Lin Ying was found at that time. He was idly at home, and with many sons to support. He was in urgent need of funds for their marriages, which prompted his agreement to come to Taiwan to produce porcelain. He arrived alone, and Lu Shaokong arranged for 5 apprentices to learn his craft. The bones were, of course, intended for the production of bone china, which had not yet emerged in this era. The decision to pursue bone china stemmed from the realization that the ceramic craftsmanship of the Huaxia was already at the pinnacle of global standards, and surpassing it was an insurmountable challenge. With fierce competition among second-hand merchants and dwindling profits, the choice to carve a new path with bone china was made. Should this product come to fruition, it would undoubtedly stand out and become a lucrative venture. Bone china, due to its unique properties, would later be regarded as a luxury item, dominating the high-end porcelain market. The process of creating bone china is akin to that of traditional ceramics. First, animal bones are cleaned to remove impurities and oils, then subjected to high-temperature calcination, after which the resulting bone fragments are ground into powder to serve as the raw material. Lin Lao, are all the other materials ready? Commander, everything is prepared, save for the mixing of the formula. Excellent. Let us proceed with a ratio of 100 parts. 50 parts bone ash, 15 parts feldspar, 10 parts quartz, and 20 parts clay. The remainder is entrusted to you. Once the slabs are formed, we shall first fire them bisquare, followed by glazing. This is the optimal formula for high-quality bone china, with a bone content of 50% that, if successful, it will yield premium products. The firing will commence with cow bones, followed by sheep bones, and finally pig bones. 3 kills will be utilized, allowing for simultaneous processing. Once the bone china slabs are complete, they must be air-dried to expedite this process. Liu Shaokong ordered the construction of a drying chamber, which would significantly enhance production efficiency, enabling the first batch of porcelain to be ready in approximately 7 days. Commander, can these bones truly yield porcelain? Both Li Mingzhi and Chen Bio, as well as Lin Ying, were filled with skepticism. Such a notion was unheard of that I stumbled upon a book that documented numerous secret recipes, initially believing it to be fanciful. Yet the success of cement emerged from its pages. Thus, I approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation. There's little to lose. Let us not linger here foolishly, but rather explore other ventures. The group subsequently arrived at a small workshop where pig bristles were being processed. Pig bristles, coarse hairs that grow on the neck and back of pigs, are resilient, moisture-resistant, and impervious to temperature fluctuations. They are also resistant to acids and corrosion, making them ideal for various applications such as paintbrushes. Once the warships are completed, brushes will be needed for oiling and painting, as well as for cleaning gun and cannon bores to swiftly remove residue from gunpowder and prepare for the next round of loading. Thus, one should not underestimate these seemingly trivial items. During the late Qing Dynasty, the export of pig bristles could reach 4 million taels of silver, and during the War of Resistance, they became strategic materials and a primary source of foreign exchange for the government at the time. This was largely due to the superior quality of Chinese pig bristles, which were far superior to those from other regions, accounting for over 70% of global production. This small workshop specializes in crafting various brushes, initially serving domestic needs and later determining export levels based on the volume of pig bristle procurement that, as times progressed, the demand for painted products increased, and with wars persisting, these brushes, while seemingly inconspicuous, prove invaluable in civilian, industrial, and military applications. Chapter 64. New iron cannons. The third stop was the iron smelting facility, the largest of the sites, where various raw materials towered like mountains, along with the cannon foundry. The armaments workshop had also relocated here, situated at the foot of the mountain, with a large stream flowing by, providing a picturesque setting. Before them, a group of bare-chested men was busily gathered around a particular object. These individuals hailed from a single family, the Zhou clan, led by Zhou Xiang, who was originally a blacksmith from Guangxi. The entire family relied on iron smelting for their livelihood. During the Ming Dynasty, the prohibition of private ironworks resulted in a thriving industry, capable of producing iron in quantities measured in tens of thousands of tons, far surpassing the output of the Tang and Song dynasties. Even during the Qing Dynasty, the iron production of the Qianlong period could not compare to that of the late Chongzhen period. A year prior, the Zhou family was falsely accused by rivals of selling iron to rebel forces, leading to a legal battle that could have resulted in their conscription into the military. Fortunately, Li Mingzhi caught wind of the situation and expended 5,000 taels of silver to secure their release. The Zhou family, filled with gratitude, relocated to Taiwan. Upon Liu Shaokong's arrival, the Zhou family members immediately came forth to pay their respects. The commoners of the Zhou clan pay their respects to the esteemed commander. No worries, no worries. Everyone should feel free and continue with their tasks. As long as I have Zhou Lao accompanying me. That suffices. When the Zhou family first arrived in Taiwan, they encountered Liu Shaokong and recognized this esteemed general's informal demeanor and amiable conversation. He acknowledged them briefly before hastily returning to his work. "General, please do not take offense. We are in the process of fabricating iron ladles. The term iron ladle refers to a vessel designed to hold molten iron, with an outer layer of cast iron and an inner refractory layer. The progress is commendable, and I see that 3 iron smelting furnaces have already been constructed that I wonder if they will be able to produce iron. The current iron furnaces resemble the earthen kilns of yore, standing over 2 men tall and constructed from refractory bricks. Though they may appear rudimentary, they embody the pinnacle of craftsmanship of this era. For the iron smelting technology of the Ming Dynasty is at the forefront globally. Firstly, the furnace boasts an iron outlet, a furnace door, and a heart chamber, facilitating the extraction of iron and operational ease. Secondly, it employs coke as fuel. Liu Shaokong had long since commissioned the production of coke, utilizing methods reminiscent of folk techniques from previous lives observed in short videos. Additionally, there's a blowing apparatus. By the Ming Dynasty, hydraulic bellows had already been developed, incorporating fluorite into the raw materials to lower the melting temperature, significantly enhancing the efficiency and quality of iron production. The invention of the interconnected method for pig iron and wrought iron allows molten iron to flow directly from the smelting furnace into the refining furnace for processing into wrought iron. Previously, the process involved casting pig iron into ingots before subjecting them to heat treatment, but the interconnected method bypasses the need to dissolve the ingots, greatly boosting the production efficiency of wrought iron. The creation of the Su-steel method melds pig iron and wrought iron during casting, allowing the pig iron to melt and pour over the wrought iron, thus enabling adjustments to carbon content based on intended use, achieving grades of steel that can match the standards of ordinary tool steel in later eras. Furthermore, the method of casting steel established during the Song Dynasty has been improved, resulting in more resilient steel bars. Rest assured, General, I've spent a lifetime smelting iron, with only a handful of furnaces deemed unserviceable, and the ore here is of the highest quality. Moreover, with the addition of the lid and chimney you proposed, the furnace will achieve significantly higher temperatures than its predecessors, ensuring the production of superior molten iron. In this regard, Liu Shaokong holds no sway, although he is aware of a stirring method for steel production. The complexity of this iron furnace construction necessitates workers to stir at close range amidst high temperatures, yielding low production volumes and making it less practical than the Su-steel method. Therefore, I have only referenced a refining reverberatory furnace for purifying the molten iron. This entails adding a dome-shaped lid to the furnace, composed of refractory bricks and cast iron, which can reflect heat, raising the internal temperature. Such high-temperature molten iron can effectively remove impurities, thus reducing the occurrence of gas holes during the casting of iron cannons. As for producing steel that can wait until various skilled artisans converge in the future. That is excellent. If the iron is of superior quality, each person shall be rewarded. Thank you, General. You shall see. Liu Shaokong did not depart, but settled down in a nearby pavilion, engaging in conversation with Li Mingzhi while they awaited the outcome. An hour later, Zhou Xiang called out that it was time to extract the iron. Liu Shaokong and the others hurriedly advanced to a safe observation area. They witnessed a burly man using an iron rod to open the iron outlet. A wave of heat surging forth, followed by a cascade of glowing molten iron. The first layer was iron slag, flowing into a pit via an iron channel. As the color shifted, the orange-red molten iron finally emerged, and a man promptly sealed the slag outlet, allowing the molten iron to flow into an iron ladle. Good iron. At that moment, Zhang Dali arrived with his men, coinciding perfectly with the iron extraction. We have seen the general. Zhang Dali and his companions first paid their respects to Liu Shaokong. And no need for formalities. Dali, do you believe this molten iron can be directly cast into cannons? Certainly. We are here to collect the molten iron and to ascertain whether the method provided by the general is feasible. That is splendid. Let us commence casting immediately. Liu Shaokong had long awaited this moment. If successful, his worries regarding artillery would be alleviated. Zhang Dali exchanged greetings with Zhou Xiang, instructing several aides to harness 6 mules to transport the iron ladle. The iron ladle was fitted with 2 pairs of iron wheels, traversing a brick and stone trough on the ground, ensuring they would not veer off course. Liu Shaokong never doubted the ingenuity of the ancients. Despite their imperfections, they saved time and effort with a molten iron secured. It could be adapted into iron tracks for even greater efficiency. Upon returning, he would draft a design for them to follow in their casting endeavors. Before long, the group transitioned to the cannon foundry, where wooden canopies had been erected, surrounded by double-layered fences, allowing for the installation of wooden panels to shield against wind and rain. The iron ladle was positioned close to the mold to maximize the proximity of the iron outlet. There were 2 molds, one clay mold and one iron mold. This represents the clay mold cannon casting method and the iron mold cannon casting method. The iron mold, being structurally stable, can be reused, thus minimizing the occurrence of honeycomb air pockets. Enhancing efficiency and reducing costs. The iron mold cannon casting method in China originated during the Qing Dynasty. However, due to subpar molten iron quality, the iron mold cooled too quickly while the interior cooled slowly, creating significant temperature differentials that compromise the structural integrity of the cannon, rendering it brittle and unreliable. This issue was addressed across the ocean in the beautiful country by an individual named Rodman, who invented a hollow internal cooling method that cools the cannon's interior while heating the exterior, allowing for a gradual temperature balance. Consequently, he produced exceptionally fine cast iron cannons, ranging from the smallest cannons to 20-inch coastal defense giants, contributing significantly to the Union's victories. Liu Shaokong provided Zhang Dali with blueprints. However, achieving this temperature balance posed a challenge. The iron mold extended a cooling core, encased in a layer of refractory soil, with 3 sets of U-shaped iron pipes inside, each featuring an inlet and an outlet, all within a shared water reservoir. Though the structure is somewhat complex, if it can yield cannons superior to those of this era, every effort will be worthwhile. Zhang Dali and his team first operated the iron ladle to pour molten iron into the clay mold. The clay mold cannon casting method is straightforward. One merely needs to pour molten iron from the outlet until it is filled. Next, they switch positions to pour molten iron into the iron mold. Notably, the base of the iron mold was filled with glowing coals, arranged neatly in a square formation. The molten iron was soon depleted, and Zhang Dali commanded, "Inject hot water." The reservoir held hot water, and workers utilized a manual water pumping device to continuously circulate water into the iron pipes without interruption. Add cold water, reduce the coal. Do it gradually, do not overdo it. This is the Rodman casting method, where the cooling process is remarkably gradual. It is said that ultra-large caliber cannons require 3 days for cooling. Liu Shaokong was crafting a 110mm Napoleon cannon, unaware of Rodman's specifications, thus opting for the most rudimentary approach, proceeding slowly. The first method required cooling to be completed within 2 hours, the second within 4 hours, the third within 8 hours, and finally, 12 hours. Afterward, the strength of these various cannons would be tested. The optimal one would be selected. There was no expectation of achieving the same firing capabilities as Rodman's cannons, but attaining even half of that would be satisfactory. Chapter 65. The new style iron cannon. The following day, all the cannons were extracted. The clay mold cannon remained unchanged, appearing somewhat unattractive due to the lack of polishing. In contrast, the iron mold cannon featured a smooth exterior, albeit somewhat unsightly. Due to the cooling core's methodology, the cannon's rear must be designed with a wide chamber, resulting in a slight expansion that resembled a horizontally placed large belly bottle. Next came the drilling of the ignition holes, followed by testing with gunpowder. The sound of cannon fire echoed incessantly at the testing ground, simulating a real battlefield scenario, allowing the cannons to fire continuously before cooling down and resuming fire. By late afternoon, all the cannons had burst and become inoperable. Liu Shaokong obtained first-hand data. The clay mold cannon burst after 169 shots, indicating the excellent quality of the molten iron. The iron mold cannon, after 2 hours of cooling, burst after 260 shots. After 4 hours, it burst after 350 shots. After 8 hours, it burst after 490 shots. And after 12 hours, it burst after 497 shots. It worked. Liu Shaokong was overjoyed. Although it could not be compared to the original was already a product of the 19th century American Civil War era. This data represented 5 times the performance of cast iron cannons in this era. Meeting the anticipated goals. Dali, we shall finalize the design with the 8-hour cooling method. Remember to add a layer of wrought iron banding to the cannon's rear. I estimate this will enhance durability. Let everyone rest today. By the way, every worker at the foundry shall receive a reward of 10 taels of silver, and you yourself will receive 50 taels. I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Thank you, General. Liu Shaokong then presented Zhou's family with 200 taels of silver for them to distribute amongst themselves. Incentives are essential to inspire these artisans to excel beyond their usual capabilities. and thus he established an invention award to encourage them to explore new techniques and technologies. The craftsmanship of the Huaxiao people has never been lacking. It is merely that their talents have gone unrecognized, resulting in the obsolescence of many epoch-making technologies. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong and Zhang Dali redesigned the artillery carriage. The Napoleon cannon, cast in bronze, rendered its carriage exceedingly heavy, necessitating the strength of 6 to 8 horses for transport. Moreover, each cannon required over 10 gunners, significantly hampering its field combat capability. The new artillery carriage, inspired by the American model 1841 mountain howitzer, could be disassembled and reassembled, allowing it to be drawn by merely 2 mules during marches. While 2 additional horses were tasked with carrying ammunition in the event of impassable roads, the carriage could be disassembled for transport by animals, truly embodying the essence of a mountain cannon. 2 days later, the new artillery finally took shape, and due to its remarkable off-road capabilities, Liu Shaokong dubbed it the Hanma. Simultaneously, with the smooth operation of the iron furnace, the 150mm Karen cannon was also finalized. Affectionately named Fat Tiger, owing to its stout rear, it is worth mentioning that due to the large caliber of the Fat Tiger, defects emerged during the casting process. The production of cannons was far from straightforward. The cooling time for the Fat Tiger was extended to 24 hours, with a maximum firing capability of 430 rounds, and with the addition of a cannon hoop, it could reach 500 rounds. Abiao, this industrial zone is crucial to our future. I have decided to assign the Imperial Guard to ensure its security. Select 50 individuals and choose a reliable captain. Master, you should also select a few intelligence personnel to serve as logistics here. Keep a close watch on them. We must prevent any leaks of information or sabotage. Chinabayo, usually light-hearted, stood at attention and replied, "Yes." Li Mingzhi also solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Grand Commander, we will not allow any new technology to escape from here." Thereafter, Liu Shaokong and Zhang Dali deliberated. The cooling technology has matured sufficiently to cast 110 and 75 field guns, in addition to a few 110 howitzers. 2 new ships are already under construction. And he does not intend to use bronze cannons any longer. They will all be outfitted with the new iron cannons. This change will reduce the weight of the warships by at least 30%, substantially enhancing speed and maneuverability, which directly translates to increased combat effectiveness. Zhang Dali hesitated and remarked, "Grand Commander, all the skilled cannon makers are here. It may be impossible to divide their attention." Liu Shaokong surveyed the surroundings and acknowledged that casting a single cannon nearly monopolized half of the workshop's workforce. Although he had trained a number of apprentices, he still found the labor force insufficient. Thus, he decided to manufacture only 4 110 land field guns, allocating 40% to the Hanma, 30% to the Fat Tiger, and the remaining 20 and 10% to the 110 and 75 field guns respectively. We will produce according to this ratio. I will find a solution for the personnel issue. First, gather the workers. I have something to say. Once the workers were assembled, Liu Shaokong addressed them. "Esteemed masters, I have observed the harsh conditions and high labor intensity at our cannon foundry over the past 2 days. I am fully aware of these challenges. The recent defects are nothing to worry about. They are a normal occurrence, as long as they are not caused by negligence. I will not pursue any inquiries or punishments. To ensure your well-being, you will work 4.5 hours daily, with 1 day off each month. Furthermore, the techniques for cannon manufacturing must remain absolutely confidential. Not even your wives and children must know. Even in the event of accidents, or if you can no longer work, the arrangements will be managed by the Commander's office. Do not think me unfeeling. The methods of cannon making are highly classified. To compensate you, your monthly rations will be increased by 30%, your wages by 30%, and those who suffer injuries due to casting will receive a one-time compensation of 300 taels of silver, alongside a monthly allowance of 2 taels for disability. This satisfactory to everyone. Such treatment is unprecedented in this era, and the craftsmen were instantly filled with excitement. Today I will send someone to draft the document and seal it with the Commander's office emblem. Of course, should I ever be defeated, that document will become void." This was a dark jest, eliciting only dry laughter from the crowd. Yet, each person regarded Liu Shaokong with awe and respect. Where else in the world could one find such a person? Though he hailed from a piratical background, his actions embodied the legendary demeanor of a ruler. As long as no unforeseen changes occurred, they would not leave, or not hesitate, to thank the Grand Commander. Outside, who would not look down upon us. Only the Grand Commander treats us as equals. Thank you, Grand Commander. The craftsmen were profoundly moved, some even shedding tears and bowing in gratitude. Behind them, Chinabayo and the Imperial Guard gazed at their commander with admiration, secretly thinking that serving such a man was worth even death. Ming's eyes shone brightly. He murmured, "The future is promising, indeed." After departing the cannon foundry, Liu Shaokong returned to the ironworks, where he witnessed the production process of Su steel. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. While Su steel proved quite hard and suitable for crafting arrowheads and spear tips, it could not withstand heavy forging. "Old Joe, we need to construct another iron furnace to ensure a steady supply of molten iron. The more Su steel we have, the better. First, prepare some ordinary clay crucibles and also a few black lead crucibles, but they need not be too large. Black lead, or graphite, was intended for a type of crucible for steelmaking." Upon realizing that Su steel could not produce cold weapons like swords and that the pouring steel method was unsuitable for crafting military daggers, he decided to experiment with the legendary crucible steel method. As for materials, there was an ample supply of graphite, making crucible production unproblematic. Chapter 66. The Graphite Crucible Method to fulfill Liu Shaokong's requirements. Zhou Xiang personally took charge and spent a day crafting 2 clay crucibles and 2 graphite crucibles. "Old Joe, can you create charcoal or grass charcoal iron material?" Charcoal iron material refers to iron that has undergone carbon penetration. This term did not exist in this era, hence its designation. This is simple. I never expected the Grand Commander to be so knowledgeable about iron refining. The ordinary crucibles are likely intended for making charcoal iron material. Liu Shaokong had indeed underestimated the capabilities of the Huaxia craftsmen of this era. It was reasonable to assume that those who could improve the pouring steel method would also know how to perform carbon penetration. Zhou Xiang promptly began preparations for carbon penetration, first obtaining charcoal and grinding it into powder. He then placed iron ingots into the ordinary crucible, evenly layering the charcoal on top before roasting the crucible with coal on the outside until the iron melted, after removing the floating impurities. The result was carbon-penetrated iron material. This material was then recast into iron ingots and placed into the graphite crucible for further melting. This time, the melting process required continuous addition of coal, aiming for the highest possible temperature and lasting a full day. The graphite crucible method utilizes carbon-penetrated iron material to absorb carbon from the graphite, a scientific term known as carbon addition, transforming it into high-carbon steel. During the heating process, Liu Shaokong instructed his subordinates to fetch kerosene and arrange for a large vat to be brought in for quenching in his spare time. He summoned a few blacksmiths and gathered Zhang Dali and Zhou Xiang to devise a plan for creating railway tracks and rail cars, collaboratively determining their dimensions. Such creations will be pivotal in the future, especially if steam engines were to be developed. The tracks and wheels would be indispensable. Fortunately, he could sketch the designs, requiring only the craftsmen to refine the dimensions and casting methods. That evening, Chinabayo brought wine and food to host a feast for all the craftsmen in the newly established industrial zone. Naturally, moderation was key, for there were still tasks to be accomplished on the following day. The iron material in the graphite crucible had fully melted. After stirring and continued heating, the floating impurities were removed, and the molten metal was poured into prepared molds to form steel bars for ease of use. Next came the quenching. Kerosene was employed here, as high-carbon steel was unsuitable for water quenching due to rapid cooling, which could lead to brittleness and cracking. Kerosene cooled more slowly, thereby preventing the formation of cracks. That a large vat filled with kerosene posed no risk of igniting a fire. Once submerged, the temperature would drop, and the flames would extinguish naturally. However, this was not the final step. The quenched steel bars were placed back into the charcoal for reheating, during which a porcelain cup filled with water was introduced. Once the water boiled, the steel bars were swiftly removed. In modern terms, this process is known as tempering. Ancient craftsmen understood this concept, albeit without precise temperature control due to the absence of thermometers. The boiling water indicated a temperature exceeding 100 degrees, which was the tempering temperature for high-carbon steel. Other heat treatments existed, but under current conditions, this was the extent of their capabilities. Next, the blacksmiths took to the steel bars, forging them roughly into steel rods. Onlookers marveled, as they were all experts who quickly recognized the significance. This was homogeneous steel. Although Sioux steel was also classified as steel, its internal structure was uneven, hard on the exterior and soft within, prone to fracture under stress and unsuitable for deep forging. Zhou Xiang could no longer contain his excitement. He brought forth the prepared Sioux steel in direct comparison. Both exhibited similar hardness, yet when struck with a hammer, Sioux steel bent and cracked immediately, while the steel rod forged from the graphite crucible deflected the hammer with minimal deformation. It took 3 mighty blows before the steel rod broke. Excellent steel. The craftsmen eagerly examined it, all expressing their astonishment. Lu Shaokong, holding a small fragment of the shattered steel, felt a surge of excitement within. This was precisely what he sought, for it was tool steel, with myriad applications, such as drilling and grinding the bore of cast iron cannons. Previously, the drilling tools were made of cast iron and easily shattered. This new steel would prove far more effective. In the future, with the addition of other elements, they could create bore drilling rods, forging true steel cannons that, of course, this was contingent upon successfully refining molten steel. High-carbon steel is ill-suited for forging cannon barrels and is instead relegated to the role of tool steel. Let us reheat several steel bars and forge them into a short blade to observe the outcome. This high-carbon steel, continually hammered, reacts with the air, leading to a reduction in carbon content, a process historically referred to as 100 refinements into steel. The scientific explanation is decarbonization, which diminishes the carbon content in high-carbon steel, enhancing its toughness and thus making it suitable for crafting swords and knives. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, a thick-backed short blade was successfully forged. After quenching and polishing, it was temporarily fitted with a wooden handle. I shall give it a try. Chinabayo was dazzled. Yet he recognized the quality of the steel. Being a knife enthusiast, he was immediately eager to test it out. Drawing forth his ghost-head broadsword to conduct an experiment, the robust young man wielding the newly forged steel blade uttered an apology before clashing the two blades together, sending sparks flying and producing a resounding clang of metal on metal. Chinabayo immediately sensed something was amiss, as the feel was off. He quickly retracted his sword to inspect it, only to find a chip missing from his ghost-head sword. Resembling a broken tooth. In contrast, the other blade bore merely a minute crack, albeit still a rough forging, while the ghost-head sword was a superior piece crafted through the infusion of steel, a clear distinction. Congratulations, great general. With such fine steel, our army shall surely prevail in all endeavors. Li Mingzhi exclaimed in delight. The others also offered their congratulations. Possessing high-quality iron and steel, coupled with well-trained soldiers, were indeed the decisive factors for victory. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Congratulations to all. Tonight shall feature an additional feast. Thank you, great general. The crucible steelmaking method ultimately has its drawbacks. While it produces genuine molten steel, it cannot be mass-produced due to its complex processes and high costs, as exemplified by graphite crucibles which can only be used once. Fortunately, Lu Shaokong does not intend to manufacture guns or cannons, but rather to use it as tool steel for crafting various components. With any surplus designated for producing command knives for the officers, that he instructed Zhou Xiang to devise a production plan, commencing with the temporary production of 10 furnaces of molten steel, with subsequent production to follow only after this batch is exhausted. He had someone take the remaining steel blocks, and Lu Shaokong hastened to the arms factory to find Chun and, presenting him with a blueprint, old Chun arranged for a skilled craftsman to fabricate this item according to the design. 10 pieces will suffice, particularly the joint, which must feature a detachable mechanism for the blade head. Ensure the blade head is meticulously polished upon completion. Notify me when it's done. Lu Shaokong, observing Chinabayo's somewhat anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle as he took out a charcoal pencil and sketched a straight-edged, thick-backed knife intended for the Jiangyin. Instructing, craft this blade for Biaozi with a brass throat. I trust you are familiar with its dimensions and weight. The materials for iron refining, Zhou Xiang, will soon be delivered to you. Chen accepted the blueprint, noting that the specifications were not overly complex and readily agreed. Just as he exited the arms factory, a personal guard approached briskly, reporting to the great general that the sifu indicated the porcelain had emerged from the kiln, requesting his presence for inspection. The ironworks and cannon factory were bustling, and Li Mingzhi, feeling unwell, decided to return to the porcelain kiln to handle some official matters while awaiting the kiln's output. Upon arriving at the porcelain-making workshop, Lu Shaokong discovered that the area was strictly secured by guards. Upon seeing Lu Shaokong, they immediately saluted and cleared a path. These guards were the newly assigned soldiers from the personal guard battalion. What on earth is going on with this old fellow? To be so tense? Lu Shaokong mused. As he entered the workshop, he was greeted with palpable excitement by Li Mingzhi. Great general, it has succeeded! It has succeeded! Lu Shaokong's gaze fell upon the finished products. 3 sets of white porcelain bowls arranged together. Pure white without any glaze. One set particularly striking. White as jade, bright as a mirror, resonant as a chime, and thin as paper, surpassing even milk in whiteness and glass in transparency. This was the world's description of bone china. The white porcelain before him indeed embodied these descriptors, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that rendered it impossible to look away. Since its inception, bone china has symbolized high nobility and elegance. In an era devoid of dazzling crafts, such items were coveted treasures among royalty and aristocracy, their prices rivaling that of gemstones. The wonders of creation are astonishing. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never have believed that animal bones could yield such exquisite porcelain. Linning remarked, his hands trembling with excitement. Having dedicated his life to porcelain making, he had produced some remarkable pieces, yet none could compare to this bone china. Lu Shaokong, having encountered many fine products in his past life, was not overly astonished. He merely noted its beauty and lightweight nature. Great general, among the 3 types of bones, cow bone is the best, yielding only rare specimens. Sheep bone is of secondary quality, deemed superior, while pig bone is the least desirable, regarded as medium quality. Linning elucidated, drawing comparisons to ceramics. With such comparisons, pricing emerged. Particularly rare specimens could fetch several thousand taels of silver. What is the defect rate? Lu Shaokong inquired. Linning replied, approximately 70%, and once flawed pieces are excluded, the yield drops to less than 10%. Lu Shaokong did not consider Lin Ying's skills to be lacking. After all, this was their first attempt at firing bone china, and one could hardly expect perfect results. The formulas of later generations may not be accurate in this era, and the mere fact that finished products emerged was a stroke of luck. This sufficed. In the future, bone china would only be produced 5 times a month, with other items made according to available raw materials. Such precious goods should not be produced in excess. Otherwise, their value would diminish. Selling should also be approached with caution. Quantity should be limited, for rarity enhances value. Yes, I shall adhere to the great general's arrangements. Lu Shaokong then began to offer suggestions for bone china production, primarily focusing on complete sets of tableware for Western clients, while for Eastern clients, vases, teacups, and wine cups would be the focus, featuring glazed colors of blue, gray, yellow, and brown, eschewing full color in favor of emphasizing the translucency of bone china. Upon departing, Lu Shaokong selected 2 high-quality bowls, retaining one for himself and gifting the other to Li Mingzhi, as the sifu. Li Mingzhi held multiple roles, and he performed them exceptionally well, making Lu Shaokong's task considerably easier. Talented individuals like him should be kept close. Winning hearts often revolves around money, women, and status. Binding interests together can enhance loyalty. With the bone china project secured, it wouldn't be long before it became a lucrative trade commodity. To expedite the profit-making process, efforts to experiment with glass production also commenced. However, glass was a venture starting from scratch. While the Eastern world could produce glazed pottery, it differed fundamentally from glass this time. Lu Shaokong personally involved himself, having prepared the raw materials. Crushed quartz transformed into quartz sand, seaweed dried, and then burned into ashes, soft manganese or procured from Guangxi, and limestone sourced from Taiwan. Soft manganese, essentially manganese dioxide, had long been discovered and utilized in China. It also bore a medicinal name, often referred to as tuzai or iron sand. This material could serve as a decolorizing agent in glass production. As early as the Middle Ages, Arabs had begun incorporating manganese oxides into glass solutions, though the production of colorless glass was mastered by Europeans. Reflecting on this, Liu Shaokong felt as though he had overlooked something. Soft manganese, or could potentially yield metallic manganese, a valuable material in steelmaking, also suitable for crafting tool steel. With manganese in hand, if we can produce a steam engine, we can construct a converter for large-scale steel production. However, creating a steam engine was no simple task, especially the cylinder, which required careful boring. Possessing only the blueprints, he lacked the necessary talent. And no rush. Let us first organize our current tasks, taking things step by step. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he concentrated on glass production. The primary raw material for glass was quartz sand, which had an extremely high melting point, reaching over 1700 degrees Celsius, making it challenging to melt with ancient techniques. Adding alkali could effectively lower the melting temperature. In ancient times, pure alkali was unavailable, necessitating the use of wood ash as a substitute. Currently, Westerners have determined that seaweed ash yields the best results. Limestone can enhance the melting speed and strength of glass. Fluorspar and manganese oxide serve as clarifying and decolorizing agents, essential for producing colorless glass. The material ratio consisted of 60% quartz sand, 20% wood ash, 10% limestone, and 1.5% each of fluorspar and manganese oxide. Of course, the final formula would require additional experimentation. The immediate concern was to streamline the process and produce glass. All materials were combined in a crucible and thoroughly mixed, first undergoing preheating, then sintering into blocks, and finally rapidly heating until the glass completely melted. Currently, Western methods employed blowing techniques, where artisans dipped one end of an iron pipe in a molten glass before blowing and rolling it on a smooth rolling board, achieving the thinnest possible sheet of glass. After cooling, the glass would be polished to attain a smooth, transparent finish. Other glassware was similarly produced, either without molds or using them. This method required seamless execution, demanding a high level of skill from workers. Even a single misstep could result in waste. Due to human lung capacity limitations, glass could not be produced in large sheets, only in smaller pieces. Liu Shaokong utilized the later invented casting method for flat glass, pouring molten glass into a polished and preheated copperplate box, then using a water-cooled hollow copper rod as a roller to press it into a glass sheet. At this juncture, the glass remained quite coarse, necessitating the use of water and sand for polishing, ultimately culminating in a fine sheen. While the process of glass production may seem straightforward in theory, achieving the desired state in practice proves to be elusive. The solution is relatively easy to concoct. However, upon pouring it onto a copper plate, one often encounters either an excess of bubbles or issues with temperature control during cooling, resulting in shattering. It took no less than 15 attempts before success was finally attained. Long last, a pristine, translucent piece of glass emerged before the astonished onlookers. Truly, the Grand Commander is a remarkable figure, capable of crafting such a celestial object. Hearing the accolades from the crowd, Liu Shaokong felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The edges of this glass still bore air pockets, and its transparency could only be deemed mediocre at best. Yet, it was of little consequence, as the Westerners had long achieved similar feats. Of course, while such transparent glass is not rare, large sheets of it are. The glass utilized by European royalty is typically of smaller dimensions, some even displaying a faint bluish hue. Should there be larger pieces of glass, bedrooms or palaces would undoubtedly appear more radiant. With the advent of glass, the natural progression is to create mirrors. During this era, the art of mirror making was monopolized by Venetian artisans in Europe, involving the application of tin foil to glass, followed by the uniform pouring of heated mercury until a reaction occurred, adhering the two substances together. Despite the toxicity of mercury mirrors, they could be encased to minimize contact. Due to the monopolization of the manufacturing process, prices soared, making them an extravagant luxury only affordable to royalty and the wealthy elite. With substantial sheets of glass, it would be possible to craft full-length mirrors or even wall mirrors, which would undoubtedly be in high demand. There exists an improved technique known as the silvering method. requiring various chemical materials that are currently unattainable given the prevailing conditions. Point 1 must not be overly ambitious. It is prudent to master the techniques at hand before aspiring for more. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong organized the artisans to employ the blowing technique in the creation of bottles and other vessels. Within the glass workshop, the sound of shattering glass echoed continuously. These were all deemed waste products, yet even shattered pieces could be repurposed. This is a period for accumulating experience, so such losses are of little concern. Li Mingzhi watched with a pang of regret. Even waste glass is superior to colored glaze and could fetch a handsome price if sold. Fortunately, Uncle Liu Bao was not present, or he would have surely clashed with the Grand Commander. Liu Bao had intended to accompany them, but was preoccupied with the treasures of Jiangyin City, needing to verify their status daily before he could rest easy. Chapter 68. The line of the chamber once the glass was produced. Liu Shaokong seemed to have acquired a new toy, immersing himself in the glassworks for the next several days, collaborating with the workers to refine the mixture, ultimately developing a formula that rivaled Western transparent glass. A couple of days later, by nightfall, Liu Shaokong and the other high-ranking officials gathered around two lamps, their eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity. Before them stood a kerosene lamp, elegantly designed with a small open top resembling a slender-waisted rotund gourd. The base and lamp head were crafted from copper, with the lamp head featuring a small claw that securely grasped the lampshade. Adjacent to it, a gear allowed for the adjustment of the wick's height, which was wrapped in copper wire to enhance burning stability.